When games are about to merge with reality. I didn't take out a loan to top up my account. There is no advance monster upgrade. But to compete with a beggar for a job. Because as a reborn person, I know. Black stone under the beggar's feet. It is a hidden SSS level item. This item can be used to directly draw a god level equipment at the beginning of the game. I offer $5. I want to buy this stone. The beggar agreed without thinking. I suppressed my inner joy. Hand over $5. As time slowly passes. 2.5 hours passed quickly. There was a thunder in the sky. The whole world was shaking violently. An indescribable force descended upon the world. At the same time, all humans disappear from the earth. There is a pitch-black darkness in front of me. I know. This is everyone being pulled into the game world. Feeling the depressing atmosphere. My heart is pounding. I want to change the ending of this life. System prompt sound. It was detected that the human race is the overlord of this planet. Get the qualification to participate in the game. System prompts welcome to God and demon. Try to survive in this world. You will gain power comparable to that of gods and demons. After a brief period of darkness, my eyes suddenly opened up. I found myself above a dark canyon. Within sight, legions led by angels and demons, fighting each other in mid-air. The elements of light and dark are surging and chaotic. Hold head high. Outside the canyon, dense groups of soldiers rushed into the depths. The disturbed frost dragon roared angrily, and bone-chilling frost spread, freezing thousands of creatures into ice sculptures and then shattering them. Millions of lives come one after another, making eternal killing the theme. Looking at such a tragic scene, Yifeng was emotionally excited. It was not until now that he was sure that he was truly reborn and this was not just a fantasy on his deathbed. Swish! Suddenly, the demon in the plot scene sensed something, and a strong light bloomed in its scarlet pupils. The bone wings behind it flapped, and it flew in front of Yifeng, breathing hot air from its mouth, staring at him intently. What are you doing? Ouch! Was this scene included in the opening plot of the previous life? Reaching out to touch the demon, his fingers pierced through his body. Yifeng was sure that what he was experiencing was just an illusion, and he couldn't help but sneer, "How dare you look me in the face? Since it's fake, how could it possibly scare me?" I responded with a show-off. The demon seemed to react, and quickly folded its bone wings, knelt respectfully, and said sincerely, "Welcome my lord." Ha! Yifeng was a little confused. "Bro, what the hell are you doing? Please stand up quickly." Yifeng laughed dryly, "Since you serve me as your master, can you give me a hidden profession?" Although the start of the game after rebirth was a bit confusing, it did not prevent him from gaining benefits. It should be noted that in addition to the 7 major professions of swordsman, knight, mage, archer, summoner, priest, and assassin in Gods and Demons, there is also a hidden profession, or even the only hidden profession. Why does my lord need such a lowly and menial job from me? The devil looked ashamed, knowing that his lord was deliberately humiliating him for his previous transgression. "No." Yifeng said seriously, "Yes. My lord, please don't torture me anymore." The devil kowtowed and begged for mercy. Yifeng tried his best to explain, "Brother, I'm not kidding." Clang! Pulling out the sharp sword from his waist, the demon handed it forward. "If my lord is not satisfied, please grant me death." Yifeng had nothing to say. He wanted to take the magic weapon away, but unfortunately he couldn't touch it. At the same time, the angel army in the distance noticed the situation here. The 6-winged seraph in the lead was horrified. "What an evil aura, it's simply the devil at the end of the abyss." We must not let him leave alive, kill him. Kill. The angels swarmed in. Protect the master. The demon leader quickly stood in front of Yifeng to protect him. Seeing the two sides fighting madly around him, and the demon leader trying his best to help him resist the light element magic, with wounds all over his body, Yifeng couldn't bear it. You don't have to worry about me. If I keep doing this for a little longer, I'll be more than 10 minutes behind others at the start. But the demon leader sounded worried. Don't worry. Yifeng smiled confidently, they can't hurt me at all. Seeing this, the demon leader was no longer distracted and rushed out bravely. Boom! The next second, light element energy balls flying from all directions instantly made Yifeng's figure disappear from the world. The scene changed, and Yifeng was already in a magnificent hall, and a clear and pleasant voice rang in his ears. Ding! System prompt: Welcome adventurer to Gods and Demons. Do you want to create a character? You fucking are. Although he had 10,000 urges to curse, Yifeng still demonstrated the excellent results of his 9 years of compulsory education. As he chose to agree, a mirror immediately appeared in front of him. The person in the mirror was a young man wearing a white rag shirt. The young man had a stern face, gray skin, and extremely cold blue eyes. His whole body exuded a gray aura, as if he was possessed by a demon, which was very strange. Yifeng looked at himself in the mirror carefully and asked cautiously, "Are you sure this is me? Was this intentional or accidental?" Ding! System prompt: Appearance cannot be adjusted in Gods and Demons. Please do not have excessive expectations of yourself. Okay. Taking a deep breath, Yifeng said angrily, "That's it. Since the system said so, what can he do? Only children make choices, adults are chosen." Ding! System prompt: Adventurers, please name your game character. Note: there is no name change function after creating the character, please consider carefully. The leaves fall silently. Yifeng chose the name he had already thought of without hesitation. He is not talking nonsense. There are too many players in the world, and there are many players with big hearts. If you don't come up with a name quickly, it will be registered soon. Ding! System prompt: The name was chosen successfully. Do you want to conduct a random talent screening? The talent grade is related to your own qualifications. Yes. Yifeng could do nothing but agree. Talent. This is an important skill throughout the game, and it is almost impossible to improve through acquired efforts. Powerful talents can give people an advantage far beyond ordinary players in the early stages of the game, and the gaming experience will also be better. I just hope that my talent won't change because of my rebirth. Yifeng prayed secretly. In his previous life, his talent was as high as SS level, ranking 9th in the world. The effect was that his final movement speed increased by 80%, which was why he was unrivaled in the world in terms of speed. It would be bad if fate changed drastically due to rebirth. Ding! System prompt: Congratulations on obtaining the SSS level talent. Traceless. It's over. Yifeng's heart sank to the bottom and his face turned ashen. Not an SS level talent. It will probably take a long time to adapt to the new talents in the early stages. This is trouble. Thinking of this, Yifeng relied on his great willpower to suppress the deep sadness in his heart and quickly checked the effect of his talent. Traceless, SSS level movement speed increased by 300%, and final movement speed increased by 100%. Yifeng almost couldn't breathe. In this life, he is faster. Ding! System prompt: Please note that it has been detected that you own the Evil God Pearl, which has been automatically bound to the exclusive hidden profession, Evil God of Wind. Do you accept it? Boom! Yifeng felt as if a nuclear bomb exploded in his brain, and his mind went blank. Surprises come one after another. Exclusive hidden profession. Exclusive. Its value is immeasurable. This is much cooler than the hidden profession that I got with great difficulty in my previous life. Yes. With tears in his eyes, he agreed. Originally, he wanted to be a swordsman or an assassin, but now he thinks better of it. Those professions are too precious and not suitable for him. It would be better for him to take ordinary exclusive hidden professions, so that more opportunities can be left for other players. Ding. System prompt: congratulations on your successful transfer to the exclusive hidden profession, Evil God of Wind. Gurgle. Swallowing hard, Yifeng was overjoyed and asked curiously, by the way, what is the Evil God Pearl? Because he possesses the Evil God Pearl, he has bound an exclusive hidden profession to it. However, he has no impression of the so-called Evil God Pearl in his memory. Ding. System prompt: the way to view this item is, enter the game. Open the package. Click to view. Can. Benefited a lot. Ding. System prompt: based on the value of your real assets, deducting liabilities, you will receive starting capital, copper coins, X5. Ding. System prompt: please note that it is detected that you have a high-value item, black ore. Since you cannot bring it into the game temporarily, you will be compensated with a random equipment draw. Do you agree? Note, the random range is the full range. Agree. Yifeng decided to hand over the beggar's heirloom to the system for safekeeping. I believe the system will keep it safe for him. Swish. The next second, a vertical turntable appeared in front of him. The turntable was suspended in the air, emitting colorful light, and there was a start button in the middle. It's really a magical outfit. Yifeng saw at a glance the colorful divine equipment in the narrow area of the turntable, and his heart beat faster. If you start with a great outfit, you'll be invincible. Raising his right hand, Yifeng concentrated all his strength into his palm and struck out with all his strength. Go ahead, golden right hand. The moment Yifeng hit the button, the entire turntable started. Divine outfit. Yifeng stared at the turntable intently, his breathing stagnated. Please give me a magical outfit, thank you. Gradually, the turntable stopped and the pointer pointed to the dim weapon. Bronze sword, bronze level. To send away beggars. System, are you a dog? Yifeng almost fainted from anger. Sure enough, it has to do with probability, 99.9% of them are junk. Well then. At least there is an exclusive hidden profession. Gurgle. Just when he was feeling disappointed, the blood in his body suddenly seemed to boil, heat surged throughout his body, and dark green evil energy emerged, fluctuating around him, creating ripples. What's going on? He didn't understand why, but he couldn't resist. Suddenly, he looked up at the turntable and found that the pointer was rotating again, as if assisted by a god, as if it was forcibly pulled by an external force, until it stopped at an interval with the smallest area on the entire turntable. Ding. System prompt: congratulations on obtaining the exclusive special equipment of Wind Evil God, through blood induction. Evil God Mask, God level. Silence. For a moment, he was speechless for a long time, with turbulent waves in his heart. Real. Faced with this situation, he could no longer laugh. System, I don't know what to say to you. Yifeng shook his head slowly, holding the words of blame in his heart and unable to say them out loud. God level. Exclusive equipment. Ha ha ha. Ding. System prompt: I wish you a happy game. Swish. The scene changed, and Yifeng appeared in a shabby retro village with white lights flashing around him. Obviously, more and more players would accept the fact and quickly enter the game. Ding! System prompt: Welcome to Novice Village number 55. What on earth just happened? Get away from me, you're hitting me. This scene is a bit like the online game novels I loved to read when I was a kid. Countless players communicated with each other, and their hearts were shocked beyond words. Anyone who is suddenly forced into the game and has to give up everything in reality will find it difficult to accept. Take the task quickly while many people haven't reacted yet. One step ahead, every step ahead. Without even opening the package to check the evil god pearl, Yifeng rushed towards the village chief as soon as possible, to prevent the village chief from being surrounded and unable to accept the mission. Moving as fast as the wind, with the blessing of his talent, Yifeng was familiar with the route and arrived in front of the village chief in an instant. The so-called chief of the novice village has white hair and a petite figure. What a pity he is an old man. The young man is so fast. The village chief, who was leaning on a crutch, was a little surprised. The speed of the adventurers who had just entered this world was so fast that it was a bit beyond imagination. I'm not only fast, but I'm tough. Yifeng spoke bluntly and got to the point. Grandpa village chief, please give me a difficult task. After being reborn, he of course knew that the village chief had the rarest mission in the entire village. Good. The village chief groaned and pointed outside the village. Recently, the goblins have been very aggressive and have been attacking passers-by everywhere. Can you help me get rid of them, young man? Ding! System prompt: You have triggered the task, kill goblins, difficulty D. Do you accept? No. Yifeng refused forcefully. Why is this? The village chief was confused. You clearly wanted the mission, but you were rejected? The task is too easy. Yifeng's face was filled with grief and indignation. Village chief, have you ever experienced the distress of having no place to display your kung fu? The village chief was confused by the question. You are only level 1, where do you get the kung fu from? Have you ever experienced the feeling of being looked down upon by others? Yifeng continued to ask. Oh. The village chief was confused and felt bad. Where is that guy you mentioned who looks down on others? Alas. Yifeng lamented. The entire novice village is so poor that there is not even a high-difficulty task. You said it very well. The village chief got so excited that he almost swore, but he finally held it back. He had never seen a request like this in his life. Since you are so persistent, I will help you. The village chief took out a broken jade pendant from his arms and said with a nostalgic look, "This jade pendant." Yifeng interrupted on the spot, "Don't worry, I will help you find your other half." Ding! System prompt: Congratulations on successfully accepting the hidden task, Village Chief's Jade Pendant, difficulty B. How do you know you're looking for a significant other? The village chief felt like he was possessed. Young man, it is my blessing to meet you. Yifeng told the truth, because I am handsome. I see. The village chief suddenly realized what was going on, and then his expression darkened. Who are you trying to fool? It's not important. Yifeng waved his hand and asked for it. Give it to me. The village chief was puzzled. What do you want? Kill the goblins. Yifeng patiently explained. Come, please repeat after me. Recently, the goblins outside the village have been very fierce and have been attacking passers-by everywhere. Can you help me clean them up? Ding! System prompt: Congratulations on successfully accepting the mission, kill goblins, difficulty D. With 2 tasks in mind, Yifeng hurried out of the village, intending to kill monsters while checking his exclusive hidden profession and the evil god bead that should have been in the package. On the way, many people pointed at him. Is this a demon? It feels a bit similar to the demon in the opening animation. Is there a hidden race in this game that I was forcibly dragged into? They felt incomprehensible. The skin is gray and the hair is dark blue. This image is too different from theirs, even the non-mainstream ones don't dare to do it like this. Oh my god. Noticing their discussion, Yifeng couldn't help but look at himself and was stunned. Have I really turned into a devil? Without hesitation, he quickly opened the career panel to check the details. Evil God of Wind, exclusive hidden profession. Introduction: the Abyss Demon who controls the wind element, the eternal evil god feared by thousands of worlds. Life, 5 stars. Attack, 5 stars. Defense, 5 stars. Speed, 8 stars. Note, each star of life is equal to 100 health points, each star of attack and defense is equal to 1 point of attack and defense, each star of speed increases the attack speed and movement speed by 0.1%, and each 1 point of attack causes 10 points of damage. Awesome! Yifeng was ecstatic. You know, the growth limit of ordinary professions is only 5 stars, but the evil god of wind that he obtained inexplicably has all the basic growths fully filled, and the speed of growth is as high as 8 stars. We usually use 2 words to describe this profession: invincible. Then, Yifeng opened the package. There is no need to say much about the 5 copper coins, the key is the 2 props. Evil God Beads, Evil God Mask. Gurgle. Looking at the strange gem that was flashing with a dark glow, Yifeng felt a sense of blood connection in his heart. He couldn't help but swallow his saliva, and with anticipation, he chose to view the details. Evil God Pearl. Evil God Pearl. Introduction: the source of the evil god's power. Only the first adventurer to kill the 10 ancient demon gods can gain his recognition. Effect 1. It can be used to absorb the rare blood between heaven and earth to enhance the professional strength of Evil God of Wind. Permanently bound to player, silent falling leaves, cannot be dropped, cannot be destroyed, cannot be discarded. Can't read. Yifeng could only say that he didn't understand it, but he was greatly shocked. The grade is invisible, and only 1 line of effect can be seen. The screen is full of question marks, as if indicating that its power is difficult to predict. In fact, the first effect alone was enough to stun Yifeng. The strength of a profession is mostly enhanced by completing job transfer tasks, and the Evil God Pearl is equivalent to providing an additional path. This is a privilege only he can have. In addition, through the introduction of the Evil God Pearl, he roughly understood that he was lucky enough to perish together with his enemy, so he received such an excellent reward. Coming back to his senses, Yifeng sped up to leave the novice village while checking another item, an exquisite dark purple mask covering the upper half of his face, with strange patterns and an evil feeling. Mask of the Evil God, God level. Effect: too low strength to view. Additional skills: Mask. Mask, SSS can hide one's facial features and name. At the same time, other creatures can view their own faceplate. The required level is +50. Can be cancelled at any time. Cooldown time, none. Unbelievable. Yifeng took out the Evil God mask and put it on his face, activated the mask's special effects, and then opened the panel to check the information. Silent falling leaves, Evil God of Wind. Level 1. Health, 500. Attack, 6-6. Defense, 5-5. Skill, Detection, Effect, can detect basic information of creatures or items whose level is not higher than 10 levels. Reputation, 0. Number of resurrections, 2. The reason why the attack reaches 6 points is mainly because the novice stick gives 1 point of attack. Novice stick, whiteboard level. Attack, 1-1. Introduction, thick and long, not easy to damage. With the help of the evil god's mask, it is almost impossible for players to see his panel, which can also avoid a lot of unnecessary trouble. It must be pointed out that players cannot be resurrected all the time in Gods and Demons. Once the number of resurrections is used up, death will await them. As for the news about the boss strategy every 10 days, it will be announced to all servers soon. Current players may not feel too strong a sense of crisis, and may even be thankful that their diseases are completely eliminated the moment they enter the game. Russell. Taking steps far beyond those of ordinary players, Yifeng arrived outside the novice village, where he could see lively goblins. They had dark green skin, red eyes, pointed ears, and short bodies, looking like monsters. Goblin, normal monster. Level 2. Health 200. Attack 4 to 6. Defense 2 to 2. Skill, give you a stick. Introduction, from now on, this place is called Goblin Square. Very strong. Yifeng held the thick and long novice wooden stick in his hand and did not dare to be careless at all. Although the goblin's attributes are much inferior to his, if you are not careful, it is very likely that its defense will be broken, and it will take several seconds to recover. Without hesitation, he stepped forward quickly and hit one of the goblins on the head with a stick. "I'll use you to sharpen my new wooden stick." Crack. The novice's stick broke in two and the other half flew out. Ding. System prompt: due to excessive force, your weapon, novice wooden stick, has been damaged. Looking at the novice wooden stick in his hand that had been halved in length, Yifeng was stunned. What happened to the promise of thick, long, and not easily damaged? It is very dangerous if it breaks halfway through use. Bad review. -78. Critical hit. At the same time, bright red damage popped up, as if to indicate that the power of this attack was considerable. Slurp. The goblin's head was swollen and red, and bleeding. He roared in pain and swung the big stick in his hand towards Yifeng. Miss. Seeing this, Yifeng decisively avoided it. Just the 300% movement speed bonus and the 100% final movement speed bonus are already 6 times faster than an ordinary player. In addition, his original basic speed is also increased by the final movement speed, which makes him almost 8 times faster than an ordinary player from the beginning, making it easy for him to dodge the goblin's attacks. Abandoning the novice wooden stick in his hand, Yifeng went up to the goblin and started punching and kicking him. Relying on the skills he accumulated in his previous life, he has no rivals in the novice village when fighting alone, and can be called the village bully. Slurp. Seeing their compatriot being bullied, the other goblins glared at them but did not step forward to stop the fight. During the novice village stage, the system is deliberately protecting players. As long as you don't take action, wild monsters will not attack actively. Miss. -29. Miss. -30. Faced with Yifeng's erratic movements, the goblin tried his best to attack, but still couldn't touch him, and finally died with hatred. Ding. System prompt: congratulations on successfully killing Goblin, common monster, experience at this level plus 50%. The early upgrades are naturally simple, and 2 goblins can fill up the experience bar. Brothers, let's form a team. I beg you to take me with you. This person is at least a Dozong master in reality, so terrifying. Not far away, some players who accepted reality sent invitations to form a team. Yifeng rejected all of them. To be honest, the attributes of goblins are really not low, and it is not easy to hunt them for new players, but the early stage is too important, and he is not in the mood to lead anyone to level up. One more missing. Yifeng's face was determined, and he muttered to himself, if I kill one more, I will be able to break through to level 2. By then, my strength will increase by leaps and bounds. Coupled with the high growth of the Wind Evil God, I will not be afraid even if I face a level 3 monster. Fight beyond your level. Ordinary players probably wouldn't even dare to imagine such terrifying combat power. Thinking of this, he turned his head and looked at the murderous goblins. Seeing them gathered together, eager to fight and avenge their brothers, he couldn't help but shook his head and laughed. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen a handsome guy killing a goblin? Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, all the goblins were like they were injected with chicken blood, screaming and rushing towards Yifeng. This is intolerable. Ding. System prompt: congratulations on successfully comprehending the skill, Casual Taunt, D-Level. As the first player to comprehend a D-Level skill, your free attribute points are increased by 5. Stupid game. Yifeng's expression changed slightly. Can you learn skills just by saying something? The comprehension bestowed by this exclusive hidden profession, the evil god of wind, is actually this high? Seeing this scene, the players in the distance were shocked and retreated one after another, hiding in the novice village. Many people cannot understand the current situation, but the panel shows that there are only 3 possible resurrections. Anyone who is not mentally handicapped can see the problem, and no one dares to act recklessly. Facing the aggressive goblin, Yifeng was not afraid and fought it with his bare hands. Miss. Miss. -12. A series of symbols representing dodge pop up. 8 times the movement speed is fully demonstrated at this moment. Even if he was surrounded by a group of monsters, Yifeng could avoid most of the attacks, and the few attacks that landed on his body were no big deal. Swish. Suddenly, a golden light scattered. Ding. System prompt: congratulations on reaching level 2. As the second goblin fell, its level increased, and its basic stats instantly doubled. The goblin's attack directly became a pitiful 1 point, unable to break the defense. In the early stages of the game, the advantages brought by the basic growth star level are crucial. Standing in the center of the goblins, Master Yi attacked, and every punch hit the flesh, so much so that even dodging seemed a waste of time. Traditional martial arts are all about receiving, transforming and releasing. What kind of a genius is this? Why can't I see his panel? Is there a setting for reporting cheats in this game? The players in the distance stared at Yifeng's killing spree in amazement. Most people still can't accept the reality. Asking them to step out of the novice village to fight the goblins requires them to consider their lives, but they are already pulling monsters in groups. This is simply outrageous. It's outrageous. Yifeng didn't pay attention to the gazes of the onlookers nearby. With a start that was far beyond imagination, his goal was to be the first to leave the novice village and thoroughly establish an early advantage. Whether or not it would attract attention was not within his consideration. You know, at the moment the mutation occurred, everyone's life changed drastically, but he grew up in an orphanage and had no worries. Now that he is reborn, he only wants to have more powerful strength than in his previous life. Since I can comprehend taunt with just a few words, I should be able to comprehend other skills as well. Yifeng's heart moved slightly while dealing with the goblins. In Gods and Demons, if the player has sufficient strength and understanding, and his moves are remarkable, the self-created skill system will indeed be recognized. Take it, the arrogant dragon will regret it. Suddenly, Yifeng shouted loudly, and moved his hands vigorously, as if he was afraid that the system could not hear him performing his unique martial arts. Then he slapped a goblin heavily on the back of its head, knocking it forward. Hiss. The crowd gasped. They finally understood why the man in front of them was so powerful. It turned out that he was a hero of the Beggars sect. Ding. System prompt: congratulations on successfully comprehending the skill, All Power Palm, D, level. Since you are the first adventurer to comprehend a D-level skill, you cannot obtain cumulative rewards. It really works. Yifeng was delighted. While punching the goblin that couldn't break his defense, he opened the skill bar to check the details. Casual Taunt, D rank. Introduction: compared with the knight's taunt, your taunt is still not authentic enough. Effect: attracts hostility from enemy units within a 10 by 10 range, instantly increasing their hatred towards you. Cooling time: 2 minutes. Note: ineffective for adventurers. Full force attack, D rank. Introduction: pour power into your palm and attack with all your strength. Effect: causes 120% damage to a single enemy based on your own attack. Cooling time: 10 seconds. What a full-strength palm. What a regretful move. Yifeng was filled with emotion. Hong Qigong, did you see it? I learned. Ding. System prompt: congratulations on reaching level 3. Swish. The golden light scattered again. As the descendant of Hong Qigong, Boss Yi quickly took care of the nearby goblins and returned to the novice village amid the admiring gazes of many players. In fact, he really wanted to take back the skills he had mastered as an assassin in his previous life, and he also tried it on goblins. The problem was that his physical condition was not up to standard, and he couldn't use those skills at all. However, he was confident that he could get it back as long as his level reached a certain standard. Brother, what should we do to be as powerful as you? Some players tried to seek the truth. Yifeng is a man who would not hide anything. He immediately told the truth: in addition to courage, wisdom, and good looks, you also need a little bit of luck. Coming to the location of the village chief again, Yifeng found that the village chief had been surrounded by players. After calming down their disbelief, many players had to face reality and take action as soon as possible. Village Chief, I am willing to go through fire and water for the 55th Novice Village. Please give me a mission. Hurry up, the goblin can't hold on any longer. That masked guy cleared a bunch of them in a matter of minutes, and didn't even leave any for us. As Yifeng was killing people outside the village, many players reacted quickly. If they didn't hurry up, they would be several levels behind others at the start. Looking at the crowded scene, Yifeng frowned slightly. I must find a way to submit the task as soon as possible, at least I can get a weapon as a reward. Village Chief, something happened to the jade pendant. Yifeng shouted anxiously. Get out of here. The village chief roared, squeezed through the crowd and came to Yifeng. What happened? With my unremitting efforts, I finally completed the task of killing the goblin. Yifeng took out the 5 task props dropped by the goblin and handed them to the village chief. I have to say that the setting of gods and demons is very stingy. Killing ordinary monsters in the novice village will not even drop a copper coin, unless you defeat the boss. The village chief asked anxiously, what happened to the jade pendant? I have some idea about where the other half of the jade pendant is. Yifeng said perfunctorily, and then urged, give me the goblin battle axe quickly. How do you know the reward is the goblin axe? The village chief was surprised. From the moment the adventurer arrived, he felt like he had been living in his shadow. Weird. Can't I have any privacy at all, old man? Quick. Yifeng was impatient. The jade pendant can't wait. Ding. System prompt, congratulations on completing the task, kill goblins, difficulty, D, and get rewards, plus 13% experience at this level, Goblin Battle Axe, blank level. Goblin Battle Axe, whiteboard level. Attack, 5/5. Introduction, how can a mere battle axe stop my east wind? After the mission was submitted, Yifeng turned around and left with his new weapon. The rewards for most of the tasks in the novice village are very ordinary, and only the weapons are somewhat useful. With the Wind Evil God's abnormal basic growth, it would be a waste of time if he followed the rules. Instead of rushing to kill monsters, he went to the pharmacy first and exchanged his remaining 5 copper coins for 5 bottles of red potion. Red potion de level. Effect: after taking it, 100 health points will be restored per second for 10 seconds. Cooling time, 1 minute. It is worth mentioning that when you first enter the game, your real assets will be converted into game currency, with the upper limit being 10 gold coins and the lower limit being 5 copper coins. Admittedly, he lacked an advantage in terms of game currency at the beginning, but even if he had gold coins, he had nowhere to spend them, so he didn't care. In fact, he had already thought of ways to make money and was just waiting for the right time. After getting ready, Yifeng walked out of the novice village again. He stopped playing with the goblins and headed towards a more dangerous area. After crossing the open field, he entered a dense forest. Ding! System prompt: you have entered the map, Green Snake Forest. The breeze blows and the shadows of the trees dance. The dazzling sunlight penetrates the dense branches and leaves, leaving mottled light and shadows on the ground, creating a quiet and peaceful atmosphere. Rustle. Walking quickly at a speed far exceeding that of ordinary players, Yifeng soon saw the target of this trip. Green Snake, normal monster. Level, 8. Health, 1000. Attack, 18 to 20. Defense, 10 to 10. Skills: Deadly Entanglement, Venomous Snake Kiss. Introduction: snakes are not so easy to deal with. I hope you are flexible enough to avoid being bitten to the point of death. After level 2 Goblin, it is naturally impossible to reach level 8 Green Snake, but Yifeng decided to skip level 5 monsters and speed up the leveling progress. He did not rush to launch an attack. He took a deep breath and turned on the screen recording function. In Gods and Demons, there are related forums, which are considered as a place for players to communicate with each other. One of his ways to make money is to upload videos that require game currency to unlock and earn his first pot of gold in the game. After all, money is not everything, but without money, nothing is possible. Hello everyone, I'm Luoya Wusheng. I'm going to show you how to level up and kill monsters in the Green Snake Forest as quickly and efficiently as possible. Here, I'm going to face countless green snakes. If you don't have the right monster killing skills, you won't even last an hour. Look, there's a green snake over there, its nutritional value is far higher than chicken. After finishing the introduction to the video, Yifeng looked at the green snake coiled on the branch, holding the goblin battle axe and approached. Everyone, watch carefully, don't blink. Although he is only level 3 now, in terms of attribute panel, he is really not inferior to the green snake. At most, he is a little inferior in skills. Silent Falling Leaves, Evil God of Wind. Level, 3. Health, 1500. Attack, 20 to 20. Defense, 15 to 15. Skills: Casual Taunt, Full Force Attack. Number of Resurrections, 2. Hiss. Sensing someone approaching, the green snake raised its head and stared coldly, spitting out its scarlet tongue, extremely alert. Coming to the side of the green snake, Yifeng pointed the axe at it and taunted, "What are you looking at? Your sister doesn't want you anymore. She hangs out with Su Xian every day." Su Xian. He is a grassroots hero, everyone knows him. Ding. System prompt: when you use the skill, Casual Taunt, the green snake's hatred towards you will increase significantly. Call out. The enraged green snake immediately pounced on Yifeng, but unfortunately the latter had been on guard. Relying on the super high speed provided by his talent, he easily avoided the tempting snake kiss, and then launched a full-strength attack, chopping down with the axe, bringing out a trace of blood. -122. Suddenly, the green snake's health points dropped by more than 1/10. The game is not reality. The green snakes in the novice village are not that agile. As long as you have a speed like mine, it is not difficult to avoid them. Yifeng gave a reasonable explanation for his actions just now. The movement speed is 8 times that of ordinary players, which I believe is easy for most players. Hiss. The attack failed, and the green snake became even more angry. It swam towards Yifeng with its flexibly winding body, revealing its venomous fangs and biting him madly with its ferocious bloody mouth. In response, Yifeng's expression remained unchanged. He raised his foot lightly, dodging the green snake's attacks again and again, and then found the right opportunity to chop it down hard with the goblin axe, reaping its life. The green snake's attack is very simple. As long as you move flexibly, its ability to cling to you will be useless. The venomous snake's kiss poses little threat. After saying that, he kicked out the green snake at the right time and kicked it away. Suddenly, an idea came to him and he swung the axe in his hand in a strange way. Puff! The snake's head was chopped off, and then the axe drew a strange arc, bypassed a thick tree and returned to Yifeng's hand. Success! Holding the axe handle perfectly, Yifeng looked pleased. Ding! System prompt: congratulations on successfully killing green snake, common monster, and receiving reward, plus 80% experience at this level. Ding! System prompt: congratulations on successfully comprehending the skill, whirling axe, sea level. As the first player to comprehend a sea level skill, you will receive the reward, free attribute points plus 10. Swish! Golden light scattered, and Yifeng reached level 4. Killing level 8 monsters will give you a lot of experience, not to mention that the level difference will bring certain bonuses. Did you see the whole process? After winning, Yifeng was reviewing the video and summarizing the battle. Use high-speed movement to avoid the green snake's attack while slowly harvesting its health. At critical moments, you can also speed up the battle by learning skills. It is really very simple and practical. That's all for today's class. Classmates, have you learned it? After finishing the recording and saving it, a lively and interesting teaching lesson was born in the hands of Teacher Yi. Afterwards, he uploaded the video to his forum homepage, set the fee at 1 copper coin, and casually wrote a title. Simple Tips for Conquering Green Snake. He would be embarrassed to ask for more. After all, there is still some lack of knowledge in it. Ding! System prompt: Adventurer, Shurajinjinjinshin, purchased your video and you received 1 copper coin. In the forum, the title must match the content, otherwise it will not be allowed to pass. Therefore, Yifeng's title is indeed an explosion of information for the players who are still fighting against the goblins. Soon, a question mark appeared in the comments section of the video. Simple tips? I have a direct question. Ding! System prompt: Adventurer, hate the sky, purchases the video you posted, and you will receive 1 copper coin. Ding! System prompt: Adventurer, only big ones, not small ones, purchases the video you posted, and you will get 1 copper coin. More and more players choose to buy and watch. I'm still struggling to kill the goblin, but you've already killed a level 8 monster? High play. This weird game has just begun. How can we find any expert players? They are just good players. The comment section is a mess. Many people are criticizing the instructional videos for not being instructional enough. However, thanks to this video, Yifeng gained a lot of attention. Without communicating with the other players in the comments section, nor paying attention to the massive amount of posts about the end of the world, he closed the forum and planned to continue killing monsters. He just opened the package and watched the continuously soaring number of copper coins being automatically converted into silver coins, and he was overjoyed. In Gods and Demons, the game currency setting is 1 gold coin equals 100 silver coins, and 1 silver coin equals 100 copper coins. The setting is very simple. Making videos is just Yifeng's way to make profits in the early stage, because the initial capital is very important. After calming down, he turned his gaze to the other green snake next to him. The trees have ears. He had long discovered that there was another snake nearby, secretly spying on the passionate confrontation between him and the green snake, but due to the protection of a novice, it could not take the initiative to attack. Have you been waiting impatiently? Holding the goblin battle axe, Yifeng approached with a kind smile. I'll make you happy right away. The green snake was restless and seemed impatient. Laugh. This time, Yifeng took the initiative to attack and hit the green snake hard. Very hard. So it goes in very deep. The wound burst open immediately and blood gushed out. -304. Critical hit. Bright red damage popped up, and the green snake's health dropped by nearly 1/3. As the level increases, the basic growth advantage brought by the Wind Evil God becomes greater. Of course, Yifeng did not forget that he still had 15 free attribute points. After thinking for a moment, he decided to add all of them to speed and maximize the strength of a single item. In this way, the movement speed increases by another 1.5%, and the superimposed talent of Final Movement Speed Bonus 100% actually increases it by 3%, which is a bonus that he does not have if he chooses other attributes. It must be pointed out that speed affects not only movement speed, but also attack speed. Some skills can even convert movement speed bonus into attack bonus. Therefore, he feels that choosing speed as the main development route will maximize benefits. Suffering severe injuries, the green snake launched a counterattack, but Yifeng was too lazy to dodge and directly launched a counterattack, ignoring the damage that could not break the defense, causing the green snake to be suffocated to death and become a piece of experience. After killing several green snakes in succession, Yifeng's body was covered with golden light and he felt warm all over, as if he was in a hot spring. Upgrade again, the basic values reach a new height. It only takes a dozen minutes to go from being evenly matched to being ruthlessly crushed. This is the horror of the exclusive hidden profession. In addition, the simple and enthusiastic local residents gave him leather armor to express their gratitude for his patronage. Snakeskin armor, white plate level. Defense, 3-3. It's time to get back the village chief's other half of the jade pendant. Yifeng's expression was solemn. Almost an hour has passed since I accepted the hidden mission. What does 1 hour mean? A full 60 minutes and 3,600 seconds. If the jade pendant is not found, the village chief will probably cry out of anxiety. On the way, Yifeng did not forget to open the skill bar to check the skills he had learned. Spinning Axe, C rank. Introduction: it can be considered a long-range attack, but its practicality is not high. Effect: throw the axe in your hand, causing 150% damage to the enemy based on your own attack. Negative effect: there is a certain probability that you will be intercepted by the enemy or blocked from returning, causing you to temporarily lose the weapon bonus. Cooling time, 30 seconds. Although the negative effects are a bit outrageous, it is still very suitable to be used as a pursuit skill. After all, it's just sea level, so you can't have too high requirements. Ding! System prompt: you have entered the map, Novice Village Mountains. Bear Grylls Fong, who is good at surviving in the wilderness, strode through the green snake forest and came to a mountain range with rolling terrain. There were various small animals and ferocious beasts near the mountains. Sika deer, normal monster. Squirrel, normal monster. Little Red Riding Hood, normal monster. An adventurer like Yifeng who loves nature will definitely not do anything rash when seeing these cute little animals. Ding! System prompt: congratulations on killing Sika deer, common monster, and receiving reward, plus 13% experience at this level. Carrying the goblin battle axe, Yifeng went deep into the mountains of the novice village. Soon, he arrived at the destination and saw many grey wild wolves living in the distance. They were quite large. Since wolves hide during the day and come out at night, they were lazily napping in the gathering place at this moment, unaware that danger was approaching step by step. Big Bad Wolf, Normal Monster. Level, 12. Health, 2000. Attack, 35 to 38. Defense, 20 to 20. Skills, Bite, Hungry Wolf pounces on sheep, Fatal Wolf Kiss. Introduction: There lived a big bad wolf in the forest, who loved to eat the tender and delicious Little Red Riding Hood. As a level 12 wild monster, the big bad wolf's strength should not be underestimated. An attack limit of 38 points, is this a level 12 strong man? Yifeng tightly gripped the goblin axe, as if facing a formidable enemy. Even though he is a reborn being, he can only deal with one at a time. If there are too many, his body won't be able to withstand it. Thinking of this, Yifeng became extremely cautious. Must keep a low profile. Rustle. The sound of footsteps coming from afar made the wolves look up in unison, and saw the young man walking towards them with a swagger, as if he was returning home. Ouch! Many big bad wolves roared, and the threat in their eyes was self-evident. Ignoring them, Yifeng walked slowly closer, stood in front of one of the big grey wolves, raised the goblin battle axe in his hand, and brought it down heavily. Thunder Half-Moon Slash. Swish. The big bad wolf couldn't dodge in time and was hit on the head by the axe. Blood gushed out immediately and it howled. -50. Seeing their companion injured, the wolves surrounded them and intended to attack, but due to the rules, they could only watch from the sidelines. After all, the protection mechanism of the novice village is still quite powerful, otherwise the wild monsters would have attacked it long ago. The wild monster, feeling the pain, immediately entered combat state, opened its mouth wide to reveal its sharp fangs, flew out, and bit Yifeng's neck fiercely. But the latter would not let it do its bidding, relying on his super high speed to easily dodge to the side and then launched a counterattack. In a one-on-one situation, even though he had already reached 8 levels as a novice, he still did not lose out due to his experience from his previous life. The attack failed, and the big bad wolf became even more angry. His expression was ferocious, and he stared at Yifeng with murderous intent. Big bad wolf, huh? Yifeng raised his axe and pointed it at it, venting the aura of a domineering president. Listen to me, from now on, only I have the right to make Little Red Riding Hood cry. It didn't understand what this man was talking about. After saying those harsh words, Yifeng rushed out again with an axe in hand. Ouch! The big bad wolf naturally would not sit there and wait to die, and immediately bit Yifeng's leg. Shut up! Don't bite there! Yifeng immediately retracted his legs to prevent it from biting his calf, and then took advantage of the gap in the attack to kick it out, sending it flying. Spinning axe. Finding the right moment, Yifeng swung the axe in his hand directly. The axe drew a cold arc, causing the big bad wolf's skin to be torn and its health points dropped a lot again. He moved a little distance and caught the axe that barely flew back, and continued to stalemate with it. In fact, this is the most sensible method. If he takes the initiative to attack, he will not be able to avoid the opponent's attack during the attack, because his talent increases his movement speed, while his attack speed needs to be improved for the time being. After suffering repeated losses, the foolish big bad wolf became more and more ferocious, with a mixture of foul-smelling saliva and blood flowing out of his mouth, and he launched another attack. Yifeng was not impatient, but calm and composed, and he always struck back after being attacked. 1 minute. 2 minutes. Time passed bit by bit, and under the witness of the wolves, Yifeng, with almost full blood, force the opponent to death. Ding! System prompt: congratulations on killing Big Bad Wolf, common monster, and receiving reward, experience at this level plus 120%. Swish! Golden light scattered, and Yi Feng's level reached 5. After the upgrade, all aspects of his attributes increased a lot. He attracted another one and chased and played with it happily. Ding! Announcement for all servers: please note that the Gods and Demons, Earth Zone, level breaking mode has been opened. From now on, a level breaking mode will be held every 10 days, and a world-class boss that must be conquered will descend. Ding! Announcement for all servers: please note that the Gods and Demons, Earth Zone, level breaking mode has been opened. From now on, a level breaking mode will be held every 10 days, and a world-class boss that must be conquered will descend. The system broadcast this news 3 times, as if telling the world that it was a matter of great importance. Has it started? Yi Feng's calm heart began to ripple. He couldn't help but take a deep breath and concentrate on fighting the Big Bad Wolf. 1 level every 10 days. This is a test of humanity from Gods and Demons. In the previous life, when the Earth players were trying to conquer the 100th level, their luck was so bad that they drew a level that was more difficult than the SSS level, which led to their total defeat. In this life, he would never let the same thing happen again. Swish! Happy times always pass very quickly. As one Big Bad Wolf after another fell under Yi Feng's ruthless axe, his level soared straight to level 8. The higher he went, the faster his killing efficiency became. In less than an hour, looking around, all the wolves were killed. After a long time of killing monsters, he not only gained experience, but also luckily found a pair of wrist guards. Wolfskin wrist guard, white plate grade. Defense, 3-3. Description: wristband made of wolf skin. Set. When Yi Feng saw the wristband for the first time, he was extremely excited. This is the legendary whiteboard set. Hard to find in the world. Ouch! Suddenly, a roar several times louder than the howl of an ordinary wolf was heard. Finally, I've waited for you. Yi Feng was on full alert, his eyes narrowed, looking into the depths of the mountains hidden by emerald green branches and leaves. It's coming. It's coming out soon. Rustle. Passing through the lush grass, a wolf king, whose body size was several times larger than the Big Bad Wolf, appeared in front of Yi Feng. As the Wolf King, its eyes are extremely ferocious, its hair is pitch black, and its claws are extremely sharp. It comes aggressively just to deal with the uninvited guest. At this time, the system ringtone finally came. Ding! System prompt: because of your wanton killing of wolves, you have attracted the hostility of the demonized Wolf King, bronze level boss. Facing the powerful overlord monster, Yi Feng did not dare to be careless and immediately cast a detection spell. Demonized Wolf King, bronze level boss. Level, 15. Health, 10,000. Attack, 80-86. Defense, 32-35. Skills: Hungry Wolf pounces on sheep, Fatal Wolf Kiss, Rending Claw, Blood-Throwing Will. Introduction: Run, it will be too late if you don't run. The attributes of the demonized Wolf King are indeed a bit fierce, but it is impossible for Yi Feng to give in. The reason he came here, in addition to pursuing leveling efficiency, was to get the first kill reward of the bronze level boss. Moreover, the half-jade pendant lost by the chief of the novice village was also on the Wolf King. It can be said that he killed 3 birds with 1 stone. Come. Yi Feng hooked his finger towards it and taunted it casually, teach you how to be a wolf. Ouch. As the Wolf King, it had never encountered an enemy that was so good at understanding wolves' intentions. It pounced out decisively, and its sharp black claws tore through the air, revealing its sharpness. Seeing this, Yi Feng ran towards the thickest tree nearby and barely avoided the sharp claws. Miss. When he got behind the tree, he moved around it without turning around. Miss. Another symbol representing a successful dodge popped up, showing that the demonized Wolf King's attack frequency was very high. After dodging twice in a row, Yi Feng looked at the huge body of the Wolf King on the side, picked up the axe and gently touched its butt. -152. The demonized Wolf King was furious after being attacked. He turned around and opened his mouth wide to bite Yi Feng. As a result, the latter retreated cleverly and used a big tree to block his position and deal with him. From then on, no matter which direction the demonized Wolf King changed, or whether he chased after him around the tree, Yi Feng was not afraid. The Wolf King chased Yi Feng, and Yi Feng walked around the tree. This kind of sophisticated tactics is rare in the world and is worthy of being recorded in history. 80%. 60%. Under Yi Feng's pulling, the Wolf King's health gradually decreased. No matter what, as long as you can break the defense, you will eventually kill them if you keep grinding. At a certain moment, the demonized Wolf King reacted, moved away from the big tree, and glared at Yi Feng. Come here. Yi Feng walked out from behind the tree and patted the trunk. I'll show you what it means to be one with a tree. Man and tree become one. To be honest, this is the SSS level skill he just acquired. Faced with Yi Feng's ridicule, the demonized Wolf King remained unmoved. He just stared at him from a distance without moving forward. Seeing the opponent's health gradually recovering, Yi Feng frowned slightly. What a smart stupid wolf. Ouch. As if he understood human words, the Wolf King howled triumphantly, his face looked ferocious, and he was surprisingly patient in treating his prey. As a bronze-level boss, it already possesses a certain degree of intelligence. Since you've discovered me, just come straight away. Yi Feng gave up the tactic of going around the tree, and rushed forward with the goblin axe, chopping it down with all his strength. -188. Taking advantage of the opponent's gap in attack, the Wolf King finally found an opportunity to counterattack. He bit Yi Feng's shoulder and his fangs pierced deeply. -392. Facing the pain from the bite, Yi Feng seemed to be unconscious and chose to repay blood with blood. He fought desperately with it, and the health points of both sides began to drop. When Yi Feng's health dropped to 30%, the Wolf King's health was only about 35%. The time is now. Finding an opportunity, Yi Feng suddenly stepped back and came to the big tree again. He took out the red potion from the package and drank it in one gulp. Green recovery numbers appeared on his body. +100. +100. You're smart, but I'm not stupid either. Throwing the medicine bottle on the ground, Yi Feng grinned. Let's see who can outlast the other. What disgusting humans. Seeing that the demonized Wolf King was about to withdraw from the battle, Yi Feng's heart moved slightly, and he picked up the medicine bottle and threw it out. Go, boomerang. Snap. The Wolf King easily dodged the bottle and was about to mock human stupidity when countless hidden weapons suddenly appeared in front of him and he could not avoid them. -1. The damage does not break the defense, but it is enough to interrupt the recovery. Snort. Yi Feng snorted coldly, holding the axe in his left hand and grabbing the mud and sand with his right hand. Tang Sect's hidden weapon, Tiannan scattering flowers. He was simply killing monsters to level up, and he didn't care about fairness or unfairness with the beasts. Winning was enough. Ouch. After being humiliated repeatedly, the Wolf King's eyes turned red and he raised his sharp claws and swung them towards Yi Feng's direction. Ding! System prompt: the demonized Wolf King uses the skill, Bloodthirsty Will, which increases attack by 30%, attack speed by 30%, and movement speed by 50%, lasting for 1 minute. Ding. System prompt: the demonic Wolf King uses the skill, Tearing Claws, causing 200% damage to enemy units within a 3x10 range. Hiss. The wolf's claws tore through the air, leaving 3 claw marks and rushing out. Without hesitation, Yi Feng flashed to the side and left the attack area of the tearing claw. Crack. The whole tree was broken in half. Faced with the Wolf King coming again, Yi Feng remained calm, fighting and retreating. Relying on his extraordinary speed, he came to another suitable big tree and repeated the same trick. 20%. 10%. Soon, the demonized Wolf King was left with only a trace of blood and was dying. Got it. After taking the red potion again, Yi Feng's eyes lit up and he couldn't wait to take action, completely depriving the demonized Wolf King of his last life value, causing its huge body to fall to the ground with a bang. Before dying, the demonized Wolf King's scarlet eyes were filled with unwillingness. In fact, it wants to run, but it can't beat us in speed. Humans, disgusting. Ding. System prompt: congratulations on successfully killing the demonized Wolf King, bronze level boss, and receiving rewards, level +2, reputation +5. Ding. System prompt: congratulations on killing the bronze level boss, demonized Wolf King. As the first player to kill a bronze level boss, you will receive extra rewards, free attribute points +20, reputation +100, and a rare item, skill comprehension book. Ding. System prompt: do you want to inform all players who have descended on Gods and Demons, Earth region, of your brilliant achievements? Note, after the whole region is announced, you can get an additional 100 points of reputation. Swish. Swish. 2 golden lights flew up in succession, and Yi Feng's level reached level 10. Ding. System prompt: congratulations, you have reached level 10. You can go to a level 3 town to change your job. Very good. Yi Feng pulled himself together, picked up the many equipment and 50 silver coins dropped by the Wolf King, turned off the video at the right time, and left in a hurry. The first kill reward is in hand, and the reward for being the first to complete the job change cannot be given away to others. On the way, he chose yes to the inquiry initiated by the system. Reputation is a very valuable thing in Gods and Demons. Once it reaches a certain value, you will be awarded a relevant title by the system. Even the wearing of high-level equipment and the acceptance of some high-difficulty tasks also have reputation requirements. Ding. Server-wide announcement: congratulations to the player, Louise Wushing, for becoming the first player to defeat a bronze-level boss. This is to announce. Ding. Server-wide announcement: congratulations to the player, Louise Wushing, for becoming the first player to defeat a bronze-level boss. This is to announce. What Heba? Are you kidding me? I'm still killing goblins. Falling leaves are silent. Isn't this the guy who posted funny videos on the forum? One stone can cause 1,000 ripples. No one would have thought that just a few hours after the arrival of Gods and Demons, someone would kill a bronze-level boss. Ding. System prompt: adventurer, Sleeping Devil, has sent you a friend request. Ding. System prompt: adventurer, leader of Huilong sect, has sent you a friend request. After blocking the friend request, Yi Feng started his journey home. When most players are still hesitating, he can leave the novice village. This start already puts him far ahead of others. However, just as he opened the package and prepared to check the spoils, an abrupt system ring rang in his ears. Ding. System prompt: please note that your exclusive item, Evil God Pearl, senses the presence of rare blood nearby. Very unexpected. Even though Yi Feng had rich gaming experience, he did not expect that the Evil God Pearl would give a reminder at this time. There's really nothing we can do about it. After all, this is the evil god Pearl's first time, we can't let it down, we must concentrate and work hard. After taking out the strange gem that was shining with a black light, Yi Feng could clearly feel a faint black smoke drifting towards the southwest, as if guiding him. Without hesitation, he followed the black smoke and quickly traveled through the mountains of the novice village to explore possible rare bloodlines. Since the advantage he had gained in the early stage was huge enough, Yi Feng didn't think that anyone could get the reward for the first job change before him in a short period of time, and it didn't matter even if an accident occurred. Once players leave the novice village, they cannot return. Absorbing rare blood can improve the basic growth star level, which is much stronger than the job change reward. It goes without saying which is more important. Following the direction of the drifting black smoke, Yi Feng finally arrived at a cave and walked in. It was very narrow at first, but only just wide enough for one person to pass through. After walking a few dozen steps, the cave suddenly became open. What caught his eyes was a place similar to an altar. A strange green mist was spreading around it, and the floor below had strange patterns, which perfectly outlined an ominous corner. Buzz! The evil god Pearl vibrated slightly, as if telling its owner that the end had come. With great vigilance, Yi Feng stepped closer, walked up the stairs leading to the altar, and entered the altar. Swish! The next second, the picture in his field of vision changed drastically, and he appeared above the smoky palace, with the majestic and magnificent dragon throne behind him. Illusion! Yi Feng saw through the truth at a glance, and his heart was as calm as a still pond. Ding! System prompt: please note that by sitting on the dragon throne, you will obtain the hegemonic inheritance and change your job to the hidden job, Hegemon. Note, after agreeing, you will lose your exclusive hidden job, Evil God of Wind. After scanning the system information, Yi Feng stood there motionless, his expression showing neither joy nor sadness. What to do? I was treated like an idiot. Swish! As if to confirm that Yi Feng was not tempted, the scene in his vision changed again, appearing above the mountain of gold coins. Ding! System prompt: please note that by sitting on a mountain of gold, you will gain unparalleled wealth, and the estimated number of gold coins you will gain is 10 million. The pleasant system ringtone rang in his ears, but Yi Feng remained motionless. How could he be fooled when he knew it was a stupid test? Swish! The scene changed again, and Yi Feng appeared in the woman's boudoir, surrounded by a faint fragrance. In the field of vision, a graceful woman draped in gauze appeared beside the bed. She had fair skin and a slim figure. As she slowly stood up, her curves were so exciting, her eyes were so charming, and she was so beautiful beyond words. Handsome guy, come here. The woman smiled, I can help you learn foreign languages in bed. Ding! System prompt: please note that if you choose to have a kiss with her, you will gain the woman's permanent recognition as your master. Call out. Yi Feng moved. Without any hesitation. He swung the goblin axe, which brushed the woman's neck and then returned to his hand. Pa! Suddenly, the illusion was completely broken and Yi Feng returned to the altar. What a joke! Are you using this kind of thing to test veteran cadres? Which veteran cadre could not withstand such a test? Looking around, he was slightly startled and found that someone had appeared beside him. He was short and had a mean look. Uemery Wakaba, apprentice swordsman. Level 4. Chinese? At the same time, the latter was also surprised by Yi Feng's appearance. Looking at the players in the Sakura area in front of him, Yi Feng had a calm expression and his mind became active. He actually knew something about Kamimori Wakaba. In his previous life, the other party changed his job to become a poisonous swordsman, and his strength was enough to rank in the top 10 in the Sakura district, but he did not expect to encounter him in the novice village in this life. However, he was not surprised. There are countless novice villages, but some areas are common, which are equivalent to independent areas. When an adventure is obtained by a player in one of the novice villages, it will disappear. Hee. Suddenly, a strange horse laugh was heard, quickly attracting the attention of both people. In the center of the altar, a mechanism opened, and a chair slowly rose up. A hunchbacked old man with a pale face sat nonchalantly on the chair and appeared in front of the two men. Although he was old, his strong pressure enveloped him like an overwhelming force, causing Yi Feng to feel stuffy in his chest. The source of poison, Benson. Except for the name, all other data are question marks. There is no doubt that judging from the panel alone, this person's strength is definitely not something that current players can contend with. I didn't expect that two young people would come at once. Benson showed a sinister smile, looked at Yi Feng and Kamamori Wakaba carefully, then frowned and completely locked his eyes on Yi Feng. "Senior, do you have any questions?" Yi Feng remained calm and saluted with his fists clasped. Benson stared at him intently, trying to figure out something. "Your aura is disgusting. Evil god of wind." This was a profession he had never heard of, but strangely, he felt inexplicably afraid and instinctively felt that he could not afford to offend the other party. "How strange. Please don't misunderstand me, Senior. I have no ill intentions." Yi Feng was quite polite. Seeing the two chatting, Kamamori Wakaba next to them hurried forward to make his presence felt. "Old man, is there anything I can help you with?" How could he not see that this was an opportunity? If he doesn't try his best to seize this opportunity, it will be snatched away by the Chinese next to him. "Yeah, not bad." Looking at the other party's respectful attitude, Benson nodded with satisfaction. "You are not that annoying." The young man named Kamamori Wakaba was very sincere. Compared to him, the other one seemed neither humble nor arrogant. Who is he? How humble is the other party? He doesn't like this kind of disrespectful guy. "Thank you for the compliment, old man." Kamamori Wakaba was ecstatic. Obviously, the old man likes him more. Benson nodded and said bluntly, "I am the god of poison. I was seriously injured in the battle between gods and demons in the past. I just held on and didn't want to break my noble heritage." He leaned lazily in his chair, as if reminiscing about the glorious past. Bang! Kamamori Wakaba immediately knelt down, showing the extremely sincere attitude of the players in the Sakura district. "In any case, please consider me a useless person." With the advent of gods and demons, people's lives have undergone earth-shaking changes, but he deeply understands that this is very likely the moment to change their destiny. Benson nodded happily. "That's right, facing the powerful, the weak have to survive in their own way. I like your attitude." As he spoke, he looked at Yi Feng, who was indifferent, and said angrily, "Boy, why don't you say anything? This guy is too dull." To have the opportunity to obtain the supreme inheritance of the god of poison is a blessing he has earned in 8 lifetimes. Begging means leaving your fate to others. Yi Feng glanced at the kneeling Kamamori Wakaba and said calmly, "If the other party wants to kill you, even if you crawl before me and beg me to spare my useless self, what's the point?" In the previous life, facing the 10 ancient demon gods that had to be conquered, players all over the world tried their best and had no way out. He would never beg unless he was desperate. "Aunt, what do you want to say?" Benson asked with a cold look in his eyes. "Don't you understand yet?" Staring at the god of poison who was about 10 meters away from him, Yi Feng stepped closer and said, "A man's knees are made of gold. Who do you think you are? How dare you make me kneel down? Presumptuous." Benson was furious, and the pressure from the gods was completely released. Boom! The heavy feeling like a mountain pressing down on his head made Yi Feng breathless, and it seemed as if it was trying to arouse the fear in his heart. Seeing Yi Feng trembling, as if he could be blown down by a gust of wind, Benson grinned and said, "Ant, taste the wrath of God." First. It was the first time for him to see an insignificant ant dare to speak so arrogantly in front of him. Taking a deep breath, Yi Feng forced himself to walk towards Benson step by step. The evil god mask on his face glowed with a dark purple light. Yi Feng responded tit for tat, showing no weakness. A god who is barely surviving, is he worthy of being called a god? You. Benson was furious, but there was a hint of fear in his eyes. Why? Why is he still able to move? You are used to looking down on others and enjoying being in a high position, but you don't even look at your current situation. Yi Feng continued to approach, even though his bones were creaking and his muscles were twisting. Can you kill me? If you could kill me, why would you keep your distance and use your coercion to stop others from approaching from the beginning? Pressure. This kind of thing is illusory. He has no reverence for the god of poison, so how could he be overwhelmed by it? Kamimori Rui, kill him for me. Seeing Yi Feng approaching step by step, Benson shouted, "As long as you kill him, my inheritance will be yours." Old man, I. Kamimori Wakaba tried to stand up, but couldn't move, sweating all over. Your pressure is too strong. Did you see it? This is the inheritor you like. Yi Feng walked up to Benson and looked down at him indifferently. Benson gritted his teeth and said, "How dare you disrespect the gods?" He had to admit that the other party's guess was correct. At this moment, he was unable to fight. I just hold on and don't want to break the inheritance. This is what the stupid god told me. Yi Feng took out the violently vibrating evil god pearl from the package and confirmed that it could be activated at such a close distance. Evil god pearl, devour it. Is it true that the other party has no power to fight back? He doesn't know. If you just don't want to surrender, then give it a try. Buzz. In an instant, the pitch-black evil god bead burst into a dazzling dim light, and an indescribable force emerged, pulling at the poisonous god, turning it into energy matter and being gradually absorbed. What is this? Benson was horrified and had no power to resist. Yi Feng had a blank expression on his face. He held onto the evil god pearl tightly and pointed it at Benson's position. "Old man, it's time to get going. I am a god, a great god." He looked at me with hatred and fear. "You will pay the price for disrespecting God." Swish. A green light emerged from his eyes and penetrated into Yi Feng's chest. Ding. System prompt: Benson, the source of poison, has cursed you, reducing all your attributes by 50% for 3 days. Kamimori Wakaba, help me kill him and the inheritance will be yours. Benson's face was ferocious. How could he be willing to die in such a way? Even if I die, I must take the other person with me. Gurgle. The blood is boiling. Yi Feng's whole body was glowing, his long hair was flying, and his green eyes emitted a cold light, making him look like a demon. Ding. System prompt: due to the characteristics of evil god of wind, you have successfully absorbed the curse effect and obtained the reward, free attribute points +5. Puff. Benson spat out a mouthful of blood, his heart filled with shock. Who is he? No. Is he still a human being? There are no so-called gods in this world. They are just slightly more powerful creatures who claim to be gods. Yi Feng's eyes were blazing, as if there were blue flames dancing in them, and his chest was filled with unconcealed arrogance. And you are nothing but this. Benson was unable to answer as he was transformed into energy and completely devoured by the evil god pearl. Ding. System prompt: congratulations on successfully using the evil god pearl to absorb the rare bloodline of Benson, the source of poison. The professional strength of the wind evil god has been improved, and you have comprehended the skill, source of poison. Call. Once the other party died, the pressure dissipated. Yifeng exhaled heavily, feeling relieved. Laugh. Suddenly, the goblin axe attacked from behind. Miss. As if he had foreseen it, Yifeng dodged, and then, the moment he turned around, the same weapon slashed across Kamamori Wakaba's neck. -522. Critical hit. Kamamori Wakaba was stunned and his health points plummeted. So fast. Too fast to understand. Yifeng attacked again, recklessly, and crushed his opponent mercilessly, not even giving him a chance to touch him. The strength of the two sides is not at the same level at all. We will meet again. Before dying, Kamamori Wakaba threatened, today's shame will be returned tenfold one day. Yifeng's expression was indifferent, he only felt it was extremely ironic. You should be ashamed of yourself for kneeling down cleanly, instead of being defeated by me. You. Kamamori Wakaba's face turned pale, but he was helpless. When his health points dropped to 0 and he fell to the ground as a corpse, a bright white light shone from his body, and his soul returned to the starting point to be reborn. Ding. System prompt, you killed the player, Kamamori Wakaba, sin value +1. Sin value. This is a setting to limit players from killing each other. The higher the sin value, the heavier the penalty for death, including an increase in the level drop after death, an increase in the explosion rate of one's own equipment, etc. It will also affect the favorability of some NPCs. The problem was solved and Yifeng benefited a lot. After confirming that there were no hidden treasures around, he left the cave, killed a few passing monsters to erase his sin value, and then strode back to the novice village. Along the way, he did not forget to check the rewards. After opening the package, the first thing that caught my eye was a long sword shining with cold light, which looked much stronger than the goblin axe. Wolf King Sword, bronze level. Attack, 30 to 35. Features, attack +2%. Required level, 8. Introduction, the Supreme Rookie, the sword Wolf King, commands no one to disobey. Nice sword. Yifeng's eyes lit up and he immediately replaced his goblin axe, increasing his attack power dramatically. In addition, there is a pair of wolfskin boots and wolfskin armor, both of which are first-class treasures in the world. Wolf leather boots, whiteboard level. Defense, 3 to 3. Description, boots made of wolf skin. Wolfskin armor, whiteboard level. Defense, 8 to 8. Description, armor made of wolf skin. Ding. System prompt, congratulations on successfully activating the Grey Wolf suit, 2-piece effect, life +5%. Ding. System prompt, congratulations on successfully activating the 4-piece effect of Grey Wolf suit, attack +5%, defense +5%. In addition to the equipment, the package also contains the first kill reward for the bronze level boss. Skill Comprehension Book, B level. Effect, after use, there is a certain chance to comprehend skills suitable for your profession. Introduction, look carefully, it is a certain probability, not 100%. If you fail, just consider it your bad luck, understand? Yifeng was not in a hurry to use the Skill Comprehension Book. After all, the most urgent task was to change his job first. Wearing a whiteboard-level suit, he moved like the wind and hurried back to Novice Village, where he was greeted by countless envious looks. Among a bunch of players with goblin battle axes and novice servers, there is an expert wearing a lot of equipment. How could it not attract attention? Is this the efficiency of a great person? I can't even see his rank or name. Look, everyone, he can even wear shoes. Those are shoes. That's amazing. Ignoring everyone's comments, Yifeng came to the head of Novice Village and took out the other half of the jade pendant revealed by the demonized Wolf King, fortunately, I have lived up to my fate. Young man, you actually helped me find the other half of the jade pendant. The head of Novice Village threw away the crutch in his hand excitedly and took the jade pendant. Young man, you are. It was taken away by the Wolf King. I won with great difficulty and came back to you with the jade pendant. Yi Feng said solemnly, and you are so generous, maybe, possibly, there is a certain probability that you will give me the complete jade pendant. The village chief was confused. How do you know? He did intend to give away the jade pendant, but the problem was that he hadn't had the chance to say it out loud. Thank you, village chief. Yi Feng was extremely grateful. You. The village chief was incoherent, and after a long while he replied awkwardly, you're welcome. The village chief is worthy of being the village chief. He is righteous, and after Yi Feng found the jade pendant, he actually gave it to the hero. This incident was completely beyond Yi Feng's expectations. Ding! System prompt: congratulations on successfully completing the task, Village Chief's Jade Pendant, difficulty, B, and receiving rewards, plus 90% experience at this level, plus 5 reputation and costume, White Wolf Jade Pendant, grade B. White Wolf Jade Pendant, B-level costume. Introduction: the White Jade Pendant is stained with the breath of the Wolf King, so it is called the White Wolf Jade Pendant. Effect: movement speed plus 5%. Additional effect: small chance to increase NPC's favorability towards you. Swish. Golden light scattered, and Yi Feng's level reached level 11. After obtaining the only costume available in the early stage, he quickly entered the teleportation array and headed to the third-level town to change his job. In Gods and Demons, the city levels from low to high are 4th-level villages, 3rd-level towns, 2nd-level cities, 1st-level main cities, and super main cities. If you do not meet the corresponding level requirements, you generally cannot enter higher-level cities. Little brother, can you help me level up? A beautiful woman approached and begged in a coquettish voice, I can't beat the goblins. No way. Yi Feng imitated the other person's tone and replied, my girlfriend will be angry. Now is the time to make great plans. It would be foolish to stay in the novice village and lose the advantages that you have worked so hard to accumulate. Who is your girlfriend? The woman puffed out her plump chest and flirted with me. Is she as pretty as me? Clang. Yi Feng raised his right hand without understanding the situation, looked at the cold light of the Wolf King's sword, and said calmly, I don't know whether it is beautiful or not, but it is quite aggressive. The woman was so frightened that her face turned pale. She thought Yi Feng was hostile to her and fled on the spot. Swish. The teleportation array was activated, and thick white light submerged Yi Feng's figure. Ding! System prompt: you have entered the map, Wuya Town, 3rd-level town. As his vision turned, Yi Feng appeared in the town. There were endless stream of pedestrians around him. In the distance, the streets were crisscrossed, children were chasing and playing, and the noisy voices filled his ears. Compared with the dilapidated and backward novice village, the buildings in the 3rd-level town are obviously much more magnificent. With the memories before his rebirth, he was no stranger to Wuya Town. He immediately went straight to the career hall, striving to become the first player to complete the job change. A few minutes later, Yi Feng arrived at his destination and entered the spacious and bright career hall, which was divided into 6 areas, symbolizing the 6 major professions. Should the Wind Evil God be classified as a swordsman or an assassin? With some doubts, Yi Feng came to the priest's job transfer office and found that the swordsman instructor was chatting with the priest instructor. Bao, I was injured yesterday and had an 4. Do you know what I was given? The swordsman instructor had a frivolous smirk on his face. I miss you this night. The priest mentor said expressionlessly, an adventurer is here to change his job, you can get out now. Swordsman mentor, can you help me complete my job change? Yi Feng strode forward. "Look, he's here to see me." The swordsman instructor was in a good mood and said with emotion, "I guess swordsmen are much more popular than priests. This will increase my salary commission by at least 2 percentage points. It's so annoying." Without boasting any more, the swordsman instructor looked at the young man in front of him wearing a dark purple mask, and nonchalantly put his hand on his chest, concentrating on showing his cool attitude. "I, the junior swordsman instructor, Sharp Sword Holt, admit that your strength is enough to be a swordsman." Swish! Rich and bright green energy overflowed from Yi Feng's body. Ding! System prompt, career promotion failed. Bang! The next second, Holt seemed to have suffered an extremely powerful impact. He flew out like a kite with a broken string, hit the wall heavily, and then fell off, leaving behind a human-shaped mark. Ahem! Holt coughed up 2 mouthfuls of blood, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted. After a brief moment of confusion, Yi Feng quickly raised his hand. "Everyone saw it, I didn't do anything, he flew out by himself." "It's okay, it's not your fault. It's mainly because his strength and status are far from enough for you to get a career promotion." The pastor mentor showed a gloating look and quickly summoned other people in the hall to come over. "Quick, Holt is injured, take him to Geton 4. The knight mentor reminded, "You are a priest mentor, you can use healing skills. Hurry up, it will be too late if you are any slower." Watching Holt being carried away, Yi Feng had a strange expression on his face. Then what should I do to complete the job change? He never expected that just wanting to change jobs would cause so much trouble. Just because Holt can't do it doesn't mean I can't do it. The assassin instructor acted like a master. Do you ever want to become an assassin? Anyone who is not a fool can basically see that the adventurer in front of him with the hidden profession of evil god of wind has extraordinary potential in the future. If I become his mentor, it will be a proud thing no matter how you look at it. That's fine. After a little thought, Yi Feng agreed. For some reason, he always felt that the wind evil god would not be limited to a single profession. Bang! A few seconds later, another human-shaped mark appeared on the wall. As the priest mentor revived him, the assassin mentor was covered in dirt and said angrily, "Young man, I can tell you responsibly that if I don't have the strength of an immortal, I am not qualified to be your mentor." Is this kid's potential so exaggerated? The archer instructor next to him was stunned. "It's more than an exaggeration," the assassin's mentor said solemnly, "it's simply terrifying." Immortal level? Your sister. Going higher, that's all god level. Hearing this, Yi Feng suddenly felt the situation was difficult. Beings of that level are simply not something he can come into contact with now, not to mention that even those immortal-level powerful beings may not be willing to become his mentor. "We can write to our superiors and report this matter," the wizard mentor consoled him. "You may need to wait 2 days. Never mind." Yi Feng's heart moved, and he turned and left. "I'll find a way myself." Wait 2 days? The daylily is cold. Since the usual way of changing jobs doesn't work, then activate the backup hidden energy. There is always a way out. If I remember correctly, she should be in Kanglan City during this period. Yi Feng secretly planned in his mind and returned to the teleportation array in Wuya Town along the same route. Since you must have a mentor with immortal level or higher strength, you might as well be ruthless and cling to a god-level strongman. If you just want to find a god-level mentor, you may have to pay a price. Ding! System prompt, you have entered the map, Kanglan Town, 3rd level town. After leaving the novice village, the first use of the teleportation array was free, but subsequent uses would cost 10 copper coins. Fortunately, the teaching video he posted on the forum received a warm response, and killing the Wolf King yielded more than 50 silver coins. The wealth in the package now amounted to 5 gold coins. It's time to release a new video. On the way to his destination, Yifeng did not forget to open the forum and update the video. If you don't update frequently, everyone will stop following you soon. Uploading the entire process of killing the Wolf King, Yifeng filtered it a little and came up with a decent title. Brother Yi captures the Wolf King with a single axe. After the video was released, many players who followed Luoye Wusheng chose to consume it. After all, it was the first kill of a bronze-level boss in the entire server, so it was quite a gimmick. Oh my god, it's still a solo game. This guy definitely has god-level talent at the beginning. It's too fast, even the second man is no better than this. Many players commented. Ding! System prompt, Adventurer, Wang Daqiang, purchased the video you posted, and you received 1 copper coin. Ding! System prompt, Adventurer, Ao Shi Tian Xia, purchases the video you posted and you will receive 1 copper coin. Little by little, it adds up to a lot. There are a terrifying number of players from all over the world entering Gods and Demons. Even if his videos can only be seen by players in the eastern region for the time being, the benefits brought about are very considerable. Yifeng felt a little better as he scanned the ever-increasing copper coins in the package and saw them turn into silver coins in an instant, just in time to quickly reach the gold coins. According to his memories from his previous life, he hurriedly came to a place where a god-level powerful being was very likely to pass by. It was an alley that few people passed by. In the alley, several women sat around a square table, playing cards and chatting. Now that I'm old, my husband is like a rent collector, he only comes once a month. A woman in her 50s or 60s sighed, "What's going on in your family?" Found it. There was a gleam of light in Yifeng's eyes. The true identity of Wang Xiaoyan is not simple. Of course, she is not Yifeng's target on this trip, but to get in touch with that god-level powerful man, he must go through Wang Xiaoyan. It makes me angry just talking about it. My husband is like a flyer deliveryman. He just stuffs things in his pocket and leaves it at that, complained another woman who was playing cards with him. You are all fine, don't be ungrateful. Another woman took over the conversation and sighed, my husband is like delivering milk, he just leaves it at the door and leaves. Ahem. With 2 dry coughs, Yifeng attracted Wang Xiaoyan's attention. Is there something wrong, young man? Wang Xiaoyan looked up at Yifeng, then her expression changed slightly and her eyes narrowed. An aura more terrifying than that of the devil. Who is this monster? Auntie, can I put up a flyer here? Yifeng asked, and placed a gold coin on the table where Wang Xiaoyan was. If you can get a god-level mentor, a mere gold coin would be nothing to worry about. Oh. Wang Xiaoyan gave Yifeng a meaningful look and said, okay, go ahead and post it. Thank you. Yifeng heaved a sigh of relief, took out the paper and pen he bought at the grocery store, and started writing. A large sum of money to seek a teacher. Situation, Yifeng, male, 21 years old, handsome, because there is no capable person around him, so he is looking for a mentor with outstanding ability to plan big things together. Requirements, reach the god level. Tip, after the task is completed, generous reward. Contact information, add friend, falling leaves silently. After finishing writing the flyer in one breath and pasting it on the wall of the alley, Yifeng turned around and left without disturbing the expert who was talking about family matters. As long as Wang Xiaoyan doesn't tear up the flyer, there will be no problem at least meeting the god-level mentor. After all, from the other party's point of view, posting it here and pointing out the god level, who exactly is it talking about, I must know better than anyone else. As for the contact information, there is nothing wrong with it. In fact, Gods and Demons treats natives and adventurers equally to a certain extent. The only 2 differences are that adventurers can be resurrected twice, while natives have only 1 life, and natives cannot communicate with each other remotely. I just hope she can see it sooner. Yi Feng prayed silently, set the friend request to only be added by natives, and then decided to level up first. Well. It seems that the reward for the first job change will have to be handed over to someone else. Ding. System prompt, please note that we are applying to add you as a friend. Do you agree? Yi Feng paused, his emotions fluctuating. There is no doubt that the mysterious strong man who goes by the alias Wang Xiaoyan helped him contact that person after he posted the flyers. Aunt Xiaoyan, I wish you a happy and fulfilling sexual life. Agree. Yi Feng quickly chose to accept, then opened the chat box and typed, "Can we meet?" Okay. The other party replied directly, just at the entrance of the town. Good. Yi Feng was very emotional. If you can get in touch with a god-level strongman in the early stage of the game and let him become your mentor, you will have an extraordinary future. With the bonus of his talent of leaving no trace, Yi Feng rushed to the city gate like lightning. Looking around, he found no one else except the patrolling guards. Where are the people? Yi Feng was speechless. No way, did I get stood up? Behind you. A cold voice sounded from behind, with a hint of surprise in the tone. Swish. Looking back suddenly, a beautiful silver-haired girl came into Yi Feng's sight. The girl had a delicate face and fair skin. She stood there quietly in silver-white armor, like a fairy banished to the mortal world, fresh and unworldly, and very picturesque. At this moment, her clear silver eyes were filled with doubt as she carefully looked at Yi Feng, evil god of wind, what a strange profession. Hello. Yi Feng was a little reserved, and he got straight to the point, can you be my mentor? Although he couldn't see the other person's name when adding a friend, Yi Feng had memories of his past life, so he naturally knew who she was. Guardian of Dragon Realm Li Shui, god-level boss. As a famous NPC in the previous life, his strength is comparable to that of the demon god who has not yet revived. I'm afraid not. Li Shui flatly refused, I have no intention of accepting a disciple for the time being. Is there really no chance at all? Yi Feng asked tentatively. You have great potential, I can see that. Li Shui smiled, but if everyone who claims to be gifted asks me to be their mentor, wouldn't I be so busy that I would faint? This is a difficult situation. It seems that the evil god of wind brought by the exclusive hidden profession alone, even if it can make Wang Xiaoyan pay attention to it, is still far from enough to make a god-level strong man want to consider taking him as a disciple. If you're looking for me just for this, I'm sorry I can't agree. Li Shui said apologetically, goodbye. After saying this, she flew into the air, turned into a long silver rainbow and quickly left. I'll give you 100,000 gold coins. In desperation, Yi Feng shouted loudly, but there was no response. 1,000,000 gold coins. Yi Feng gritted his teeth and shouted at the top of his lungs. Why does he think that his best chance is to become the disciple of the Guardian of Dragon Realm? Because if he was not mistaken, the dragon territory had been in poverty for many years, and the amount of gold coins spent on raising giant dragons was unimaginable to outsiders. Call out. The silver rainbow returned, and Li Shui's brows were solemn. What did you say? Please say it again. This is a serious matter, she can't just pretend she didn't hear it. 1,000,000 gold coins and you will be my mentor. Yi Feng explained with gritted teeth. Li Shui frowned slightly, feeling embarrassed, but you only have 10 gold coins on you. Don't get me wrong, I just have the ability to see at a glance how many gold coins are in someone's package. Yi Feng was speechless. With the release of the new video, he did get more than 10 coins so far, but he didn't expect to be seen through at a glance. There are very few adventurers who can have 10 gold coins now, which shows that I have a good mind for making money. Yi Feng argued, how about this 1,000,000 gold coins, just consider it as my debt and I will pay you back later. When will the payment be settled? Li Shue's pretty face tensed as she asked seriously. Forehead. Perhaps he had a good grasp of Li Shue's personality. Yifeng considered for a moment and said, half a year. To be honest, since he was reborn and had access to a lot of information that outsiders didn't know, it wasn't that difficult for him to get 1 million gold coins in half a year. Can. Li Shue nodded slightly, then blinked at Yifeng and added, actually, money is not the point. I mainly value your potential. I understand. Yifeng understood. If one really wants to pay money to worship a god-level powerful person as a teacher, then the princes and nobles in the super main city would probably do everything they can to send their children to be Li Shue's disciple. You know, the power of the Dragon Domain Guardian is comparable to that of the Dragon God. Being her disciple will most likely mean you'll get to ride a giant dragon mount in the future. Now, I need you to complete the job transfer task first. Li Shue said seriously. Yifeng suggested, can we change our job first, and then do the job change mission? Time waits for no one. He was really afraid that someone else would take the system's job transfer reward before him. But add another 10,000 gold coins. The leaves fall silently, your potential is amazing. At the city gate. The patrolling soldiers were afraid to approach the girl because of her extraordinary temperament and powerful pressure. Looking at the calm and composed young man in front of her, Li Shue's eyes were filled with surprise. Okay, I'll do as you say. She found that this disciple was very wise. Those who are good at capturing key factors are less likely to suffer losses. Ding. System prompt, Dragon Domain Guardian Li Shue. S favorability towards you plus 1000, current status, friendly. I, the Guardian of Dragon Realm, Li Shue, acknowledge that your strength is sufficient to get a promotion. Li Shue raised her hand in the air and pointed her palm at Yifeng. Swish. In an instant, green light gushed out from Yifeng's body, followed by a powerful and domineering force that spread out from his chest and flowed through his body, causing it to surge in all aspects. Ding. System prompt, congratulations on completing your career promotion, all attributes increased by 30 points. Ding. System prompt, you have obtained the C-level title, Newbie. Ding. System prompt, congratulations on becoming the first player to complete career promotion and receive extra rewards. Reputation plus 100, free attribute points plus 20, and rare item, space bead, small. Are there any skills that disciples can learn at this stage? Yifeng asked. In theory, after each job change, you should be able to learn powerful skills from your mentor. Why does he want to worship a god-level strong man as his master? The effect may not be obvious now, but when you are strong enough and can learn the unique skills of the god-level strong men, you will know how much advantage you have gained today. You are still too weak now. There is not much I can teach you. Li Shue gently raised her hand, and a virtual screen appeared in front of Yifeng. Wind Shadow Swordsmanship, B rank. Introduction, aren't you like the wind, rustling when invading? Effect, after activation, the attack speed of the next 3 attacks will increase by 50%. Cooling time, 30 seconds. Occupational requirements, Dragon Domain Swordsman. Level requirement, level 10. Cost, free. Moving with the wind, passive, C rank. Introduction, those who make good use of the wind element will be helped by the wind. Effect, increase movement speed by 10%. Requirements, Dragon Assassin, Dragon Swordsman, Dragon Knight. Level requirement, level 10. Cost, free. These are not skills that ordinary professions can learn. They are stronger than other professions from the very beginning and come with various percentage bonuses in the early stages. What else can I say? Of course, study quickly. The cost of learning the skills itself is not small, and even though he knew that he had several gold coins on him, he still chose to waive all the fees. It must be because the instructor took special care of him. There is no need to mention the effect of wind shadow sword technique. For him, moving with the wind is equivalent to increasing his movement speed by 20%. Ding! System prompt: you have successfully learned the skill, Wind Shadow Sword Technique, Level B. Ding! System prompt: you have successfully learned the skill, Moving with the Wind, Passive, Level C. Okay, now it's time for you to do the job transfer mission. Li Shui retracted her hand and chuckled calmly. Outside Kanglan town, there are some sea creatures without intelligence that are harassing the residents. Go and kill 20 of them. I believe this won't be a problem for you. Good. Yi Feng nodded. Thank you for your cultivation, mentor. No need to thank me, you got it by your own ability. Li Shui looked at him meaningfully, flew into the air and left quickly. Just 1 million gold coins, which is not much for a god-level strong man. What she appreciated more before was that Luoye Wusheng tried to exchange gold coins even though he knew that Longyu was short of money, and he also knew that gold coins were useful and were rewards for the pre-job transfer task. In addition, Luoye Wusheng only had 10 gold coins on him, but he was willing to shout out 1 million gold coins. This courage was not simple. Granted, there are many rules that must be followed, but she'll appreciate it more if you can break the rules and do something a little out of the ordinary. Watching Li Shui go away, Yi Feng's taskbar also had 2 extra tasks. Ding! System prompt: you have obtained the job transfer task, Shrimp Soldiers and Crab Generals, difficulty, C. Ding! System prompt: you have obtained the apprenticeship mission, Million Gold Coins, difficulty, SS. Shrimp Soldiers and Crab Generals, difficulty, C. Introduction: only Shrimp Soldiers and Crab Generals will make things difficult for Shrimp Soldiers and Crab Generals. Mission requirements: defeat 20 Shrimp Soldiers, and 1 Crab General. Million Gold Coins, difficulty, SS. Introduction: you are really rich. Mission requirements: provide 1 million gold coins to Dragon Domain Guardian Li Shui as a thank you within half a year. Mission penalty: none. It's almost the same as what he thought. It is impossible for the Dragon Domain Guardian to accept him as a disciple just for 1 million gold coins. Having successfully become a disciple of a god-level powerful man, Yi Feng was in a good mood. He did not return to Kanglan town, but strode towards the nearby beach. Now, he has a certain advantage and must maintain his form and make the snowball bigger and bigger, otherwise he will easily be caught up by other players if he is not careful. There are billions of players, and there are many geniuses among them. Just because he had adventures doesn't mean others didn't have them too. If he hadn't interfered, Kamamori Wakaba from the Sakura district would probably have inherited the legacy of the god of poison. That's right. On the way, Yi Feng suddenly remembered something and couldn't help patting his head. It seems he left a gift for me. After using the evil god Pearl to devour the blood of the god of poison, not only did the wind evil god's professional strength increase, he also received a gift from the god of poison before his death. Evil God of Wind, exclusive hidden profession. Introduction: the Abyss Demon who controls the wind element, the eternal evil god feared by thousands of worlds. Health, 8. Attack, 8. Defense, 8. Speed, 11. Source of poison, passive, level B. Introduction: perhaps you are more poisonous than the god of poison. Skill effect: all your attacks, after hitting an enemy unit, will trigger a poisoning effect if it injures it, deducting 1000 health points per second for 20 seconds. Growable. Hiss. Yi Feng couldn't help but take a breath. Wild monsters in the early stages don't have much health, so they can't withstand 1000 points of blood loss. Moreover, it is marked as able to grow, which means that the source of poison has great potential, but it is too weak now to be tapped. Poison plus super high movement speed, I think I understand. Yifeng thought, God of Poison, so this is what you think? Ding. System prompt, you have entered the map, Sunny Beach. The sun is scorching, roasting the earth like charcoal. Coming to the nearby seaside map, Yifeng looked around and soon saw lobsters with 2 legs. They held tridents, their long whiskers fluttered, and swam around majestically, as if they had become the overlords of the area. Shrimp Soldier, Normal Monster. Level, 20. Health, 12,000. Attack, 140 to 150. Defense, 60 to 65. Skills, Shrimp Slide, Jumping, Playing in Water. Introduction, I tell you, even shrimp soldiers have dignity. For other players who have just left the novice village, dealing with the shrimp soldiers is tantamount to seeking death, but with the almost incredible growth star level of the exclusive hidden profession, the Wind Evil God, Yifeng's panel is much higher than that of the shrimp soldiers. Newcomer, Silent Falling Leaves, Evil God of the Wind. Level, 11. Health, 13,570. Attack, 158 to 164. Defense, 139 to 139. Skills, Taunt, Full Force Attack, Spinning Axe, Wind Shadow Swordsmanship, Move with the Wind. Reputation, 310. Number of Resurrections, 2. Newbie, Sea-level title HP increased by 10%. After confirming the gap between the two sides, Yifeng approached recklessly, came to the center of the shrimp soldiers, and casually taunted them, I'm hungry, tell me quickly, how much do you charge per pound? You want to eat seafood? You're looking for death. The shrimp soldiers nearby were furious and immediately rushed towards him with tridents in hand. Facing the aggressive shrimp soldiers, Yifeng was not afraid at all. He raised the Wolf King sword in his hand, and avoided the shrimp soldier's attack like a breeze, then casually cut its shell with the sword, bringing out blood. -823. Yifeng's upper limit of attack is 164, and when it hits the shrimp soldier's defense of just over 60, the damage should be around 1,000 points, but the shrimp soldier's passive, Shrimp Slide, has a full 20% physical damage immunity. Swish, swish, swish. The other shrimp soldiers did not stand idly by, but attacked together, using the skill of bounce to suddenly increase their movement speed. Unfortunately, the person they were dealing with was Yifeng, who possessed the natural talent of leaving no trace. Facing their attacks, Yifeng didn't feel much pressure to dodge, nor did he need to deliberately avoid them all. Since entering the game, he has obtained a total of 60 free attribute points, all of which have been spent on speed. His speed is faster than that of ordinary players, and after practicing in the novice village, he has become more adept at dealing with enemies. After successfully attacking, Yifeng did not fight with the shrimp soldiers again. Instead, he changed his target and struck each shrimp soldier nearby with a sword like a dragonfly skimming the water. Under the influence of the source of the poison, the sharp Wolf King sword glowed with a sinister green light. -1,000. -1,000. -1,000. All of a sudden, green light appeared on the bodies of all the shrimp soldiers, and the effect of the source of poison exerted an astonishing effect, causing their health points to drop at a speed visible to the naked eye until they were completely poisoned to death. Poison damage ignores physical damage immunity. As long as Yifeng cuts a wound, the accumulated poison damage will be 20,000, which is far beyond the upper limit of the shrimp soldier's health. This monster-killing efficiency is simply incredible. Yifeng was secretly happy. Ding! System prompt, congratulations on successfully killing, Shrimp Soldier, Common Monster, and receiving reward, +8% experience at this level. Ding! System prompt: congratulations on successfully killing Shrimp Soldier, Common Monster, and receiving reward, plus 8% experience at this level. The experience gained from killing monsters above level 9 is very rich, and Yifeng's experience bar rose rapidly until it was full. Swish! Golden light scattered, and Yifeng reached level 12. After leaving the novice village, he finally gained something by killing ordinary monsters. On average, each Shrimp Soldier could provide him with 3 copper coins. Although it was not much, it was better than nothing. Friends, did you see that? Yifeng said excitedly while looking at the video, with just a light blow, these monsters will just wait to die on the spot. As he said that, he struck at the Shrimp Soldier next to him. -821. -1000. -1000. Soon, the Shrimp Soldier was poisoned to death. I believe everyone is curious about why I have this ability. The answer is in the link below. Yifeng quickly put on the snakeskin armor he had taken off. In Gods and Demons, there is of course a stall function, but society is progressing, so how can there not be e-commerce? You can put props that you don't need but are valuable to others on the forum's shop area. All players can see them, and as long as someone buys them, the money and goods will be paid immediately. Ding! System prompt: adventurer, collect and get rich, buys the video you posted and you will get 1 copper coin. Ding! System prompt: adventurer, boundless sky, purchases the video you posted and you will receive 1 copper coin. Ding! System prompt: the product, snakeskin armor, you posted has been sold successfully, and you receive 20 copper coins. The system rings one after another, all of which are good news. The first 2 videos attracted the attention of many players. When Yifeng released the 3rd video, the popularity reached an unprecedented high, especially in the comment section. This poison injury is awesome. It's really a little knife stabbing my butt, it opened my eyes. Boss, please take me. After closing the forum, Yifeng changed the location to attract new shrimps. While obtaining many copper coins, he also obtained 2 pieces of equipment, namely the Shrimp Soldier armor and the Shrimp Soldier hat. Without exception, they were all blank level. Since the wolfskin armor on his body had a set effect, he did not change it, but only wore a Shrimp Soldier hat with a defense of 5/5. Wow! When Yifeng was poisoning a large number of shrimp soldiers nearby, the sea water not far away churned, and a crab monster as tall as a person crawled out. Its 2 claws were like scissors, and its hard shell was as black as iron. It looked quite difficult to deal with. Without rushing to launch an attack, Yifeng cast a reconnaissance spell on the opponent. Crab General, Bronze Level Boss. Level, 25. Health, 50,000. Attack, 170 to 175. Defense, 150 to 160. Skills: Pliers Attack, Basic Agility, Hard Crab Shell. Introduction: its strength is not comparable to that of a mere shrimp soldier. The value of a Crab General is extraordinary. Obviously, the Crab General is a typical high-defense monster. Wind Shadow Swordsmanship. After confirming that the crab posed not a high threat, Yifeng took the initiative and quickly appeared behind it. He swung the Wolf King sword fiercely, chopping it at the junction of the crab's shell and belly. The attack speed was so fast that the blade was embedded several centimeters. -123. As a level 25 bronze grade boss, the Crab General's defense is indeed quite high. If an ordinary player wants to kill it alone, he needs a player of at least the same level and good equipment. The next second, green light appeared on its body, which was obviously a sign of poisoning. -1000. -1000. After a successful attack, Yifeng did not want to fight any longer. He retreated rationally and used his inherent advantage in speed to kite. Rustle. The crab, which was poisoned, tried its best to catch up, but it was still no match for the enemy. -126. After 20 seconds, Yi Feng turned around and counterattacked, successfully hitting the crab's weak spot, then ran in another direction, and the crab just chased him mindlessly. After all, it is just a bronze-level boss with very low intelligence, even not as smart as the demonized Wolf King. Crack! Crack! The teased crab will become even angrier and chase after the monster bravely, waving its claws. Yi Feng was very calm about this. Ding! System prompt: please note that you have triggered the hidden plot, the ambition of the Sea Clan. Suddenly, a bell rang in Yi Feng's ears. Hidden plot? Yi Feng was slightly surprised and turned his head to look at the turbulent sea level not far away. He saw that the sea water seemed to be boiling and gushing out. Bang! Suddenly, the waves surged, the tide rolled, and there seemed to be unusual movements in the sea, causing a strong explosion and splashing water everywhere. The terrifying aura emanating from it made Yi Feng feel as if he had fallen into an icy cave, his face looking solemn. In Gods and Demons, some plots do not happen according to plan, and it is normal for unexpected events to occur. However, such anomalies can easily cause harm to innocent adventurers. What a surprise! I didn't expect to run into him just after leaving the novice village. Wah 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 wah. The raging waves in the distance frightened the crab general so much that he stood still. Here comes with ill intentions. Yi Feng thought something was wrong and quickly turned around and left. With this kind of sign that a big boss is about to appear, standing there stupidly is a sign that you are living too long. Bang! The strong man who suddenly arrived rushed out of the sea and revealed his true appearance. He was a man from the Sea Clan with deep blue skin, wearing gorgeous armor, holding a sharp sword, and looking imposing. As he left the ocean, rich water elements circulated around him. Huh! Facing Yi Feng's rapid escape, the man from the Sea Clan showed a look of surprise. You are so weak, but you can actually withstand my pressure? It seems that my perception is correct, you are definitely not a small fish. Call out. Like an arrow shot from a bow, the man from the Sea Clan rushed out, stirring up heavy waves on the sea surface. He easily caught up with Yi Feng and was about to attack him when the latter suddenly stopped and shouted, "Strong man from the Sea Clan, listen to me." "Run, why don't you run?" the man said jokingly, standing in front of Yi Feng, with his arms folded across his chest, looking calm. He seemed to want to know what last words the other party had to say at this point. "I'm not running away." Yi Feng shook his head and patiently corrected his misunderstanding. You know, running is a very good exercise. It can effectively reduce the risk of cardiovascular and cerebrovascular diseases and enhance cardiopulmonary capacity. The man was visibly stunned. He had thought that this young man named Luoye Wusheng would beg for mercy, or threaten him, or even say something cruel before he died, but he never expected that the other party would actually share scientific knowledge with him. Carefully observing the surroundings and confirming that there was no one else nearby, Yi Feng whispered, "I'll tell you in secret, running can also exercise the lower limbs." Clang! The sword is unsheathed. The Sea Tribe man sneered, "Is this your last words? Okay, let's get serious." Yi Feng stopped talking nonsense and said with a smile, "Actually, I'm a fortune teller part-time. My friend, your forehead is black, which may cause blood disaster." The sea man completely lost his patience in communicating with the other party. The main reason why he didn't take action immediately was that he wanted to understand why this person had such a terrifying aura, so as to avoid hitting a wall, that's all. "In my opinion, it is you who will be in bloody disaster." The man swung his sword and the edge drew a blue arc. Clang! A silver-white shield shadow appeared in front of Yi Feng, narrowly helping him block the man's attack. Miss. This time, it's not about dodging, but about being immune to damage. Unspeakable fear spread from his heart, and the sea man's expression changed drastically. He immediately realized something was wrong and turned around to look behind him. Hold head high. What caught his eyes was a giant silver dragon, its dragon scales reflecting a breathtaking glow in the sunlight. It opened its bloody mouth and roared at the sea man. The deafening dragon roar stirred up a strong wind and blew up dust all over the sky. It was me who was in trouble. Master, you are so accurate. On the dragon's back, a girl with silver hair and silver eyes floated down and came in front of the two of them. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What an unexpected event. In her opinion, letting Luo Yi Wusheng kill the shrimp soldiers and crab generals on the sunny beach should be a very safe task. Because she could see that her apprentice had great potential in terms of speed, and when he grew up in the future, theoretically, he would be able to compete with the fifth demon god, Aaron the Wind Rider. I was forced into it. Yi Feng spread his hands. From the moment the sudden plot began, he felt a great sense of urgency. Without saying a word, he opened the friend panel and sent a message to his only friend, Dragon Domain Guardian Li Shui. In a hurry, Yi Feng didn't write much, just one word, danger. Li Shui is already in Kanglan town, and coupled with her powerful strength, one can imagine how fast her support will be. The situation this time is indeed beyond my expectations. Li Shui said apologetically, feeling somewhat ashamed. I was indeed inconsiderate in allowing an adventurer with the blood of the Abyss Demon to approach the sea rashly. I hope you don't take it to heart. I didn't mean to harm you on purpose. Teacher, don't mind it. It's just an emergency. Yi Feng seemed very free and easy. Just be glad you didn't blame the instructor. Li Shui didn't say anything more. She smiled and changed the subject. By the way, the fact that you were able to call on me for help right away shows how smart you are. Perhaps I still underestimated your potential. Ding. System prompt, Dragon Domain Guardian Li Shui's favorability towards you plus 1000, current status, appreciation. That. The sea tribe man next to him laughed dryly. If everything is fine, I'll leave first. At this moment, he was in a state of confusion. A god-level warrior and also a mentor. With such an incredible background, how dare he come and get into trouble? Laugh. Li Shui restrained her smile, took out the silver sword and thrust it upwards, instantly cutting off his left arm. She said calmly, except for creatures with low intelligence, sea creatures are not allowed to enter the land. This is the rule. You taught me a lesson. Bowen didn't dare to resist at all and let the blood spurt out. Get out. Li Shui waved her hand and did not take his life. Thank you, Dragon Domain Guardian, for showing mercy. After saying thank you, Bowen left in a panic, diving into the sea without looking back. The crab general in the distance was so shocked that he finally reacted and quickly moved his 8 legs sideways, heading straight for the sea. Swish! Suddenly, a silver curtain unfolded out of thin air, blocking the crab general and its way. Teacher still has things to deal with, so I'll leave first. Li Shui returned to the silver dragon's back and left quickly. Ding! System prompt, congratulations on successfully completing the Sea Clan-related story mission and receiving the reward, free attribute points plus 10. Really? Although the consequences of triggering the plot are terrible, you will reap benefits after getting through it. After watching the girl riding the dragon away, Yi Feng, feeling relieved, withdrew his gaze and gladly added precious free attribute points to his movement speed. He then changed his target to the crab general that could not hide in the sea and stabbed it with the wind shadow sword technique. In the end, with the consumption of the source of the poison, Yi Feng defeated the crab general without any suspense, and the latter's huge body collapsed to the ground. Ding! System prompt: congratulations on successfully killing the level 25 bronze boss, Crab General, and receiving rewards, plus 145% experience at this level, plus 10 reputation. Ding! System prompt: congratulations on completing the task, Shrimp Soldiers and Crab Generals, difficulty, C, and receive the reward, plus 50% experience at this level. Swish! He had already reached level 13 after killing a large number of Shrimp Soldiers. Now, after killing the Crab General and completing the task, Yi Feng's level was directly raised to level 15. At the same time, the Crab General dropped 2 pieces of equipment and a large amount of silver coins. Yi Feng packed them all and checked the details. Hard armor, bronze level. Defense, 15 to 15. Features, defense plus 2%. Required level, 18. Introduction: as the name suggests, very hard armor. Sharp dagger, bronze level. Attack, 40 to 45. Features, attack plus 2%. Required level, 15. Description: a very sharp dagger, enough to cut off any part of your body. Needless to say, Yi Feng kept the hard armor for his own use. Although the sharp dagger has a higher attack power than the Wolf King sword, its attack distance is much shorter. It depends on the situation. Now he is not lacking those few attacks. The key is to rely on the source of poison to kill monsters. The weapon has a long attack range and is safer. Of course, it was too early to auction the sharp dagger. The player's overall level had not yet come up, so it didn't matter if he put it in his bag. After all, after getting the first job transfer reward, his backpack had 10 more slots than other players. Space bead, small. Effect, wrap grid plus 10. Introduction: this small space bead can hold more things than you think. After counting the spoils, Yi Feng looked at the bronze first kill reward quietly lying in the package. His eyes were fiery. It's time to study the skill comprehension book. After completing the mission, Yi Feng continued to wander around the sunny beach. He was not afraid that the strong men from the Sea clan would come back and continue to cause trouble for the Shrimp Soldiers. Ding! System prompt: congratulations on successfully killing Shrimp Soldier, common monster, and receiving reward, plus 3% experience at this level. Ding! System prompt: congratulations on successfully killing Shrimp Soldier, common monster, and receiving reward, plus 3% experience at this level. Those Shrimp Soldiers could only wait for death if they were encountered by Yi Feng. There is only a certain chance, so you must be careful. After carefully reading the introduction to the skill comprehension, Yi Feng looked solemn and did not dare to use it casually. If you really fail to comprehend it, the reward for the first kill of the bronze level boss will be wasted. However, this type of props is not purely a matter of luck. In fact, it will give you the opportunity to show your abilities after use. The system will judge the process and give you relevant skills accordingly. As an assassin in his previous life, Yi Feng had practiced for 2.5 years. He was familiar with the skills of an assassin and just needed to recall the feeling of using the skills. After several experiments to regain his normal state, Yi Feng took out the Book of Comprehension and tore it open, turning it into a bright white light and wrapping himself. Ding! System prompt: you use the rare item, Skill Comprehension Book, Level B, and you can take action within the next 3 minutes. The system will determine the skills you need to comprehend based on your behavior within 3 minutes. Soon, a 3-minute countdown appeared in front of Yi Feng. SSS level skill, Shadow Stealth. Yi Feng shouted softly and moved forward quickly, bending his body and taking light steps, trying to land silently. At the same time, he held his breath and moved quietly. SSS level skills. Did he study in his previous life? No. However, the comprehension of skills is very metaphysical, which does not prevent it from deceiving the system. Are you kidding me? Not far away, a shrimp soldier was amused by Yi Feng's self-entertainment. Ding! System prompt: congratulations on successfully killing shrimp soldier, common monster, and receiving reward, plus 3% experience at this level. Stepping over the corpses of the shrimp soldiers, Yi Feng tried hard to imitate the behavior of the assassin in his previous life when using his skills. Sneak. This is the assassin's specialty. Although he didn't know whether the Wind Evil God could comprehend the assassin's skills, it was worth a try. I must succeed. Yi Feng's heart was pounding and he was very nervous. He was reborn, but he knew that there were precious treasure chests hidden in some places, which could contain many treasures, and most of the treasure chests were guarded by boss. How to secretly open the treasure chest when you can't defeat the boss? The answer is simple: sneak through and deceive the guards. 3 minutes passed quietly as Yi Feng concentrated on imitating, and what greeted him was the system's judgment. Ding! System prompt: you used the item, Skill Comprehension Book, Level B, to successfully comprehend the skill, Sneaky, Level B. Ding! System prompt: since you are the first adventurer to comprehend B-level skills, you will receive rewards, free attributes plus 30, reputation plus 50. Surreptitiously adding the rewarded free attribute points to speed, Yi Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Is this also considered a skill? However, before he could open the skill bar to check, the system bell rang in his ears again. Ding! System prompt: due to the characteristics of Evil God of Wind, the skill, Sneaky, B level, you have mastered has been successfully upgraded to Wind Shadow, A level. Hiss! Yi Feng was stunned at first, then he couldn't help but gasp. Awesome! This exclusive profession possesses an extremely high level of comprehension. While absorbing the effects of the curse, it can also advance its skills. With great anticipation, he immediately opened the skill column to check the details. Wind Shadow, A level. Introduction: the wind moves with the shadow, silently. Skill effect: blend with the surrounding environment, enter stealth mode, reduce the breath, and leave no trace. Additional effect: in stealth mode, movement speed plus 20%. Additional effect: the first attack without being detected will increase the damage by 50%. Duration: 2 minutes. Cooling time: 2 minutes. Note: the safe area is not available and will be automatically released after entering combat. Invincible. Yi Feng was extremely excited. Having the Wind Shadow accompanying him meant that there was nothing wrong with his idea. The Wind Evil God could comprehend assassin skills, and the range of skills he could learn was even greater. You know, the Wind Shadow sword technique he learned from his mentor is a skill that only swordsmen can learn. After that, Yi Feng continued to kill the shrimp soldiers step by step until only the afterglow of the setting sun remained and the sky was as red as fire. Only then did he end his trip to the sunny beach and return to Kanglan town. His efficient monster killing also allowed him to reach level 16, but the price he paid was heavy, as all the shrimp soldiers on the entire Sunshine Beach were wiped out. It can be felt that the difficulty of leveling is gradually increasing, and it is no longer possible to level up quickly after killing monsters at level 4. I'll take a rest after I get the first kill of the silver level boss. Yi Feng was ready to make a final push. In Gods and Demons, it is not impossible to maintain energy permanently, but current players are not yet capable of reaching that stage, so necessary sleep is indispensable, otherwise they will fall into a state of weakness or even die suddenly. In addition, it is necessary for adventurers to eat, otherwise they will starve to death. As the sun sets and the night deepens, the stars twinkle in the sky and the bright moonlight creates a hazy beauty. When Yi Feng returned with the moon, the sky and earth were dust-free and the mountains and rivers had shadows. After returning to Kanglan town, he first bought a few bottles of water and bread, then bought a lot of medicines at the pharmacy to ensure his own safety, and then bought a nearby topographic map. Like a gentle breeze, Yifeng moved as fast as lightning, planning to go to the area where the silver-level boss might exist to investigate. Bang! As he was looking at the map while moving, he accidentally bumped into a skinny middle-aged man, who fell down in embarrassment. "Brother, I'm sorry." Yifeng put away the map and reached out to pull it. "I didn't mean to do that." At the same time, he habitually cast a detection spell at the opponent. "I am the only one, primary assassin. Level 10. Obviously, as time goes by, some players have begun to leave the novice village and go to the third-level town. I am the only one who is so powerful that I yelled, "Don't you have eyes when you walk?" The corners of Yifeng's mouth drooped slightly, he frowned, and said nothing more. It was indeed he who knocked the other person down first, and he was not in the right. There was no need to provoke unnecessary conflicts. It's just that a collision in the safe zone would not cause any injuries, or even any pain, so it's inevitable that the other party would be exaggerating. Without paying any attention to the other party shouting, Yifeng turned and left. Etc. The player named Waiwatazan stepped forward and grabbed Yifeng's arm. "Don't even think about getting away with it. You have to pay for my medical expenses." "Oh?" Yifeng's cyan eyes flashed with coldness. "Are you serious? Do I look like I'm kidding?" Wei Duzuan pretended to be humiliated. "I must seek justice today." Wearing a dark purple mask, name and level are invisible. This is equivalent to indicating that the other party's identity is Luo Yi Wusheng. As a master whose fame in Gods and Demons has suddenly soared, if he can extort a large sum of money, he may not be short of money for a long time in the future. You think that for the sake of my reputation, I definitely don't want to make a big deal out of this, right? Yifeng knew what the other party was thinking and exposed it immediately. I have to say that the other party has a very high psychological quality. He dared to play the scam on the first day when his living environment changed drastically. "I don't know what you're talking about." I pretended not to understand and complained, "What grudge do I have against you? It was you who hit me, why do you act like you are right?" Yifeng knew what was going on while silently watching Wei Duzuan perform alone. Presumably, the other party has already started recording the video, waiting to have an argument with him to stir up some heat, ruin his reputation, and make money by posting a crying video. Speechless. Can I encounter this? Yifeng was too lazy to pay attention to such a scumbag. He probably understood why he bumped into Wei Duzuan. It was obvious that the other party did it on purpose and was a repeat offender. "Tell me, what is the grudge between you and me?" Wei Duzuan grabbed Yifeng's arm tightly, refusing to let him leave. "You knocked me down and you still have this attitude. What is the grudge?" Yifeng said nothing and simply dragged him out of Kanglan town. "After all, some things must be handled outside the safe zone. Brother, come with me, I will give you a big compensation right away." At the moment it was not him dragging the other party out of the safe zone, but the other party pulling him hard, so the system's judgment was naturally in his favor. "Just tell me clearly here, or you won't be allowed to leave." Wei Duzuan yelled, "Tell me clearly why you bumped into me, what's the grudge?" "So you are here." Just when Yifeng was beginning to feel murderous intent, a cold female voice sounded in his ears. Hearing the familiar voice, he turned his head and saw a silver-haired girl walking towards him. She was not at all delicate like an ordinary girl. She was dressed in military uniform and looked heroic. Gurgle. I couldn't help swallowing my saliva. What a beautiful girl. She doesn't look like a human woman at all. "Teacher, are you looking for me?" Yifeng was surprised. 3 times a day. This frequency is a bit high. I have something important to discuss with you. Li Shue's pretty face was solemn as she spoke bluntly. I need to entrust you with a very important task. I wonder if you are willing to accept it. Of course I do. Yi Feng's tone was firm. How can you refuse a task that is delivered to your door? If you accept a commission from a god-level powerful being, the reward will definitely be good. No matter how important the task is, you must solve my problem first. I was the only one who wouldn't give in, like a clown, yelling non-stop. Li Shue frowned. What's going on? He was being unreasonable, saying that I hit him and demanding compensation. The problem is that I hit someone in a safe zone and I wasn't hurt. Yi Feng admitted. I see. Li Shue probably understood the reason and didn't believe it was fake. She nodded and said, then kill him. She has fought wars all year round and is definitely not a kind-hearted person, otherwise how could she intimidate the unruly dragons? But this is a safe zone. What kind of safe zone can guarantee the safety of adventurers forever? We must teach this guy a lesson. Li Shue said solemnly, it's okay. If the sky falls, I'll hold it up. After saying that, she raised her finger and pointed at Yi Feng in the air, with silver light flowing. The next second, Yi Feng felt a powerful and domineering force pouring into his body, and his strength rose to an unprecedented level. Ding! System prompt, you have obtained the blessing of Dragon Domain Guardian Li Shue, and the damage of the next attack will be increased by 10,000%. Clang! Taking out the Wolf King sword from the package, Yi Feng looked at Wei Watazan with a smile. Since the instructor has said so, it's better to obey than to be respectful. I, the only one who is still alive, stepped back, trembling with fear. What do you want to do? Go to hell. Yi Feng swung his sword across, attacking with all his strength. You must die. Really, what kind of hatred or grudge is that? Swish. There was no room for the other party to dodge. In the dead of night, the sharp sword gleamed mercilessly across the neck, separating the head from the person, and a column of blood gushed out. The headless corpse fell to the ground kneeling. Minus 324,587. Swish. Hundreds of meters away, the teleportation array glowed white light, and my soul was waiting to be resurrected. In fact, players will not be resurrected immediately after death, but will have to transform into a soul and wait for an hour. When some special activities are launched, the waiting time may be even longer. I gritted my teeth, never thinking that I would be killed in the safe zone. I quickly floated over and cursed, where are the soldiers who maintain security in the city? Tap, tap, tap. A lot of footsteps were heard, and patrol soldiers with spears swarmed in, surrounding Yi Feng and Li Shue in an instant. Then they made way for them and the captain of the soldiers arrived hurriedly. Guardian of the Dragon Realm? The captain of the soldiers was stunned when he saw the true face of the instigator. Why are you here? If it was anyone else, he would have called for someone to capture him without saying a word. But the person in front of me is of noble status and I can't afford to offend him. Some adventurers with bad character behaved recklessly, and I just punished them slightly. Li Shue said calmly. The captain smiled awkwardly. Okay, we won't bother you anymore. Don't bother me? I was killed as a player in the safe zone, and you told me you wouldn't bother me anymore? Captain, my mother is calling me to eat. I don't know what happened just now. There's something going on over there, go check it out. A group of soldiers came and went in a hurry. Let's go. Li Shue led the way and urged, this matter is very important. It may affect the safety of the entire Cambrian world. Cambrian world. This is what the current indigenous peoples call the world they live in. Feeling the urgency of the matter, Yi Feng hurried to catch up. Leaves fall silently, just wait for me. I, the only one who is supreme, gnashed his teeth, his face full of resentment. I will never let you go. If I don't make you stink, I will eat shit live. Noisy. Li Shui turned around abruptly, with a chilling look surging in her silver eyes. When she raised her hand, a violent blizzard surged and whistled towards Wei Du Zun, freezing its soul in an instant and then shattering it into pieces. Each piece of ice carried a part of the soul. The scene was extremely horrifying. Ding. System prompt: you are attacked by Dragon Domain Guardian Li Shui. Your soul is shattered, and the number of resurrections you can have is -1. The resurrected soul of Wei Du Zun was terrified and fled quickly. There are only 2 possible resurrections in total, and all of them are lost suddenly, leaving only 1 life. It's too scary. Yi Feng's expression was complicated. Not only are you going to die, but you're going to die twice? I just wonder what the grudge is. Retracting her arm, Li Shui took Yi Feng and strode towards a house in Kanglan town. Crack. When the door was opened, a woman was waiting inside the brightly lit room. It was the landlady Wang Xiaoyan. Teacher, what's the matter? Yi Feng clearly felt that this mission was not easy. Wang Xiaoyan sat in the chair leisurely and said straight to the point, young man, you have an extremely evil aura, like a demon at the bottom of the abyss. The sudden words startled Yi Feng. Thinking of a possibility, he was terrified. You want to kill me? After obtaining the inheritance of the evil god of wind, he vaguely knew that his identity had become very special, and even his race might not be simply human. The demon in the opening scene kneels down before him and worships him as his master, which to some extent indicates that the evil god of wind is a demon. How could it be? Li Shui closed the door and smiled. Although you have the breath of the abyss demon, I know you are not a bad person, otherwise you would not be born in the novice village of the light camp. If Luoye Wusheng is really the demon of the abyss, his birthplace should be the bottom of the abyss. Then why did you bring me here, teacher? Yi Feng felt relieved. If Li Shui really wanted to kill him, the safe zone couldn't stop her. However, he also didn't believe that the system would allow the natives to kill adventurers at will. The reason why he was able to take action against Wei Du Zun before might be related to the other party's constant verbal provocations. Wang Xiaoyan said bluntly, it is precisely because you have the breath of the abyss demon that we want you to infiltrate the enemy. Let me go to the dark camp to be a traitor? Yi Feng was stunned, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. It's too difficult to play a traitor. It's easier to be a rebel or a loyal minister. If we stay together for a long time, we will definitely be exposed. It is relatively safe in the short term. Li Shui took over the conversation and explained, I came to Kanglan town because the seal of the demon sealing valley in Kanglan town has loosened, and the enemy is a demon god that is about to break the seal and come out. I see. Yi Feng pretended to be stunned. He was reborn and had experienced the development of the plot in his previous life. Naturally, he understood that Li Shui's purpose of coming to Kanglan town was to fight against the demon who had broken through the seal in advance, so he came here specifically to become her disciple. If this plot had not happened, he would not have had the opportunity to come into contact with a god-level strongman in the early stage. We need you to become a high-ranking staff member under the demon god, and then take me and Li Shui to the demon god's suppression place to deal with the demon god who has just broken through the seal and is in a weak state. Wang Xiaoyan said seriously, it is indeed very difficult. If they go there earlier, the demon will never break the seal, but if they take the initiative to break the seal, the other party is very likely to have the strength to escape, and they also have their subordinates to cover them, making them very difficult to deal with. If there is an insider, first uproot the minions and then disguise them as subordinates of the devil, the success rate will be much higher. Ding! System prompt, congratulations on triggering the hidden side quest, disguise, difficulty, Do you accept it? Yes. After careful consideration, Yi Feng chose to agree. The more difficult the task, the greater the reward. At most, you will lose one chance to resurrect. Life requires hard work. If everything is stable, how can we conquer the difficult levels where the 10 ancient demons join forces in the future? Ding! System prompt: you have obtained the hidden side quest, Disguise, difficulty, S. Disguise, difficulty, S. Introduction: you have only one goal, to make them feel that you are one of their own. Mission requirements: work together from inside and outside to cut off the minions of the demon god. Mission reward: S-level skill. S-level skills. Yi Feng's eyes widened. In his previous life, he could only obtain high-level skills in the later stages of the game, but he didn't expect to come into contact with them on the first day of the game. How should I disguise myself? Yi Feng asked. Li Shui stretched out her snow-white palm and showed a black bead. It's very simple, through this thing. This is. Yi Feng reached out and took it curiously. Ding! System prompt: you have obtained the task item, Magic Pearl, SS level. Depend on SS level props. Yi Feng's hand almost trembled and he dropped the bead on the ground. He quickly grabbed it and checked the details. Magic bead, SS level. Introduction: the sleeping beast in my body awakens. Effect: transforms into a special evil creature based on the user's bloodline. Requirements: possess blood that can be activated by the magic bead. Duration: 1 day. Cooling time: 12 hours. Looking at the effect of the magic bead, Yi Feng was surprised. Interesting. Transformed into a special evil creature. Then what will I transform into? It can't really be a demon, right? You can keep this magic bead for the time being. Li Shui said with a smile, but you must return it to me after completing the task. Why didn't she disguise herself as an evil creature? The main reason is that the requirements for the magic beads are very strict and she cannot use them. Good. Yi Feng nodded and put it in his pocket. When do we start the action? Tomorrow, Li Shui and I will help you infiltrate the enemy. Go and rest first. Wang Xiaoyan said, by the way, do you have a place to stay? Not yet. Yi Feng shook his head. Then. Wang Xiaoyan threw out a key. It's not free, I have to charge you. Thank you, landlady. Yi Feng happily accepted it. Gate key special item. Introduction: the key to open the 5th house in Kanglan Town. Note: 5 copper coins will be automatically deducted every day and belong to landlady Wang Xiaoyan. A typical residence costs 50 copper coins, which is a negligible expense. After obtaining the hidden side quest, Yi Feng left the room, took out a piece of bread and ate a few bites to fill his stomach, without rushing to rest. Get the first kill of the silver level boss before going to bed. This plan will not change. Are you really going to train him? After taking Yi Feng away, Wang Xiaoyan looked at Li Shui and expressed her concerns. What if he is an abyss demon? The Cambrian world will face doomsday catastrophe. Living a life of luxury for too long has made people forget the horror of war. Perhaps only a few people in the entire Cambrian world know how powerful the abyss demon is. If he is not a demon from the abyss, he might be the future hope of the Cambrian world. Li Shui retorted. Wang Xiaoyan's expression was complicated. Can you afford the bet? Do you think we still have room for composure? Li Shui laughed. After leaving the safe zone of Kanglan Town, Yi Feng disappeared into the night, moving as fast as the wind while looking at the map. At this moment, he used the stealth state of Wind Shadow to increase his movement speed, and then stacked it with the passive move with the wind and the gains from upgrading, as well as the 5% from the White Wolf Jade Pendant costume. The movement speed bonus was already 62.6%, and the final movement speed doubled with Traceless, an increase of up to 125.5%. The maximum speed has already reached 9 times that of ordinary players. Of course, base movement speed is very important, but those numbers are not accessible today. Crossing the vast wilderness, he came to the level 20 to 30 monster distribution area marked on the map, where he could see brown-haired hyenas, about the same size as cheetahs, hunting everywhere in the dark. Trying to reduce his breathing rate as much as possible, Yifeng did not disturb the hyenas wandering around while in stealth mode. Instead, he carefully walked through the hyena group, observing the surrounding environment and looking for the boss. It is common sense that social creatures often have a leader. Got it. Suddenly, Yifeng's eyes lit up and he found the target of this trip. It was a hyena surrounded by black demonic energy, as big as a tiger, with sharp claws and fangs, and a ferocious appearance. It was obvious that it was someone who was not to be messed with. Hyena King, Silver Level Boss. Level, 28. Health, 120,000. Attack, 320 to 335. Defense, 180 to 190. Skills, Bite, Summon, Magic State, Mad Dog. Introduction: hyenas are not dogs or cats, but hyenas. I think everyone knows this. Hyena King. As soon as he heard it, he knew it was not a good thing. King Yifeng wanted to learn from it. After seeing the attributes of the Hyena King, Yifeng did not dare to be careless. The level 28 silver grade boss has extremely high panel values, and he is currently unable to break through its defense. However, collecting bronze equipment step by step and waiting until he is strong enough to challenge it again is too slow. Looking around, Yifeng looked for terrain that could be used, but the terrain nearby was open and there were no stuck points. It seems that we have to use extraordinary measures. After thinking for a moment, Yifeng, who was in stealth mode, carefully came to the side of the Hyena King and took out a bow and arrow from the package. Wooden bow and arrow whiteboard grade. Attack, 10 to 12. Introduction: do you want to come? Do you really want to come? Now that Yifeng has obtained the early magical skill, the source of poison, how could he not use it? Therefore, he went to the weapons shop and bought a bow and arrow for long-range attacks, even though it did not have the archer's skill bonus. Just after equipping the wooden bow and arrow, Yifeng's attack dropped sharply to only about 180 points, which was lower than the Hyena King's defense. One level left. Yifeng made a preliminary judgment and shifted his gaze to the hyena closest to the group. It's a good time to practice archery on the monsters first. When he got close to the hyena, the 21-year-old comrade Yifeng took out an arrow, put the string on it, bent the bow, and shot, all in one go. Call out. The arrow penetrated the hyena's abdomen, and the poison spread rapidly. -812. -1000. -1000. Ouch. The hyena, which was still hunting, was suddenly disturbed and hurt, and immediately let out a roar, attracting the attention of other hyenas. It quickly chased after the unsportsmanlike young comrade, but found that the other party hurriedly disappeared into the night, leaving it no chance to catch up. Are you going to mess with me just by passing by? What kind of person is this? The hyena was filled with resentment, but there was nothing he could do, so he waited for the poison to wear off and then moved to another location. Call out. Suddenly, the arrow accurately pierced the hyena's forehead. Being ambushed again, the hyena chased after it like mad, but only saw a black shadow flash by and disappear without a trace in the blink of an eye. In the end, the hyena cried out to the sky and the earth, but no one answered. Its strong body fell to the ground with a bang, and it died with its eyes open. Its health points are only over 30,000, so it cannot withstand the damage from two sources of poison. Wait to die right here. This was a way of death it had never imagined. Ding. System prompt: congratulations on successfully killing hyena, and receiving the reward, experience at this level plus 9.6%. The ordinary hyena's level is 24. Yifeng kills monsters 8 levels higher than the previous level, so the experience is naturally rich. Just go crazy. After confirming that his tactics were feasible, Yifeng's eyes flashed with fanaticism. Without a trace. This talent almost makes him invincible, so why should he be timid? Tiga. When Yifeng came in front of the Hyena King, he suddenly let out a strange cry, breaking the quiet atmosphere under the moonlight. Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, all the hyenas nearby looked up. A bunch of stupid dogs. The giant of light Yifeng launched a casual sneer. Suddenly, all the hyenas were enraged, their hatred level soared, and they all rushed towards Yifeng, including the Hyena King. Who is Yifeng? How could he be at the mercy of them and escape on the spot? Swish, swish, swish. While keeping a distance, Yifeng launched an attack. He shot randomly at the back with a wooden bow and arrow, causing many hyenas to be poisoned. In addition, in order to attract more monsters, he deliberately made a big circle and returned to the refresh point. Keep up, keep up. Commander Yi scolded repeatedly, keep disciplined, don't fall behind. Ah! A large number of hyenas chased desperately, but were unable to catch up with this extremely arrogant human. Ding! System prompt: congratulations on successfully killing hyena, and receiving the reward, experience at this level plus 9.6%. Ding! System prompt: congratulations on successfully killing hyena, and receiving the reward, experience at this level plus 9.6%. The system ringtone kept ringing in Yifeng's ears. More and more hyenas were unable to run and fell to the ground. It was obvious that they had not received rigorous training and were all newbies. Swish! Soon, golden light scattered, and Yifeng's level reached level 17. The moment he upgraded, he turned and shot his arrow at the Hyena King. If you really want to waste them recklessly, the arrows in the package may not be enough, and the most important thing is to kill the silver level boss first. Laugh! The arrow pierced into the Hyena King's skin, only slightly, leaving a faint trace of blood. And this is more than enough. Ouch! The Hyena King was furious. It tried its best, but just couldn't catch up with the other party. 10 seconds, 20 seconds. Time passed slowly, and every second seemed like an eternity to all the hyenas. It will only take 2 minutes to poison it to death. Yifeng's heart was tense. Being at ease is only a surface phenomenon. In case of an accident, the outcome for both parties will be reversed in an instant, so you must not let your guard down until the last moment. 80%. 50%. Under the damage of the source of poison, the Hyena King's health dropped rapidly. 1,000 life points are deducted per second, even a silver-level boss cannot bear it. Ah! When his health was only 30% left, the Hyena King suddenly stopped chasing, stood in place and let out a terrifying roar. His eyes were red, and black smoke was billowing from his body. It's so frustrating. Bullying the dog is too much. Yifeng's heart sank. If nothing unexpected happened, something unexpected happened. Ding! System prompt: your despicable means have completely angered the Hyena King. The Hyena King has entered the demonized state, all attributes have increased by 30%, and has advanced to a gold-level boss. Damn it! Looking at the ferocious and angry expression of the Hyena King, several black lines appeared on Yifeng's forehead. So what? Man, I just want to get a silver first kill. With some reluctance, Yifeng cast a detection spell towards it. Hyena King, Gold Level Boss. Level, 35. Health, 35,000/330000. Attack, 920 to 950. Defense, 400 to 420. Skills, Bite, Summon, Magic State, Mad Dog. Introduction, relying on anger, the Hyena King becomes the Super Hyena King. The health volume has not changed, the problem is that the attributes are too high. How to kill if you can't break the defense? Ouch! The Hyena King, who had broken through to become a gold-level boss, spread his hooves and ran wildly, heading straight for Yifeng. 20 meters. 10 meters. 5 meters. Staring at Yifeng, who was so close to him, the Hyena King seemed to see the dawn of victory, and almost pounced on his prey with ferocious aura. Can you still outrun me? Yifeng frowned and quickened his pace. 10 meters. 20 meters. The distance was widened again. It was filled with shock and couldn't comprehend what was happening. Why does a human adventurer of only level 17 have such amazing leg strength? I will fight you. Yifeng was angry. If you have the guts, stay in the demonized state. The system did not indicate how long the demonized state would last, but he did not believe that the Hyena King could maintain it forever. Generally, after a buff-like rampage ends, one will fall into a weakened state and his strength will plummet. This is the experience he accumulated in his previous life. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. Obviously, this is a tough tug-of-war. There is no stamina bar in Gods and Demons, which does not mean that one will always have plenty of energy. The further time goes by, the more rapid Yifeng's breathing becomes. Tired. Only persistence. Swish. 14 minutes later, the Hyena King, who was unable to catch up with Yifeng, suddenly gave up the attack and turned to flee. Want to run? Yifeng's eyes flashed with cold lightning. Even though he was very tired, he still gritted his teeth and chased after him. During this time, he wisely kept a distance in case the Hyena King changed his mind and made a surprise attack. When the time reached 15 minutes, the Hyena King's strength suddenly dropped sharply. Ding! System prompt, please note that the demonized state has ended, Hyena King has fallen into a weakened state, and all attributes have been reduced by 50%. Call out. The arrow broke through the air, spinning at high speed to crush the weeds between the two sides, and then penetrated deeply into the body of the Hyena King, causing hot blood to splash out. -620. Critical hit. The Hyena King turned around in pain, and saw a man with an expressionless face and indifference in his eyes. He slashed down with the sharp sword in his hand. Wind Shadow Sword Technique, Full Strength Attack. -955. After continuous attacks, Yifeng retreated again, not giving the Hyena King the chance to hurt him, waiting for the source of the poison to help him make the final harvest. 10 seconds later, the latter's huge body fell to the ground with a loud bang and turned into a corpse. Ding! System prompt, congratulations on successfully killing Hyena King, Gold Level Boss, and receiving rewards, Level +3, Reputation +50. Ding! System prompt, congratulations on killing the Gold Level Boss, Hyena King. As the first player to kill a Gold Level Boss, you will receive an extra reward. Ding! System prompt, congratulations on killing the Gold Level Boss, Hyena King. As the first player to kill a Gold Level Boss, you will receive extra rewards, free attribute points +80, rare item, granted orb. Ding! System prompt, do you want to inform all players who have descended on Gods and Demons, Earth region, of your brilliant achievements? Note, after the whole region is announced, you can get an additional 500 reputation points. Swish, swish, swish. 3 consecutive golden lights scattered, and Yi Feng's level reached 21. Before he could collect his spoils, the system ringtone rang again. Ding! Server-wide announcement. Please note that since some adventurers have reached level 20, the level ranking, Eastern region, is now open. Ding! System prompt, you have entered the level ranking list, do you want to display the game ID? Without rushing to deal with various system announcements, Yi Feng, panting, picked up several gold coins and a lot of equipment dropped by the Hyena King and ran away. The boss is dead, but the monsters are still there. If he were to be trapped by a pack of hyenas, even he in his current state might not be able to withstand it. Most of the arrows in the package had been used up. Yi Feng no longer wanted to fight with the hyenas. He accelerated as fast as he could to shake them off. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and let the cold evening breeze blow on him, feeling relieved. It was really a fluke that I was able to kill the Hyena King who had advanced to the gold level this time. After that, he returned to Kanglan Town and checked the spoils. After opening the package and looking at the trophies that were obviously much more gorgeous than bronze-level equipment, Yi Feng's heart was filled with excitement. On the first day, I got the first gold kill. Even he himself had not expected his current situation. After all, the gold-level boss was completely beyond the ability of current players to contend with, as the gap in attributes was too great. Without hesitation, Yi Feng checked the attributes of the equipment. The first one was a pair of leggings, which were shiny and very exquisite. Flowing light leggings, gold level. Defense, 28 to 30. Health, 2000. Features, defense plus 5%. Level requirement, 25. Description, sturdy leggings can protect your legs. The stats provided by the leggings are quite good, and they also increase health and defense percentages. It's a pity that the level requirement has not been reached, so they can only be put on hold for the time being. Moving his eyes away, Yi Feng looked at the other equipment in the package, which were a flaming red sword and black boots. Flame sword, gold level. Attack, 100 to 120. Features, attack plus 12%. Additional, the attack has a burning effect, deducting 200 HP from the opponent per second for 10 seconds, repeated attacks can refresh the duration, but it cannot be stacked. Level requirement, 28. Introduction, a long sword made of flaming crystal. The blade is scorching hot. Do not touch it. Boots of Hope, silver level. Defense, 10 to 12. Features, defense plus 2%. Features, movement speed plus 3%. Required level, 25. Introduction, I hope readers will give me some praise and support, so it is called Boots of Hope. Good stuff. Yi Feng's eyes lit up and he was quite surprised. The Boots of Hope not only provide defense but also increase movement speed, which is naturally better than the wolfskin boots he is wearing now, but what he cares about most is the flaming sword. Burning plus poisoning, losing 1,200 health points per second, this is disgusting. The only regret is that the level requirement of the flame sword is higher than that of the streamer leggings. After counting the equipment, Yi Feng looked at the reward for killing the gold-level boss first. It was a purple gem the size of a fist, emitting a bright glow. Blessing Orb, A-level item. Effect, the additional, or special, of the target equipment can be transferred to another equipment, and the power of the additional, or special, will be increased by 100%, note, only for equipment of spirit level and below. There is no doubt that the effect of the Blessing Orb can be of great use if used properly. However, for now, it can only be stored in a package. After returning to Kanglan Town and entering the rental house arranged by Wang Xiaoyan to wash up, Yifeng lay on the bed and checked the ranking list. 1. Silent Falling Leaves, level 21. 2. South Gate Bragging, level 15. 3. North Peak, level 14. 4. Rakshasa, level 14. 5. Hidden ID, level 13. 6. Kunlajikan, level 13. Such a great country, so many talented people. Even if Yifeng tried his best to level up, he could not completely leave them behind. The reason why the gap between him and the second place was as high as 6 levels was mainly because of killing the Hyena King. After closing the ranking list, he opened the forum and prepared to upload the process of killing the Hyena King. In order to ensure that he does not miss any exciting moments, he has kept the video recording on all the time, and now he is uploading it. Just take a quick screenshot. In other words, the entire video is shot in one take. Isn't it bold? The whole video, in one shot. Just this video exclusively. Before uploading, Yifeng did not forget to release the first kill announcement to attract attention. Ding! Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to the player, Louise Wushing, for becoming the first player to defeat a gold-level boss. This is to announce. Ding! Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to the player, Louise Wushing, for becoming the first player to defeat a gold-level boss. This is to announce. Shocking. As the server-wide announcement sounded, countless players felt unbelievable. Skip the silver first kill and go straight to the gold-level boss? Oh my god. Not sleeping in the middle of the night to get the first kill, this is too lucky. Where's the video recording of the first kill? Update it quickly. I can't sleep at night. The late-night forum suddenly became hot. Taking this opportunity, Yifeng uploaded the video and also thought of a title, which is called, The Man Who Beats the Dog Late at Night. Just when Yifeng was about to close the forum and go to sleep, he suddenly saw some content that made him uncomfortable. The Falling Leaf Wusheng, who was famous at the beginning of the mutation, hit and killed people in the city, but he is no more than this. The content was accompanied by a video. The other party was very smart and did not hide anything. He released the entire process from hitting someone to killing them, which caused dissatisfaction among the people, and they all spoke up for him. Although my behavior of being the only one who matters to me is a little disgusting, killing someone is a little too much. Teaming up with the natives, killing them twice in a row, if they really die after using up their 3 lives, you, Luo Yi Wusheng, will be a murderer. TSK, strength is never a proxy for character. Many disgusting taunts came into Yifeng's sight. Of course, this is not the voice of all players, because many people think that they deserve it because they are the only ones who are in power. Innocent. Yifeng couldn't help but laugh, but he didn't mind. They haven't understood the situation yet. The moment you enter Gods and Demons, the world has undergone earth-shaking changes. The initial system ringtone says it all. Try your best to survive, and you will have power comparable to that of gods and demons. It's not easy to survive. It was the same in the previous life. Many people initially treated it as a game and did not take it seriously, and eventually regretted it. Without arguing about anything, Yifeng closed the forum and went to sleep peacefully. Scream if you want. When the precious gap period ends, disaster will come. Those players who look down on others will pay a bloody price in the future. Those who make a big fuss today may wonder whether they can survive in the future. The next day, Yifeng woke up slowly and looked outside. It was already noon, which showed how overworked he was last night. After getting up and washing up briefly, he put on the evil god mask and left his residence. He took out a piece of bread from the package and quickly filled his stomach, then set off for the room where they had discussed last night. Crack. When they arrived at the destination and opened the door, Li Shui and Wang Xiaoyan came into Yi Feng's sight. Li Shui asked, "Are you ready?" "All right." Yi Feng nodded. "Then let's go." Li Shui came outside and summoned a huge silver dragon in the empty square. She reached out and grabbed Yi Feng's shoulders, and flew him onto the dragon's back. The landlady Wang Xiaoyan jumped calmly and landed steadily. "Set off." Li Shui gave the order, "Go to the border of Kanglan town." Ouch! The silver dragon called out softly, spread its wings and flew up, ignoring the rule that prohibited flying in the safe zone, and rushed straight out. Dragon. So cool, so pretentious. I have a feeling that my future mount will definitely be a dragon, no, a dragon god. The players below were stunned, staring at the silver dragon as it rolled up a torrential wind and disappeared from their sight. Facing the biting cold wind, Yi Feng was a little excited. Ride a dragon. In his previous life, he had been wandering around for 3 years but had no chance to obtain a dragon mount. In this life, his mentor is the guardian of the dragon realm. As long as his level is high enough, riding a dragon should be a sure thing in the future, right? The leaves fall silently, you grow very fast. A hint of surprise flashed across Li Shui's beautiful eyes. Yi Feng remained calm and deliberately asked back, "Why do you say that?" "Growing very fast. It seems that my leveling speed is so fast that even my instructor is shocked. Yesterday, there were only a dozen gold coins in your package, but now there are more than 30. Li Shui smiled happily, "The increase is quite rapid. If you want to judge in this way, that's fine." In a short while, they arrived at the edge of Kanglan town. Yi Feng looked down from the sky and saw an endless desert in the distance, with yellow sand filling the sky and a lifeless atmosphere. Ding! System prompt, you have entered the map, Land of God Killing. The place of killing gods. As soon as I heard it, I felt something was going to happen. Yi Feng took a deep breath and tried to stay calm. The demon sealing valley is over there. Wang Xiaoyan pointed to the distance. The demon god is sealed in the valley. Once there is any disturbance, he will never break the seal. If Li Shui and I break the seal, I'm afraid he will have a chance to escape. I understand what you mean. Yi Feng nodded. It would take a lot of energy for the devil to break the seal on his own initiative. If Li Shui and Wang Xiaoyan kill him by surprise, their success rate will greatly increase. To be honest, Yi Feng was also surprised that, by some strange coincidence, he would receive a mission related to hunting down the demon on the first day of entering the game. Bang! A cloud of dust was raised and the silver dragon fell. The rest of the journey is up to you. Li Shui led Yi Feng off the dragon's back. If we get any closer, the demon god will definitely notice us. Good. Yi Feng nodded. If this battle is successful, I can forgive your debt of 500,000. No, 200,000 gold coins. Li Shui smiled, how about it, master, is this generous? Ding. System prompt, please note that the content of the task, million gold coins, difficulty, SS, you have accepted has changed, and you will receive an additional reward of 200,000 gold coins debt reduction. Thank you, master. Yi Feng was happy to see it come to fruition. If you have important news, contact me immediately. Li Shui restrained her smile and said seriously, this is a serious matter, we must not be careless, and we must focus on saving our lives. When the silver dragon flew away, Yi Feng took out the magic bead from his arms. Ding! System prompt, do you want to use magic pearl to activate the blood in your body? Yes. With a hint of nervousness, Yi Feng took off the evil god mask and chose to agree. Human power has its limits, and I'm afraid it's impossible to gain the demon god's trust. In this case, I'm not a human being anymore. Gurgle. The blood was boiling and a strange power surged through his body. The demonized bead in his hand emitted a thick black mist that enveloped Yifeng's entire body, as if stimulating the evil god blood in Yifeng's body. After more than 10 seconds, a green light penetrated through, Yifeng dispersed the black fog, and his entire appearance changed drastically. His long dark green hair reached his waist, 2 sharp horns grew on his head, and his skin became a sickly gray. Suddenly, he felt an itch on his back and couldn't help shaking his shoulders slightly. Bang! The pitch-black bone wings stretched out, with a diameter of up to 5 meters. Ding! System prompt: you use the item, Magic Pearl, to transform into a special creature that matches your own bloodline. Duration: 1 day. Yifeng opened the character panel and looked at his appearance. He was almost frightened himself. It really is an abyss demon. His current appearance is no different from the demon in the opening scene. If there is a difference, it is probably that he is more evil and weird because his blue pupils almost occupy the entire eye sockets. Not only that, his game ID and attributes also changed. Abyss Demon Yi, Silver Level Boss. Level, 21. Health, 181,700. Attack, 244 to 249. Defense, 228 to 228. Skills: Source of Poison, Wind Shadow. Note: skills with too low a level will not be displayed. Reputation, 920. Number of resurrections, 2. The attack and defense remain unchanged, but the health value is increased to 10 times the original. The main reason is the effect of the title. Abyss Demon, temporary final health increased by 900%. I must get the magic bead in the future. Yifeng's breathing became rapid. If he had the magic bead in his hand, who among those of the same level could be his match? I have wings, can I fly now? With an idea in mind, Yifeng hurried to try, flapping his wings with difficulty a few times, and ended up flying less than 1 meter into the air. Ding! System prompt: with your current strength, your maximum flying height is no more than 1 meter. Yifeng folded his bone wings, feeling happy. Just because you can't fly high now doesn't mean you can't fly high in the future. When the time is right, as long as you can break the defense, go specifically to fight the boss that can't fly, and kill the monster without taking any damage. Putting aside all distractions, Yifeng strode towards the distant canyon. When he arrived outside the canyon, he saw a dozen guards patrolling. They were covered in red mist and had different shapes. They were all demonized creatures, but their panel attributes were all question marks. One can imagine how strong they were. Who? Yifeng's approach immediately attracted their attention. Don't be nervous, we're one of us. Yifeng quickly raised his hands to indicate that he had no hostility. Who can tell me where this is? Deep. Abyss Demon? The demonized creatures that served as guards were horrified. Even the Dark Camp, which is capable of committing all kinds of evil, has a hierarchy. The demons in the depths of the abyss naturally have a higher status in the Dark Camp than ordinary demonized creatures. After all, their strength and reputation are shocking. In the Light Camp, only the angels can compete with each other. Meet the devil. The guard stepped forward and knelt down to pay homage without hesitation. Facing the abyss demons, they dared not act presumptuously. The fear caused by the identity gap comes from deep in the soul and is deeply rooted. Excuse me. Excuse me now. Yifeng was flattered and quickly stepped forward to support him. I am just an ordinary abyss demon. He is already an abyss demon, how can he be ordinary? Sir, why are you here? Asked one of the tiger-headed orcs holding a big knife. I don't know either. Yifeng lied, I was originally at the bottom of the abyss, and accidentally came into contact with a teleportation array, and then I appeared here inexplicably. Those demonized creatures looked at each other in disbelief, but they could deeply feel the evil aura in each other's bodies, and the suppression of their blood was very obvious. "Sir, there are some things we cannot decide. Please wait a moment. I will report to the master." "Good." A demonized creature entered the canyon, then quickly returned, smiling flatteringly, "Please come in." Judging from the current strength, the Abyss Demon is far inferior to him, so it seems unnecessary to curry favor with him, but in terms of potential, he can't compare to 10 of them. "Thank you, brother." Yi Feng nodded in greeting, then walked into the canyon with a swagger. He probably understood why Li Shui and Wang Xiaoyan asked him to be a traitor. In the dark camp, the status of the Abyss Demon is ridiculously high. Going deeper into the canyon, Yi Feng could see dark demonic energy emanating from inside, and a dull and oppressive feeling came over him, making it hard to breathe. Buzz! The evil god bead inside the package trembled. Ding! System prompt: please note that your exclusive item, Evil God Pearl, senses the presence of rare blood nearby. Depend on. Stop it. Yi Feng was speechless. The last time was pure luck, and this time he couldn't devour the rare bloodline. Under the guidance of the demonized creature, he came to the place where the demon was sealed, and saw a huge magic circle in operation, emitting a holy white light, dazzling and gorgeous. In the center of the magic circle, a huge bright red gem stood, overflowing with magic mist that permeated the surroundings, and a black shadow could be vaguely seen inside. Black and white, so strange and indescribable. Before Yi Feng could speak, a voice of exclamation came from the red gem: "It really is the Abyss Demon. Dude, you are a devil, can you be a little more stylish? I have heard about your situation. There are too many unexplored things at the bottom of the abyss. It is not impossible that there is a one-way random teleportation array." The demon god was amazed. "However, your strength is too weak. It is obvious that you were born not long ago. You dare to come to me? Aren't you afraid that I will devour you?" Devouring the Abyss Demon will make his strength soar. If I say I'm not jealous, that would be a lie. Yi Feng shook his head. "Don't be afraid." "Why?" The demon was puzzled. Yi Feng said calmly, "There is someone behind me. There is someone behind this." Even though he was a demon god who once terrified the world, he had to admit that these 4 words were too intimidating. Who could be behind the Abyss Demon? It is absolutely a terrifying existence of extreme evil. "Ha ha ha, I was just kidding." The demon gave in. Without agreeing with his hypocrisy, Yi Feng returned to the point: "Have you been sealed?" "That's right. How can I help you break the seal?" Yi Feng couldn't bear it. The sealed demon is so pitiful. He must be set free. "Oh." The demon was overjoyed. "Are you willing to help me? I can help you out of this predicament, but I have a condition." Yi Feng gradually got into the role. The conditions are indispensable, otherwise it is easy to be suspected. After all, the original body is a demon from the abyss, and it is impossible to be a living Lei Feng. "What conditions?" "I want to devour some of your bloodline power," Yi Feng said shamelessly. The demon was obviously stunned and could not speak for a long time. As expected of a demon from the abyss, he wanted to suck my blood right away. What a piece of shit. After thinking it over for a long time, the demon promised, "After the matter is accomplished, I will give you some." He could conclude that the guy in front of him was definitely a real demon from the abyss. That kind of evil that made people grit their teeth could not be pretended by righteous people. Ding. System prompt: do you accept the hidden side quest, equality and mutual benefit, difficulty, S level? Yes. Yifeng quickly chose to accept it. The light camp just received an S-level mission, and the dark camp also received an S-level mission. Is this the joy of being a traitor? I seem to feel it a little bit. Ding. System prompt: you have obtained the hidden side quest, Equality and Mutual Benefit, difficulty, S level. Equality and Mutual Benefit, difficulty, S level. Introduction: you are courting death. Mission reward: Blood of the Devil. How can I help you out of this predicament? Yifeng couldn't help but be happy. We have to find a way to complete the task. The demon god came straight to the point. I need to devour 10,000 human corpses to accumulate strength, so that I can forcibly break the seal. Suddenly, Yifeng's smile froze. Idiot. Where can I get you 10,000 human corpses? Okay. Yifeng frowned, thinking, I'll find a way to do it. This task is very problematic. If he quietly brought over 10,000 human corpses, the demon god's suspicion would only increase. However, the mentor and Wang Xiaoyan were both strong men in the light camp, and it was impossible for them to kill innocent people. After walking out of the canyon, Yifeng sent a message directly to Li Shui. It will take 10,000 human corpses for the demon to break the seal. Too many. Li Shui was helpless. Even if we use death row prisoners from various cities to replace them, there won't be that many. And with your strength, you can't kill them all. That's exactly the problem. If it doesn't work, forget it, it's okay. Never mind. Then wouldn't all my efforts be in vain? Yifeng had a big headache. What should be done to obtain 10,000 human corpses in a reasonable manner? After thinking hard for a long time, an idea suddenly occurred to him and his eyes lit up. There is only one way. What? Let the adventurers die. Why should adventurers go and die? I can't harm them for no reason. Li Shui disagreed with Yifeng's idea. It is true that adventurers have 3 lives, but this is not a reason to deprive them of their lives at will. You misunderstood. Yifeng said calmly, what I meant is, if I let them deal with me through an activity, then if it's a special activity, they can be exempted from the death penalty, right? Adventurers do have only 3 lives, but this does not mean that every death must be paid for with a resurrection. If the activity waives the death penalty, the adventurer's enthusiasm for participation can be guaranteed, and he himself will not feel any guilt for harming the players. You mean? I am the demon of the abyss. You let adventurers come to attack me so that I can legitimately obtain 10,000 human corpses. You'll end up in jail. It's okay, everything is for the purpose of killing the devil. Yifeng said righteously. So what if the situation is dangerous? The rare bloodline of the devil can enhance the professional strength of the wind evil god. How could I just throw away the generous rewards of 2 S-level tasks? Damn. Absolutely. Li Shui was very pleased. I was not wrong about you. Ding. System prompt: please note that, Dragon Domain Guardian Li Shui's favorability towards you has increased by 1,000 points. So I tried to announce the event. Ding. System prompt: in order to stimulate the potential of adventurers, Kanglan Town has decided to let adventurers go to the border area to attack Abyss Demon He, silver level boss. The registration period for this activity is 1 day. Note, if you die in the activity, you can be exempted from all death penalties. Ding. System prompt: in order to stimulate the potential of adventurers, Kanglan Town has decided to let adventurers go to the border area to attack Abyss Demon He, silver level boss. The registration period for this activity is 1 day. Note, if you die in the activity, you can be exempted from all death penalties. The system ringtone was broadcast 3 times in Kanglan Town. Of course, since it is a small event, it is impossible to make an announcement to the entire server, and there are too many players who come to sign up, so accidents may really happen at that time. Come to the event? It's just a small event. What kind of rich rewards can we get by forming a team to attack a silver-level boss? You have to go to Kanglan Town to register. I can't even run there to register. I feel like I'm missing out on 100 million. I just reached level 10 and am about to leave the novice village. It's just the right time to go to Kanglan Town to sign up. I'm so lucky. There was a stir in the forum. No matter how small a mosquito's legs are, they are still meat. Abyss Demon Yi should reveal some good things from the players. Outside the Demon Ceiling Valley. The yellow sand rolls, and the place is desolate and dead silent. My lord, something terrible has happened. A demonized creature similar to a gorilla said in horror, the humans in Kanglan Town have discovered your whereabouts and are sending adventurers to eliminate you. No problem. Yi Feng waved his hand, his face solemn. I just talked to your master. As long as we gather 10,000 human corpses, we can help him escape. These adventurers came at the right time. But I know what you are worried about. Yi Feng smiled calmly, I am a demon from the abyss. The light camp may send powerful natives to deal with me, but as long as we can get the demon out of trouble before that, there is no need to be afraid. Upon hearing this, the demonized creatures looked at each other, and after carefully pondering each other's words, they felt that there was some truth in them. Go and ask your master to prepare as soon as possible. Don't wait until all the corpses are collected, which will take a lot of time. Yi Feng was calm and directed them to do things. Good. They immediately sent someone in to notify them. I actually don't have anything to do in the next period of time. Yi Feng frowned slightly, feeling quite troubled. The registration period for the event is 1 day. On this day, he couldn't just stand here and do nothing. Looking at the empty god-killing land, Yi Feng asked curiously, are there any treasures or something nearby? The place of killing gods. Judging from the name, it should be a place where a great war took place, or even a god-level warrior died there, otherwise how could one dare to say the word god-killing? Treasure? A demonized creature shook his head and said, in order to seal the Lord, a great war did take place here thousands of years ago. However, after such a long time, even the most powerful weapons have long lost their power and turned into scrap metal. Where is the scrap metal? Yi Feng was shocked. Seeing is believing. Whether it is scrap metal or not, he has to see it with his own eyes to know. The area around the Demon Ceiling Valley is full of waste under the yellow sand. Where are you going, sir? Recycle waste. Yi Feng decided to explore around. Do you want our help? The demonized creatures were very polite. Can. Just as he was about to agree, the system ringtone rang in his ears. Ding. System prompt, please note that due to your lack of strength, the treasures you harvest with the help of the indigenous people will be distributed according to the contributions of both parties. Unfortunately, the system will not give him the opportunity to exploit loopholes. You can't do anything. Yi Feng refused on the spot, I am a demon from the abyss. I have always been aloof and cold. Why do I need your help? Traveling through the desert where sand and wind were howling, Yi Feng activated the wind shadow and swept through like a gust of wind, surrounding the Demon Ceiling Valley, looking for possible scrap metal everywhere. Got it. Suddenly, Yi Feng's eyes lit up, and an iron sword appeared in his field of vision, tilted and embedded in the yellow sand. The iron sword was rusty and looked ancient, as if it had experienced the baptism of a long time. He stepped forward cautiously and reached out to pull out the iron sword. Ding! System prompt, congratulations on finding the ownerless item, Mad Thunder Sword, blank level. Thunder Sword, whiteboard level. Attack, 10 to 10. Required level, 5. Introduction. It was originally the sword of the Mad Thunder Master, but it eventually fell silent with the death of its master, and its power was completely lost. Yes, it's worth at least dozens of copper coins. If the former Lord Quan Lei knew that his sword could benefit future generations, he would probably be smiling in his grave. Putting away the Thunder Sword, Yi Feng continued exploring. Since you have nothing to do anyway, it might be a good idea to pick up more equipment. If you are lucky, you might get some priceless equipment. Rustle. Circling around the demon-sealed valley, the Abyss Demon Yi looked around. Relying on his extremely high speed bonus, he was very efficient and could pick up valuable equipment from time to time. Ding! System prompt: congratulations on finding the ownerless item, Edgeless Sword, blank level. Ding! System prompt: congratulations on finding the ownerless item, Apprentice Notes, blank board level. Just when Yi Feng was collecting waste with great interest, he glanced around and sensed a moving black shadow in the distance. Wild monster? With a hint of curiosity, he approached quietly in stealth mode. About 20 meters away, Yi Feng saw the other person's true face. It was an animal similar in size to a tiger, about the size of a palm, with grayish-white fur and a round head that looked a bit like a dragon's head, and it looked very naive. Ding! System prompt: please note that your exclusive item, Evil God Pearl, senses the presence of rare blood nearby. Another rare bloodline, are you kidding me? Yi Feng was surprised and confused, but did not go forward to disturb him, and did not dare to use reconnaissance skills indiscriminately, because the other party's way of moving was very special, as if he treated the desert as an ocean and swam freely, going in and out as if he was a free fish. In this situation, it is too difficult to catch the other party. According to his rich gaming experience, the stranger the so-called rare and exotic animals, the more powerful they are. Chirp. The strange beast's head was looking around, as if it was looking for something. Are you also here to collect waste? Yi Feng's heart tightened. Ordinary garbage may not be in the other party's eyes, but this place must contain treasures. Following it quietly, Yi Feng opened his friend list and sent a message to Li Shui, describing the image of the strange beast in detail. Compared to him, the god-level strongmen are more knowledgeable and must know it more clearly. Brave troops. Li Shui sent the answer: if I'm not mistaken, it's a young Pishio. Can we catch him? Yi Feng went straight to the point, very excited. Pishio is an auspicious animal, very worthy of an auspicious man like him. Li Shui sent a series of ellipsis marks and then dispelled Yi Feng's idea: the Pishio is an ancient beast. Even if you can kill it, it will not easily recognize its master. All right. Yi Feng was greatly disappointed. I can see it but I can't catch it. How uncomfortable. It's just that the pet system is not activated, so it is really unrealistic to catch ancient beasts. Of course, if you can catch it, you will be rich. Li Shui added, Pishio brings wealth. To be honest, she was also very envious. If we could catch a Pishio, Dragon Realm might not be in such a difficult situation. Chirp. At a certain moment, the Pishio not far away seemed to discover something and rushed over without hesitation. Found the treasure? Yi Feng followed calmly. About 10 seconds later, the Pishio burrowed into a piece of sand. 10 seconds, 20 seconds. After entering, there was no news. Gone? Yi Feng felt a little regretful. Swish. Just as he was about to go forward to investigate, the Pishio jumped out of the sand again, still biting the tattered bag in its mouth. Hiss. The bag that reappeared in the world automatically split open, as if it had already reached its limit after years of erosion. Then a purple bead fell out and rolled to the ground. The time is now. Yifeng sprinted with all his strength and pounced towards the bead like flying. The treasure that the Pixiu takes a fancy to must be a good thing. Almost in the blink of an eye, Yifeng pounced on the bead and reached out to intercept it, and then he ignored it and let himself fall awkwardly in the sand like a kite with a broken string, leaving a long trail. Success, success. Ding. System prompt: congratulations on obtaining the ownerless item, Sharp Orb, Grade A. Chirp. After a brief stagnation, the Pixiu became furious and jumped up and down. Someone actually dared to snatch the pearl that was right in his mouth. That's too much. Yifeng shook off the sand and dirt on his body, looked at the grinning Pixiu, and tried to bend down and touch it, but the latter was as fast as a golden meteor and retreated 5 meters away in the blink of an eye. Auspicious Beast Pixiu, Silver Level Boss. Level 10. Health 100,000. Attack 200 to 200. Defense 400 to 400. Skills: Earth Escape, Super Double, Forbidden Auspicious Beast. After confirming that he was still a little bit away from catching up with Pixiu, Yifeng retracted his palm and said seriously, "Little Pixiu, how about this? When we meet again in the future, I will return you a treasure of the same level, how about it?" Chirp. 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 The Pixiu kept calling out, tears welling up in its eyes, and it looked like it was about to cry. It was obviously the one that got it first. The other party is so cunning. Yifeng's expression was uncertain, and he was torn between his own conscience and his own desires. It's not that he is soft-hearted, but compared to the A-level props, he cares more about the Pixiu itself. If he can establish a good relationship with it, he will have a chance to be recognized as the master by the other party in the future. It is hard to say whether it is worthwhile to offend the Pixiu to death by using A-level props. That's all. After weighing the pros and cons, Yifeng took out the sharp pearl and threw it to the Pixiu. "I'll give it back to you. The thing was originally discovered by Pixiu, and it belongs to a later comer. There is no point in taking it away. What's more, the other party hasn't left yet, so there is still a chance to chat with him." Suddenly, the latter jumped lightly, opened his mouth, bit the sharp gem, wrapped it in himself, and then his whole body was covered with golden light, and he cast an apologetic look at Yifeng. Ding. System prompt: Auspicious Beast Pixiu, means that he is in urgent need of high-value items. If you meet him again in the future, he will definitely return you treasures of the same level. Ding. System prompt: Pixiu uses the skill, Super Double, and based on the value of the item you gave, it will get props from you that are 10 times the value of the item. Ding. System prompt: You have lost the mission item, Magic Pearl, SS level. Boom. It was like a nuclear bomb exploded in Yifeng's brain. His brain went into a brief state of shutdown, his thoughts were in a mess, and he lost the ability to move. The magic bead is gone. 2 seconds later, he came back to his senses and looked at the Pixiu that was leaving quickly. He felt his blood boiling and rushed straight to his head. Call out. Like an arrow shot from a bow, Yifeng mobilized the wind shadow to chase after him. However, the speed of the Pixiu was incredibly fast. Even with Wuhan's blessing, he could only watch as it turned into a golden rainbow light and went farther and farther away. Quick! Faster! Yifeng's eyes were bloodshot, and he sprinted with all his might. Apart from chasing, he had no other thoughts. You can't run anymore. If the magic bead is stolen, not only will all the tasks be lost, but it will also be difficult to explain to the instructor, and it will explode on the spot. Burn, my little universe. Swish. Green light flowed, and wind elements lingered around Yifeng's legs. Ding. System prompt: Congratulations on successfully mastering the skill, Shadow Chasing, Level B. Shadow Chaser, B rank. Introduction: the pace of faith is unstoppable. Effect: within 10 seconds, your movement speed increases by 50%. Cooling time: 1 minute. Chasing the shadow, open it for me. With his long hair flying wildly, Yifeng rushed towards the Pai Xiu like a madman, increasing his speed rapidly, letting the wind and sand blow on his face without noticing anything. With Wuhan's amplification, chasing shadow is equivalent to increasing his movement speed by 100%. What concept? 10 times faster than ordinary players. Originally, the speed of the Pai Xiu was not much faster than his, but by chasing his shadow, he successfully overtook him. The Pai Xiu, who was originally confident that he could leave, turned around and saw Yifeng, with a ferocious face, staring at him. He was so scared that he quickly dived into the yellow sand. How can this abyss demon run so fast? This is unscientific. Laugh. Yifeng swung the Wolf King sword and stabbed it heavily into the sand. Miss. Earth escape. Looking around, he was extremely anxious and tried his best to find clues about the Pai Xiu. If there was any sign of movement, he would chase after it immediately. Where? Where the hell are you, you little bastard? The cyan eyes sparkled with light, and Yifeng concentrated intently, not daring to even blink, for fear that the Pai Xiu would take the opportunity to run away. Suddenly, he keenly sensed that the golden energy was moving towards the north. I found you. Yifeng chased after it decisively, stepped on the sand where the Pai Xiu was, and roared, "Get out here!" Swish! A palm-sized Pai Xiu jumped out from the sand. Yifeng was quick to grab it and held it tightly in his arms. With just 200 attack points, I'll give you the ability to kill me. Ding! System prompt: congratulations on successfully comprehending the skill, Blue Eyes, C level. Blue Eyes C rank. Introduction: you can find the fluctuation trajectory of elemental energy, provided that the opponent's methods are not sophisticated. The evil god of wind is worthy of being an exclusive hidden profession. His comprehension is ridiculously high. He easily comprehended 2 skills, which successfully helped him intercept the Pai Xiu. Letting the other party struggle in his arms, Yifeng said coldly, "Give me back the magic bead." The captured young Pai Xiu opened its mouth obediently and spit out the magic bead. Ding! System prompt: you have obtained the task item, Magic Pearl, SS level. Got it back. Yifeng felt relieved. He stared at the aggrieved Pai Xiu and asked, "Are you the victim, or am I the victim?" Ding! System prompt: auspicious beast of Pai Xiu, said that he really needs a high-value item. Urgent need? Yifeng couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Is it urgent? The little Pai Xiu nodded repeatedly. How about this? You recognize me as your master and I will give you high-value items, how about that? Yifeng persuaded. Urgent? That's a good feeling. No hurry, I don't know where to start. Chirp. Pai Xiu quickly shook his head. The abacus beads are about to hit its face. Then why do you say you are in a hurry? Yifeng held it, not letting go for a moment, thinking hard about what he could do to get the Pai Xiu, even if it was just to stay with him temporarily. I have to acknowledge the Lord in a hurry. Feeling that the ancient beast in his arms was still struggling, Yifeng comforted it. I know you are anxious, but don't be anxious. In a word, what do you want in exchange for following me? I will definitely treat you sincerely. Hearing this, the little Pai Xiu looked up at Yifeng. I'm serious. I swear. Yifeng responded with a persistent and firm attitude. If one day I break my promise, you can lower your loyalty and leave me. He had just seen a little bit of the Pai Xiu's ability to attract wealth. Super double. This skill is so disgusting. If he could use it. After staring at Yifeng for a while, Pixiu agreed with difficulty and stopped trying to break free. Ding! System prompt, auspicious beast of Pixiu, indicates that if you can rescue its mother, it will recognize you as its master. Gently brushing its gray fur, Yifeng roughly understood the reason for its anxiety. Did something happen to your mother? Chirp. The little Pixiu nodded repeatedly, with tears falling down his face. Ding! System prompt, congratulations on triggering the super rare hidden task. Pixiu's thoughts, difficulty, B. Do you accept it? Don't cry, dear. Yifeng reached out and wiped away the tears from the corners of its eyes. Then let's make it a deal. I'll save your mother, and you stay with me. He had a feeling that this was definitely an extremely difficult task, otherwise the task reward would not have been the ancient exotic beast Pixiu. The current B-level difficulty was more like some kind of sleight of hand. Yes. Yifeng chose to accept it. Although he didn't know the direction of the next mission, he was not without confidence. Since this is a matter of the Pixiu recognizing its master, there is no reason for a mentor who serves as the guardian of the dragon realm not to take action. Ding! System prompt, you have obtained the super rare hidden task, Pixiu's thoughts, difficulty, B. Pixiu's thoughts, difficulty, B. Introduction, the mother of the little Pixiu seems to be in danger, so you are shameless and decide to help. Mission requirements, rescue Pixiu's mother. Mission reward, ancient beast, Pixiu. Mission duration, 10 days. After carefully reading the task details to ensure there were no loopholes, Yifeng let go of the soft little Pixiu in his arms, feeling filled with emotion. 1 minute ago, the magic bead was taken away and I almost lost everything. 1 minute later, the magic bead was recovered and I even got the chance for the Pixiu to recognize him as its master. Life is really unpredictable. Chirp. The Pixiu seems to want to remind you of something. Ding! System prompt, auspicious beast Pixiu, indicates that the opponent is very powerful, and hopes that you can bring the demon army at the bottom of the abyss to support him. I see. This little Pixiu was quite smart. The reason why it agreed to recognize him as its master was entirely because of his identity as an abyss demon. It must have mistakenly believed that he had a strong background and could compete with the enemy who endangered its mother. Don't worry, since I said I would save you, I will never go back on my word. Yifeng said solemnly, but before that, I need to solve the current problem first, which will take about 2 to 3 days. If he fails to complete the task, the Pixiu will definitely leave him. Even if he forces it to stay, it will only leave behind a corpse. As a player, he is not so cowardly as to be afraid to complete missions. Looking at Yifeng's serious attitude, Pixiu nodded his little head and chose to believe it. Ding! System prompt, auspicious beast of Pixiu, is willing to establish a temporary pet contract with you, do you accept? Yes. Yifeng agreed decisively. Ding! System prompt, you have obtained a god-level pet, auspicious beast of Pixiu, but since it is a temporary pet contract, you cannot obtain related rewards. Hiss. Yifeng couldn't help but take a deep breath. Divine pet? This mission must be accomplished. Are there any other treasures around the Demon Ceiling Valley? Yifeng asked tentatively. If he relies on himself alone, he can only get blank-level equipment, which is far less powerful than the Pixiu's ability to hunt for treasures. As for the evil god Pearl's rare bloodline reminder. Acting too hastily can lead to losing the big picture. Chirp. The Pixiu nodded, turned into a stream of golden light and rushed out, then stopped not far away and turned to look at Yifeng. Yifeng understood and followed immediately. The sun is scorching and the air is stagnant. Arriving at an uninhabited area, the Pixiu burrowed into the sand and quickly took out an ancient grey scroll, dragged it up with its mouth with difficulty, and placed it in front of Yifeng. Bending down to pick up the scroll, Yifeng checked the details. Amplification scroll, B-level item. Introduction, random amplification, a must for gambling. Effect, strengthen your equipment to a certain extent. Note, this is only effective for dark gold equipment and below. After all, it is a place that has been sealed for tens of millions of years and must have been searched by someone before. It is rare and valuable to find a B-level prop here, which will be of great use to Yifeng at the moment. Thank you for your hard work, Yifeng said happily. If you get the help of Pixiu, the probability of finding treasures when exploring some mysterious places in the future will be greatly increased. Rustle. Suddenly, Yifeng heard the sound of sand being turned over nearby. Looking up, he saw a giant khaki lizard crawling out. It seemed to be disturbed from its rest and was very angry. Yellow sand lizard, common monster. Level, 30. Health, 65,000. Attack, 200 to 210. Defense, 150 to 155. Skills, Impact, Tongue. Introduction, monitor lizards born in the eastern region are lucky, at least the humans here do not have unique habits. Except for level, all other attributes are inferior to Yifeng. Finally I've found the place where the wild monsters spawn. Taking out the Wolf King sword from the package, Yifeng rushed over without saying a word, activated the Wind Shadow sword technique, and politely greeted them with a clean and neat straight stab. Laugh. After being scratched by the sword blade, the giant lizard opened its mouth and bit Yifeng. The latter was too lazy to dodge and did not waste time, forcing himself to exchange blood with it. After careful and rigorous numerical calculations, the smart man discovered from the beginning that blood transfusion would make money. -935. -1. -933. -1. The fight lasted for more than 20 seconds, and the poisoned yellow sand lizard died on the spot. Ding! System prompt, congratulations on successfully killing yellow sand lizard, common monster, and receiving reward, plus 8% experience at this level. The experience gained by killing monsters of higher levels is considerable, so Yifeng decided to level up here today. Tomorrow, he will face adventurers as a silver-level boss. The ideal situation would be to reach level 28 today and equip himself with the gold-level equipment carefully prepared by the Hyena King to avoid any setbacks. Little Pixiu, help me find the yellow sand lizards nearby and lead them to the ground, Yifeng ordered. He was not afraid that anything would happen to the Pixiu. As a divine pet, the Pixiu's defense is as high as 500 points, and the yellow sand lizard cannot break through it at all. Chirp. The Pixiu obeyed the order very carefully. Faced with a powerful enemy, it was helpless. It was only by chance that it encountered the legendary Abyss Demon, and then it came up with the idea of using the other's power to rescue its mother. With the help of the Pixiu, a large number of yellow sand lizards were disturbed and rushed to the ground angrily, wanting to teach the uninvited guests a lesson. Ding! System prompt, congratulations on successfully killing yellow sand lizard, common monster, and receiving reward, plus 8% experience at this level. Ding! System prompt, congratulations on successfully killing yellow sand lizard, common monster, and receiving reward, plus 8% experience at this level. Swish! When the experience bar was filled and golden light scattered, Yifeng reached level 22. With the help of Pixiu to attract monsters, his leveling efficiency is even faster. Ding ding! At some point, Li Shui sent him a message, "How is the battle going?" "I got a Pixiu." Yifeng told the truth. It is almost impossible to rescue the mother of Pixiu by one's own strength. It is a bit far-fetched to obtain the divine pet by completing a task with a difficulty level of only B. Therefore, the mentor is an indispensable fighting force, and it is meaningless to hide it at this moment. It is willing to follow me temporarily, but I must rescue its mother. Yi Feng said bluntly, if I am unable to do so, I hope the mentor can help. Of course there is no problem, provided that it does not involve a fight between adventurers. Li Shui agreed quite readily. Yi Feng was sincerely grateful. Then I would like to thank you first, Master. You're welcome. I'll charge you based on the difficulty of the task. After that, Yi Feng spent almost the entire day killing monsters. The leveling process is boring, but it is a necessary process. By 5 o'clock in the afternoon, all the yellow sand lizards within a 10-mile radius had been cleared out. Yi Feng only took a few minutes to eat and drink water, and forced himself to level up to 26. He put on 3 pieces of defensive gear, flowing light leggings, boots of hope, and hard armor, and retired the blank level suit gloriously. In fact, if the yellow sand lizard refresh points are densely distributed and numerous, his level can be raised higher, but the process of looking for monsters everywhere is always unavoidable. There are still 2 levels to go, and the pressure is a bit high. Looking at the setting sun, Yi Feng frowned slightly, feeling quite troubled. No matter how fast the monsters refresh, it is impossible for them to refresh in just a few hours. Just when he was racking his brains over where to find a new leveling point, an abrupt ring rang in his ears. Ding! System prompt, God Slayer Anita, God Level Boss, wants to add you as a friend, do you agree? Call. A bleak wind blew by, bringing with it the passion for monster hunting. Standing above the desert, Yi Feng stared blankly at the add message that appeared in the friend box, completely confused. In Gods and Demons, the natives can indeed add adventurers as friends, and aside from the different number of lives and the inability to participate in certain disputes, everything else is basically the same. Tianxiu. Even though Yi Feng knew this setting, he couldn't help but be shocked. Previously, he blocked players' requests to add him as friends, but he did not block the indigenous people. What can he say about the demon god's request to add him as a friend? Nothing to say. Taking a deep breath, suppressing his inner nervousness, Yi Feng chose to agree. Ding! System prompt, you have successfully added, God Slayer Anita, God Level Boss, as a friend. The moment we were able to chat, the other party sent a string of ellipsis marks. What are you doing, ouch? Yi Feng decided to reply to him with a string of ellipsis. So you are an adventurer. God Slayer Anita typed. There is no friend system between the natives, which is enough to prove each other's identity. Why would he try this? Because the previous crusade activities of the Light Camp made him suspicious. Although they had discovered the traces of the Abyss Demon, they did not send powerful natives to kill it, but instead allowed adventurers to get involved. The whole thing was full of strangeness. Now, he finally knew why. The natives cannot easily attack adventurers who have not made any mistakes. Keeping calm, Yi Feng pretended to be confused, so what if he is an adventurer? I didn't eat your rice. Is there a problem? First, he almost had his magic pearl taken away by the little Pichio, and now he has to deal with doubts from gods and demons. How thrilling and exciting does it want to be? Yi, don't have any bad intentions. I just want to get the rewards for 2 S-level tasks and 1 B-level task. I can't say no, nor can I say yes. The other party replied with a confusing text. Yi Feng thought deeply for a moment and replied, the last time I heard this was last time. Unable to figure out the demon's intentions, he decided to cooperate with him and talk some meaningless nonsense. What I mean is, since you are an adventurer, being teleported up from the bottom of the abyss might be God's arrangement, Anita added. That makes sense. Yi Feng sent him a funny expression. Even though it was a serious discussion, it didn't matter. He would just scroll down first. So, who is behind you? Anita finally revealed her true colors. The devil of the abyss, there is someone behind it. This sentence scared him a lot, but if there was an adventurer behind the other party, everything would fall apart. Swish, swish, swish. In the distance, two demonized creatures were approaching rapidly at an extremely fast speed, far beyond Yi Feng's current limit. Yi Feng couldn't help but sneer and quickly replied, "You dare to attack me?" The real purpose is revealed. It is obvious that the God Slayer Anita has not given up the idea of devouring the abyss demons to gain strength. As expected, the process of dealing with the devil is extremely dangerous, and he might completely turn against you at that moment. Let's chat face to face. Anita sent 2 words. Yi Feng was not afraid. Okay. At this point, we have no choice but to go ahead. After putting the Pishio into the pet space, he stood there calmly. When the 2 demonized creatures hurried over, they immediately stated their purpose. "Sir, please come back with us to meet the master. Lead the way," Yi Feng said in a deep voice. Being panicked won't solve the problem. The more confident he is, the less likely the devil will dare to attack him. More than 10 minutes later, Yi Feng arrived at the depths of the demon's ceiling valley. The shadow in the red gem went straight to the point. "Yi, do you have anything else to say? I'd really like to know, what do you want to do?" Yi Feng walked slowly forward to the red gem and boldly reached out and knocked it. Anita certainly wouldn't tear her relationship apart right away. "It's not that I want to do anything, but your deception has caused a rift in our partnership." "What did I lie to you about?" Yi Feng said calmly, "Tell me. You said there's someone behind you. Is there no one behind me? Adventurers come from another world, how can they have a background?" Anita said impatiently, "Are you bullying me for being ignorant?" For the natives, the adventurer is a new arrival and is weak for the time being, so it is difficult for him to make a difference. Even though he is trapped here, they know this very well. Ordinary adventurers naturally have no background. I was born at the bottom of the abyss, so how can I be mixed up with them? Yi Feng talked freely. The other party definitely didn't know the specific circumstances of his birth, otherwise he wouldn't have said so many unexplored things at the bottom of the abyss when they met for the first time. You guessed it right. I'm just bullying you because you have no vision. Prove it to me. Anita was puzzled. He had to admit that he was very wary of the demon clan whose notoriety was known throughout the world. Even though he was one of the 10 great demon gods in the Cambrian world, he did not dare to offend them. However, the main reason is that the benefits are not proportional to the costs. After devouring such a weak abyss demon, his strength improvement is very limited. If he can break through to the god level, it would be worth the risk. How can this be proved? Yi Feng showed a helpless look, and calmly reminded the Pishio to appear in the pet space. The situation is critical. Protect the Emperor. Chirp. A golden light surged, and a gray-white auspicious beast appeared at Yi Feng's feet, then disappeared into the ground. A young Pishio? Anita and the other demonized creatures changed their tone drastically. This is an ancient strange beast. You mean this little thing? It's a gift from my father. He said it would bring me good fortune. Yi Feng waved his hand. It's not worth mentioning, not worth mentioning. Not worth mentioning. Anita almost wanted to curse, but her tone was much gentler on the surface. I must have misunderstood Brother Yi. It seems that adventurers are also divided into high and low. It's just a misunderstanding, so let him go. Ding. System prompt, God Slayer Anita's favorability towards you has increased by 1000 points. Current status, friendly. Idiot. Ignorant idiot. Yi Feng felt relieved, but his face turned pale. Just let it go? Brother Yi means. I want to quickly improve my strength to deal with the adventurers coming tomorrow. Do you have any ideas? Yifeng tried to ask for benefits. It's a rare opportunity to have the upper hand, how can we miss it? We must make some money from him. Anita felt embarrassed. I am sealed. Help me find out if there is a silver-level boss nearby. Yifeng's tone left no room for doubt. I just want to get the first silver kill, is it easy for me? So sad. He is still feeling upset about accidentally getting the first gold kill last night. All right. Anita agreed. This requirement is not difficult. Ding. System prompt, congratulations on completing the hidden mission, everything is a misunderstanding, difficulty, C, and get the reward, the trace of the silver-level boss. What a hidden mission. What a misunderstanding. Demonized Tiger King, take him to find the nearby silver-level boss. Anita ordered. Yes. The demonized Tiger King obeyed the orders of the demon god and listened respectfully. Sir, please follow me. Thank you. Yifeng left with him. The temperature difference between day and night in the desert is extremely large. At night, the wind in the god-killing land is cold and biting, and the occasional rustling sound makes people feel uneasy. After leaving the demon sealing valley, the demonized Tiger King took him to search everywhere, and soon they found the clues. Get out. The demonized Tiger King stomped his feet hard towards a certain area, causing the sand to explode and air waves to roll, blowing away the yellow sand lizard king hidden inside and causing it to roll out in a mess. Slurp. The yellow sand lizard king was furious, and its 3-meter-long body swung violently. Just in case, Yifeng cast a detection spell on it. Yellow sand lizard king, silver-level boss. Level, 35. Health, 180,000. Attack, 400 to 420. Defense, 250 to 255. Skills, Gnaw, Bite, Lizard Tail Swipe, Drilling Attack. Introduction. The king of the yellow sand lizards bullies the weak and fears the strong, and is as timid as a mouse. There is not much difference between him and Yifeng in all aspects, including life. You don't have to take action next. Yifeng reminded the demonized Tiger King not to act on his own, and he stepped forward with the Wolf King sword, and drew a bloody mark on the side of the giant lizard with lightning speed. -345. -1,000. -1,000. The yellow sand lizard king has a high defense, and it is difficult to break it drastically by simply attacking. Fortunately, at the current stage, he mainly relies on poison to kill monsters. As usual, after a successful attack, Yifeng would not linger in the fight and quickly ran out of the opponent's attack range. Your speed may be comparable to that of the Wind Rider Eren in the future. The demonized Tiger King exclaimed in admiration. With the strength of silver level but the speed comparable to dark gold level, the potential of Abyss Demon is really enviable. Slurp. The yellow sand lizard king tried hard to catch up, but found it difficult to do so. He immediately lowered his head and burrowed into the yellow sand, perfectly demonstrating his cowardly quality. Chirp. However, just as he was about to be buried, he suddenly bumped into the hard little Pishio. -1. The Pishio's defense is as high as 500 points, and the yellow sand lizard king can't even break it. He immediately changed the place to drill, but the Pishio was so fast that it always found its place. Coward. Yifeng tried to increase its hatred value. Ding. System prompt. When you use the skill, Casual Taunt, the yellow sand lizard king's hatred towards you will be greatly reduced. It is worthy of being a boss who bullies the weak and fears the strong. The stronger you are, the more afraid it is. Being blocked repeatedly, the yellow sand lizard king became completely furious. He opened his bloody mouth and swallowed the Pishio into his stomach. He did not bite it because he could not do it after all. Well. After swallowing it, its body suddenly trembled and it looked very uncomfortable, with damage numbers appearing above its head. -1800. -1800. -1800. Ding. System prompt: the Yellow Sand Lizard King uses the skill, Bite. Due to the inability to digest, the health value will be deducted by 1% per second for 10 seconds. Yifeng didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and quickly stepped forward to launch a fierce attack. Whoa! 10 seconds later, the wounded Yellow Sand Lizard King was poisoned and spat out the Pai Xiu with difficulty. The latter seemed to be equally frightened and hurriedly burrowed into the ground, never daring to show its head again. In more than 2 minutes, Yifeng easily killed the Yellow Sand Lizard King, even ignoring the opponent's attacks and fighting it head-on. In fact, in the demonized state, even if they were fighting each other, he would not lose a bit, he just wanted to avoid any accidents. Ding. System prompt: congratulations on successfully killing Yellow Sand Lizard King, Silver Level Boss, and receiving rewards, experience at this level plus 180%. Ding. System prompt: congratulations on killing the Silver Level Boss, Yellow Sand Lizard King. As the first player to kill a Silver Level Boss, you will receive additional rewards, free attribute points plus 30, reputation plus 200, and wearable B-level fashion, Dark Robe. Ding. System prompt: do you want to inform all players who have descended on Gods and Demons, Earth region, of your brilliant achievements? Note, after the whole region is announced, you can get an additional 200 reputation points. Swish. Swish. 2 golden lights scattered, and Yifeng reached level 28. Send fashion. Yifeng's eyes lit up, and he picked up a few pieces of equipment and 2 gold coins that had exploded. He couldn't wait to open the package and check it out. He saw that the costume was a neatly folded black robe, luxurious and exquisite, with good quality. Dark Robe, B-level fashion. Introduction: a nice clothing item with a special magic circle inside that can cover all your equipment except weapons and rings. Effect: movement speed plus 10%, attack speed plus 10%. Additional effect: small chance to increase NPC's favorability towards you. Required reputation: 500 points. Required level: level 10. As a B-level fashion, the Dark Robe was obviously better than the White Wolf Jade Pendant, so Yifeng put it on without saying a word. Bang! With the black robe on, the bloated feeling brought by the armor immediately disappeared. Under the effect of the fashion, Yifeng's figure became more slender and straight, with extraordinary temperament. With the stretched black bone wings behind him, it feels like the arrival of the devil. He added the free attribute points to speed again and smiled with satisfaction. Let's go. Good. The two set out on their return journey. Along the way, Yifeng replaced his Wolf King sword with a flaming long sword, and his attack power suddenly increased. In addition, the wolfskin wrist guards were also replaced with silver-level equipment provided by the Yellow Sand Lizard King. Yellow Sand Helmet, silver level. Defense, 15 to 15. Health, 500. Features, defense plus 2%. Introduction: B content: yellow things are better looking than green things. Fortunately, the dark robe can hide all the protective gear, otherwise it would be too funny to wear gorgeous brocade clothes and a yellow sand helmet. And that wolfskin wristband is too eye-catching. Yifeng checked his equipment and his eyes fell on the only remaining blank-level equipment on his body, frowning slightly. After thinking about it, he uploaded the video of his first kill of the silver boss to the forum, and then sold all the blank-level equipment he had picked up. As for this first kill announcement, he decided not to announce it for the time being, otherwise everyone would know that Abyss Demon Yi was Luo Yi Wusheng. Ding! System prompt: the equipment, blood-sucking demon sword, blank level, you listed was sold successfully, and you received 50 copper coins. Ding! System prompt, the equipment, star helmet, blank level, you listed was sold successfully, and you received 30 copper coins. Looking at all the information, Yifeng almost thought that he was selling divine equipment. However, the names of these equipment are more domineering than each other, but their attributes are more rubbish than each other. Afterwards, he browsed around the shopping area and eventually spent 45 silver coins to buy a bronze-level equipment called the Wolf King's Wrist Guard. There is no doubt that after he won the bronze first kill, the demonic Wolf King, as the boss of the novice village, was visited again. Wolf King Wrist Guard, bronze level. Defense, 10 to 12. Features, life plus 2%. Introduction. As the adventurer gradually grows up, the nightmare of the demonized Wolf King has just begun. After putting on the wristband and confirming whether there was any improvement in the attributes, he opened the character panel with anticipation. Abyss Demon Yi, Silver Level Boss. Level, 28. Health, 284,580. Attack, 396 to 419. Defense, 369 to 375. Skills, Source of Poison, Wind Shadow. Note, skills with too low a level will not be displayed. Reputation, 1120. Number of resurrections, 2. Introduction. The creature with the blood of the Abyss Demon is destined to have extraordinary potential. Although it has not shown enough threat now, it may be a disaster for the Cambrian world in the future. Killing him will be a good thing for the people. Such attributes are considered top-notch among silver-level bosses, not to mention that he also possesses the source of poison. Now coupled with the burning of a flaming sword, it is guaranteed to make ordinary players feel like they are floating in the air. There should be no reason for a player who is only on the third day of the server opening to break my defense easily. Yifeng's heart was pounding. It is exciting to see what tomorrow will be like. You know, killing 10,000 players is stressful enough, but it is still not the point. The most crucial plot is to help the demon break the seal to get rare bloodline rewards, and then turn from darkness to light, so as to complete 2S level tasks. Chirp. After returning to the demon's Sealing Valley, the demonized Tiger King went to report. Taking this opportunity, the Pishio left the pet space, climbed onto Yifeng's shoulder and called out, with a hint of suspicion in its tone. Ding! System prompt, your pet, auspicious beast Pishio, is confused. You don't seem to have a deep enough background. How can you rescue its mother? Don't worry, I definitely didn't lie to you. Yifeng shook his head and laughed, reaching out to rub its soft little head. You'll know tomorrow. It can be seen that the little Pishio is not stupid. It knows that he had previously used its identity to deal with the god slayer Anita. Although he did not expose it, he must have some concerns in his heart. The Pishio blinked and looked at Yifeng's profile for a while. It decided to trust him once, then jumped into the void and returned to the pet space to rest. The desert is chilly at night. In the Demon's Sealing Valley, Yifeng entered the tent prepared for him by the demonized creature, then opened the forum and posted a video of defeating the silver-level boss under the identity of Luo Yi Wusheng. The first kill news can be announced later, but the video must be released early. As players grow, the benefits will decrease as time goes by. After ensuring that it could pass the system verification, Yifeng uploaded it immediately. Ding! System prompt, adventurer, Lin Chuan, purchased your video and you received 1 copper coin. Ding! System prompt, adventurer, Black and White, purchases your video and you get 1 copper coin. This video doesn't have much value, so we're still taking the route of small profits but quick turnover. After closing the forum, Yifeng went to sleep peacefully. The next day. Walking out of the tent, many demonized creatures were already wandering and patrolling outside the demon's sealing valley as usual. Grown-ups. When they saw Yi Feng, they greeted him one after another, with an unfathomable gleam in their eyes. TSK. Yi Feng laughed secretly, probably guessing what Anita was thinking. The demon's thoughts always change very quickly. Perhaps their minds are filled with thoughts like, if you don't take care of yourself, you will be punished by heaven and earth. Then let me see who will defeat whom in the end. Ding. System prompt: the Crusade mission will officially start at 10 o'clock, adventurers please be prepared. After filling his stomach with bread, Yi Feng was in high spirits. If you want to continue the story, you must kill 10,000 players, otherwise all your efforts will be wasted. Don't interfere later. Yi Feng warned, in the battles between adventurers, the natives cannot interfere. Once you help me, the restrictions will be lifted, and the consequences will be disastrous. Yes. Those demonized creatures agreed and guarded the valley entrance. Time passed slowly, the sun slowly climbed higher, and the temperature in the desert rose rapidly. Ding. System prompt: the Crusade mission is started. Ding. System prompt: please note that you must kill 10,000 adventurers before you can leave, otherwise the mission, disguise, equality and mutual benefit, will be considered a failure. Tap, tap, tap. In the distance, a large number of players entered the god-killing land through the temporary teleportation point set up by the top leaders of Kanglan Town. Seeing Yi Feng, who looked like a devil in the distance, they immediately rushed over with all kinds of weapons. Brothers, kill. It's just a silver-level boss. I didn't expect so many idiots would compete with me for it. Nonsense. In addition to the kill reward, there is also a ranking reward, and there is no death penalty, which is equivalent to getting it for free. No one can snatch even a small amount from me. A group of players imitated the ancients in charging into battle. Although there was no method or discipline, they were having a lot of fun. This different world is just a game. The purpose of playing games is to please yourself, so make sure you play with a smile. With a gleam in his cyan eyes, Yi Feng tightened the flaming sword in his hand and gave a formulaic boss opening: a bunch of ants, become the souls of my sword. A silver-level boss dares to act so pretentiously? Go to hell. Many players approached and hacked at him with weapons. Miss. Miss. Easily avoiding the attacks of the first batch of players, Yi Feng swung the flaming sword across the neck of one of them, bringing out a bright red damage number. -5,436. Critical hit. An extremely high amount of damage popped up, and the player's health dropped by nearly half. Compared to other players, his attack is the best in the server, but he usually fights against wild monsters of much higher levels than himself, so the difference is not noticeable. After a successful attack, Yi Feng shifted his target and killed other players. Oh my god, the damage is so high. Suddenly, his expression was extremely stunned. For a moment, green light came out of his body, accompanied by burning flames. He felt very bad. Pastor, feed me quickly, I want to drink milk. Swish, swish, swish. Pure white energy surged, and there were many female players who chose the priest profession, casting healing spells on the front row without hesitation. Plus 256. Plus 333. Minus 1,200. Plus 225. Plus 319. Minus 1,200. Send. The player's eyes went dark and he fell to his knees. Everyone was shocked. The players closest to the battlefield saw it most clearly. The priest's healing power was simply not enough to withstand the continuous damage inflicted by the Abyss Demon Yi. Is there such a thing? Yi Feng never wastes time on the same player. He hits the target once and then leaves, his whereabouts becoming erratic. Damn it, let me touch you, I just want to touch you. The player whose attack was avoided by Yifeng had a sad face, watching his health points continue to drop. He couldn't even withstand the healing spell and was almost angry to death. Poison damage plus burning, what kind of silver level boss is this? Yifeng hacked around randomly, all his attention focused on completing the killing mission as quickly as possible. Swish, swish, swish. At the same time, the long-range attacks of the magicians and archers fell like a storm. Although some of them could not keep up with Yifeng's speed, they had the advantage of being outnumbered. The rain of arrows came down at the same time, and no one could avoid them all. -16. -1. -18. All kinds of numbers popped up that were impossible to break through. Why are Yifeng's panel attack and defense almost the same? Because while his attack surpasses that of a swordsman, his defense also surpasses that of a knight. It's all about hard grinding, right? It's really frustrating. The moment they saw the damage number jump up, countless players cursed. Of course, they were not panicked. It's just a silver level boss, it's a sure kill. Like a black stream of light, Yifeng killed people in all directions. Anyone injured by his attack would surely die. In the information bar, the number of kills related to the mission kept jumping up. Fortunately, due to the crusade, there is no death penalty for players, so the huge gap did not discourage them, but made them more courageous. This boss is so difficult to defeat, the rewards must be very generous. Huff, huff, huff. The wizard's magic whistled wildly, colorful and containing all kinds of elements, bombarding Yifeng like a cannonball, and had a great impact on his attack frequency. It is worth mentioning that the so-called mage profession does not all follow the same route. In the early stage, there are 7 elements to choose from: water, fire, wind, thunder, rock, ice, and grass. Once selected, it cannot be changed unless it is subsequently transferred to a unique hidden profession. Relying on the speed provided by Wuhan, Yifeng ran around the edge of the battlefield in order to avoid being completely locked. While killing a large number of players, he tried his best to let the melee professions block the ranged professions. After all, the attack distance of long-range professions is limited. With the current strength, it is impossible to aim at the opponent from hundreds of meters away. It's not practical to have hundreds of players attacking him at the same time. This boss is so mean, it always wanders outside my attack range. No wonder there is an event, there must be a reason. I just want to get 1 point, just 1 point. Many players were furious. Without points, you won't be able to get the ranking rewards given by Kanglan Town. 80%. 60%. In the noisy battlefield with the sound of killing deafening, Yifeng still remained calm and drank medicine from time to time to restore blood, although he still could not stop the decline of his health value. Even if the defense is not broken, occasionally a dozen points of damage will accumulate and be difficult to bear. At a certain moment, Yifeng, who was only half dead, glanced at the number of people killed. 3,675. Just over 3,000. Yifeng couldn't help but feel a little anxious. If there were 10,000 people standing there for him to kill, 1 per second, it would take him 2 or 3 hours to kill them all, and he would be exhausted. It can only be said that it is too painful without large-scale group attack skills. Ding ding. Suddenly, Yifeng heard a system ringtone. He opened his friend list and saw Li Shui sending him a message: if it doesn't work, forget about this mission. Killing 10,000 people is really too much of a stretch. Drink, drink. Yifeng was panting and breathing heavily, and sent a voice message: how can a man say that he is not good enough? I can still hold on. If you can't hold on, forget it. Don't try to be brave. We'll talk about it when the time comes. After closing the chat box, Yifeng continued to concentrate on killing monsters. His heart was tense and he did not dare to let his guard down. Generally speaking, true expert players should not be interested in the rewards for group-killing silver-level bosses, but it is better to be safe than sorry. Maybe there is a master lurking in the crowd, ready to give him a fatal blow at the critical moment. 4,000. 4,500. There are so many people, it's so crowded. Arrows rained down and magic exploded brilliantly. Yifeng made sure to stay at the edge of the battlefield and not be surrounded. Repeated swinging of the sword made his arms sore, fatigue surged in his heart, and his killing efficiency gradually decreased. Only 30% of my health left. As long as you dare to show your health bar, there is no boss that players cannot conquer. The silver-level monsters are so awesome. Will the future god-level monsters cause the sky to collapse and the earth to break apart when they attack? There are still countless players flocking in. Chirp. While Yifeng was killing people, the Pixiu was not idle either. It moved underneath by burrowing into the ground, and occasionally poked its head out to pick up the equipment dropped by the players killed by Yifeng. 10%. When the health of the Abyss Demon Yi dropped to a low state, the player's attack became more fierce. When the damage is evenly distributed among everyone, whoever gets the last hit might get the equipment that explodes. Ha ha ha. Just when they thought victory was imminent, Yifeng laughed wildly, and the bone wings behind him suddenly spread out, revealing his devilish posture. Ants, it seems that you still have some strength. You're almost dead, yet you still dare to act cool. Many players were speechless. Like a gust of wind, Yifeng appeared in the distance and quickly retreated strategically. Then, next, I must show my true ability. This is a large event with tens of thousands of participants. How can a boss of a major event die so easily? If you can't beat the first stage, you should enter the second stage. Many players were dumbfounded. He's trying to escape. The event boss ran away? What kind of plane? Relying on his absolute advantage in speed, Yifeng intended to stay away from the crowd. Swish. Suddenly, the cold light exploded, reflecting a breathtaking brilliance in the sunlight. A dagger appeared from the void on the right and came through the air. Yifeng was already on guard and shifted his body to the left, narrowly avoiding the sharp edge of the dagger and raising a cloud of dust. Ha! The assassin who had revealed his tracks was thin, about 18 years old, with a delicate face and childishness. He looked surprised at the moment. Isn't this funny? Such a sudden attack was actually avoided by the opponent? Unexpected. It was really unexpected. Steadying himself, Yifeng narrowed his eyes slightly and cast a detection spell at the opponent. Newbie Rakshasa, Blood Shadow Assassin. Level 19. For players who are on the level leaderboard, I didn't expect that there would be a hidden profession so soon. As for Rakshasa, Yifeng had been an assassin in his previous life, so he had naturally had contact with him. He had a good personality and was easy to get along with. He also had a very good grasp of the timing of his attack. Stupid adventurer, do you think you are the only one who can launch a sneak attack? Yifeng grinned. What's the meaning? Do you also know how to sneak attack? Without communicating with him anymore, Yifeng quickly flew back. Ding! System prompt: you cannot escape from the land of killing gods, otherwise the tasks, disguise, equality and mutual benefit you accepted will be regarded as failures. It seems he can't hold on any longer. Wang Xiaoyan looked regretful. Li Shui pursed her lips and looked at Yifeng in the distance. It's a pity that he is not strong enough now and can't learn the means of group attack, otherwise he will definitely be able to complete the mission smoothly. Before she finished speaking, she couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. In her field of vision, Yifeng's trump card surprised her. Where are the people? He disappeared. What the hell, this Abyss Demon's profession is actually an assassin. Many players were stunned. The silver level boss that had been in their sights suddenly disappeared. Ding! System prompt: you use the skill, Wind Shadow, to put yourself into stealth mode. Your aura is reduced and you can't leave any trace. Plus 200. Plus 200. Trying to slow down his breathing, Yifeng crouched down and moved lightly, while taking the best medicine in the town to restore his health. Who says you can't take a break without leaving the battlefield? The second phase of the crusade. Find the Abyss Demon Yi hidden in the dark. Gurgle. Rakshasa, whose sneak attack failed, swallowed hard and the corners of his mouth twitched. A boss learns the stealth of an assassin? I really admire you, Old Six. Outside the Demon's Ceiling Valley, the scene was once extremely chaotic. Gone. A low-health boss is playing stealth with them. What's the difference between this and cheating? Everyone, look for it. What a disgusting activity. I hope there won't be a next time. Are you kidding me? You need to do a thorough search just to play a game? Everyone couldn't help but complain and curse, and then they had to disperse and search everywhere for the Abyss Demon Yi, who was hiding in some corner. There was no rush to reveal himself. In the vast desert area, Yifeng thought to himself that he would not be discovered by players in a short period of time, so he should just calmly replenish his health first. The weather is great today. Luosha reminded loudly, everyone, pay attention to any shadows nearby. Stealth only hides your figure, not disappears. Rational. The players all agreed and looked down to find Yifeng's shadow. Can I let you find it so easily? Yifeng laughed secretly. You have a plan, but I have a ladder. It is true that Luosha's method is effective, but his level is more than 10 levels higher than that of ordinary players. With such a crushing level, it is impossible for anyone to notice him entering the crowd. So, he put on the mask of the evil god and cancelled the demonized state bestowed by the demon bead. Don't forget, the duration of the magic bead is 1 day, and the cooling time is 12 hours, during which he can cancel it at any time. Hiss. Wang Xiaoyan's expression changed slightly as she watched the Abyss Demon Yi pass by the players in the chaotic crowd, and then unconsciously turned back into human form. Too cunning. Bold and careful, awesome. Li Shui was amused by the dramatic scene and smiled with eyes curved. Luoye Wusheng had figured out the word traitor. Where the hell is this boss? Yifeng stared with eyes wide open and looked around. He was fishing in troubled waters with the evil god mask on. No one could detect his panel, so there was not a single loophole. The leaves fall silently. Some players were shocked. I didn't expect that even the big boss Falling Leaves would come to participate in the event. The dark purple mask was so eye-catching that it almost became Luoye Wusheng's symbol, so they could tell each other's true identity at a glance. Don't distract your attention from me. Yifeng scolded, the key is to quickly find the boss hiding in the dark, otherwise, when his health is full, it will take a long time to grind his blood again. He appeared here specifically to defeat the silver-level boss, but the Abyss Demon Yi was much more difficult than he imagined. Boss Luoye is right. Find it out now. The players around him stopped talking, fearing that it would cause dissatisfaction among the other party. 10 minutes, 20 minutes. Gradually, everyone's patience wore out and they left the event. Damn it. Where on earth did it hide? That doesn't make sense. Luosha had an unpleasant expression. The midday sun is so dazzling that no assassin at any level can hide for so long during a carpet search. Is it reasonable that he has to look up to a mere silver-level boss's stealth level? After making sure that all aspects of his status had returned to full, Yifeng drank some water and ate some bread to replenish his strength during the halftime break. Then he unknowingly went into stealth and reactivated the magic bead. Bang! With his bone wings stretched out and green light surging, Yi Feng was full of energy and deliberately found an opportunity for the players to discover him. He's here. Finally, a player was able to find out his whereabouts. As expected of an adventurer, there is no shortage of people with outstanding abilities. Abyss Demon Yi cast an approving look at the player and revealed his figure. I have decided to reward you. The player was overjoyed. What's my reward? There is an extra reward for being the first to discover the stealth boss. This is such a pleasant surprise. Bang! Yi Feng slapped him with his backhand, then took out the flaming sword and slashed it across his neck, splashing blood. I'll reward you with a big fight. He couldn't give out much, so he could only give the other party some physical rewards. I don't want this reward. Kill. Many swordsmen and knights swooped over, trying to inflict damage in exchange for rewards. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Once again, the battle began with a tug of war. Yi Feng was still ruthless, killing each kid with one sword without any hesitation. Covered in blood, Yi Feng remained restrained and did not dare to take it lightly. If you want to be proud, wait until the mission is completed. I'm speechless. Luo Sha went into stealth again, ready to wait for an opportunity to strike. In a short period of time, there is probably no chance to kill the Abyss Demon, because due to the long period of hiding, his health has returned to full. Call out. However, not long after he entered stealth mode, Yi Feng swept past like a gust of wind and appeared in front of him. After all, Rakshasa is a rather tricky adventurer, so it would be safer to send him away in advance. In an instant, Luosha's heart seemed to be squeezed heavily, and he flew backwards in panic. I'm already sneaking, why are you still staring at me? Without wavering his gaze, Yi Feng moved forward forcefully, then swung the flaming sword down. Swish! The cold sword blade surged with fire and poison, ruthlessly slashing on Luosha's shoulder. It was obviously a full-strength attack. -2687. Luo Sha put on the mask of pain and exited stealth due to the attack. His health continued to decline. I'm in stealth, and you're still bothering me? Poisonous. This boss is poisonous. Stealth only means hiding your figure, not disappearing. Yi Feng smiled calmly, the weather is good today, remember to pay attention to the shadow under your feet. Killing someone also requires destroying their heart. Swish! White light flew up, and Rakshasa's soul returned to the resurrection point. After solving the number 1 problem, Yi Feng turned his attention back to the number of kills. Facing the baptism of rain of arrows and magic, corpses were left everywhere he passed. The bright red blood seeped into the yellow sand, creating a shocking and heroic scene. 6,500. 7,000. Getting closer and closer to the target number. Drink, drink. When the number reached 8,000, Yi Feng was sweating profusely, his physical strength was almost exhausted, his body was sticky, and his movements were seriously slow. Running and killing people, if it weren't for the halftime break, he would have been exhausted by the human wave tactics. Damn adventurers, you are so despicable. Yi Feng used the same trick again, turned on shadow chasing to increase his speed, and ran towards the empty area again. The land of god-killing is very large, and tens of thousands of players cannot occupy even 1/10 of the map. What's more, he has been consciously gathering the battlefield in a corner to facilitate himself out of the combat state. The players have no gang leader and no one to command them in a short period of time, which gives him an opportunity to take advantage of. He had no psychological burden at all when using the method of running away when he couldn't bear it anymore. To be honest, from childhood to adulthood, Yi Feng was not very good at playing other musical instruments, except for the drum, which he played at a national first-class level. Still stealthy? Many players' faces turned green. Every time I'm about to die, I hide to recover my health. Who is despicable? This boss is invincible, infinite loop. 2G boss sure. How about leaving? I just don't believe in evil. If I don't beat him today, I'll chop off his dick live. Many players cursed. I can't stand it any longer. If I don't curse, I won't feel happy. Once again moving away from the player's attack range, it was not difficult for Yifeng to avoid the sparse long-range attacks flying towards him. In Gods and Demons, ranged attacks do not always guarantee a hit, unless it is a lock-on attack, but that is definitely not a skill that ordinary players can access at this stage. It's too fast, I can't tell where it's moving. Some players couldn't understand. Can't the boss in the other world just stand there and wait to die? This isn't a game at all. Using Wind Shadow to enter stealth mode, Yifeng tried his best to avoid the player's sight, lowered his breathing, and recovered his strength. Fighting continuously for a long time is simply torture. Generally, when the difficulty of a task reaches S level or above, the pressure felt by the players will be enormous. You know, the difficulty index of the task is not fixed. If his strength increases tenfold, the difficulty will drop to the corresponding level accordingly. If the S level is so terrifying, you can imagine how terrifying the SS level and SSS level above are. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Yifeng didn't rest for long this time before he was found by the scattered players. However, because he was teased so often, many players gave up on trying to find a strategy, which in turn reduced his stress. No one can guarantee that the Abyss Demon Yi will not use the same trick over and over again. This is really frustrating. Foolish adventurer, you are like an ant, and you still refuse to give up. Yifeng shouted. Go to hell. Many adventurers went all out, their tempers thoroughly aroused. It was a good event, but it didn't look like an event at all. Without wasting any more time, Yifeng waved the flaming sword in his hand and continued to reap the lives of the players. Good boy, you are really capable. Wang Xiaoyan, who had been waiting for the opportunity, sounded a little excited. Li Shui nodded slightly. When this dispute is over, I will definitely reward him well. 9,000. 9,500. The kill count is still climbing. The closer it got to the final moment, the more Yifeng dared not relax. His whole body was tense and meticulous. Laugh. With the sword raised and the sword slashed, Yifeng successfully killed the first 10,000 people. Looking at the bodies kneeling on the ground, he felt relieved. It's finally over. Ding. System prompt: congratulations on completing the prerequisites for the task, equality and mutual benefit. Please return to the Demon Ceiling Valley to claim your reward. A pleasant system ringtone rang in his ears. Yifeng did not dare to hesitate. He quickly fought his way out and rushed towards the Demon Ceiling Valley. Adventurers, go back. I don't want to play with you anymore. All the players were stunned. Not playing anymore? Oh, why didn't you say so earlier? Then let's. No more playing. Come back here. Where are you running to? Suddenly, they became anxious. The boss, who was almost defeated with great difficulty, actually wanted to run away. Call out. Like lightning, Yifeng returned to the Demon Ceiling Valley, and the demonized creatures made way for him to pass. After entering a relatively safe area, he turned around and looked at the excited players outside the valley, secretly sighing. The water of Teotihuacan is 1,000 feet deep, but it is not as deep as the kindness the players have shown me. 10,000 heads, given away at my leisure. I can't repay this kindness in this life, I'll repay it in the next life. Yifeng walked slowly deeper into the Demon Ceiling Valley without being impatient. He recovered his strength in the process to deal with possible risks. 10 minutes later, he arrived at the end. He could see that the huge and dazzling magic circle had dimmed a lot, and the gem that sealed the demon god in the center emitted an enchanting and rich red light, and was covered with cracks. "Brother Yi, you did a great job." The voice of the god slayer Anita sounded, full of energy. There is no doubt that Yi Feng's killing in the outside world was of great benefit to him, because a lot of red mist gathered from all directions and was absorbed by the demon in the gem, as if nourishing him. "Don't forget my reward," Yi Feng said lightly. "Will the other party keep their promise?" Meeting. Since the task has been issued, the reward must be given according to the rules. Even if there is a violation of the rules, it should be done after the task is completed. Ha ha ha. The laughter of God Slayer Anita was wanton and arrogant, but he did not give any follow-up reply. Yi Feng didn't care about this. "Stop laughing. If you laugh again, someone will die. Brother Yi, stay away from me." Anita sneered, "I'm about to come out. If I get you involved, you won't have the chance to claim the mission reward." "Good." Yi Feng quickly walked away and came to the passage, praising him, as expected of a demon god, so considerate. Anita was silent. Considerate? The words of the Abyss Demon could not be used against him. Buzz. Suddenly, the red gem absorbed all the mist around it, and then trembled violently, causing the ground to shake as if there was an earthquake, which quickly spread far away. Depressing, dull, and silent. The players who were talking nonsense outside the demon's ceiling valley all felt a strong sense of uneasiness. What's going on? I didn't expect there would be earthquakes in another world. Why do I feel like a monster is about to appear out of nowhere? They didn't understand why, but they were very worried. The demonized creatures guarding the entrance of the demon's ceiling valley looked at each other, and saw a hint of excitement in each other's eyes. Today, the Lord is finally freed. Ka-ka-ka. The cracks burst into dazzling light, and fragmented sounds echoed in the air. The ceiling array on the ground was shattered into pieces in the earthquake, and the earth exploded. Boom! In a short while, the red crystal reached its endurance limit and exploded violently. The glass-like substance splashed on the edge of the valley and turned into crystal points that were blown away by the wind. "I'm finally out." Anita was ecstatic. Staring at the figure that appeared after the gem was shattered, Yi Feng's expression was indifferent. In his vision, Anita was tall, wearing bright red armor, with flying red hair. Her appearance was not much different from that of a human, but there were strange black lines on both sides of her cheeks, which made her look a little more evil. At this moment, he closed his eyes and breathed in the fresh air, feeling the hard-earned freedom. After waiting for a while, Yi Feng stepped forward calmly and congratulated, "Congratulations." Swish. She opened her eyes, and a red light flashed out. Anita's pupils moved and she looked at Yi Feng with a sense of scrutiny. "To be honest, you are the first abyss demon I have ever seen in my life," Anita said calmly. Yi Feng raised his eyebrows. "How do you feel?" "Nothing more than that." Anita sneered, "Compared to me, you are far behind." "That's right." Yi Feng shrugged, ignored Anita's arrogant attitude, and observed his appearance closely. "How?" Anita asked back. "I can't comment." Yi Feng hesitated, "It's just a feeling." "What do you feel?" "One more look and it will explode." Anita didn't understand what the other person was talking about. Yi Feng calmly stretched out his hand and asked, "Give me the reward." "Of course I will satisfy you." Anita narrowed her eyes slightly, hiding her murderous intent just right, took out the bottle from her package, and then clenched her fist and placed it on the bottle mouth. Gurgle. The bright red blood slid from his hands and flowed into the bottle until it was full. "Here." Anita threw the bottle to Yi Feng, who caught it immediately. Ding. System prompt, congratulations on completing the task, equality and mutual benefit, S level, and receiving the reward, level +3, blood of the devil. Swish. Swish. 2 golden lights scattered, and Yifeng reached level 31. Bang! Before Yifeng could hold it firmly, Anita appeared in front of him as if teleporting, stretched out her big hand and patted him on the shoulder, looking down at him with a cold expression. The mission reward has been given, so next, we should discuss other things. Outside the Demon's Ceiling Valley. Many players left to claim their rewards from the event, but many still stayed, unwilling to give up. Earthquake, energy release. What does this mean? This means that the game plot is still in progress and the boss may come back. Ding. System prompt, please note that one of the 10 great demon gods in the Cambrian world, God Killer Anita, a god-level boss, has broken the seal and descended to the land of god killing. People nearby are requested to leave as soon as possible, otherwise you will bear the consequences at your own risk. Ding. System prompt, please note that one of the 10 great demon gods in the Cambrian world, God Killer Anita, a god-level boss, has broken the seal and descended to the land of god killing. People nearby are requested to leave as soon as possible, otherwise you will bear the consequences at your own risk. Suddenly, a bright red message popped up on their information panel. The font was enlarged, and it kept broadcasting in their ears, as if to indicate that they were in a serious matter. The demon god broke through the seal. Could it be that the Abyss Demon Yi is one of the 10 demon gods? I just feel that an ordinary silver-level boss shouldn't have such a cool title. But the demon's name is Anita the God Slayer. Is there something wrong? They were talking about it. Foolish adventurer, listen to my advice and get out of here. A demonized creature sneered. The devil has reappeared on Earth, and these guys are not running away quickly. Are they waiting to die? Hearing this, many players were extremely hesitant. It has suddenly become such a big deal, maybe there will be an opportunity? It would be a pity to leave now. Inside the Demon's Ceiling Valley. The wind was strong and the rocks were rugged. Yifeng and Anita confronted each other in a weird atmosphere. Looking at the murderous Anita, Yifeng had no expression of joy or sadness. Give me a chance. How can I give you a chance? Anita sneered. Why did he spare his life? Because without the help of the Abyss Demon, he could not break the seal in advance. At this moment, he has regained his freedom. Isn't it wonderful that he can devour the Abyss Demon and further improve his strength? Break the seal, devour, he wants it all. I had no choice before, but now I want to be a good person. Yifeng was calm. Okay. Anita thought he was completely frightened by her. Go talk to the strong men in the light camp and see if they will let you be a good person. Let. A cold voice sounded, why not? The sudden sound caused Anita's expression to change slightly, and he immediately raised his fist and hit Yifeng. Something is happening. Since there is a situation, we should strike first. Bang! A silver-white curtain unfolded, blocking Yifeng and Anita. Their fists landed on the curtain, creating ripples, but they could not break it by force. Yifeng was blown away by the air wave and retreated repeatedly, and was finally supported by the silver-haired girl. Are you okay? Li Shui asked with concern. Yifeng shook his head, it's okay. You guys. Anita stood there, staring at Li Shui and Wang Xiaoyan in a daze. Her hands and feet were cold and she couldn't keep calm. A god-level strong man, a fairy-level strong man. If he was facing these two people in his prime, he would not be afraid at all. But now that he has just broken the seal and his strength has not yet recovered, he is no match for them. Demon of the Abyss, you actually betrayed the darkness. Anita was furious and gnashed her teeth. He probably figured it out. The other party was clearly well prepared and deliberately lured him to break the seal early. No, no, no. Yi Feng waved his hands quickly and signaled to his left and right, these two are just my subordinates. At this moment, he suddenly had a strange idea. Maybe the benefits have not been maximized yet. Although she didn't understand the situation, Li Shui quickly bowed her head respectfully and said, "Greetings, Lord Demon of the Abyss." Just a few seconds ago, she received a friend message from Luoye Wusheng. The message was short, just 2 words. Cooperate. We are late in coming to your rescue, and we hope you will forgive us. Wang Xiaoyan roughly understood the meaning and quickly got into the role. Yi Feng nodded with satisfaction, and immediately showed the spirit of a superior. It seems that you have not forgotten your identities. Can they be your subordinates? Anita felt ridiculous. Stop acting. Are you bullying me for being ignorant? He didn't know the woman, but he was very familiar with the beautiful silver-haired woman next to her. How can the dignified guardian of the dragon realm abandon the light and join the dark, and recognize you, the demon of the abyss, as his master? Stop kidding. You have no idea what happened during the time you were sealed. Yi Feng showed a half-smile to confuse Anita, and talked freely. Due to the uneven distribution of resources, humans often kill dragons to make profits. The dragon realm has long torn its face with the light camp. Now it is just pretending to be friendly and waiting for my rise. I don't understand. He couldn't figure out whether what the Abyss Demon said was true or false. Do you really think my father would let me adventure to the Cambrian world alone? Or do you think the Light Camp can accept the Abyss Demons? In order to make it more realistic, Yi Feng looked at Li Shui's slender legs wrapped in armor, licked his lips, and looked greedily. The so-called Dragon Domain Guardian may seem high and mighty, but in fact, she is just my forbidden delicacy. I have played with that pair of well-trained white legs for a whole year and I am not tired of it. Hiss. Anita gasped, so cool. Ding ding. The next second, Yi Feng received a message from Li Shui. If you say one more word, the reward will be confiscated. Ding. System prompt, the content of your mission, disguise, difficulty, S, has changed. If you blaspheme your mentor again, your reward will be cancelled. I just said it casually. Yi Feng quickly stopped and got back to the point. To be honest, I didn't want to embarrass you. I just wanted to recruit you, but your overstepping of the boundaries just now has successfully angered me. You have a rebellious mind. Misunderstand. Anita smiled awkwardly and said hypocritically, this is a misunderstanding. I am still young and lack help. I don't want to embarrass you for now. Give me an S-level item. Yi Feng said expressionlessly, help me grow faster. Bullying you is ignorant? You guessed it right. I'm just bullying you because you have no vision. This. Anita looked uncertain. He always felt that there was a certain probability that the other party was acting, but he didn't understand what was going on. An S-level item was really nothing to him, and it was not difficult to guess the other party's thoughts. The Abyss Demon is an adventurer. The natives cannot give benefits to adventurers for no reason. This is the rule. Therefore, it is reasonable for him to take the opportunity to obtain S-level items to speed up his own strength growth. Are you afraid that we will team up to cheat you out of an S-level item? Yi Feng was both amused and pointed at his head. Are you mentally retarded? Okay. Anita casually threw out a scroll, not feeling sorry for it. Here you go. Come to think of it, yes. Cooperating with a God-level expert just to take away an S-level item is totally unreasonable and a bit of an overreaction. Besides, he couldn't win the fight and didn't want to die, so he thought it would be okay to give it a try. It's just an S-level item. Sprinkle some water. Ding. System prompt, congratulations on completing the hidden task, another misunderstanding, and receiving the reward, random S-level item. Seeing the scroll being thrown over and drawing a parabola, Yifeng's heart was pounding. He did not catch it directly, but quickly reminded, "Little Pixiu, go ahead, it's decided to be you." Chirp. With a flash of golden light, the Pixiu appeared on Yifeng's shoulder, then leaped out lightly and opened its mouth to bite the flying scroll. The atmosphere in the demon ceiling valley was turbulent and mysterious. After successfully biting the scroll thrown by the demon, the Pixiu wrapped it up, then burrowed into the ground, and when it popped its head out again, it was already at Yifeng's feet. The pet space can indeed be entered and exited at will, but there is a 30-second cooldown in between. Ding! System prompt: your pet, Pixiu, has obtained the S-level item, Scarlet Book. When the owner completes the task and the pet helps collect the task reward, it naturally does not violate the rules of the system. Can we put down our weapons now? Anita said, as if facing a formidable enemy. We are all on the same side. He didn't dare let his guard down at all. He didn't care about the mere S-level item at all, but there were so many doubts that he couldn't just turn a blind eye to them. Pixiu, use your skills, Super Double. The moment he saw his pet catch the reward, Yifeng couldn't help but reveal a hint of joy, and he became full of energy. He has tasted the Super Double of Pixiu. Now, I can only use one song to describe my mood. Deedy deddy 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 deddied. Chirp. The Pixiu obeyed the command and its whole body was glowing with golden light. Ding. System prompt: Pixiu uses the skill, Super Double, based on the value of the item given by God Slayer Anita, you will get props 10 times the value of the item from him. Ding. System prompt: your pet, Pixiu, has obtained the SS level item, Divine Grace. Anita's expression froze instantly. What Heba? When he opened the package, he found that the SS level props he had treasured for a long time were missing. God's grace? Sounds good. Yifeng was overjoyed. Seeing Anita's increasingly ugly expression, he turned to look at Li Shui and said, "Teacher, my mission is accomplished." Snort. Witnessing everything that happened, Li Shui's pretty face showed a hint of amusement. It seems that you are very good at fighting for your own interests. It's all thanks to the mentor's good teaching. Yifeng directly activated the magic bead and turned into a flatterer. SS level items on the third day of the game. What can he say? Thank you for the grace of the demon brother, thank you, boss is so generous. You have guts. Seeing through the other party's plan, Anita's face was ferocious, murderous intent surged in her heart, and her eyes were fixed on Yifeng. Remember what you did today, I will repay you tenfold in the future. He had plenty of S-level items, but SS-level items. Split. Do you still have a future? Yifeng sneered, Teacher, Aunt Xiaoyan, please do not let this evil demon go, otherwise the bright camp will be devastated. Today, you must restore a bright and clear world to the people of Dawn. Ding. System prompt: as your control over language skills gradually matures, the skill you have mastered, Casual Sarcasm, D level, has been upgraded to Devil's Language, B level. Advanced? Yifeng, who was determined to eliminate harm for the people, was very surprised by this. You. Anita gnashed her teeth, furious, and rushed towards Yifeng like a madman. Go to hell. First. This was the first time he had such a strong desire to kill. Boom. Li Shui and Wang Xiaoyan stepped forward, thrusting out two sharp swords, one silver and one red, which collided violently with Anita's fist. Elemental energy exploded with a roar, creating a rolling air wave and blowing away nearby rubble. Swish. At the same time, a silver shield surrounded Yifeng, helping him to resist the extremely powerful residual power. The fallen leaves are silent, you go first. Li Shui shouted softly. Good. After putting away the pet, Yifeng turned around and left decisively, running at his maximum speed. Die. Suddenly, Anita aimed at Yifeng. The moment she raised her arm, raging flames surged and condensed into a shocking black fire dragon that flew out. Wherever it passed, high temperature swept through, like purgatory on earth. Feeling the terrifying will that seemed to destroy everything, Yifeng did not look back and just ran out of the valley. Ka. The cold air was everywhere. Li Shui raised her hand and attracted endless ice elements. The frost spread and froze the aggressive fire dragon from the tail. In just a moment, the entire dark fire dragon became an ice sculpture and then shattered into pieces. The attack failed. Anita's face turned pale. She stared at the silver-haired girl fiercely and gritted her teeth. Damn Dragon Domain Guardian. If you want to kill my disciple, you have to get past me first. Li Shui was surrounded by a chill, and her dancing hair was crystal clear, like an ice and snow goddess. She slashed at Anita with a sword in hand. The breathtaking edge forced the opponent to retreat again and again, leaving her body covered with scars and suffering a series of injuries. On the side, Wang Xiaoyan swept through the formation, slashing out with sword energy. Today, even if I get seriously injured, I will kill you, you little bastard. Anita spat out blood and clenched her fists. Bang! Black flames burst out from his fists, and the ground he was standing on collapsed inch by inch, forming deep cracks that spread like a spider web, and black fire also flowed inside the cracks. The terrifying power is brewing silently. Xiao Yan quickly stepped back. Li Shui's brows were filled with solemnity. He is about to unleash the power of killing gods. Upon hearing this, Wang Xiaoyan immediately retreated. The power to kill gods. This shows that the opponent's methods are enough to pose a threat to god-level strongmen. As if under unspeakable high pressure, Anita's veins bulged, his eyes were bloodshot, and his two fists burning with blazing black flames collided heavily in front of him. Boom! Like a nuclear bomb explosion, everything around is engulfed in darkness and expands rapidly. What's going on in there? These demonic creatures are blocking us from entering. I really want to see what the demon looks like. Outside the demon's ceiling valley, many players were in a dilemma. Retreat, unwillingly. Go in, and be stopped. It's really Dayuli Lu. Call out. Yifeng rushed out in a hurry, not daring to pay attention to the fight between the god-level strong men. When he arrived in the valley, he saw that the outside was surrounded by people. How come you are still alive? A demonized creature was surprised. In their opinion, after breaking the seal, the demon lord would definitely choose to devour the abyss demon, so there is no reason for him to still be alive. Hurry up and go in and take a look. Yifeng was extremely anxious. Anita was attacked by a strong man. What? Those demonized creatures were horrified. Hurry up. Yifeng roared, almost out of control. What are you still standing there for? He asked me to call you in to help. It will be too late if you are late. Those demonized creatures looked at each other, and finally rushed into the valley. Adventurers, what are you still standing there for? Hurry up and go in. Yifeng urged kindly. It is dangerous to be at the scene of a battle between powerful people, but you may be able to pick up some bargains, which is very beneficial. After saying that, he used the wind shadow to go into stealth before entering combat mode, so as not to become the target of public criticism. It seems that the abyss demon cannot be killed. What a pity. Let's go in and take a look. There is no penalty for death during the event. I don't believe that this event has no other benefits besides ranking rewards. Those adventurers were very excited and also rushed into the valley. Canceling the abyss demon form and transforming back into the adventurer falling leaves silently, Yifeng pushed through the crowd and walked out. Please make way, I have something urgent to do. Boss Luoya, what's the urgent matter? A player asked curiously. My wife gave birth to a baby. When countless players poured into the Demon Ceiling Valley, Yifeng retreated bravely, not daring to stay for a moment. These players were participating in the campaign against the Abyss Demons, but he was not. He couldn't joke about his life. Boom! At a certain moment, a black light burst out in the Demon Ceiling Valley, and overbearing energy spread out like a semicircular shield covering the earth. Wherever it passed, everything was annihilated and disappeared, evaporating from the world. Demonic creatures, adventurers. All the creatures who went into the valley died the moment they were touched. What happened? All the players who turned into souls were confused. Deep. Abyss. Evil. Faintly, Yifeng heard a heart-wrenching voice coming from the valley. Even if I die, I want to be with you. You are just being sentimental. How could he dare to stay? After passing through the crowd, he quickly shot out again, rushing towards the teleportation array in the distance. Boom! Yellow sand filled the sky and the terrifying power was still raging. After Yifeng entered the teleportation array, he chose to start it immediately and then entered the countdown. At this time, he turned around and looked, and the world that came into his sight was only flying sand and a half-sphere formed by black energy. There is nothing else. It is obvious that Anita's move can destroy the entire map. No wonder the god-killing land is empty. Looking at the black energy that was about to reach the teleportation array, Yifeng had a calm expression. Because of his participation, the plot has undergone earth-shaking changes. In the previous life, there were no such exaggerated scenes at the beginning of Gods and Demons. However, he didn't think there was anything wrong. What he wants is change. If he just blindly followed the original plot, he couldn't imagine how to change the ending. Swish! The teleportation array was activated, and the rich and bright white light submerged Yifeng's figure. 2 seconds later, the energy flooded the teleportation array. Ding! System prompt, congratulations on completing the task, disguise, difficulty, S. You can go to the instructor to receive your reward. The scene in front of him changed, and Yifeng appeared in Kanglan Town. The environment changed drastically. Call. He let out a breath and felt completely relieved. There is no way that the God Slayer Anita can defeat the Guardian of the Dragon Realm. This was a fact he could determine. Instead of standing there stupidly, Yifeng sold the player equipment stuffed in his package in bulk to the owner of the weapon shop. He sold it at the market price and would not suffer any loss. Of course, it's not that he can't sell it on the forum, but the problem is that it can't explain why the equipment appeared in his package. He doesn't want his identity as an abyss demon to be discovered. Little brother, where did you get so many blank-level equipment? The owner of the weapons shop asked curiously. Yifeng said mysteriously, don't ask why, the less you know, the better. It seems like it came from an illegal source. Don't tell anyone else about anything related to me. Yifeng reminded. The owner of the weapons shop patted his chest and promised, don't worry, I still have professional ethics. It was just business, and he didn't want to have a conflict. What's more, he couldn't see the other party's panel, which showed that he was no ordinary person, so there was no need to offend him. After collecting nearly 2 gold coins, he set off for the pharmacy to replenish his medicines, and then opened the package to check the precious spoils of this trip. First of all, there is a bottle full of the devil's blood. Blood of the demon, S rank. Introduction: the blood of the demon god is very precious, but it is valuable only when used in the right place. Needless to say, the blood of the devil god was beating. He could already feel the evil god Pearl beating, as if it was cheering and leaping for joy, impatient. Being in Kanglan Town, the evil god Pearl cannot be taken out easily, and the instructor may return at any time. Yifeng temporarily suppressed the urge to devour the blood of the demon god and turned his attention to other treasures. Scarlet Book, S rank. Description: a scroll with a strange spell, which can be enchanted on weapons after being torn into pieces. Effect: after use, the currently equipped weapon will have additional features. The features are as follows. 1. Physical bloodsucking plus 5%. 2. If the attack injures the enemy unit, an additional bleeding effect will be added, causing 0.5% damage to the enemy unit based on its own health per second, lasting for 10 seconds, cannot be stacked, can be refreshed. Note: only effective for equipment at the ground level and below. Depend on. Yifeng was almost stunned by the effect of the Scarlet Book. Suck blood, bleed. One buffs yourself and the other debuffs the enemy. Among all the characteristics, they are the best of the best. If this triggers bleeding as an abyss demon. Yifeng couldn't help swallowing his saliva and felt his mouth dry. The effect of the title of Abyss Demon is to increase the final health by 900%, and then the bleeding effect is amplified tenfold. In a sense, originally it was only 5% damage in 10 seconds, but after being amplified tenfold. 10 seconds, 50%. In other words, as long as his health is twice that of an ordinary player, he can be killed by one bleed. After calming down for a while, Yifeng turned his attention to the highlight of this mission reward. God's Grace, SS level. Introduction: use Absolute Will to launch the strongest attack, just to defeat the enemy in front of you. Effect: use all the power in the body to cause devastating damage to enemy units. Negative effect: after use, you will fall into a weak state for 10 hours. Note: this attack strength is approximately equal to a full strength attack at full level and full status. Note: you will not get any rewards if you kill an enemy with this item. After staring at the effect of God's Grace for a while, Yifeng came back to his senses, frowned slightly, and thought, is it for saving my life? After thinking about it, he felt that it was not limited to this. If you use this item to blast your opponent to low health first, and then harvest the last bit of health, wouldn't that be beneficial? The key issue is damage control. Ding ding. Before he could think more, Li Shui sent a message, come to the old place. I'll be there soon. Yifeng understood. He hurried to the room where they had discussed countermeasures before. As soon as he stepped over the threshold, Yifeng saw that Li Shui's face was not looking good, Wang Xiaoyan's brows were frowning, and the atmosphere was a bit bleak. Obviously, the results of this trip were not fruitful. Damn it, I didn't expect this to happen. Wang Xiaoyan was angry. Li Shui said with regret, this is not what we expected. Didn't kill Anita? Listening to the conversation between the two, Yifeng's heart skipped a beat and he felt something was wrong. No way, I failed to kill her in my previous life, causing Anita to run away seriously injured. Did I repeat the same mistake in this life? That doesn't make sense. We could have killed him. Li Shui explained, other demon gods took action. Yifeng found it unbelievable, at this moment, aren't the 10 great demon gods still awake? According to the memories of the previous life, most of the demons in the dark camp fell into a deep sleep. I was surprised, too. Wang Xiaoyan took over the conversation and continued, let me tell you this, the current light camp is no longer what it used to be. Once the demon god wakes up, the situation will change dramatically. The Dragon Domain Guardian stayed in Kanglan Town with the original purpose of getting rid of one before the demon god revived to reduce the pressure. The result. Alas. Having said this, she sighed unwillingly. Which demon god took him away? Yifeng said in a heavy tone. What he did today has completely created a feud with the god slayer Anita. If he doesn't die in the demon's Sealing Valley, he will probably have a lot of trouble in the future. Take it away. Li Shui shook her head slightly. Under the circumstances at that time, no one could have taken him away. He was rescued by the Witch of Eternal Sin, Fei, and returned to the state before he was sealed. Fei, the Witch of Eternal Sin. A witch who controls time and space. Through the instructor's explanation, Yifeng had a general understanding of what happened. To put it bluntly, the witch adjusted the time to before the seal was broken. If the guardian of the dragon realm broke the seal at this time, Anita, who had not been seriously injured, would be able to escape safely. Could this be considered as a deliberate targeting by the system to prevent the demon from dying prematurely? Yifeng was thoughtful. It's all in vain. Wang Xiaoyan was helpless. Yes. Yifeng agreed. Because the devil was still alive, all his efforts as a traitor were in vain. It seems that no one gained anything from this trip. However, just as they were feeling regretful, a system ring suddenly rang. Ding! Announcement to all servers: the devil broke the seal and attempted to escape, but was eventually suppressed again by the strong men of the Light Camp. After their battle, the energy in the God-killing land became chaotic, forming a strange space called Rebellion of the God Killers. Adventurers are welcome to explore. Ding! Announcement to all servers: since the energy of this ruins is unstable and there is a possibility of danger, it can only be explored once a week. Ding! System prompt: since Abyss Demon Yi was selected as the final boss of Godslayer Rebellion, you will receive relevant rewards: Reputation plus 200, Armor of Dawn, Gold level. Although the devil was not killed, it seems that there are some differences in the plot between the past and present life. At least, there is one more Zhou Ben related to me. It was Wang Xiaoyan and I's fault that we failed to kill Anita. Li Shui changed the subject and said seriously, you completed your mission very well, and your reward will not be reduced. Ding! System prompt: congratulations on completing the mission, disguise, difficulty, S, and received rewards, level plus 2, 1 silver coin, reputation plus 150, S level skill, frost field, and the gold coins required for the mission, million gold coins, are reduced by 200,000. Swish! Swish! 2 more golden lights scattered, and Yifeng's level reached 33, a new height. S-level skills. Yifeng was shocked and was about to open the skill column to check the details, but the newly learned skill changed first. Ding! System prompt: due to the characteristics of the exclusive hidden profession, Evil God of Wind, the Ice Element skill, Frost Realm, S level, you mastered has been transformed into Shadow Realm, S level. Yifeng was not too surprised at the change in the nature of his skills. Most of the Dragon Domain Guardian skills belong to the Ice Element, but as long as you understand how to use them, you can also gain corresponding skills from other elements. The elemental types of the Wind Evil God are probably Wind Element and Dark Element. Opening the skill bar, Yifeng saw a cool icon flashing with a faint light, and immediately checked the specific content. Shadow Realm, S rank. Introduction: the Wind Evil God learned the group attack method from the Dragon Domain Guardian's move, Frost Field, and its characteristics and effects have changed slightly. Skill effect: induce the evil shadow energy in the body, and cause 150% damage to all enemy units within a radius of 10 meters with itself as the center, with erosion and knockback effects. Erosion: movement speed is reduced by 20%, damage received is increased by 10%, lasting for 5 seconds. Cooling time, 1 minute. Note: due to the current lack of strength, the strength of this skill has not yet reached that level. It is a very good group attack skill. The accompanying enemy debuff effect can better bring out Yifeng's speed advantage. Moreover, this is far from the limit of the Shadow Realm, and there is a lot to look forward to in the future. Teacher, things have come to this point, there is no need to blame yourself. Yifeng comforted. Li Shui was worried, the return of the demon god is unstoppable. I'm afraid the future will enter an era where everyone is in danger. Yifeng was silent. In fact, he certainly knew that the tragedy of the future would be far beyond imagination. Having enjoyed peace for too long, the light camp has lost its edge, while the dark camp has been sharpening its sword and preparing for action. The gap in combat power between the two sides is huge. Restraining her inner worries, Li Shui looked at Yifeng and changed the subject. Come to think of it, you went deep into the enemy camp this time and it seems that you gained a lot. With 2 S-level tasks and the SS-level item snatched from Anita, Luoye Wusheng became rich overnight. Not big, not big. They're just some scraps of copper and iron, not worth much money. Yifeng laughed dryly. If the instructor needs it, I can hand it in at any time. Really? Li Shui's eyes lit up. Certainly. Yifeng patted his chest and assured, it's not an empty promise. To be honest, I'm not pretending. What is he most concerned about now? Super rare hidden B-level task, Pixiu's thoughts. Good. Li Shui praised, I can see that you are sincere. It's just a SS level item. I know it's just a piece of cake for my mentor. Yifeng activated the magic bead again and turned into a magic flatterer. Stop flattering me. Li Shui laughed and ruthlessly exposed him. I know what you are thinking. Tomorrow I will go with you to rescue Pixiu's mother. Chirp. Chirp. The Pixiu on the side was jumping around and looking very happy. It has always been concerned about its mother. Yifeng expressed his sincere gratitude. Thank you, Master. Why did he have to be accompanied by the Dragon Domain Guardian? Because the difficulty of the task is not calculated solely based on personal strength. The reason why the difficulty of Pixiu's heart is B-level may be related to the instructor's willingness to help. That demon bead. Li Shui changed the subject and hinted at something. Can I return it to you after rescuing the Pixiu's mother? Yifeng tried to negotiate. The effect of the magic bead is too powerful, it is of great use to him, and the harsh conditions are probably only met by him in the light camp. After giving the disciple a meaningful look, Li Shui nodded and agreed, all right. Ding. System prompt, you have obtained the task item related to Pixiu's thoughts. Magic Pearl, SS level. After leaving the room, Yifeng walked into the busy streets. He clearly felt that Kanglan Town had become much more lively in a short period of time, with more and more players active in Kanglan Town. Obviously, the previous silver-level boss strategy activity caused many players to set the teleportation location when leaving the novice village to Kanglan Town until the town's capacity limit was reached. The Rebellion of the God Killers. After thinking for a while, Yifeng decided to set off. I want to see how strong Zhou Benli's Abyss Demon Yi is. Who is he? Number 1 on the level ranking list. How can we miss him in this dungeon exploration? We must get the first pass first. However, before that, I have to make use of the demon god's blood first. If I don't absorb it quickly, the evil god pearl in the package will probably cry with greed. Returning to the house where he spent 2 copper coins a day to live, Yifeng closed the doors and windows, took out the trembling evil god bead, and comforted him, baby, you must be impatient, I will make you happy right away. As he spoke, he opened the bottle of the devil's blood, pointed the evil god bead at it, and urged, drain it all, cleanly, without leaving a drop. Swish! The pitch-black evil god bead emitted a dazzling glow, and an indescribable force emerged, devouring and absorbing the devil's blood in the bottle, causing the blood in the bottle to turn into black matter and drill into the bead, gradually merging with it. Gurgle. The next second, Yifeng's blood surged, green energy flowed through his body, and the strength of his body suddenly increased. Ding! System prompt, congratulations on successfully using the evil god pearl. To absorb the rare bloodline of the god killer Anita, the professional strength of the Wind Evil God has been improved, and you have comprehended the skill, power of god killing, fake. Just like last time, allowing the Evil God Pearl to absorb the rare bloodline will be of great benefit to Yifeng himself. To put it bluntly, the Evil God Pearl is his exclusive property and has long been completely bound to him, becoming inseparable. After a long time, Yifeng's restless blood slowly calmed down, and the tiredness from long-term fighting was swept away. He became energetic and his thoughts were clear. When he opened the job panel, he was delighted to see the strength of the Wind Evil God. Evil God of Wind, exclusive hidden profession. Introduction: the Abyss Demon who controls the wind element, the eternal evil god feared by thousands of worlds. Health, 10. Attack, 10. Defense, 10. Speed, 13. On the original basis, the basic growth is increased by 2 stars each. This has exceeded Yifeng's expectations. After all, the demon god's blood is just a bottle, and the improvement it brings is limited. The last time he absorbed the god of poison, Benson, he was in a dying state, which is also far from the benefits provided in his heyday. And there are skills. Yifeng opened the skill bar again and checked the god-killing power, which sounded awesome. God Killer Power, Fake, Passive, S level. Introduction: since the blood of the demon god Anita the God Slayer is too little, you cannot comprehend the true power of God Slayer. You can only barely comprehend a little of its mystery. God Killer Power, Fake, Passive, S level. Introduction: the blood of the demon god is too little to make you realize the true power of killing gods, but only understand a little bit of the mystery. Skill effect: after your attack injures the enemy, it will be accompanied by the power of god killing, causing the enemy unit to receive 100% damage based on its own attack power per second. The power of god killing is true damage, ignoring defense and shields. Duration: 10 seconds. Yifeng stared at the effect of the god-killing power for a long time, and his heart was filled with turmoil. He can almost guarantee that no player will be exposed to so much continuous damage in the early stage, and compared to a series of continuous damage such as burning, poison, bleeding, etc., true damage is something that players will have the opportunity to encounter only in the very late stage. Yifeng exhaled lightly and exclaimed, "The Evil God Pearl is truly mysterious and profound." The current effect of the Evil God Pearl is only to absorb rare blood, but he found that it is not just as simple as improving professional strength, it can also allow him to obtain certain characteristics of the opponent. The god of poison, Benson, let him obtain the passive source of poison. God Killer Anita, let him gain the passive power of god killing. In other words, as long as he continues to absorb other rare bloodlines, perhaps he can gain more passive skills? Yifeng couldn't be sure, but he couldn't help but have this thought. You'll know later. Putting aside all distractions, Yifeng focused on the gold-level equipment rewarded by the system. Armor of Dawn, gold level. Defense, 60 to 65. Health, 5,000. Additional, Dawn, health is restored by an additional 100 points per second. Features, defense plus 8%. Level requirement, 30. Introduction: after enduring the darkness of the night, dawn will eventually come. Yifeng put on this very powerful armor and his defense increased significantly, even exceeding his attack. Newcomer: Silent Falling Leaves, Evil God of the Wind. Level, 33. Health, 48,720. Attack, 515 to 538. Defense, 565 to 571. Skills: Source of Poison, Wind Shadow, Devil's Words, Shadow Field, God-Killing Power, Fake. Reputation, 1,470. Number of Resurrections, 2. Everything was ready. Yi Feng left the room and went to the area where the teleportation array was located. He found that a large number of players were setting off for the land of God Slayer, going in batches, which shows how popular the new copy is. Lord Fallen Leaf. He's also going to clear the way for the God Slayer rebellion? The first pass reward will probably be snatched away by him. Many players were talking about it. Ignoring them, Yi Feng casually pushed them aside, entered the teleportation array, and returned to the land of God Killing again. Ding! System prompt, you have entered the map, Land of God Killing. Swish! The scene changed, and he arrived at his destination. He could see that the demon sealing valley in the distance had already been destroyed by Anita's terrifying power. In the distance, there was a strange area with a vertical elliptical blue glare. From time to time, players entered and disappeared in front of everyone. Yi Feng stepped forward and cast a detection spell towards the dazzling light. Godkiller Rebellion, copy. Requirements: please defeat the enemies that are blocking your way and stop the Abyss Demon Yi from unlocking the seal of the God Slayer, otherwise you will end in failure. Reward: Gold level equipment. First pass reward: Captain's free attribute points plus 30, other members free attribute points plus 20. Requirements: a team of at most 5 people. Level requirement: level 15 and above. Note: there is no penalty for death in the dungeon. Interesting. Yi Feng looked at the mission rewards and found a huge business opportunity. Is there anyone who wants to form a team to open up new land? Please take me with you. The leaves fall silently. I have been your fan for 10 years. Many players were always paying attention to Yi Feng's actions. When they saw that he was about to form a team, they immediately rushed up and surrounded him. The highest bidder wins. Looking at the players who were actively participating, Yi Feng said loudly, "My friends, I'll tell you a number. 5 gold coins. 3, 2, 1, grab them." Suddenly, the whole audience fell silent. 5 gold coins and you want to snatch them? I would really thank you. Yi Feng didn't care about the cold atmosphere at all and continued, "Come on if you're interested. There are many rich people in reality who have several gold coins the moment they enter Gods and Demons." He asked for 5, which was neither too little nor too much. "Boss Luoya Wusheng, the price you're asking is too high." A thin young man walked out of the crowd with a sad face. Yi Feng turned his head and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. "See you again. Rakshasa Blood Shadow Assassin. Level 20. Luosha smiled bitterly and said, 5 gold coins, how can a normal adventurer come up with that now? Yes, yes. Brother Luosha has a point. Many players chimed in. The main reason is that I feel sorry for the gold coins. Everyone knows that free attribute points are much more valuable than gold coins. This brother is quite capable. I can ask you for only 4 gold coins. Just consider it as making friends. Yi Feng said with a smile, if you can't get the first pass, you can return the full amount. After all, he is a good friend from the previous life, and he has not yet fully developed at the moment, so you can take him with you for a while. For gold coins, this is too, wait. After a moment of hesitation, Luosha quickly opened the package to check it. His attitude changed immediately. He took out 4 gold coins and handed them over, grinning, I believe in the character of Big Brother Bang No. 1. Ding. System prompt, you get 4 gold coins. Ding. System prompt, you have successfully added friend, Rakshasa. After adding each other as friends, Yi Feng continued, are there any other brothers willing to come? 5 gold coins, 20 free attribute points, it's up to you to decide whether to exchange or not. He didn't believe that players didn't understand the value of free attribute points, which were countless times scarcer than so-called gold level equipment. I'll do it. Then I will also believe in the character of the top brother on the list. Soon, Yifeng gathered 4 players and obtained 19 gold coins. Ding! System prompt: do you want to enter the dungeon, God Slayer Rebellion? Yes. After the team was formed, Yifeng, who became the captain, chose to agree. Swish! The group passed through the blue glare and appeared outside the demon's ceiling valley. The sun was blazing across the sky. In the distance, 5 demonic creatures were wandering aimlessly, blocking the people from going deeper. They were sturdy, emitting faint black smoke, and looked very ferocious. Magic Tiger, Normal Monster. Level, 35. Health, 80,000. Attack, 420 to 440. Defense, 290 to 300. Skills: Hungry Tiger pounces on sheep, Crazy Bite. Introduction: they were powerful demon kings who initially took on a human form, but were attacked by the Godslayer and their powers were completely exhausted. Before they died, they were filled with hatred for the Abyss Demon Yi, so they manifested themselves here. His strength is very average and he can't even break Yifeng's defense. A level 35 monster. One team member shrank his neck. I can't even break its defense with this attribute. Obviously, because the level of the leading player is too high, the overall difficulty of the dungeon is greatly increased. You guys step back. Yifeng took out the flaming sword from his arms. Let me enjoy the experience alone. Huh. Luo Sha found that the weapon in Yifeng's hand looked very familiar. Where did you get this sword? Is it an illusion? This sword seems to have killed him. I'm lucky. I got it from a monster. Yifeng told the truth. All right. Luo Sha touched his nose and said angrily, I understand. He thought that the Abyss Demon in the event should be undefeated and still alive and well at the end, but it seems that is not the case. In the end, it should have died at the hands of Luoya Wusheng, and his weapon exploded. Be careful not to get killed. Without further explanation, leaving Luo Sha to figure it out, Yifeng raised his sword and killed the demonized tiger, while speaking the devil's language. Friends, do you still remember me? Those demonized tigers turned their heads and looked at Yifeng. They were stunned at first, then glared with their eyes, and pounced on him together as if they had lost their minds, with a fierce momentum. Do you still remember you? We will all remember you even if you turn into ashes. Tisk. Yifeng couldn't help but secretly sigh. The skill that was upgraded from casual taunting to devil's language was really useful. It was really good at attracting hatred. Devil's words, B-rank. Introduction: don't listen to the devil's words, it will lead you into the abyss. Effect: attracts enemy units within a 20 by 20 range, greatly increasing their hatred towards you. Additional effect: when appeasing, there is a certain probability of reducing the enemy's hatred towards you based on the content of the conversation. Cooling time, 2 minutes. Note: ineffective for adventurers. Be careful, boss. Seeing all the demonized tigers rushing towards Yifeng, the other players became nervous and quickly gave warnings. Whether I can complete the dungeon for the first time depends entirely on Luoyi Wusheng. Miss. Like a startled wild goose, Yifeng easily avoided the demonized tiger that pounced on him, then swung his sword at its abdomen, tearing a deep and long gash. Minus 2145. Normal attack. Minus 5000. Highly poisonous. Minus 200. Burning. Minus 538. True damage. For a moment, continuous damage continued to appear on the demonized tiger's head, and its health points dropped rapidly. This time, even Yifeng was shocked. The poison damage is as high as 5,000 points. Ouch! At the same time, other demonized tigers also rushed over, opening their mouths full of sharp teeth and biting towards Yifeng. Shadow Realm. Seeing this, Yifeng raised his foot and stomped hard on the ground. Bang! A small hole exploded on the ground, sand and soil splashed everywhere, and a strong dark light rose up like ripples, causing dust to fly. All the tigers that were close to it were shocked and flew backwards, and the debuffs on their bodies increased again, slowing down their movements. Ding! System prompt: you use the skill, Shadow Field, which causes 21 51 24 35 damage to all enemy units within a radius of 10 meters centered on yourself, and has erosion and knockback effects. Hiss. The players in the distance gasped. No way, there are group attack skills now? Minus 5,500. Highly poisonous. Minus 592. True damage. Through the damage of the Shadow Field, Yifeng inflicted poison damage and true damage on all the demonized tigers, and erosion took effect, increasing the damage received by 10% within 5 seconds, which also included continuous damage. After that, Yifeng solved them in no time at all without any delay. Ding! System prompt: congratulations on successfully killing the demonized tiger, common monster, experience at this level plus 2.5%. Ding! System prompt: congratulations on successfully killing the demonized tiger, common monster, experience at this level plus 2.5%. Brothers, sorry for the long wait. Yifeng apologized. I'm a continuous damage dealer, so my damage efficiency is relatively slow. The continuous damage flow can indeed be seen, but how can we see the slow efficiency? How can this be possible? Suddenly, one of the players named Yifan Fengshan spoke up in an excited tone. The others looked at him. What's wrong? As if he had just come to his senses, he said embarrassedly, "Thank God, my low blood pressure has been cured. I'm glad you're okay. We are worried about you when you are like this." Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. "Follow me, but don't get too close to me," Yifeng warned. "If you run around and get killed, I won't refund your money." After saying that, he led the way and went deeper into the demon's ceiling valley. At the same time, he opened the skill bar to check the reason for the sharp increase in poison damage. Source of poison, passive, level A. Introduction: are you poisonous? Skill effect: all your attacks, after hitting an enemy unit, will trigger a poisoning effect if it injures it, deducting 5,000 health points per second for 20 seconds. Growable. 5,000 points per second, total damage 100,000. This source of poison brings so many benefits in the early stages. Although the Demon's Ceiling Valley is well connected and there is not just one route, Yifeng, as a frequent visitor here, is very familiar with how to reach the destination. During this period, he also encountered other demonized creatures, and he dealt with them one by one. When he arrived at the sealed place of Anita, a familiar magic circle and a red gem appeared in his vision. Next to the gem stood the Abyss Demon. It had a pair of bone wings, gray skin, and deep blue eyes. Both its body shape and appearance were almost identical to Yifeng, who activated the magic bead. Who? Sensing the movement, the Abyss Demon turned and looked towards the passage. "It's me." Yifeng appeared in front of him carelessly and pointed at himself. "Don't you recognize me?" During the conversation, he cast a detection spell. Abyss Demon Yi, Gold Level Boss. Level, 40. Health, 320,000. Attack, 700 to 730. Defense, 450 to 460. Skills: Source of Poison, Wind Shadow. Introduction: the most loyal subordinate of the god killer Anita. In order to unblock him, he would risk everything, including his life. His attributes are not low, and he also possesses 2 killer moves. If 5 players currently form a team and want to conquer him, it would be extremely difficult. After looking at him for a while, the Abyss Demon was puzzled. Who are you? Don't you even remember me? Yifeng felt lost, as if a piece of his heart was missing. He couldn't explain it clearly. Without me, where would you come from? It can be seen that the Abyss Demon in front of him has no connection with him at all. Amazing! The Rakshasa who was watching the battle from behind was extremely envious. The devil's words. This skill is much more powerful than the knight's taunt. Foolish adventurer. The Abyss Demon was immediately enraged, and took out the flaming sword and rushed towards Yifeng. You will pay the price for your outrageous words. Even though it was just a dungeon boss, he could clearly understand the malice in the other party's words. Who do you think you are? My dad? Laugh. Raising the flaming sword, the Abyss Demon slashed towards Yifeng with ruthless ferocity, wishing to kill him with one blow. In response, Yifeng was not afraid and also drew his sword to fight with him. -1845. -654. Haha. After the attack was successful, the Abyss Demon retreated with a fierce smile. Its speed was extremely fast, about 50% faster than that of an ordinary player, which was very tricky. Feel the pain of being slowly corroded by the poison. He stopped abruptly before he finished speaking. -5738. -5738. -5738. A series of injuries jumped out from his body, while Yifeng only suffered a few hundred continuous damages. The difference was huge. How so? Suffering from the poison, burning and real injuries, its expression froze and it was completely stunned. Haha. After the attack was successful, Yifeng retreated with a fierce smile. His speed was extremely fast, about 9 times faster than that of an ordinary player. He was very tricky. Feel the pain of being slowly eroded by the poison. In the copy, Yifeng and the Abyss Demon retreated from each other, and dark green light representing poison and flames representing burning emerged from their bodies, and their health points dropped extremely rapidly. After keeping some distance, Yifeng took out the medicine from the package and took it. +200. +200. With the recovery of medicine, the continuous damage caused by the Abyss Demon seems to be minimal. After all, it is impossible for the dungeon boss to completely copy the source of his poison, otherwise normal players would have to wait for death after being touched, which is quite outrageous. Feeling that his life was gradually being taken away, the Abyss Demon felt a strong sense of crisis and immediately chased after Yifeng. Why are you chasing me? Yifeng accelerated his pursuit, not giving him a chance to touch him. I didn't take your Gigi syrup. You. Even though he didn't understand what the other party meant, the Abyss Demon could tell that he was mocking him, and his eyes were blazing with anger. Don't run if you dare. He had to admit that in terms of speed, he was far behind the adventurer in front of him. Haha. As if he hadn't heard his harsh words, Yifeng repeated his lines again. Feel the pain of being slowly eroded by the poison. Is all you can do about it? The Abyss Demon was so angry that his face turned blue. Even if he tried his best, he still couldn't touch his opponent at all. Yifeng was calm and composed. Well, go on. Fuck. The players who were watching the battle carefully at the edge of the passage couldn't help but swear, too much. Not to mention the enemies, seeing this scene, even they would like to cheer for the Abyss Demon. You forced me to do this. The completely enraged Abyss Demon retreated again, activating Wind Shadow to go into stealth. Careful. Some players in a team couldn't help but give a reminder. Call out. However, before the Abyss Demon could hide its tracks, Yifeng, who had been keeping a distance, suddenly turned around and approached. A strange dark light burst out from his body, and then an air wave exploded, shocking the Abyss Demon out of stealth. The demon staggered and almost fell to the ground. -1006. The Abyss Demon was originally copying Yi Feng's skills, so how could the latter be unprepared? While flying the kite just now, he had been deliberately maintaining his speed to avoid being too far away. The player was stunned for a moment, then sighed, "Abyss Demon, I told you to be careful." After refreshing the debuff again, Yi Feng calmly stepped back. "You don't have much time left. Is there anything else you want to say to me? I want you dead." The Abyss Demon became furious and started chasing after him with his weapon in hand. Is it necessary to disgust the opponent so much? Yi Fanfengshun frowned, feeling uncomfortable. Even if the other party is just a boss, it shouldn't be necessary to go to this extent, right? Luo Sha couldn't help but curse in a low voice, "Idiot. What did you say?" Yi Fanfengshun got angry on the spot. "Say it again if you dare." "I said you're an idiot." Luo Sha tried to lower his voice as much as possible and scolded, "You are not feeling comfortable staying here to get the first kill reward, but Luoye Wusheng has been helping to attract hatred. With their strength, they might die if they were hit by a gold-level boss." Yi Feng obviously wanted the Abyss Demons to focus all their attention on himself, thereby reducing the risk of them being attacked. Obviously, his tactics were effective, and the Abyss Demon was already confused and angry. Swish! As if sensing something, the Abyss Demon turned around and looked at the other players who were looking out to check. He immediately reacted and rushed over with his flaming sword in hand. "Luo Yes Wusheng, if I can't do anything to you, can I do nothing to your teammates?" Ding! System prompt, "Your skill, Devil's Words, is invalid. You're just causing trouble for me." Yi Feng frowned slightly, rushed forward with a flaming sword in his hand, slashed on the back of the Abyss Demon, and tore a bloody gash. Taking advantage of the gap in the attack, the Abyss Demon launched a counterattack without hesitation. Swish! The sharp sword hit Yi Feng's shoulder, causing a burning pain. -1866. Bright red damage pops up. In Gods and Demons, there is a pain setting, which can be reduced to 10% at the lowest. Being hit is also quite uncomfortable. Prepare to die. The Abyss Demon pursued the victory. Yi Feng's face was indifferent and he temporarily avoided the spotlight. Miss. The attack missed, and the Abyss Demon once again pounced on the players in the corner, using poisonous burnings, killing 3 players with 2 swords each in a matter of seconds. Ding! System prompt, "Your team member, Yi Fanfengshun, has died." Ding! System prompt, "Member of your team, Visitor 2654, has died." The Abyss Demon was looking very proud after successfully taking away Yi Feng's 3 companions. Yi Feng stepped forward again and stabbed his chest with a sword, bringing out hot blood. "How does it feel to have all your companions die?" The Abyss Demon sneered. Yi Feng said he didn't care. "That's good, they are courting death, it has nothing to do with me, and all the equipment belongs to me." He just tries not to let his teammates down, but if his teammates seek their own death, it has nothing to do with him. It should be noted that in the Gods and Demons copy, all the spoils do not belong to whoever picks them up, but the ownership will be determined by rolling the dice after the strategy is completed. But there is an additional setting. If the player dies during the raid, he will not be eligible to participate in the final loot sharing. He just does the work for money and is not familiar with these players at all. Their willingness to voluntarily give up the ownership of the equipment may be due to good intentions. You want to keep the spoils for yourself? We paid you, you can't do this. The leaves fall silently. I've been recording the video. You'd better think before you speak. The players who had transformed into spirit forms to watch the battle glared angrily. In response, Yi Feng turned a deaf ear and calmly dealt with the Abyss Demon, causing its health points to drop continuously. When the health value was only about 10%, the Abyss Demon spread its bone wings and flew towards the red gem. Lord God Slayer, please consume my demon blood to unlock the seal. Ding. System prompt: the Abyss Demon Yi will try to unlock the seal of the demon god. Please kill him within 30 seconds, otherwise the copy will be considered a failure. Laugh. Before he got close, Yi Feng swung out his sharp sword, which turned out to be his hidden skill, swinging axe, that he had not used for several days. The sharp flaming sword cut through the opponent's skin, leaving stains of blood. Your weapon is mine. The Abyss Demon's eyes lit up and he quickly reached out to intercept it. Without his weapon, the opponent's attacks couldn't even break his defense. However, before he could act, a cold light flashed across his field of vision, blinding him and causing him to lose vision within a second. -16. Then, Rakshasa, who had been lurking in the dark, revealed his figure, grabbed the flaming sword and threw it to Yi Feng. When the latter grasped the hilt of the sword, he stepped forward again, activated the shadow field, and attacked with all his strength during the period of slowing down and increasing damage, depriving Yi Feng of his last life. You are the real devil of the abyss. When he was dying, he knelt on the ground, staring at the expressionless Yi Feng, muttering to himself, and then turned into black mist and dissipated. Ding. System prompt: congratulations on successfully killing Abyss Demon Yi, gold level boss, and receive rewards, plus 120% experience at this level, plus 50 reputation. Swish. Golden light scattered, and Yi Feng reached level 34. After defeating the final boss of the dungeon, he picked up the loot, a few gold coins and 3 pieces of equipment. Thank you for your hard work, brother. Luo Sha clasped his fists. If Luo Yi hadn't silently stopped him just now, he would have taken the opportunity to sneak away and would have been killed by other people. Yi Feng responded, "You're welcome." Swish. A dazzling teleportation array appeared in front of them, as if telling them to leave this place and pass the first dungeon. The two looked at each other, and walked into the magic circle at the same time. Just as they were about to leave, a hoarse roar suddenly sounded in their ears. Devil, in the deep abyss. The entire demon ceiling valley began to shake violently, and the black shadow inside the red gem struggled frantically. The surging hatred was like a volcanic eruption. In an instant, the ground shook and cracks extended from where the red gem was, as if trying to prevent them from leaving. There is no doubt that Anita was excited to see the deity arrive. Ding. System prompt: please leave the copy of God Slayer Rebellion as soon as possible, otherwise you will bear the consequences at your own risk. Luo Sha was startled. What's going on? It's your own fault. He never thought that after completing the copy, there would be a follow-up plot, and it would be particularly scary. Fine. Yi Feng shook his head and squinted at the shadow. He could feel a strong hostile gaze coming through him. You want to deal with the Abyss Demon? What does it have to do with me, Luo Yi Wusheng? He felt no guilt at all towards the demon who wanted to devour him to gain greater power. Swish. Before Anita could reply, the teleportation array was activated, and white light submerged Yi Feng and Luosha's figures, disappearing into the demon's ceiling valley that was about to collapse. Ding. System prompt: congratulations on successfully completing the dungeon, God Slayer Rebellion, and becoming the first team to complete this dungeon. As the team leader, you will receive an additional reward, free attribute points plus 30. Ding. System prompt: do you want to inform all players who have descended on Gods and Demons, Earth region, of your brilliant achievements? Note, after the whole region is announced, you can get an additional 200 reputation points. Yes. Yi Feng habitually put the free attribute points on speed and chose to agree. Reputation doesn't seem to play much of a role at the moment, that's simply because the reputation store hasn't opened yet. Ding. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to the team of players, Luo Yes Wusheng, Rakshasa, Yifan Feng Shan, Guyo 2654, and Qian Russian, for clearing the dungeon Rebellion of the God Slayer. Special announcement. Ding! Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to the team of players, Luo Yes Wusheng, Rakshasa, Yifan Feng Shan, Guyo 2654, and Qian Russian, for clearing the dungeon Rebellion of the God Slayer. Special announcement. The leaves fall silently. The leaves fall silently again. Through his previous success in killing Boss First, his personal strength has widened a gap between ordinary players. He can then get more rewards for himself, which makes the difficulty even lower. The free attribute point bonus alone exceeds my total attack power. Damn it! As the server-wide announcement sounded, a large number of players were envious and jealous, but they were also not surprised that Luoye Wusheng received the first pass reward. In just a few days, this ID has appeared in everyone's vision several times in a row. Who doesn't know it? Yes, Luoye Wusheng is the best. Some players felt extremely unbalanced and said in a sarcastic tone, "If you dare, come and show me another one." So far, all the first kills that can be accessed in the entire server have been taken by one player. Who wouldn't be jealous? Yi Feng, who had returned to Kanglan town, just happened to hear these words. He was stunned as he saw the indignant man cursing. He had never seen such a strange request in his life. "Since you said so, here's another one to satisfy you." Ding! Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to the player, Luis Wusheng, for becoming the first player to defeat a silver-level boss. This is to announce. Ding! Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to the player, Luis Wusheng, for becoming the first player to defeat a silver-level boss. This is to announce. The system bell rang 3 times in succession, popping up in each player's information bar. When he got the first silver kill, he transformed into an abyss demon, so it was inconvenient to release an announcement, and it was put on hold until now without him noticing. For a moment, the players in the crowd had ugly expressions, as if they had eaten shit. They wanted to say something but were speechless for a long time. Ding! System prompt. Since the player, Rakshasa, has left the team, you have obtained ownership of all the equipment in the copy. Yi Feng was surprised and looked at the young man who returned with him. "Brother, why is this? I haven't made much contribution, so I don't deserve it. I'm already very satisfied with the first pass reward. Thank you, Boss Luoya, for leading the team." Luo Sha looked embarrassed. "You're so kind." Yi Feng quickly shook his head, opened the package and took a look, then handed out the gold-level armor. "Take it." "Really not necessary." Luo Sha waved his hand and said solemnly, "I am not being polite to you. I really don't deserve it. I have better armor. I'll sell it if I keep it." Yi Feng said with a smile, "Just consider it as making a friend." This. After looking at the properties of the armor, Luo Sha was quite interested. Gods and demons is definitely not a place for fooling around, and it cannot be treated as a simple game. He is very clear about this. Sometimes higher defense can save your life. Take it. Yi Feng forced it into his hand. "Thank you, Boss Luoya." Luo Sha said solemnly, "According to the market price, this gold-level equipment is worth at least 50 gold coins. I will try to collect them and transfer them to you within 3 days." He felt uneasy about taking a good thing for nothing. "Okay." Yi Feng was naturally very clear about Luosha's character. "Just do as you say." "Then I'll go first." "Well, see you later." After watching Luosha leave, Yi Feng glanced at the other members who were talking nonsense in the team channel. He was too lazy to pay attention to them and directly disbanded the team. Afterwards, he put on 2 other gold-level equipment, namely a pitch-black, hard wrist guard and a white ring inlaid with dark purple gems, which increased his health, attack, and defense. Devil's wrist guard, gold level. Defense, 25 to 28. Health, 2000. Features, life plus 5%. Required level, 32. Introduction: the wristband worn by the Abyss Demon Yi is a gift from the devil. Devil ring, gold level. Attack, 35 to 35. Health, 2000. Features, attack plus 5%. Required level, 31. Introduction: the ring worn by the Abyss Demon Yi is a gift from the devil. Ding! System prompt: congratulations on successfully activating the Demon Suit, 2-piece effect, attack plus 10%. I didn't expect a ring would pop up. Looking at the devil ring in his hand, he was in a good mood. As for equipment, weapons, armor and a series of protective gear have the highest drop rates, while rings, cloaks and necklaces are rare equipment with a lower drop probability. It is worth mentioning that not all the properties will be effective if you wear rings on your fingers. In fact, you can only wear 2 at most. After that, he had dinner, logged into the forum, put all the equipment he had replaced on the shelf, uploaded the video, and casually gave it a title. 5 Leaves Showdown. Taking on the Abyss Demon alone, so cool. I really want to know if there is anyone among the adventurers who is faster than Second Man Yi. I still feel unbalanced for exchanging 5 gold coins for 20 free attribute points. Are these teammates from primitive tribes? Soon many players bought the video. As more and more players follow the ID Luoye Wusheng, Yifeng makes a fortune. Closing the forum, he checked the time. 21:31. It's late at night, and it's the best time to do something sneaky. After a little thought, Yifeng took the teleportation array to Wuya town where he had been before. Wind Shadow follows. An A-level skill obtained using a skill comprehension book. He has not forgotten why he must learn stealth. The moon is bright and the stars are sparse. Nocturnal people move in 2s and 3s. Ding! System prompt: you have entered the map, Wuya Town, 3rd level town. Arriving at the town he had chosen at the beginning, Yifeng purchased a map of the surrounding terrain, then hurriedly left the safe zone and headed for the nearby known location where the treasure chest was hidden. Like a gust of light breeze, with Wuhan's blessing, his basic speed grew to 13 stars and his speed became even more terrifying. In the whistling of cold wind in his ears, the surrounding scenery quickly retreated. After about 20 minutes, he arrived at his destination, an inconspicuous cave at the foot of the mountains. Rustle. Pushing aside the weeds, Yifeng activated Shadow Stealth and quietly walked into the dark cave. He tried to hold his breathing as low as possible and summoned his pet Pishio. Chirp. Like a night pearl, the Pishio emits a bright gray-white light in the cave, which is quite magical. Little Pishio, use your earth escape technique to lead the way. Yifeng whispered, there should be a treasure chest ahead. The Pishio nodded, burrowed into the ground, and moved forward. Swish. Seeing this, Yifeng activated the sea-level skill Qingtong that he had comprehended. Qingguang light flashed in his eyes. He immediately saw the trajectory of the Pishio's movement and followed closely behind. After going more than 50 meters deep into the winding cave, the vicinity suddenly became clear. Yifeng hid at the edge and looked out. Not far away, he could see a giant python with emerald green scales and a body more than 10 meters long. It was as thick as a tree trunk that 3 people could hug together. It looked extremely difficult to deal with. At this moment, it was curled up in the cave with its eyes closed to rest. Next to it was a golden treasure chest. It was obviously a monster guarding the treasure chest. Not daring to use reconnaissance skills recklessly to disturb the giant python, Yifeng slowed his breathing and approached quietly in stealth mode, looking very familiar with the place. He's not kidding. In his previous life, he had stolen at least 800 treasure chests, if not 1,000. He had rich work experience and could be considered an old employee. With him around, there will be no accidents. Coming to the treasure chest, Yifeng reached out to open it. Ding! System prompt: you have not yet learned the skill, lock-picking, so you cannot open this treasure chest. Damn it! I'm not an assassin in this life, so I don't have any lock-picking skills. Hiss. At this moment, because someone touched the treasure chest, the giant python woke up from its slumber. It raised its huge snake head and looked down at Yifeng, spitting out its scarlet tongue with bad intentions. Ding! System prompt: since you have been discovered, the stealth state disappears. You bold snake demon, I can tell at a glance that you are not human. Since he was discovered, Master Yi stopped pretending and sneered, how dare you show off your skills in front of an expert. Looking at the human spraying itself in front of it, it was confused. How can you be so confident when you are obviously weak? Come out, Pixiu. Yifeng shouted in a deep voice, take my treasure chest away. Chirp. A grayish-white light flashed, and the Pixiu rushed out from the ground, right under the treasure chest, lifting it up completely. You run first, I'll cover your back. Yifeng gave the order. Although this type of special treasure chest cannot be put into a package, it is definitely okay to carry the entire thing away. He decided to study how to unlock the lock after returning to town. The Pixiu understood what he meant and fled out of the cave carrying the treasure chest. Hiss. When the giant python saw the treasure chest going away, it immediately chased after it and opened its bloody mouth to bite the Pixiu. How dare you be so presumptuous? Yifeng frowned, and a dark energy emanated from his body. It was the Buddha light field he had learned from his mentor before, Great Mighty Heavenly Dragon. -33. Boom! The energy surged and shook the giant python from the side, causing it to deviate in direction of attack. The Pixiu took the opportunity to enter the passage and escaped disaster. The giant python was extremely angry when the treasure chest was stolen by robbers, and without saying a word it rushed towards Yifeng who was in the way. Miss! Seeing the giant python biting towards him, Yifeng ran away. I tried my best. This giant python is a dark gold level boss. How could he be qualified to fight against it now? He had already used up all his life skills to help the Pixiu hold on just now. The giant python's attack missed, and it twisted its body to chase after it. Swoosh! Swoosh! Pixiu was in front and Yifeng was behind, and the two of them escaped from the cave in a thrilling manner. Swoosh! Swoosh! Yifeng was in front and Pixiu was behind, the two of them faced the pursuit in a thrilling manner. Looking at his master who was running faster than himself, the Pixiu carrying the treasure chest turned around and saw the giant python's sharp fangs. He was so scared that he sped up decisively. What about the last guard you promised? Run, run, keep your breathing even and consistent in depth, and closely match it with your pace. On the vast field, Yifeng responded from the side and told his running experience one by one. Hiss! The python was extremely annoyed. He had seen thieves stealing treasure chests, but he had never seen thieves robbing treasure chests. The key point was that the thieves ran very fast and no one could catch up with them. A minute later, Master Yi, whose cultivation had recovered, decided to subdue the demon again. After approaching the giant python, he activated the shadow field. Snake demon, why don't you surrender? Boom! The giant python was intercepted again and was eroded by energy, its movement speed was reduced by 20%. In the end, it watched the robbers swagger away, stayed there for a moment unwillingly, and left in disappointment. Call. Seeing that the giant python gave up the chase, Yifeng breathed a sigh of relief, took the treasure chest from the Pai Xiu, and returned to Wuya town. A close call. Overall, this treasure chest theft was very smooth. To confirm it was correct, he cast a detection spell towards the treasure chest. Exquisite treasure chest, Grade A. Introduction: there is a chance to get dark gold equipment and A-level and below items. This is the most talked about aspect of the assassin profession, being both an assassin and a thief. By relying on stealth and walking on the edge of danger, one can obtain treasures that are currently unavailable. Welcome light, huh? The grocery store owner looked stunned. Do you have the skills to pick locks? Yifeng went straight to the point. The grocery store owner shook his head and said, lock picking is a skill you will learn once you become an assassin. We don't sell it for the time being. Is there any wire? Yifeng continued to ask. He felt uneasy letting other players unlock the box, and he didn't really like outsiders opening the treasure chest he had obtained. Since there is nothing to sell, then figure it out yourself. Yes, there is, but unlocking it may not be that easy. Just bring it here, and let me try. Okay. Yifeng spent 5 silver coins to buy 10 iron wires specially used for unlocking locks. He carefully inserted the iron wires into the keyhole and tried. Lock-picking skills are a must. Why? Since it is impossible to kill monsters and the boss cannot be defeated, the only thing they can do is steal treasure chests to sustain their lives. Young man, unlocking a lock is not that easy, the grocery store owner said. You need to buy at least 100 pieces of wire and practice more. Bang! Before he could finish his words, the key lock on the treasure chest was opened. Ding! System prompt: congratulations on successfully mastering the skill, lock picking, difficulty, C. It's not easy. Yifeng wiped the sweat from his forehead and handed over the remaining 9 wires in his hand. Can I return them? Under the resentful look of the grocery store owner, the young man left in a leisurely manner with the returned 4 silver coins and 50 copper coins. 50 copper coins to learn the lock-picking skill. What kind of people are these? After walking out of the grocery store, Yifeng couldn't wait to go to a deserted corner and slowly opened the treasure chest with great anticipation. The more critical the moment, the more exciting it is. He had a premonition that something precious was about to come out. Swish! When the treasure chest was opened, gorgeous dark golden light flowed out, which was particularly dazzling in the dark night. Ding! System prompt: you have obtained the equipment, Meteor Boots, Dark Gold level. Ding! System prompt: you have obtained the A-level item, Starlight. Ding! System prompt: you have obtained the equipment, Holy Light Staff, Gold level. Ding! System prompt: you get 5 gold coins. A series of system ringtones rang in Yifeng's ears. As expected, the dark gold equipment has arrived, and there are also A-level items. Yifeng couldn't help but feel happy. What good luck. After thinking for a while, he turned to look at the Pixiu beside him and changed his words. Little guy, maybe this is the good luck that you, as an auspicious beast, have brought me? Pixiu, a beast of good fortune. For random events like opening a treasure chest, which is hard to explain and related to luck, maybe the auspicious beast can really bring good luck. After all, only the moment the treasure chest is opened can you determine what is hidden in it. Before opening it, everything is unknown. It is a superposition state of having treasures and not having treasures. Generally speaking, we call it Schrödinger's treasure chest. Chirp. The Pixiu shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. When the open treasure chest slowly disappeared, Yifeng opened the package and checked the loot. The first thing that caught his eye was naturally the dark gold equipment that he was most concerned about, a pair of boots with exquisite patterns. Meteor boots, dark gold level. Defense, 50 to 55. Health, 8,000. Additional, sprint, after leaving combat, movement speed increases by an additional 10%. Features, defense plus 10%. Features, movement speed plus 15%. Required level, 38. Introduction, Meteor flies, take me flying, I am willing to cross your world. It is equipment with very high attributes, and as a dark gold equipment, it can make Yifeng's speed advantage more prominent. The only pity is that it requires a high level of 38, so we have to wait a little longer. In addition, Yifeng was also greatly surprised by the A-level items that appeared in the exquisite treasure chest. Starlight, A-level. Effect, improves equipment strength by about 20%-40%. Introduction, what shines like stars is the votes cast by everyone. Note, this feature is only available for equipment below dark gold level, and each piece of equipment can only be effective once. Yifeng did not hesitate to scatter the colorful starlight on the flaming sword to enhance the strength of the weapon. It is true that after obtaining dark gold equipment in the future, using starlight will maximize the effect of the item, but the biggest problem is when to obtain it. I don't know whether it will be as good as the burning of the flaming sword. Use it early and enjoy it sooner. In this way, the improved strength can bring positive feedback as soon as possible, so as to conquer the dark gold boss in the first time. As the light of the stars fell on the flaming sword, the scorching red light surging on the blade became more intense, and its sharpness became even higher. Ding! System prompt, you used the item, Starlight, Grade A, to successfully increase the overall strength of your weapon by 36%. TSK. With good luck, the improvement has almost reached the maximum. Looking at the sword blade surging with burning fire elements, Yifeng stretched out his hand and flicked it, and the attributes appeared before his eyes. Flame sword, gold level. Attack, 130 to 150. Features, attack plus 18%, attack speed plus 5%. Additional, the attack has a burning effect, deducting 300 HP from the opponent per second, which lasts for 10 seconds, up to 2 layers. Level requirement, 35. Introduction, it's very hot when it pierces the skin and flesh. Compared to before, the improvement is huge. Especially the accompanying burning, which can be stacked up to 2 layers, deducting 600 points of enemy health per second, which is very considerable, further enhancing Yifeng's consumption ability. After that, he opened the panel to check his current strength. Newcomer, Silent Falling Leaves, Evil God of the Wind. Level, 34. Health, 66,670. Attack, 712 to 738. Defense, 594 to 608. Skills, Source of Poison, Wind Shadow, Devil's Words, Shadow Field, God-Killing Power, Fake. Reputation, 1920. Number of Resurrections, 2. Judging from the panel, it seems that all aspects are developing in a balanced manner, but only Yifeng himself knows that the biggest advantage is actually the invisible speed indicator, including a total of 240 free attribute points. If he adds all of them to attack, the value will skyrocket. In exchange for giving up attacking, he gained 24% movement speed, and the final movement speed was doubled due to the passive effect, which is equivalent to 48%. Wait until I get the skill to convert movement speed into attack, that's when I'll really exert my strength. Yifeng was quite excited. The 8 times movement speed granted by the SSS level talent at the beginning is just the tip of the iceberg, and it has not yet reached its full potential. After confirming that everything was ready, Yifeng prepared to have a good rest. Tomorrow, he will go with his mentor to rescue the mother of Pixiu who may be in danger. He must conserve his energy and go all out. Arriving at the teleportation array, Yi Feng was about to return to Kanglan town, his eyes narrowed slightly. What do you want from me? Faintly, he felt a pair of eyes watching him from the dark. Sharp. At a dim street corner, a wealthy middle-aged man stepped out and praised, "This keen insight is admirable." He had tried his best to restrain his breath, but he still couldn't escape the other party's sight. "Stop flattering me," Yi Feng said quickly. "What's the matter?" As he spoke, he cast a detection spell at the man. Newcomer, Sharing Wheel and Woe, Junior Knight. Level, 20. Through thick and thin. Looking at the other party's game name, Yi Feng's eyes flashed slightly. In fact, after entering the game, the various forces in reality are not completely eliminated, but exist in another form. The power behind Feng Weitongju is very huge. There's a saying that goes, one person can walk faster, but a group of people can go further. Fen Jiatonghu talked freely. "Little brother, you always act alone, have you ever thought about joining a group?" Yi Feng said bluntly, "I thought about it before, but I'm not interested now." "Why?" Feng Jiatongju felt puzzled. "It's only been 3 or 4 days since we entered the other world, so how can we talk about the past and the present? If there are too many people, there will be parasites. It is very likely that there will be players who do not know how to command to instruct the top players on how to attack the boss. I am afraid that instead of speeding up the progress, it will increase the burden." Yi Feng said seriously, "I can tell you very clearly that I will never join any organization. After joining a team, it is inevitable that he will have different opinions with others. At that time, he will be restricted and even have to listen to orders from others. This is not the result he wants." "You want to be a lone ranger?" Feng Yutongzhou's face was serious, and he advised kindly, "Have you never thought that if you encounter difficulties in the future, the only way to overcome the difficulties is to join hands? Maybe, let's talk about it in the future." While activating the teleportation array, Yi Feng replied, "I just don't want to join the force you represent. It doesn't mean that I am aloof and indifferent. Silently stand together through thick and thin." If anyone else spoke to him like this, he would sneer. But the young man before him had overshadowed everyone with his dazzling brilliance in just a few days. No longer paying attention to Feng Fei Tongzhou, when the teleportation array was activated, Yi Feng returned to Kanglan town, entered his rented room, ate some bread as usual, then washed up and fell into a deep sleep. The next day, early morning. The dazzling sunlight penetrates the doors and windows and falls on the ground. The chirping of birds marks the beginning of a new day. Yu woke up, Yi Feng washed up and went to the room where they usually gathered. Chirp. Early in the morning, the little Pixiu was particularly excited, jumping around beside Yi Feng. It was happier than anyone else that its mother was saved. Kala. When I opened the door, a silver-haired girl who looked like a fairy was already waiting there. "Did you have a good rest?" Li Shui smiled. "Very good." Yi Feng looked around and asked, "Where's Aunt Xiaoyan?" His intuition told him that this super-rare hidden mission was extremely difficult, and he had to bring along all the strong helpers he could to avoid any accidents. "Behind you." Turning around, Yi Feng saw Wang Xiaoyan holding something like a cigar in her mouth, puffing out smoke, looking quite fierce. Quick victory. Wang Xiaoyan waved her hands and urged, "I played a few rounds of mahjong last night and lost a lot of money. I have to make it back today." "Then let's go." Li Shui looked at Pai Xiu with her silver eyes. "Where is your mother?" Chirp. Pixiu informed immediately. Ding. System prompt, auspicious beast Pixiu, said that his mother was imprisoned in Wuying City. Shadowless City? After getting the answer, Li Shui nodded slightly. "Let's go. My current strength is not enough to go to a second-tier city. What should I do?" Yi Feng explained the difficulties. If you want to participate in activities in a second-tier city, you must be at least level 50. No problem. Li Shui smiled and said, I have some status in the light camp, so I'll allow you to go. Ding. System prompt, you have obtained the qualification to temporarily go to the second-level city, Shadowless City, for activities, which will last until the end of the mission. Pishio's thoughts. Thank you, teacher. Yifeng secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If I can't go, I always feel uneasy. It's not that Li Shui and Wang Xiaoyan are unreliable, but he was the one who accepted the mission. Seeing that he was doing nothing, the system might not let him go and let him get the rare divine pet for free. A moment later, the three of them took the teleportation array to their destination. Ding. System prompt, you have entered the map, Shadowless City, Secondary City. Swish. As the white light dissipated, the shadowless city that appeared in Yifeng's vision was magnificent, with pavilions and towers scattered around in an orderly manner and flying eaves. In the dim light of the early morning, the various buildings looked quite magnificent. Since he is imprisoned in Wuying City, he must be in the city lord's mansion. Li Shui said softly, Little Pishio, do you know where he is? Hearing this, Pishio agreed obediently and quickly led the way. Seeing this, several people followed, and finally, as Li Shui had guessed, they arrived outside the city lord's mansion. The soldier stepped forward to stop them, shouting, Hey, what are you doing? No outsiders are allowed to enter this place. Presumptuous. Li Shui said coldly, back off. Dragon Domain Guardian, this. The soldiers were shocked, and then looked at each other, undecided. He doesn't even obey your orders. It seems there must be something fishy going on. Wang Xiaoyan put out her cigar and said solemnly, I'm afraid it's not just the Lord of Wuying City. She vaguely felt that something was wrong. In the Camp of Light, the status of the Guardian of the Dragon Domain is almost equivalent to that of the Lord of a first-level main city. These soldiers knew Li Shui's identity but were unwilling to let her go. One can imagine how deep the water behind this is. The one who can put the ancient beast Pishio in trouble cannot be just a small lord of the Shadowless City. Li Shui did not seem surprised. She raised her hand and cold air swept out, freezing the feet of all the soldiers into a layer of ice crystals, making them unable to move. The leading soldier said urgently, Dragon Territory Guardian, don't make mistakes. I want to see who is going to embarrass the auspicious beast. Li Shui ignored him and signaled Pai Xiu with her eyes to rest assured, don't worry about it, let's go. The nervous Pishio nodded his head and continued to lead the way. Along the way, Yifeng said nothing, constantly thinking about how to solve the problem in his mind. If we let this big shot who even the Dragon Domain Guardians have difficulty dealing with come, how will we break the deadlock? I'm afraid this incident cannot be resolved peacefully. They broke into the city lord's mansion and all the soldiers they encountered were easily trapped by Li Shui. Under the leadership of Pai Xiu, they found a secret passage in the corner of the mansion. Let me see who's the hotshot behind this. Li Shui raised the silver sword in her hand and slashed it out. The cold light was captivating, and the huge rock at the entrance of the secret passage was instantly turned into powder, almost evaporating out of thin air. At the same time, the secret passage was unobstructed. Gurgle. In an instant, the silent Yifeng only felt his heart throbbing, the blood flowing in his body accelerated, and the eyes under the evil god's mask burst into a faint green light. The sudden restlessness made Yifeng's heart seem as if a huge rock was thrown into it, causing waves. The feeling of blood connection. This is. Ding. System prompt, you have sensed the exclusive equipment of Evil God of Wind. Hiss. Unable to help but take a deep breath, Yifeng felt under tremendous pressure. Now tell me that encountering exclusive equipment is not troublesome? The situation is becoming more and more troublesome. Who could have predicted that the current mission not only involves Pixiu's mother, but is also closely related to the exclusive equipment of the Wind Evil God? Entering the secret passage, the three people walked hurriedly, and the speed of the Pixiu became faster and faster. After passing through the secret passage that was hundreds of meters long, several people went deep underground and came to a secret room. Ding! System prompt: you have entered the map, smelting chamber. Swish! Arriving in the secret room, Yifeng quickly glanced around and saw a Pixiu that was several times larger than a tiger lying in the corner of the room, dying. Its 4 hooves were wrapped in special chains, and its abdomen had serious wounds and was covered in blood. Auspicious Beast Pixiu, God-level boss. Introduction: a female Pixiu that had just given birth had her essence and blood drained out of her body, leaving little. In addition to the Pixiu, Yifeng also saw a sword-making pool in the center of the secret room. Above the pool were suspended 2 sharp swords, one black and one white, with very different appearances. They emitted a sacred and enchanting light respectively, and were full of spirituality. There is no doubt that these are 2 peerless divine weapons. Demon Sword, God level. Sword of the Holy Spirit, God level. He could sense that the demonic sword was his exclusive weapon. But, I can't get close. The sword intent lingering above the sword-casting pool is extremely terrifying and can tear him into pieces in an instant. Clang! Without any hesitation, Li Shui swung her sword at the chains that imprisoned the Pixiu. There was a crisp collision sound, but it only left a faint mark and could not be destroyed. She didn't care. The silver sword was emitting a chilling cold energy, and it was obvious that she was going to use a more powerful move. Stop! Suddenly, a dull voice came from outside the secret passage. Even before anyone arrives, the pressure is already overwhelming. In the hot secret room. Chirp! Chirp! The little Pixiu called out to his mother worriedly, feeling totally at a loss. Faced with the sudden shout, everyone looked in the direction of the sound, only to see an elderly man in imperial robes hurrying over. Although he was hunched over and looked haggard, he had a strong aura, and behind him was the lord of Wuying City and many powerful men. Yifeng narrowed his eyes with an indifferent expression. The imperial robe indicates the old man's identity. As you can imagine, these characters are not the ones you should come into contact with in the early stages. Mirror of Glory Bernie, God-level boss. Divine Judgment Guardian Elvis, God-level boss. Lord of Shadowless City Barton, heavenly-level boss. They did not hide their identities, so Yifeng was able to easily find out their names and ranks. A small B-level mission involves quite a few powerful people. Dragon Domain Guardian, don't be so presumptuous. The old man named Mirror of Glory Bernie scolded, this is the Emperor smelting weapons. Such behavior is too cruel. Li Shui responded sharply, not giving him any face at all, the Pixiu is a beast of good fortune. Aren't you afraid of being punished by heaven for treating it like this? She had no respect for the Emperor who had suddenly arrived. In terms of strength, even if her opponents are 2 god-level powerhouses, she is not inferior in the slightest. I don't believe in those illusory things. Mirror of Light Bernie suppressed his anger, and his cold eyes swept over Li Shui, Wang Xiaoyan, and Yifeng, and finally fixed on the weeping little Pixiu. A gleam of light flashed in his eyes, Guardian of the Dragon Realm, I don't want to embarrass you. Take your people and leave here quickly. The young Pixiu will stay behind as a punishment. This ancient strange beast has many wonderful qualities in its flesh and blood, and it is also a combat force that cannot be ignored. After the mother of Pixiu absorbs its essence and blood to feed the magic weapon, she will undoubtedly die. It is just right for her to take the young Pixiu for herself and fill the gap. Ouch! The mother of Pixiu, who had just woken up from a coma, happened to hear the conversation between the two. She suddenly let out an earth-shaking roar, and a strong golden light burst out from her body, and she was filled with murderous intent. Although it is weak, it is not without the ability to fight. In the beginning, the reason why it agreed to the other party was to protect its children from harm. If the enemy dared to lay a hand on its children, why should it compromise? Buzz! The rolling air waves forced out, causing the two magic weapons to tremble violently. Your Majesty, smelting weapons is the top priority. The divine judge guard Alvis next to him was a middle-aged man, more than 2 meters tall and muscular. Facing the hostility of the Pishio, he immediately reminded in a low voice. Bernie's expression was uncertain, and he pointed to the outside of the secret passage. Take the young Pishio and get out of here. Just as my subordinate said, let's first use the Pishio's essence and blood to combine the two magic weapons into one. Let's put the matter of the young Pishio aside for now. Clang! The Dragon Domain Guardians faced each other with swords in hand, and a chill filled the air. What if I must keep them and their daughter safe today? You! Hearing this, Bernie's face was filled with murderous intent. His hunched body gradually straightened up and he threatened, if you dare to attack me, the Dragon Domain dragon will starve to death. The dragon race and humans cooperate with each other, based on equality and reciprocity. I'm afraid you can't afford the price of forcing my Dragon Domain into a desperate situation. Li Xue's pretty face was full of coldness. Using resources to coerce? She must not give in on this point. If we retreat one step at a time, and then retreat all the way, if we stop now, won't Dragon Domain forever become a lamb to be slaughtered, at the mercy of the powerful? Li Xue, don't talk nonsense to him. Wang Xiaoyan took out the flaming sword and said bluntly, we'll know who's right and who's wrong after a fight. It is clear that neither side is willing to back down. The atmosphere is like a taut string, and the battle is about to break out. Stop! Just when they were ready to attack, Yi Feng stepped out, stood between the two forces, and shouted loudly, stop here. Luoyes are silent, your master is not turning against the light camp just for you. Li Xue said sternly, if he dares to use the Pishio to raise weapons today, the giant dragon will not be able to escape death tomorrow. From the moment the other party threatened her with resources, she had no way out. Let me handle it myself. Yi Feng said solemnly. He knew very well the outcome of the battle between the two sides. Will the Dragon Realm Guardian lose? Won't. Even if she was fighting 1 against 2, she was still able to fight and come and go freely. Will the Emperor lose? Neither will I. In addition to his own strong strength, he has helpers around him, including a large number of soldiers lying in ambush outside waiting to be ordered around, so it will be difficult for him to lose no matter how you think about it. So who will lose in the end? Only he must die. He couldn't withstand even the slightest aftermath. In addition, the little Pishio will definitely not be able to stay, and the mission will inevitably end in failure. So, this is a great mission. All right. After weighing the pros and cons for a moment, Li Xue put away her weapon and said, you are the one who accepted the mission. I will let you make the decision as your master. My words just now were indeed too harsh. Please don't take it to heart, Dragon Domain Guardian. Bernie also spoke to ease the tense atmosphere. Falling out with dragon territory will not benefit the light camp at all. When the eyes of both parties were all focused on Yi Feng, he took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, Teacher, there is no need to take action, Pishio, I will save it myself. Snort. Bernie was almost laughing out of anger, and snorted, Dragon Domain Guardian, you accepted a stupid disciple. He comes to save Pishio? Who is he? Just a gold-level ant, vulnerable to any attack. Bernie, shut up. Li Xue didn't look at him in a good mood at all. Instead, she stared at Yi Feng with a serious expression, Luo Yi Wusheng, your master needs to confirm with you again. Do you really want to rely on yourself? That's right. Yi Feng ignored the emperor's disdain without a trace of joking and turned to look at the little Pixiu. Little Pixiu, come back. Chirp. The little Pixiu shook his head with tears in his eyes. Ouch. The mother of the Pixiu quickly scolded, and a golden light flashed from her palm, wrapping the little Pixiu and returning it to the temporary pet space. It naturally understands what the current situation is. The enemy outnumbers us, so there is no possibility of winning. Bernie, right? Goodbye. Yi Feng stepped out of the lava chamber and passed by a group of strong men. At least for now, he can't save the mother of Pai Xiu. Etc. Suddenly, Bernie spoke out to stop him, and raised his hand to point at the peerless divine weapon on the sword-casting pool. That heavenly demon evil sword is your exclusive weapon, right? So what? Yi Feng frowned, not knowing what he intended to do. Bernie raised his hand and swung it, erasing the sword intent that was lingering on the sword-casting pool. He sneered and said, "This emperor wants to know if you are qualified enough to make it recognize you as its master. Go ahead and try. If you can take it away, I will never stop you." His Majesty. The subordinates beside him were all moved, but Bernie's eyes warned them not to say anything more. Yi Feng came to the sword-casting pool with an expressionless face. The high-temperature molten iron could not melt his cold gaze. As everyone looked around, he stared at the inky black sword, and the sharp meaning conveyed by it was clear and perceptible. "Do you acknowledge me?" He didn't talk nonsense, nor did he reach out to touch it. He asked directly about the demonic evil sword. The demonic evil sword had no reaction to this. It's impossible for a magic weapon to be without a weapon spirit. Yi Feng chuckled, "Why are you pretending to be dead?" He had the experience from his previous life, so he couldn't say that he had a thorough understanding of the god-level weapons, but at least he was not completely blind. Swish! A black male figure emerged, with his arms folded across his chest, looking disdainful. "Demon of the Abyss, you are too weak, and I will strive to become stronger." Because of its extraordinary origin, it is automatically bound to the King of the Abyss demons, and has no fear of Luoye Wusheng himself. But when it merges with the Holy Spirit sword, it will break through to the god level. This is a great opportunity, how can we miss it? Are you going to give up your master's special magic weapon? As if he already knew the answer, Yi Feng nodded nonchalantly, turned around and left, leaving only 4 words of comment: "What's the point of keeping you?" Outside the secret passage, security is tight. Thousands of soldiers gathered here, lined up in neat rows, waiting for their orders. The matter is of great importance. As the indigenous emperor of the eastern region, Bernie the Mirror of Light will naturally not go with just a few people to stop them. It is entirely conceivable that there are heavy troops guarding outside. Walking out of the secret passage, a gentle breeze blew past, relieving Yi Feng's heat. Greedily taking a few breaths of fresh air, he crossed the queue and set off to leave the city lord's mansion of Wuying City, remaining silent the whole time. Every soldier here is not someone he can contend with. Outside the city lord's mansion, the streets are still bustling. Luoyes are silent. How can you rescue Pixiu with your own strength? Li Shui frowned, extremely worried. I just acted impulsively. Whether it was an impulsive act or not, we have to wait until the mission fails to tell. At least we definitely couldn't rescue him just now. Yi Feng said frankly. Wang Xiaoyan agreed, that's true. Let's sort out our thoughts first. Yi Feng changed the subject and asked, Bernie wants to use the blood of the Pixiu to fuse 2 god-level weapons? Yes. Li Shui's silver eyes were filled with anger, and she said bluntly, the Pixiu is a divine beast of the light camp, and it is a rare fighting force. Today he used all means to force the Pixiu into a desperate situation, and tomorrow he may become a dragon. Is it necessary to use the blood essence of the Pixiu to fuse the heavenly demon evil sword and the Holy Spirit sword? Yi Feng explored in depth. I can only say that it is more suitable. First, the Pixiu is ferocious, and second, the Pixiu is a beast of good fortune, with both good and evil sides, which can form a kind of neutralization. Li Shui answered, "This is my guess. The exact reason is probably only the emperor himself knows best." Wang Xiaoyan took over the conversation and continued, "Of course, it's not that there are no other ways to fuse the two magic weapons, but he is eager to succeed." Li Shui was silent. Why must the emperor forge weapons above the divine level in a short period of time? Because time is not on their side. The devil awakens, and the world is in chaos. The improvement brought by a weapon that surpasses the god level is self-evident. Okay, I think I understand. Yi Feng immediately sorted out his thoughts. In other words, if I destroy the casting process, it means that I may break with the light camp? The consequences of offending the emperor to death will inevitably be serious. Really? It's not easy to get an ancient exotic beast pet. Not only that. Li Shui added, the chains that imprison the Pixiu are extremely difficult to break, and it is even more difficult to escape with the weakened Pixiu. If we really want to save it, the only way is... She stopped talking here. Yi Feng understood clearly, the only way is to destroy the casting process. Ding! System prompt, the difficulty of the super rare hidden mission, Pixiu's thoughts, you have accepted has been increased to SS level. Pixiu's thoughts, SS level. Introduction, saving Pixiu is easier said than done. Mission requirements, disrupt the casting process. Mission reward, auspicious beast, Pixiu. Mission penalty, none. Yi Feng was not surprised at all. It would be strange if the mission to obtain the divine pet was only B-level. How can we disrupt the casting process? Yi Feng went straight to the point and asked his instructor. Li Shui's pretty face was hesitant. It's no use just hitting it away, it must be smashed. She said the last two words with great difficulty. Destroy the two magic weapons. This would probably make the emperor so angry that he would fight with Luo Yi Wusheng. How to break it? Yi Feng didn't care. It doesn't matter whether a unique magic weapon that has abandoned its master exists or not to mention that after it is successfully integrated, it will probably have no connection with him at all. In that case, it's better to break it into pieces. All is well. When they are about to merge, use external force to forcibly separate them. Wang Xiaoyan's expression gradually became solemn. Am I right? This is not a joke. The fallen leaves complete their mission silently, but the price they pay will be too high to bear. Li Shui nodded with difficulty. You already know the specific situation, you need to think it through. A single move can affect the whole body. This is not what Luo Yi Wusheng should face today. I've thought it through very clearly. Yi Feng smiled calmly, let my future self think about the future. I'm determined to win today's battle. How can I give up now? If the mission is successful, at least he will have the divine pet. If the mission fails, not only will the Pixiu leave him, but even his exclusive weapon will be taken by others. Are you going to do this? Li Shui asked. This. Yi Feng's expression froze, and he stopped walking. He faced Li Shui and Wang Xiaoyan solemnly, clasped his fists and said, Teacher, Aunt Xiaoyan, I hope you can promise me one thing. Don't worry, we will lend you a helping hand. Li Shui patted his shoulder and comforted him. No. Yi Feng shook his head, that's not what I was talking about. Involve a mentor? This won't work. Even if he completes the mission, he will completely lose his way out. Li Shui and Wang Xiaoyan were confused, so what you mean is... I hope you will turn a blind eye to what I am going to do next. The two looked at each other in surprise. Turn a blind eye? What is he going to do? Ding! System prompt, you have entered the map, Kanglan Town, 3rd level town. Returning to the familiar scene, Yifeng went to a nearby wine shop to buy a few jars of fine wine. Chirp. The Pishio left the pet space and stood on Yifeng's shoulder with sad eyes, as if asking what to do. Don't worry, I won't give up. Yifeng reached out and touched its little head with a warm smile, I will definitely save your mother. Staring blankly at Yifeng's profile, the Pishio seemed a little dazed. It didn't say anything more and returned to the pet space obediently. After pacifying the Pishio, Yifeng came to the teleportation array and left Kanglan Town again. Ding! System prompt, you have entered the map, Land of God Killing. Maybe this is fate. Yifeng laughed at himself, squeezed through the many players who were still challenging Zhou Ben, and went deep into the Demon Ceiling Valley. Boss Luoya, you can't go there. There is an extremely terrifying pressure inside, which can crush a person. Why is he okay? Those players were trying to give warnings at first, but they ended up watching Yifeng go deeper into it, and they couldn't help but stare in amazement. How come he still has privileges? Rustle. In the barren sand, Yifeng walked step by step into the canyon of chaotic elemental energy. In fact, it's not that he is immune to pressure, nor does he have the right to enter and exit the demon-sealed valley freely, but that the demon sealed inside does not deliberately make things difficult for him. In a short while, he reached the deepest part. Inside the dazzling magic circle, the figure in the red gem was still there. Devil, in the deep abyss. The roar of the god slayer Anita echoed in the valley, causing panic among the people. He has endless hatred for the demons of the abyss. Boom! For a moment, the entire canyon shook slightly. Is it particularly interesting to talk like this? Yifeng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He walked over to the red gem and imitated it. I am here. You are really not afraid of death. I bought a few jars of fine wine. Yifeng took out the fine wine he bought with 15 copper coins from the package and took 2 sips. It tastes sour and not tasty. Holding back the anger that seemed to be about to burst out, Anita asked in a deep voice, "What do you mean? Let's get drunk and forget our grudges." Yifeng said to himself, handing over the wine jar, "Come on, I toast you." As he said this, he poured the wine on the ground. Clatter. The wine poured down. After all, the other party couldn't drink, so Yifeng could only toast in this way. You. Anita gnashed her teeth in hatred. Did you do it on purpose? Is this way of toasting a respect or a curse on him? I'll toast you with the wine, and I'll take my grudge as forgiveness. Yifeng said with a smile, is that okay? No problem. As a demon god, Anita was also very generous and expressed her doubts on the spot. Are you talking human language? Yeah, why not? Yifeng expressed innocence. Hee hee. Anita couldn't help but sneer twice and said, well, let's sort things out, okay? You stroke it. First of all, you tricked me. Fortunately, the Witch of Eternal Sin, Faye, saved me, otherwise I would be dead. Is that right? Yes. Then, you came here specifically to challenge the special illusion left by the god-killing power. After successfully passing it, you said that you were Luo Yi Wusheng, not the Abyss Demon. Can I think that you were provoking me? Of course. Yifeng thought it was natural, why not? You. Anita felt that there was a communication barrier between her and Luo Yi Wusheng. If he was not sealed in the red gem, she would definitely open his crown to take a good look at his brain structure. So weird. Is there something wrong with me or with you? What was said before is consistent with the actual situation, except for the lack of an ending, Yi Feng added. Oh? Anita was confused and said, tell me about it. In the end, Luo Yi Wusheng brought some wine to apologize, and the two of them put aside their hostility and reconciled. Yi Feng said calmly. Bah! Anita almost laughed out of anger, you came here just to talk nonsense? Then let's stop talking nonsense. Yi Feng reached out and knocked on the red crystal, revealing his true purpose. Tell me, what should I do to let you out? Quiet. In an instant, the scene became quiet. What do you mean? Anita asked in a dull voice. Doesn't the other party want to try another strategy and wants to kill him with the same method? I can let you out, but you must obey my orders for 3 days. Yi Feng spoke frankly. Anita understood, are you in trouble? Within 3 days, if I tell you to go east, you go east. If I tell you to go west, you go west. Yi Feng talked to himself. Then you let me eat shit, will I eat it? You want to eat, of course. Yi Feng shrugged and said it didn't matter, this is your personal hobby, I won't stop you. You know what I mean, don't play dumb. Anita wanted to slap to death the adventurer who was less than a meter away from him. Of course I won't let you do something that will surely lead to your death. Yi Feng said solemnly, but you also guessed that I was in trouble. It's impossible for you to not take any risks. Why should I take the risk? Anita sneered, when the time is right, I will be free again. 2 reasons. Yi Feng raised 2 index fingers. First, the light camp wants to forge a weapon above the god level. Destroying its birth is a good thing for your dark camp. Forge weapons above the god level. Anita questioned, you can't stand seeing the bright camp doing well? You don't need to know this. Yi Feng said lightly, secondly, after what happened before, the seal must have been reinforced by the Dragon Domain Guardian. Don't you feel ashamed to let other demon gods rescue you? This. Anita hesitated. If he was the only one who needed to rely on other demons for rescue, he would indeed be ridiculed. Anita, you don't want your brothers to know that you were almost killed, right? Yi Feng coaxed. There are too many doubts. Anita said coldly, whether you are an abyss demon or a human, I have only one evaluation of you, you are not worthy of trust. No matter how much Luo Yi Wusheng talked, he just felt that believing the other party's lies was no different from believing that, I can't get in just by rubbing my way through. I can promise that I won't cheat you. Yi Feng said calmly, you can just give me a task related to keeping a promise, and the punishment for failure is up to you to choose. The more reasonable your words are, the less I can believe them, Anita said flatly. Yi Feng frowned slightly, feeling that the situation was a bit tricky. How to convince this idiot who is not stupid? However, just when the two were having difficulty communicating, an evil yet beautiful female voice sounded. Trust him, Anita. The sound was melodious and crisp, echoing in the demon's ceiling valley. Oh. Yi Feng narrowed his eyes, and the corners of his mouth curled up silently. What a surprise. The number of available helpers has increased. Since Fei, the Witch of Eternal Sin, has said so, I will believe you this time. Anita decided to change her mind. His life was saved by the other party, so of course he trusted him unconditionally. It's a pleasure to work with you. Yi Feng nodded. How can I let you out? 10,000 corpses. Is there any other solution? The blood of a strong man. Anita said calmly, at the very least it has to be the blood of an immortal-level strong man, otherwise I will suck it dry in one breath. What a big deal. After getting the answer, Yi Feng felt relieved. What he feared most was that he had to kill 10,000 people. Now that the event was being held again, the number of players was definitely much greater than last time, and it would be very difficult to escape. Moreover, The guardian of the dragon realm did not have as much power as the emperor, and he was afraid that the emperor would interfere and deliberately target him. Can you convince your mentor to provide me with blood? Anita asked curiously. Yi Feng shook his head. I won't do that. Then how can you help me out? Anita was confused. There are only two ways to escape. Could it be the landlady Wang Xiaoyan who prevented the Dragon Domain Guardian from providing blood to help him gain the power to break the seal? There is no time to lose, take action now. Yi Feng urged. What's quick action? Are there other? Suddenly thinking of a person hiding in the dark, Anita fell silent. Through the red gem, he stared at Yi Feng who was waiting anxiously, with the corners of his mouth twitching. Abyss Demon. This must be the demon from the abyss. He is just wearing a human skin. What are you waiting for, Eternal Witch Fei, help him. Yi Feng was anxious like an ant on a hot pot, and advised, didn't you help him escape last time? Just be a good person and send the devil to the west. There is no need to implicate the tutor. Right now, there is a powerful god-level person ready to provide blood. A cold wind blew. There was another silence in the demon's ceiling valley. Who could have thought that a human being could command the devil to do things in this way? People cannot, or at least should not. Human, don't go too far. After a long time, the voice of the Witch of Eternal Sin sounded again. Compared with the previous evil and ethereal feeling, this time there is a bit more gnashing of teeth. In order to change the stubborn Anita's mind, she had to expose herself, and ended up getting herself involved. Anita agreed, I am willing to help you. We have already put aside our differences. Don't ask for too much. Let bygones be bygones. Yi Feng couldn't help but sneer, so, you won't deal with me again in the future? That's right. Because of the current special circumstances, he had to rely on the power of the devil to complete the task, but in the final analysis, this was dancing with wolves in the middle of the night. If he was not careful, he would become a lamb to be slaughtered and be eaten until nothing was left. Strive for necessary interests so as to avoid suffering losses in secret. Anita was speechless. No longer deal with the silent falling leaves? Absolutely not. If he hadn't been trapped in the red gem, he would have wanted to cut him into pieces. Eternal Sin Witch, please consider this carefully. Yi Feng said sincerely, I am just a mere human being, an ordinary mortal. I cannot influence your thoughts. It all depends on your decision whether to save me or not, and whether to destroy the two peerless divine weapons. Snort. The Witch of Eternal Sin, who was hiding in the dark, snorted coldly, what a mere human being, what a mortal. Swish. A seductive red light flashed by, and a bottle filled with red liquid appeared in front of him. Yi Feng was quick-eyed and quick-handed and grabbed it. Witch's blood. Description, the bottle containing the blood of Fei, the Witch of Eternal Sin. Ding. System prompt, please note that your exclusive item, Evil God Pearl, senses the presence of rare blood nearby. Listening to the system ringtone ringing in his ears, Yi Feng felt a little interested. It seems that the blood of these demons is good stuff to him. Of course, he can't do anything reckless this time. Anita, it's not that I don't want to let you out early. The one walking in the world now is just my puppet. The real body is still dormant. Without my essence and blood, this body will soon be scrapped. The Witch of Eternal Sin added. Anita didn't mind, I understand. Let's talk about the past later. First, give me a task. Yi Feng said. Anita wondered, what mission? I will break the seal, and you will obey my orders unconditionally and protect me. The time limit will last until you destroy the magic weapon and help me reach a safe area. Yi Feng was calm and composed, and bargained calmly. Are you afraid that I will break my promise and make a fortune? Anita said firmly, I am a demon god. Destroying the divine weapon will be a good thing for the dark camp. Why would I lie to an ant like you? The more reasonable your words are, the less I believe them. Yifeng said decisively. Anita was speechless. Ding. System prompt, congratulations on successfully activating the hidden task, Rescue the Devil, difficulty, S. Rescue the Devil, difficulty, S. Introduction, you know whether it is a hidden task or not. Mission requirements, break the seal that restricts the actions of God Slayer Anita. Mission reward, God Slayer Anita will obey your command unconditionally until the divine weapon is broken. Glancing at the mission details, Yifeng frowned, time will last until I get to a safe area. If he just broke the magic weapon, Anita would probably become his enemy in the next second. As you wish. Anita was discouraged. This guy is extremely cunning. Ding. System prompt, the content of the task you accepted, Rescue the Devil, has changed. After confirming that there was no loophole, Yifeng sprinkled blood on the red gem that trapped Anita, muttering, break the seal, my servant. When the witch's blood fell outside the gem, it was immediately absorbed and devoured by Anita inside, thus accumulating enough power to break the seal. Swish. Suddenly, the red gem emitted a brilliant light, and invisible energy fluctuations surged like a wave. Ka-ka-ka. As cracks appeared, Yifeng decisively moved away and retreated to the edge of the passage in the demon sealing valley. Just like last time, he watched quietly. In the end, he successfully persuaded his mentor to turn a blind eye. Since the last plan ended in failure, it was only a matter of time before the demon broke the seal and it could not be stopped, so the mentor agreed after just a brief thought. Boom! The rolling air waves broke open, and the surrounding rocks were shattered into pieces. When the red gem reached its critical point and exploded completely, Anita returned again, her tall body slowly straightened up, her red hair flying, her eyes filled with excitement. I'm finally out again. Congratulations. Yifeng stepped forward and clasped his fists. Looking at the silent falling leaves, Anita took a deep breath, exhaled, and said, when are we going to destroy the so-called magic weapon? It will take some time. At least you need to recover your strength. Oh. Anita clearly sensed something was wrong, the enemy is very powerful. There are at least 2 god-level warriors, and maybe more. Besides, we have a strong military force. Yifeng told the truth. It would be strange if the Emperor did not strengthen security after breaking into the smelting chamber last time, and there should be more than 2 god-level strongmen in the eastern region who can be used by him. After hearing the answer, Anita's expression froze, and then she quickly asked, what about our combat power? You. Yifeng pointed at him. What else? I. Yifeng pointed at himself again. Where is the Dragon Realm Guardian? I can't let her down. Yifeng shook his head. Real. He felt that since he met the adventurer Luoye Wusheng, he had used up all his speechless words in his life. Just the 2 of us, are we going to destroy a bunch of divine weapons forged by god-level masters? Anita's eyes twitched, and she suddenly felt a little regretful. How about you seal me back? Don't worry, I know what I am doing. Yifeng reached out and patted his shoulder, comforting him, stay with me for the next few days to recover your strength. I wish you had some sense. Anita had no choice but to let it go, I'll give you a task first. Ding. System prompt, congratulations on successfully activating the hidden task, loyalty, difficulty, C, do you agree? Yes. Yifeng agreed. Loyalty difficulty, C. Introduction, the most important thing for a gang is loyalty. Mission requirements, do not deliberately ambush Anita, or let him do a mission that will surely lead to his death. Mission reward, None. Mission penalty, obliterate. Now, can you rest assured? Yifeng asked. Anita avoided the question. Next, shouldn't we make some preparations? Since the Witch of Eternal Sin sacrificed her puppet to help him break the seal, breaking the magic weapon must be of great importance. He is not a reckless and brainless person, so he just listens to Luoye Wusheng's command for the time being. We have to make 2 preparations. Yifeng looked solemn. Anita was shocked. Hurry up and tell me. First, there are still 2 days before the casting is completed. During this time, I need to level up. Yifeng said, I can't fall behind. What else? Besides. Yifeng reached out to Anita, licking his old face and asking, give me some of your blood. After a moment of hesitation, Anita glared, you are addicted to drinking, right? No matter what, you are just a hybrid of an abyss demon and a human. Where does your blood-sucking hobby come from? Anita just felt it was very strange. Blood donation also requires frequency. He just donated 300 blood the day before yesterday. Do you think I'm the one who needs your blood? Yifeng couldn't help but shook his head and laughed, it's not me. Who is that? He's a friend of mine. Oh. Although she didn't understand why, Anita felt that satisfying the other party's request would do her more harm than good. Are you talking about yourself as the friend? If you don't believe me, forget it. Do you really think that drinking your blood will bring me any great benefit? Yifeng felt extremely ridiculous. Everything is just to destroy the casting process. What do you think will happen if you sprinkle the blood of the devil into the weapon that is about to be smelted at the critical moment? I see. Anita thought for a moment and felt that there seemed to be nothing wrong with the other party's logic. Then wait a few days. I need to rest for a while to recover from my weakness. As he spoke, he took out the medicine and put it into his mouth to replenish his energy. In fact, it was not that his doubts had dissipated, but that what happened next was the top priority. The Witch of Eternal Sin lent him a helping hand in order to destroy the Light Camp's ability to forge weapons above the god level. Both parties had the same interests, so it was natural for them to cooperate for the time being. Before destroying the weapon, remember to give me your blood. Yifeng urged. Can. Anita nodded in agreement, then clasped her fists towards the void and said, Thank you, Witch of Eternal Sin. Everything is done to destroy the birth of super-god-level weapons. Fei replied solemnly. When Yifeng left the demon sealing valley with the demon god, a smile appeared on his face. Let the evil god Pearl absorb Anita's blood again, and the power of killing gods will probably be increased further. Thinking of this, he turned to look at Anita, as if he was looking at a huge moving treasure house. Before carrying out the mission, he must have some other value to him. What are you looking at me for? Anita said in a dissatisfied tone, the look in your eyes makes me very uncomfortable. Nothing. Yifeng shook his head quickly and changed the subject. Do you know about the Turing test? What is that? I don't think you can make it. No matter what test it is, it can't stop my god-killing power. Anita snorted coldly, Aunt, who do you look down on? Glancing at Anita meaningfully, Yifeng led the way. After leaving the demon-sealed valley, many players immediately surrounded him. It's incredible. No one can go deep into it, except for the silent falling leaves. Boss, I've always wanted to ask you a question. The player who first came to Yifeng begged, please answer me. Yifeng raised his eyebrows slightly, what's the problem? Is there an internal number? If so, what is the activation code? This is easy. Who is Yifeng? He immediately told him the internal activation code, KFCVME 50 RMB. I want it too. I thought about it too. The player, who didn't understand the meaning, asked for it enthusiastically. Does Hu EPO 666? With just a few casual words, the developer Yi successfully fended off the players around him and left in a swagger, while they were unaware that the demon was following them. There is no need to sneak. For a god-level powerhouse, it is effortless to not want to be seen by players at this stage. Where to now? Anita asked. Level up. Yi Feng returned to Kanglan Town, opened the map and took a few bites of bread, then took Anita to a nearby leveling point. The level cannot be dropped. Otherwise, when the difficulty increases sharply in the future, it will be almost impossible to level up and fight monsters peacefully. Yi Feng activated the wind shadow and entered stealth mode, like a long rainbow, quickly crossing mountains and ridges. The time required to reach your destination is greatly reduced. This is also one of the advantages brought by speed. Easily catching up with Yi Feng, Anita exclaimed in amazement, "Aaron has a rival." Yi Feng didn't ask any more questions about this. With his past life experience, he naturally understood who Aaron was that Anita was talking about. The fourth demon, Aaron the Wind Rider. Ding! System prompt: you have entered the map, Nanfu Mountains. Coming to the level 40 to 50 monster refresh area marked on the map, Yi Feng stood at the foot of the mountain and could see rock monster-like creatures wandering aimlessly on the lush green slopes in the distance. The dirt on their bodies was covered with weeds and they moved slowly. They were obviously creatures with high skin and flesh defenses. Nanfu Rock Monster, Elite Monster. Level, 46. Health, 50,000. Attack, 600 to 650. Defense, 600 to 620. Skills, Hard Stone, Nanfu Inequality. Introduction: strange creatures in Nanfu Mountain, with ferocious temperaments, they resent the injustice of God, they clearly jumped out of stones, so why are they not monkeys? Elite Monster. This is a non-boss wild monster that is more powerful than ordinary monsters. Take the Nanfu rock monsters for example. Their basic stats are very powerful, with an attack power of over 600, and they even have a chance to break Yi Feng's defense. The only strange thing is that the health value doesn't seem to be high. Swish. Approaching quietly, Yi Feng suddenly appeared wielding a flaming sword. He stabbed the sword out, which penetrated more than 10 centimeters into the stone. Minus 3,268. Critical hit. Bright red damage popped up, and the Nanfu rock monster's health dropped slightly. Human, you are playing with fire. The Nanfu rock monster was furious. It feels terrible to be suddenly stabbed in the body while sleeping. That's it? Anita looked disdainful. The 50% damage bonus from the wind shadow, combined with the doubled critical damage, was only 3,268 points of damage. In his opinion, it was too weak. Minus 5,000. Highly poisonous. Minus 600. Burning. Minus 5,000. Highly poisonous. Minus 600. Burning. Continuous damage pops out like crazy. It is worth mentioning that Yi Feng deliberately turned off the true damage of the passive skill God-killing power, otherwise the damage would be even higher. As for why it was turned off, the answer is self-evident. Seeing this, Anita fell silent. In less than 10 seconds, the Nanfu rock monster died on the spot before it could even touch Yi Feng. However, before Yi Feng could wonder why he didn't gain any experience, the Nanfu rock monster stood up again, the rocks on his body turned red, and he was resurrected at full status on the spot. Ding! System prompt: Nanfu rock monster uses the skill, Nanfu Inequality, to revive at full status on the spot. Don't underestimate us Nanfu rock monsters, it shouted, we are stronger than the other 6 rock monsters combined. Laugh. Hearing this, Yi Feng went forward and struck with another sword, and under the effect of the source of the poison, it died again. Human, you are very powerful. The Nanfu rock monster shouted again, you can actually force me to use the third gear. Swinging the sword again to cut a gash on the Nanfu rock monster, Yi Feng looked at Anita. The creatures in your dark camp are really cute. That's because you don't understand at all. Anita's mouth twitched a few times and she retorted, we soldiers in the dark camp are fearless and brave, unlike you humans, who seem smart but only know how to flee from the battlefield and become weak when you see the enemy. No. The Nanfu rock monsters that had died one after another turned and fled after being resurrected. Please spare my life, sir. After that, Yi Feng killed the Nanfu rock monster 6 times in a row and finally got rid of him successfully. Ding! System prompt, congratulations on successfully killing Nanfu rock monster, elite monster, and receiving reward, current level experience plus 8%. If you kill monsters above level 12, the experience points given by the Nanfu rock monster are quite rich. In fact, apart from Yi Feng, probably no one would come back to fight this creature with 6 lives and very high defense. After confirming that the Nanfu rock monster posed no threat, Yi Feng moved erratically in the Nanfu mountains with his astonishing speed, using the devil's language to attract hatred wherever he went. When a large number of Nanfu rock monsters followed behind him, Yi Feng stopped and rushed into the pile of monsters to activate the shadow field. Within 10 seconds, all monsters within a 10 by 10 range will die. Under the horrific damage of the source of the poison, these Nanfu rock monsters would almost certainly die if they were hit by Yi Feng. Boring. Seeing Yi Feng having so much fun killing monsters, Anita felt bored. He could destroy all these insignificant ants with just a snap of his fingers, so there was really nothing to see. You won't mind if I kill your dark camp soldiers, right? Yi Feng asked while killing monsters. Won't. Anita said calmly, they have no wisdom. Are all creatures in the dark camp that have no intelligence not worth mentioning in your opinion? Reporter Yi Feng asked again. Certainly. Anita said firmly, creatures without intelligence are of no use at all. All right. After finishing the interview, Reporter Yi turned off the video and quietly saved it to his local computer, naming it, Confessions of the Devil. It has to be said that Anita's remarks involve racial discrimination, and a righteous person like him simply cannot stand it. Is it true that only the life of the devil counts as life? The Stone Life expensive movement is imminent. Since you feel bored, help me find out if there is a boss nearby. Yi Feng commanded. He had a hunch that this video would come in handy in the future. Anita was dissatisfied. Why? The reward for the mission is that the God Slayer Anita will obey my command unconditionally. Yi Feng was not afraid at all. After all, the so-called demon god is just someone with a transcendent status, great power, and capriciousness. People fear him like a tiger, and he will bring about a catastrophe to the entire light camp in the future. That's all. It's nothing big. You're cruel. Anita took a deep breath and endured it. He also didn't expect that after he was freed from the seal, he would have to do such inexplicable trivial things. But the key lies in destroying the forged super god level weapons, so we have to bear with him for now. Over there. Anita pointed in a certain direction of the Nanfu Mountains. There is a gold level rock monster. Thank you. Yi Feng nodded in greeting. How long will it take for the weapons to be forged? Anita didn't have time to respond to his gratitude and went straight to the point. Yi Feng shook his head, I don't know the exact time. When the casting is almost completed, the instructor will remind me. How sure are you? I'm not so sure, let's go with a 50-50 chance. The Dragon Realm Guardian really won't participate? Anita was still a little unwilling. If the Guardian of the Dragon Realm breaks with the Light Camp, it will definitely be great news for the Dark Camp. While killing monsters, Yi Feng replied, You seem disappointed? If there are only two of us, it will be a problem whether we can even get close to that area, right? What are you panicking about? Yi Feng boasted, with the help of Lord God Slayer, it will be no problem to deal with 3 or 4 ordinary god-level strongmen. Anita's anger was rising. Against 3 or 4. He can't handle any of them now. Ding! System prompt, congratulations on successfully killing Nanfu Rock Monster, Elite Monster, and receiving reward, current level experience plus 8%. Ding! System prompt, congratulations on successfully killing Nanfu Rock Monster, Elite Monster, and receiving reward, current level experience plus 8%. Yi Feng poisoned the wild monsters one by one, and after they died 6 times, they finally provided rich experience. Swish! Soon, golden light spread and his level reached level 35. After clearing all the wild monsters around, Yi Feng stepped on the green grass all over the mountains and went to the place pointed by Anita. He saw a creature that was more ferocious than the elite monster. It looked like a human and was also made of rocks. The ground rumbled when it moved, leaving deep footprints. Rock Helmet Stoneman, Gold Level Boss. Level, 50. Health, 500,000. Attack, 1050 to 1100. Defense, 1200 to 1280. Skills, Rock Shock, Rock Throw, Advanced Collision. Introduction, the king of Nanfu rock monsters, it has a special rock element shield all over its body, which can greatly increase its defense and toughness. If you want to deal with it, it is best to break its rock shield first. The defense is ridiculously high. Yi Feng felt a little tricky. He had no skills with the rock element, so it was quite difficult for him to break the rock element shield. Without breaking the rock shield, his attacks could not break through the defense at all. Just when he was in a dilemma, he suddenly remembered that there was a helper beside him, and he turned around to look. What do you want to do? Anita felt a chill on her back when she saw Yi Feng's fiery eyes. Brotherin, no, brotherin. Without disturbing the rock helmet man, Yi Feng approached Anita with a friendly smile on his face. We are friends for life. What do you mean? Can you teach me some skills? Yi Feng revealed his purpose. You don't teach too many, 7 or 8 will be enough. If you teach more, I will get angry with you. Dream. Anita wanted to fight. Have humans evolved to this point now? Mission, rescue the demon god, difficulty level S. Yi Feng said loudly, reward, God Slayer Anita will obey my command unconditionally. Now I command you to teach Luo Yi Wusheng skills, immediately, right now. Boom. In an instant, Anita's eyes went dark and she took several steps back. She felt as if the world in her brain was falling apart and she stood there in a daze. Confused. As if his brain was pierced by a demonic sound, he lost the ability to think. I, a great demon god, have fallen to this point. I will kill you. Anita's eyes were filled with murderous intent. What a shame. He had never experienced such a great humiliation. Okay. Yi Feng did not take his threat seriously. He selected Anita and a skill bar popped up. He checked it carefully. Let me see if you have any special skills that I can learn from you. It's just a threat from the devil, nothing to worry about. From the moment we helped the Dragon Realm Guardian to release him, the feud had already been formed. What he has to do now is to maximize his profits and empty the demon god's wealth. Meteor Fist, B rank. Introduction, a fist as big as a sandbag falls on you like a meteor. Are you afraid? Skill effect, for the next 3 moves, attack speed increases by 50%. Cooling time, 30 seconds. Occupational requirements, Dark Boxer. Level requirement, level 10. Cost, 1 gold coin. Armor-piercing fist, A level. Introduction, this punch, 20 years of hard work, can you withstand it? Skill effect, the next punch will ignore 30% of the enemy unit's defense. Cooling time, 20 seconds. Occupational requirements, Dark Boxer. Required level, level 20. Cost, 5 gold coins. Earth-shattering kick, S rank. Introduction, gather the dark elements in your feet, trample on the earth with all your might, splitting mountains and cracking the earth. Skill effect, bombard the earth, causing dark elements to explode, causing 200% damage based on the enemy's own attack to all enemies within a 10 by 10 range, with a high probability of knocking back, falling, etc. Occupational requirements, Dark Boxer. The demon has many skills, but only these 3 are lit, which means they can be learned. Are you angry? Looking at Yi Feng, who was browsing the skills with great interest, Anita mocked him, my skills are only learnable by me. I have worked hard to comprehend them. If you want to learn them, I will tell you 3 words, impossible. Ding. System prompt, congratulations on successfully learning the skill, Meteor Fist, Level B. Ding. System prompt, congratulations on successfully learning the skill, Armor-breaking Fist, Level A. Ding. System prompt, congratulations on successfully learning the skill, Earth-shattering kick, S level. Impossible. Anita cried out. Yi Feng was also quite surprised that he could learn the exclusive skills of the Dark Boxer. He originally thought that the Wind Evil God could only learn the skills of a swordsman or assassin, but he didn't expect that he could also learn other professions. However, just when Yi Feng was considering whether the Wind Evil God could learn the skills of knights, mages, and other professions, the system ringtone beside his ears gave the answer. Ding. System prompt, due to the characteristics of Evil God of Wind, you have successfully integrated Meteor Fist, B level, and Wind Shadow Swordsmanship, B level, and obtained the skill Meteor Swordsmanship, A level. Ding. System prompt, due to the characteristics of Evil God of Wind, you have successfully integrated Armor-breaking Fist, A level, and All-out Attack, D level, and obtained the skill Armor-breaking Attack, A level. Ding. System prompt, due to the characteristics of Wind Evil God, you have successfully integrated part of the effects of Earth-shattering kick, S level, into Shadow Realm, S level. Meteor Sword, A level. Introduction, faster, faster. Skill effect, for the next 3 moves, attack speed increases by 60%. Cooling time, 30 seconds. Armor-piercing sword skill, A level. Introduction, use all your strength to break through the enemy's defense. Skill effect, the next sword will ignore 30% of the enemy's defense. Cooling time, 20 seconds. Shadow Realm, S rank. Introduction, the Wind Evil God learned the group attack method from the Dragon Domain Guardian's move Frost Break, and then integrated it with the Earth-shattering Wave Kick to significantly increase its strength. Skill effect, induce the evil spirit in the body, with the body as the center, causing 220% damage to all enemy units within a radius of 10 meters, with a high probability of additional effects such as erosion, knockback, and knockdown. Cooling time, 1 minute. Note, due to the current lack of strength, the strength of this skill has not yet reached that level. Got it. Looking at the information prompted by the system, Yi Feng suddenly realized. To put it bluntly, he cannot fully utilize the skills of the Dark Boxer, but by utilizing the characteristics of the Evil God of Wind, he can integrate skills with similar effects, extract the essence, remove the dross, and turn it into his own use. It's worthy of being an exclusive hidden profession, so awesome. It's unscientific. Anita was struck by lightning and muttered to herself, this is unscientific. He had no idea what was going on. Is the potential of the Abyss Demon really so exaggerated? Ignoring Anita, who was standing there in a daze, Yifeng turned around and went to play with the rock-helmeted stone man. Holding a flaming sword, he activated the wind shadow and sneaked closer, then slashed out with an armor-piercing blow, hitting the opponent's hard rock shield, sparks flying. -1. Low damage. Even though Yifeng could ignore 30% of the rock-helmeted stoneman's defense, his attack still couldn't break through the defense. However, Yifeng's goal was achieved, as he could see that the rock shield had visibly lost 10% of its toughness. Boom! After being attacked, the stone man in the rock helmet immediately launched a counterattack, but before he could raise his fist, Yifeng appeared 10 meters away. He chased and Yifeng ran. 20 seconds passed. Armor-piercing strike. Yifeng shouted softly and swung his sword out. It was the same move again, and the rock shield once again cut off some of its toughness. With patience, he repeated it 10 times and forcibly broke its rock shield. He immediately saw that the rock helmet man's defense dropped to 800 to 830. Human, is this the only move you have? The stone man in the rock helmet felt extremely frustrated after being beaten. I've been using the same methods all the time, can I try something new? Armor-piercing strike. Ignoring the opponent's provocation, Yifeng remained calm and used the same trick again, adding poison and burning effects, and the damage was immediately considerable. You pissed me off. The stone man in the rock helmet was completely furious. He suddenly jumped up and stomped towards Yifeng, with his feet gathering the light of rock elements. Seeing this, Yifeng retreated decisively. Boom! The heavy feet landed, the earth shook, and a gust of wind swept out. Shadow Realm. Yifeng was not panicked at all. The dark elements in his body exploded, forming a corresponding energy shock wave as a buffer, and he easily dodged it. Human, don't run if you have the guts, the stone man in the rock helmet roared. Here it comes. As soon as the 20 seconds were up, Yifeng immediately called out enthusiastically, armor-piercing attack. From then on, no matter whether the rock helmet stone man used rock throw or advanced collision, it was difficult to pose any threat to Yifeng. He eventually died tragically from the poison and fell to the ground with a bang. Ding! System prompt, congratulations on successfully killing rock helmet stoneman, gold level boss, and receiving rewards, level +2, reputation +50. Swish! Swish! 2 golden lights scattered, and Yifeng's level rose directly to level 37. Picking up the equipment dropped by the rock helmet golem, he curiously opened the level rankings to check the current player's leveling status. 1. Silent Falling Leaves, level 37. 2. Swordsman, level 28. 3. Nanmen Boasting, level 28. 4. Rakshasa, level 27. 5. North Peak, level 27. 6. Hidden ID, level 27. 7. Kunlajikan, level 26. 8. Wangdahai, level 26. 9. Hidden ID, level 26. 10. Demon King, level 26. From the 2nd to the 10th place, the level difference is only 2 levels, and the reason why Yifeng is so far ahead is mainly because of the great advantage he had at the beginning, plus the fact that he killed the Hyena King who was upgraded to a gold level boss in the early stage. Ding ding! After closing the level ranking list, just when Yifeng was about to continue leveling up with the Nanfu rock monster, a bell rang in the friend list. Ding! System prompt, the Witch of Eternal Sin Fei has requested to add you as a friend. Do you agree? First it was the God Slayer, and now it's the Witch of Eternal Sin. The circle of friends in this life is really too big. Ding! System prompt, you have added the Witch of Eternal Sin, Faye, as a friend. After passing the message, the other party quickly sent an emoticon representing a smile. What's up? Just because you're alright now doesn't mean you'll be alright in the future. The Witch of Eternal Sin sent a message: in order for you to complete your mission successfully, I will lend you a helping hand at the critical moment. I hope so. After exchanging a few words, Yi Feng closed the friend list. To put it bluntly, the Witch of Eternal Sin was putting pressure on him. The sentence, "I will lend you a helping hand in a critical moment," translates to, "I will always be watching you in secret. I want to see who can beat whom." Yi Feng remained calm on the surface and continued to kill monsters step by step without being impatient. For the next 2 days, he stayed almost all the time in the Nanfu Mountains, not going anywhere, and only returned to the city to rest at night. However, Anita beside him kept urging him, and was quite impatient. "Are you really not making any preparations at all?" Anita was full of worries and concerns. Laugh. After slashing down another Nanfu rock monster, Yi Feng's body glowed with golden light, reaching level 40. During this period, he also put on the dark gold level equipment meteor boots and the leggings that the rock helmet stoneman exploded. Rock helmet leggings, gold level. Defense, 40 to 45. Health, 3000. Features, defense plus 6%. Level requirement, 38. Introduction, comfortable and breathable, not easy to damage. Yi Feng said calmly, "I'm not panicking, why are you panicking?" Anita's expression was not very good. Could it be that Luo Yi Wusheng really wanted him to block the joint attack of several god-level powerful men? Isn't this just asking him to die? Ding ding. Just when Anita was getting impatient, Li Shui sent a message: the smelting will be completed tonight, and the moment the super god-level weapon is about to be born, it will cause a celestial phenomenon. Thank you, Master. I understand. After Yi Feng typed a reply, he no longer lingered in the Nanfu Mountains. A cold arc appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Emperor, Sword Spirit, it's time to settle accounts." Nanfu Mountains. The sky is clear and the air is fresh, and the mountain flowers are romantic. Seeing Yi Feng put away his sword and leave, Anita hurriedly followed. "Is it time to prepare?" "The casting will be completed tonight." Yi Feng glanced at the time and said bluntly, "We still have about 5 hours to prepare." 5 hours? Suddenly, Anita frowned, thinking heavily, what can I do with this little time? At this moment, he felt that the Witch of Eternal Sin seemed to have overestimated Luo Yi Wusheng's ability. Why rely on this person? It would be better for him to act on his own. That's enough. Yi Feng walked quickly and did not return to Kanglan town, but hurried to Wuying City. Why did he deliberately level up in the Nanfu Mountains? Because this place is relatively close to Wuying City. He didn't dare sit on the teleportation array. Whether the adventurer is 100% safe in the safe zone, a brother named Wei Wudu Zun has set a good example for him before. Given his current condition, he might be arrested on false charges by patrolling soldiers in the next moment. In this way, everything comes to an end. Call out. Rushing all the way to Wuying City, Yi Feng's feet left after images, as fast as an arrow. About half an hour later, the vast Wuying City came into his sight. The towering city walls, magnificent buildings, and the endless stream of pedestrians created a lively and peaceful scene. Who would have thought that the auspicious beast was suffering here? How to break into the shadowless city and how to enter the casting site are the problems before you. Anita said unhappily, "Don't you think it's too late to try now?" He kept urging the other party, but the other party just didn't move. If we act too early, we will easily be discovered. Yi Feng looked calm, and he and Anita quietly came to a corner of the edge of the city wall. Anita was confused. What are you doing here? Dig. Yifeng took out a shovel from the package and handed it to Anita. Dig? The corner of Anita's mouth twitched. You want me to dig a tunnel, avoid the patrolling soldiers, and send you safely into Shadowless City? This idea is too unreliable. You should think more about your own identity. Yifeng explained, if you take me into the city, you won't be discovered by a god-level powerhouse? Then what do you mean? Dig directly to the secret smelting chamber. Yifeng said frankly, I can guarantee that the secret chamber is underground, not a certain room. I see. Anita's eyes flashed. This method is indeed interesting, but can you confirm the location of the lava chamber? It is impossible to determine the exact location underground, so there may be deviations in where we dig. Why not? Yifeng nodded his head. I know the exact location very well. He's not bragging. Yifeng is full of confidence about digging into the lava chamber. If you ask why, the reason is very simple. By chance, he obtained a mysterious code called coordinates. 4815, 1267, 7897. Just follow the coordinates until you reach the corresponding location. It's not difficult. I didn't expect your memory to be so amazing. Anita exclaimed in amazement. By entering the lava chamber through the tunnel and avoiding conflicts with others, they can arrive at the scene at the first moment of fusion and catch the opponent off guard. Take an unconventional approach. The method is simple, yet difficult to guard against. This was indeed a plan that surprised him. Dig quickly. Yifeng urged, we don't have much time left. When digging a tunnel, one mustn't do so too early, otherwise it would be easily discovered, so he had waited until now. Why didn't you dig it? Because you must obey my command unconditionally. With a dark face, Anita dug frantically with a shovel. The attack speed of the god-level strongman is terrifying, and he is also a dark boxer. The movements of his hands are extremely outstanding. In the blink of an eye, he dug out a decent tunnel. During this time, Anita wanted to throw the mud outside, but was stopped by the cautious Yifeng, who forced it into the demon's package. Dig this way. Entering the dark and gloomy tunnel, Yifeng continued to give commands. For the sake of the dark camp's cause, Anita suppressed her frustration and mistook the clod of earth for Yifeng, attacking him frantically with a shovel. Falling leaves are silent, I will dig 3 feet into the ground to kill you. No personal attacks. Yifeng scolded. According to the mission requirements, Anita had no choice but to keep her mouth shut. Too careless. The reward for this task was given too hastily. Suddenly thinking of something, Yifeng stretched out his hand and asked for it. Give me the blood of the demon god, it will be of great use to me. He has never forgotten the benefits that the blood of the demon can bring, he just needs a suitable time and not to give the other party a chance to think too much. You're cruel. Anita put down the shovel, cut the wound on her palm, took out the bottle and squeezed out the blood. Fill it up. What do you need so much for? Sprinkle more later, and use your blood to disgust the divine soldiers. After filling the bottle, Anita threw it to Yifeng, who immediately caught it. Ding! System prompt, you have obtained the mission item, Blood of the Devil, S level. At the same time, inside the lava chamber, the red-hot molten iron was boiling and gurgling. 2 magical weapons, one light and one dark, were bursting with astonishing sharpness. They stuck together, and from time to time, they stirred up a stream of sword energy, leaving deep marks on the wall. Beside him, the Pishio was dying, its health points had already dropped to the bottom. It lay there listlessly, breathing lightly, its blood essence almost exhausted. It's finally time to merge. Mirror of Glory Bernie, the emperor of the eastern region, had a rosy face, and seemed very excited. When the time is right, I will sacrifice the blood and flesh of the Pishio as the final refining material, and a super god-level weapon will surely be born. Congratulations, Your Majesty. On the side, two powerful god-level beings congratulated him. Divine Judgment Guardian Elvis, god-level boss. Flame God Walter, god-level boss. Bernie was quite satisfied with their attitude and enjoyed it very much. Have you seen the disciples of the Dragon Domain Guardian? Even though he didn't think the other party could cause any trouble at all, the matter of forging weapons could not afford any mistakes. It was for this reason that he specially summoned another god-level warrior to guard the lava chamber. He hasn't come yet. Alves reported, we have troops deployed at the teleportation array, including all around Shadowless City. I have given orders. If he dares to show up, arrest him immediately and force him into the Sky Prison. That's good. Bernie was relieved and couldn't help but sneer. An ant that can be killed with a single move of the finger dares to speak nonsense in front of me. You simply don't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. Your Majesty is absolutely right. Both of them flattered him, but didn't take it seriously. How could a mere insect cause trouble right under the nose of a god-level powerful being? If he dares to come, just trample him to death. Swish. The sword spirit of the demonic evil sword appeared and warned, don't be careless. Oh. Bernie was surprised, what do you mean? Some vague uneasiness. The sword spirit said in a low voice, to be honest, when I first saw the silent falling leaves, deep in my soul, there was an uncontrollable fear. What's the point of keeping you? These 4 words have been echoing in his mind for the past few days and can't be shaken off. It is difficult for it to explain to humans why it has such emotions. If he had not coveted the benefits of surpassing the god level, he might have surrendered long ago. We 3 god-level warriors are guarding here. If he dares to show up, I will kill him like a dog. Bernie vowed. As it should be. After hearing Bernie's remarks, Jian Ling felt relieved. You are right. No matter how terrible the future of the Abyss Demon is, he is as weak as an ant at the moment. Under the pressure of a god-level strong man, he is afraid that he can't even move a finger. Buzz. At a certain moment, the demonic evil sword and the Holy Spirit sword, which were tightly attached to each other, burst out with powerful power. The light and dark elements entangled with each other, reflecting each other, creating a breathtaking scene. Faintly, the 2 swords gradually overlapped under the gathering of incredible power. No later than 10 minutes. The fire mage Walter, a mage wearing a bright red robe, had a pleasant expression on his face. This super god-level weapon formed by the fusion of 2 peerless divine weapons will surely help your Majesty to overcome all obstacles and expand your territory in the future. Ha ha ha. Bernie's eyes danced with excitement, and he was very pleased. It's worth it that I have concentrated the rare resources of the entire country to help you, Demon Evil God, Holy Spirit Sword, don't let me down. He has waited too long for this moment. The news of the return of the 10 great demon gods has always been a huge stone weighing on his heart, but the super god-level weapons will surely be able to break the stone for him and rule the world. Report. Just as they were concentrating on waiting for the smelting of the magic weapon to be completed, the skinny lord of Wuying City hurriedly walked in from outside the secret room and reported the situation. The guardian of the dragon realm wants to see you. Snort. Bernie snorted coldly and said decisively, no. He knew without hesitation what the Dragon Domain Guardian's intention was in asking for a meeting at such a critical moment. But she said there is something important that she needs to report to you in person. The Lord of Shadowless City didn't dare to breathe. He was only at the heaven level, while those around him were all god-level warriors. The gap in strength and status was too great. If he made the slightest mistake and caused unhappiness, he would end up in a miserable state. Bernie said angrily, I said, no. Your Majesty, it's not that I don't want to stop her, but we can't stop the Dragon Territory Guardian. The Lord of Shadowless City smiled bitterly, she said that if you don't see her, she will force her way in. She dares. Bernie was furious. Sooner or later I will make her take off her clothes and kneel in front of me begging for forgiveness. The guardian of the dragon realm has an unparalleled beauty and an alluring figure. Which powerful man in the Cambrian realm would not want to conquer her? It's a pity that although it is beautiful, it is too powerful and cannot be touched. After a moment's thought, he ordered, Alvis, go and stop her for 10 minutes. Don't let her in until the casting is completed. If the opponent interferes at the most critical moment of weapon lava, the consequences will be disastrous. Therefore, no matter what, she must not be allowed to get close to the smelting chamber. Yes. As the Emperor's guard, Alvis obeyed the order and immediately walked out of the secret room with a sword in hand to stop them. In the city lord's mansion, outside the secret passage, the guardian of the dragon realm has flying silver hair and holds a sharp sword in her hand. The ice elements are surging around her, making her look like an ice and snow goddess. Behind her stands a huge silver dragon with a ferocious look, and the ground where she stands is severely sunken. Alvis walked out of the secret passage and saw the aggressive man and dragon. He shouted as if he was facing a great enemy, Guardian of the Dragon Realm, what do you mean? I have something urgent to report to your majesty. Li Shui said solemnly. What is it? I have to tell him in person. Ridiculous. Alvis sneered, Dragon Domain Guardian, don't think I don't know what you are up to. I tell you, your majesty's idea of forging a super god level weapon will never change. Even if it means letting your own beast die. That's right. At the same time, in the dim tunnel, the two of them were sneaky. How's this position? It still doesn't feel right, let's change the angle. Here. Ah, yes, that's it, keep going deeper. Ding ding. Just as Yifeng was directing Anita to continue heading towards the coordinates of the lava chamber, the mentor in the friend list sent a message. Alvis came out to stop me. Thank you for your cooperation, mentor. Yifeng expressed his gratitude. This task is too difficult for the current players, and he must use all means to achieve his goal. If the mentor is forced to pretend to break into the smelting chamber, the other party will definitely send people to stop him. After all, after the last experience, no matter how urgent the matter is, the Emperor will not tolerate him getting close, let alone at such a critical moment. At Yifeng's feet, the Pishio was also helping. It had a blood connection with its mother and could sense each other's positions. Laugh. At a certain moment, Anita stuck the shovel in her hand into the soil, stopped her work, and her expression became serious. We can't dig anymore. We are very close to the smelting chamber. We might be discovered. Good. Yifeng took a deep breath and held up the palm-sized Pishio. Go and persuade your mother later. It's not worth sacrificing yourself for others. Everything needs to be considered. He had to consider whether Pishio would be willing to sacrifice this. However, judging from the current situation, it seems more like the mother had no choice but to agree in order to protect her child from harm. Chirp. Pishio nodded seriously and agreed. Buzz buzz buzz. The two sharp swords vibrated violently, and the light and dark energies were so vast that they caused ripples, as if the entire space was shaking violently like glass. On all sides of the secret room, traces of sharp sword energy appeared on the walls invisibly, and they became more and more dense. The surging sword energy even made the Emperor and Walter, who were close at hand, feel a slight pain in their skin, as if they were slightly cut. Almost done. Bernie couldn't help but hold his breath, his eyes burning. In his vision, the two swords were about to merge into one. The two magical weapons disappeared, and were replaced by brand new swords. Now, the blade of the sword is half black and half white, and only the hilt is still merging, and it is not far from being completely merged. Swish. After a few seconds, the hilts fitted even more tightly, forming black and white energy that shot straight into the sky and penetrated into the clouds. In the dark night, dazzling light illuminates the shadowless city. Dim light, holy light. It was like a scene of gods and demons descending, creating countless illusions in the sky, with mountains of corpses and seas of blood, endless abysses, and tens of thousands of people praying for gods to save the world. What on earth is that beam of light? How did it suddenly appear in our shadowless city? Strange phenomenon in the sky, this is a sign of the birth of a treasure. Why don't you say it's the birth of a demon? The residents in the city were awakened from their sleep and walked out of their rooms. Facing the strange light column that suddenly appeared in the world, they pointed and talked, not knowing what was going on. Li Shui, who was fighting with Alvis, had a moved face. Looking at the silver weapon in her hand, she actually felt it trembling slightly, as if in fear. Luo Yi Wu Sheng, if you want to break this weapon, the price will be too high. Li Shui's expression was complicated. The demonic sword is a weapon exclusive to the demons of the abyss. The Holy Spirit sword is the exclusive weapon of the sacred kingship. The strength of this weapon, once born, surpassed the limits of the Cambrian world. You can imagine what it means to break it. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Walter next to him flattered him desperately. Ha ha ha. Bernie laughed wildly. I succeeded, I'm going to succeed soon. Boom. Suddenly, a dull sound was heard. Bernie was confused and looked towards the source of the sound, only to see that the walls were loose and panels were falling off. Boom. There was a dull sound of explosion, the wall burst out, and a punch blew up the last clod of earth that was covering it. Anita's fists surged with black flames, and she was filled with murderous intent. Next to him, the young man wearing a dark purple mask had already transformed into an abyss demon. His green eyes were sharp, and the bone wings behind him flapped. Like lightning, he rushed towards the direction of the sword-making pool without hesitation. The wind suddenly rises. How dare you! In the lava chamber, the situation takes a sharp turn. How dare you! Bernie was stunned for a moment, then immediately rushed towards Luoye Wusheng. He had never thought that the other party would go against the grain and actually dig a tunnel into the lava chamber. However, this was not the time to be stunned. This was the most critical moment of fusion and the weapon was the most vulnerable, so he had to do his best to stop it. Swish! However, the fire god Walter moved faster, flashing to the edge of the casting pool as if moving through space, blocking Yifeng and smiling contemptuously. A weak person should behave like a weak person. Hold head high. He waved the staff in his hand, and a blazing fire dragon suddenly emerged and pounced towards Yifeng. The terrifying high temperature could melt him in an instant. Facing the firelight, Yifeng's face was grim. Just now, he had already activated all the means to increase his movement speed and rushed out at the first possible moment, but it was a pity that the person he was facing was a god-level strongman and the gap between them was too great. Swish! The god slayer Anita appeared in front of Walter, grabbed the fire dragon's head with his right hand, ignoring the gushing flames, and then squeezed his arm hard, causing black light to riot and directly annihilate it. Your opponent is me. At the critical moment, Anita didn't think twice. She stretched out her left hand and grabbed Walter's face, then rushed towards Bernie who was rushing over. Die! Bernie swung his sword with divine power, piercing Anita's left hand. The latter quickly turned her head to avoid the vital point. Quick! Anita urged as astronomical damage appeared on her body. It was really difficult for him to block the attacks of two god levels in his current state. Call out. Yifeng avoided the god-level strongman without hesitation and pounced towards the sword-making pool which was only a few meters away from another angle. Without any distractions, the only thought is to smash it. The sword spirit appeared above the sharp sword, with a stern face. Demon of the abyss, why do you have to embarrass me? You are not qualified to embarrass me now. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The super god-level weapon that was about to be successfully forged trembled slightly, and thousands of sword energies penetrated out, forming a storm that swept the surroundings. Miss. 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 Damage representing immunity kept popping up on Yi Feng's body, and the black light that emerged was extremely strong. It was not that he was fast enough to avoid the dense sword energy, but the buff applied by Anita allowed him to withstand it for a short period of time. The sword spirit showed a horrified expression, as if he had not expected such a situation to happen. Puff. At the same time, Anita, who was trying desperately to stop the two god-level warriors, had blood gushing out of her mouth, her face turned pale, and scars appeared on her body. Break it! Anita roared and grabbed Bernie and Walter. In fact, all the damage Yi Feng suffered had been transferred to himself through the means he applied. It was not just as simple as a shield. Yi Feng entered the black and white light column, enduring the baptism of endless sword intent. When he was about to swing the flaming sword in his hand, the blade shattered into pieces, leaving only the hilt in his hand barely supporting him. Ding! System prompt, your weapon, flame sword, has been permanently damaged. Yi Feng threw away the hilt, expressionless. He grabbed the hilt that had not yet been completely closed with both hands and pulled it apart from the gap. Veins on his arms bulged. He used all his strength and gritted his teeth. Give it to me. Laugh. A golden light passed through his brain and then smashed into the wall, causing the lava chamber to rumble. Before his death, Yi Feng turned his head and looked at the emperor who was pointing his sword at him, and saw a grim smile gradually appearing on the other's face. Ding! System prompt, you were hit by the mysterious sword chi of the Mirror of Light Bernie, and lost 5,6544, points of damage. Ding! System prompt, you are dead. Puff! Anita's eyes rolled back and she almost fainted. He has not yet recovered to his full strength, and Yi Feng's strength is too weak. This sword exceeded his limit of enduring damage. After breaking free from Anita's entanglement, the two god-level warriors guarded the sword-making pool and only breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that there were no other threats. Bang! Bernie kicked Yi Feng's body away, feeling relieved. Aunt, you almost ruined my plan. If it were someone else, the impact would have been fatal. Fortunately, Luo Yi Wusheng's strength is not enough to pose a threat. The sword spirit's expression slowed down, and he said angrily, you really scared me. Crisis averted. Super god-level weapons are within his reach. Anita spat out blood and said with difficulty, still failed? This time, it's not just the mission that has failed, it's also a huge question whether he can keep his life. Yi Feng, who had transformed into a soul body, floated in the air. He looked at the two proud god-level warriors, then looked at Anita who was disappointed beside him. Finally, the picture froze on the little Pichio who ran away from his mother and came to his own body and cried. Lost? A cold light flashed in Yi Feng's eyes. No. Not even close. His eyes glowed with a strong green light, and he gave an order with a grim look, if you don't want to lose all your efforts, turn back time. Why didn't the Witch of Eternal Sin take action? Have no idea. Maybe she is waiting for an opportunity with other intentions, maybe her puppet is too fragile, but... In any case, Yi Feng was 100% sure that she was right next to him. She can save Anita and turn back time to before the seal was broken, so she can naturally revive herself and go back in time. As you wish. An evil and melodious voice sounded, carrying a hint of hatred. Could it be that the other party has already guessed that she wants to destroy the divine weapon and eliminate the threat of the Abyss Demon? Clang! Suddenly, a bell rang and the scene froze. Clang! The bell rang again, the scene reversed, and all the actions were reversing until they returned to the moment when they walked out of the tunnel. Under the green light, Yi Feng rushed out. Swish! Swish! As powerful god-level beings, how could they be unaware of the fact that time was being turned back? They immediately appeared beside the sword-casting pool. Compared to the first time when they were caught off guard, they were able to perform better as they were closest to the opponent. The result won't change. I didn't expect that the Witch of Eternal Sin would help. The two of them did not dare to be careless at all. Come on. Bernie's old face was filled with murderous intent, and he grinned. I beg you to break through the strict defense of these two gods. How can I stop this? Even with the swift action, Anita still felt powerless. The current situation is beyond his control. Hiss. Yi Feng's eyes were filled with indifference as he tore open the only SS-level scroll. Beg me? I have never heard of such a strange request in my life. This time, he wants to change his thinking. If you can't take it by trickery, then rob it by force. Boom! The moment the scroll was torn open, an evil aura filled the air, covering the entire sky and earth. The blood is boiling. Wind elements and dark elements crisscrossed around him crazily. An indescribable pressure covered the entire place. Yi Feng looked like a demon, his hair flying wildly, and the evil god mask on his face burst out with dazzling light. Even though he concealed his expression, he couldn't hide the hysteria in his bones. Holding a flaming sword, Yi Feng rushed out bravely. No need to dodge, no surprise attack, just fight head-on. Whoever stands in my way will die. Inside the lava chamber. The changes in the scene were beyond everyone's imagination. This is... Anita was most aware of the sudden terror and her expression suddenly changed. Why was he so afraid of the weak Abyss Demon before? It's because the potential of the Abyss Demon is truly immeasurable. Ding! System prompt: you use the item, Divine Grace, SS level, and the strength of your next attack will be about the same as a full-strength attack at full level and full status. The wild dance of wind and darkness sounded. Yi Feng looked indifferent, his eyes fixed on the super-god-level magic weapon that was about to be born behind Bernie and Walter. Clang! The flaming sword that had been repaired by the time reversal made a clear sound. As Yi Feng stabbed it, it turned into a long rainbow of entangled blue and black, and shot out straight away with unstoppable force. The king's power is supreme. Flame Dragon soars. The two god-level warriors showed horror expressions and decisively used their most powerful moves. The Golden Sword Phantom and the Mad Dragon condensed from the fire element roared out, and the Fire Dragon entangled the sword, forming a connection and doubling the power. Boom! The two collided and a terrifying air wave invaded, forming a death zone. Even Anita did not dare to get close and instead retreated to avoid disaster. The walls of the entire secret room were cracked inch by inch, which was shocking to see. Little bastard. Bernie, who was trying his best, straightened his hunched body, but it was trembling slightly and his face was flushed. Who could have thought that the ants would suddenly burst out with astonishing power, dare to confront the god-level strong men head-on, and even gain the upper hand? Under the flames and sword energy, Yi Feng's bone wings were torn into pieces, scars appeared on his grayish-white skin, and his face was hideous. Bang! The next moment, Anita found an opportunity and rushed forward, punching the two men on the back with both fists, attacking them from the front and back, causing their breathing to become disordered, blood spurting out, and they flew back to both sides. Breaking through the god-level strong man, Yi Feng rushed straight into the light column with the power of the evil god, and stabbed the hilt of the sword that was about to merge with his sword, causing the light column to stop. Time is frozen here. No. The sword spirit sounded terrified, but was unable to control the weapon to fight back at this moment. Master, I know I was wrong. He looked into those blue eyes, but saw only indifference in them. It's too late to call me master now. Yi Feng remained indifferent. Under his destruction, fine cracks appeared on the super god level weapon. Since you can't be used by me, why don't I destroy you? Watching this scene, Bernie rushed forward frantically, his eyes bloodshot. Stop. Harder. Anita protected Luoye Wusheng and used all her strength to help her teammates bear the damage. If you destroy the super god level weapon, you will be the eternal sinner of the light camp. Walter's attack fell on Yi Feng, but a symbol representing immunity popped up, and he couldn't help but be extremely angry. Are you in such a hurry to put a hat on me? Yi Feng had no expression on his face. He only felt extremely ironic and attacked without reservation. After all, what is light and what is darkness? In this life, he neither yearns for light nor falls into darkness. Since you are an evil god, you should live for yourself. Click. A crisp cracking sound was heard in the smelting chamber, and the super god level weapon gradually disintegrated. The black and white beam of light quietly dissipated. No. The sword spirit was terrified and crazy, feeling the despair of the end being approaching. Endless regret lingers. If it had known this would happen, it would not have made this decision. Bang! The sword exploded, broke into pieces, and ricocheted towards the surrounding walls, either embedding into them or falling to the ground. Bernie was numb. A super god level weapon just broke? Ahem. With his strength exhausted, Yi Feng almost fell into the sword-making pool. Fortunately, he was blown away by the air wave. His blood surged up and he felt uncomfortable in his chest. Anita, take me away. The mother of Pixiu has chains on her 4 hooves, making it difficult for her to escape. Now that her weapons are broken, there is no need to stay any longer. No one will survive. Bernie was furious. He took out the scroll from the package and tore it open. A light golden cover formed on all sides, covering the entire secret room. Anita, who grabbed Yi Feng's shoulder and tried to escape, bumped into the cover and did not break it. Ding! System prompt, Mirror of Light. Bernie uses the SSS level item, Absolute Forbidden Zone, to form a shield within a 50 by 50 range. All units cannot escape or enter. Duration, 10 minutes. It's over. Anita's heart sank. He could sense that the toughness of the shield was quite terrifying and it was impossible to break it in a short period of time. Adventurer with 3 lives. Bernie's face was grim. I will let you taste the taste of despair. How could he be willing to see his years of hard work destroyed like this? The weapons are destroyed, the die is cast. Trying to stay calm, Yi Feng advised, killing me is equivalent to breaking with the Dragon Domain Guardians. The young Pixiu is now my pet. If I die, the young Pixiu will go with me. It will only reduce our combat power. Why not give me a chance to atone for my sins? No matter how much you talk, I will kill you today. Bernie held the golden sword, full of murderous intent. Chirp. The young Pixiu stood in front of Bernie. Get out of here, bastard. Bernie kicked it away, and it disappeared in white light. Ding. System prompt, your pet, auspicious beast Pixiu, has died. Ouch. Seeing her child being humiliated, the dying mother Pixiu let out an earth-shaking roar, and golden light overflowed from her body. The sacred and brilliant golden light became more and more dazzling, illuminating all directions. A strange force surged out like a tide, sweeping away heavy waves of air, making people tremble with fear. Boom! Suddenly, the entire secret room shook. Powder-like golden energy emanated from the Pishio, flooding the surroundings with a power that could not be described in words. Bernie's face changed slightly, and he was trembling with fear. Pishio, what do you want to do? The Pishio was speechless. Swish, swish, swish. Those sword blade parts that had been shattered also emitted golden light, floated in the air, and then gathered together again, gluing together in front of the Pishio, although with countless cracks. Under the gaze of everyone, the huge body of the Pishio fell to the ground with a loud bang, turning into bits of energy that poured into the hilt of the sword and were absorbed by the latter. In addition, a translucent soul separated from the body and pounced on the super god-level weapon that failed to be smelted. I understand. Walter was overjoyed and explained, the spirit of the magic sword is dead. Pishio can feed the sword with his body while his soul becomes the sword spirit and replace it to repair it. I see. At this time, Bernie also understood the situation and quickly promised, Pishio, I wish my bright camp to obtain super god-level weapons. In the future, you will be feared by the world and your name will go down in history. Ouch! The soul body of the Pishio roared, as if in response. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Congratulations, Your Majesty. The room is filled with golden light. The situation in the messy smelting chamber kept changing. This time, no one can stop us. Bernie looked at Anita and said coldly, use your demon blood to sharpen the divine weapon. You. Anita gritted her teeth, but could not refute. If a strong man of the same level could get a super god level weapon, it would be easy to kill him. Boom. After a few seconds, a pillar of light composed of light, darkness and gold pierced through the sky, shaking the space and making the night seem like day. Riding on the silver dragon, Alvis was defeated step by step. Li Shui seemed to have sensed something. She looked at the strange three-color light column and frowned slightly. Is this a success or a failure? She was a little confused about the situation in the secret room. Before, when the beam of light suddenly went out, she thought that Luo Yi Wu Sheng had accomplished the task, but now she is a little unsure. Long live His Majesty! Alvis was overjoyed. The true Dragon Emperor will have God's help. How dare you be so presumptuous? Li Shui scolded and immediately launched an attack, beating Alvis so hard that he ran away in panic. The atmosphere is turbulent. Staring at the Pishio that was feeding the sword with its body, Yi Feng felt extremely nervous. I am the sacred beast of the Light Camp, and I have sacrificed my life for the Light Camp. I will tell the world about this one day. Bernie kept giving benefits to Pishio. For an emperor, drawing cakes and pie in the sky is the easiest thing. Buzz. As the soul of the Pishio entered the super god level weapon, the cracks that had originally exploded gradually disappeared, and the three-color light column became more intense and spectacular. Seeing this scene, Bernie and Walter became more excited. God bless this emperor. God bless the bright camp. Buzz. Suddenly, the sword blade trembled slightly, shaking off thousands of sword intentions, causing the light column to disappear and dissipate, and then revealing its true appearance. A sharp sword that is pure gray in color, with a gray mist and an overwhelming chill. It is about an inch wide and 4 feet long. As the edge flows, mysterious patterns flash across the sword body, which is breathtaking. The terrifying cold light makes people feel chilled to the bone. When the Pishio completely repairs the weapon, the suspended weapon slowly falls down until it stops at the height of a person's chest, waiting to be collected. With this sword, I will expand my territory. Bernie stepped forward with a solemn face and a sacred sense of ritual. With this sword, all nations will come to pay tribute. Anita looked bitter. What should we do now? I have a feeling. Yi Feng's eyes shone brightly. This ending may not be bad, at least the Pishio that turns into a sword spirit will not die. What premonition! Anita was puzzled. I have a connection with Pichio. Coming in front of the super god-level weapon, Bernie reached out to grasp it with excitement. Call out. Like a nimble gray snake, the sword moved suddenly, preventing the Emperor from holding the hilt. The scene was awkward. Pichio, what do you mean? Bernie's eyes twitched, and he felt a strong sense of uneasiness. You are the divine beast of my light camp. As if it had spirituality, the gray sword flew straight out and arrived in front of Yifeng. It made its choice. Hiss. Anita couldn't help but gasp. Paralysis. This little Heba is going to make a lot of money. With this sword, I will expand my territory. With a sacred sense of ritual, Yifeng reached out to touch the cold sword with a solemn face. With this sword, I will make all nations come to pay tribute. Instantly, everyone fell silent. Killing someone also requires destroying their heart. Suddenly, Yifeng grasped the hilt of the sword, and felt a powerful force pouring into his body through his arms. His whole body was shocked and his strength skyrocketed. Ding! System prompt, congratulations on obtaining a super god-level weapon. Ding! System prompt, congratulations on completing the task, Pichio's thoughts, SS level, and receiving the reward, auspicious beast of Pichio, god-level pet. Putting away his weapon, Yifeng immediately grabbed Anita's arm. Seeing the other party's puzzled expression, he said in a deep voice, "Let's go, all good things must come to an end." Anita nodded, then rushed into the tunnel desperately. With the help of the mother of Pichio, the protective shield that blocked their departure had disappeared long ago without them noticing. It was from this point that Yifeng judged its final choice. Where are you running to? Bernie and Walter both launched a pursuit. Whoosh! 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 3 long rainbows shot out from the tunnel. The moment they left the tunnel, Anita flew into the sky and fled towards the distant mountains with Yifeng. Leave me my weapon! Bernie roared out of control, almost going crazy. The super god-level weapon that I worked so hard to forge was snatched away by someone else and taken as his own. This fact made him feel heartbroken. Soon, Walter, as a wizard, could not catch up with the speed of the two people. He was out of breath and was left behind for a distance. Whether in terms of physical strength or speed, mages are far inferior to other professions. Speeding all the way. The two are of equal speed. Fly in this direction. Facing the biting cold wind, Yifeng was clear-headed and ordered, later, put me down, you go deal with the Emperor and stop him. What about you? I have somewhere to go. But. Anita was reluctant and said insincerely, brother, I am worried about you. Do as I say. Yifeng raised a sneer at the corner of his mouth. This is an order. Could it be that he couldn't understand the devil's mind? As soon as he is out of danger, Anita will immediately turn against him and snatch the super god-level weapon from his hand. Fortunately, the mission requirement to rescue the devil is, God Slayer. Anita will obey your command unconditionally, and the time will last until he helps Luo Yi Wusheng reach a safe area. In other words, he still listens to Yifeng's command now. You're cruel. Anita was helpless. After a while, he put Yifeng down at the designated location. He turned around to fight Bernie, who refused to give up, cursing, "You are an old man, but you don't rest at home and come out to give away super god-level treasures. Aren't you cheap? Shut up." Bernie's sore spot was touched and his face turned purple. Boom boom boom. Soon, the two were fighting each other, and due to mission restrictions, Anita had to do as she was told. Entering the dense forest, Yifeng acted alone. He activated the wind shadow and shuttled through the forest at maximum speed. His heart was tense and he did not relax. Demon of the Abyss, where are you going, running so fast? An evil voice sounded, with an enchanting and graceful voice, echoing in the forest, exceptionally clear. Yi Feng stopped and looked around vigilantly. Let's go to a place that can satisfy us all. He knew this disaster would happen. The mission can only restrict Anita, but cannot restrict the Witch of Eternal Sin who is lurking in the dark. With the failure of the first attempt to disrupt the smelting process, he had already caught the opponent's tail. How could he be unprepared and let this person take revenge later? But a graceful figure walked out from behind the sturdy trees. I think this grove will make us all very satisfied. Yi Feng turned his head and saw a woman with a charming figure walking towards him, gracefully and elegantly. Fai, the Witch of Eternal Sin, God-level boss. With the help of the bright moonlight, Yi Feng could see that the Witch of Eternal Sin had delicate features like a painting. Her skin was white and delicate, and the gorgeous black dress could not hide her devilish figure. Her lazy behavior made people's mouths dry and their mouths parched. They wished they could have a kiss on her and go to Wushan together. Or, let's choose this place. The witch smiled sweetly, her eyes flickering and charming. I can't wait. In the forest, the shadows of the trees are swaying. Looking directly at the witch in front of him who was as seductive as a fairy, Yi Feng's face was stern. Whether they are from the light camp or the dark camp, their cannibalistic nature is no different. The Witch of Eternal Sin helped him to unseal Anita with the purpose of destroying the magic weapon. But now that the magic weapon was possessed by him in another way, the other party would naturally change their strategy. Does it really have to be like this? Yi Feng took a few steps back, extremely cautious. In the wilderness, a man and a woman alone, do we have to fight to the death? I don't want to either, but the temptation you give me is too great. The Witch of Eternal Sin stared at Yi Feng with eyes like red agate. Your body and your weapons are so crazy. The flesh of the Abyss Demon is of great benefit to the demon god after consumption, and that weapon. The Cambrian world is so big that I'm afraid no one can easily control it. It's a long night, no sleep. Yi Feng retreated again and again, but he couldn't get rid of the witch at all. He could see that she was approaching slowly, carrying deadly danger. Anyway, there is no one else around. Let's talk first, and then we can do other things after the chat. What do you think? That won't do. The Witch of Eternal Sin raised her cherry-red lips slightly. I'm afraid that something might go wrong at the critical moment, which would make all my previous efforts go to waste, so. Swish. Like a gorgeous witch, she came in front of Yi Feng. A purple rapier appeared in her hand, and she put it to Yi Feng's neck. Hand it over. I can give you everything, without reservation. Yi Feng was unmoved and continued to delay time. But what good will that do me? I will allow you to live. The witch went straight to the point. Yi Feng couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. That's all? This is my greatest kindness to you. The witch refused to give in. It was not difficult for her to kill the Abyss Demon, but the biggest problem was taking away the super god-level weapon. That is the most important thing. Looking at the enchanting and beautiful witch, Yi Feng showed a smile that he had to say, then can you agree to my other request? What request? Fei frowned. Taking a deep breath, he said frankly, beautiful witch, I want you. There was a cold flash in Fei's eyes. Die here. Yi Feng completed his words. Laugh. A ray of fire came from afar and landed on the witch's location. The latter moved back and narrowly avoided it. Fei. Before I could think about who it was, a figure came rushing over, holding a fiery red sword and drawing a thrilling arc in the darkness, gorgeous but full of danger. Clang. The purple rapier collided with the red long sword, elemental energy splashed everywhere, and the powerful air wave immediately blew away the fallen leaves silently. Fortunately, both of them held back, and neither was willing to let him die. Landlady Wang Xiaoyan, fairy-level boss. Aunt Xiaoyan, you are finally here. After barely standing still, Yifeng ran quickly away, not daring to watch the fight at all. The reason why he knew about Wang Xiaoyan's arrival at the first moment was mainly because he added her as a friend and could communicate secretly. Clang clang clang. The sword light was eerie, and in the darkness, a cluster of brilliant impact explosions like fireworks exploded. I didn't expect there would be help. The Witch of Eternal Sin gritted her teeth and tried to chase and kill Luo Yi Wusheng, but was stopped by Wang Xiaoyan and had to deal with her. If she were in her prime, she could easily deal with the woman blocking her way. Unfortunately, her body was just a puppet at the moment and could not exert even 1/10 of the power of her original body that was still sleeping. This kid is really capable. Wang Xiaoyan easily suppressed the Witch of Eternal Sin, and her sword energy was sharp. This battle will make him the biggest winner. Divine Pet. Super God level weapon. The temptation is really enviable. Running in a hurry, no matter what happened behind him, Yifeng breathed rapidly and headed straight for his final destination. 10 minutes, 20 minutes. Time passed by bit. During this time, Yifeng occasionally looked back and could still see the fighting between the Witch of Eternal Sin and Wang Xiaoyan. The former fought hard and was chopped by the latter with countless cuts on her body, but she still refused to give in. Boom! Suddenly, Wang Xiaoyan kicked the Witch of Eternal Sin to the ground, not giving her any chance to get close to Luo Yi Wusheng. If it doesn't belong to you, don't think too much. Yellow-faced woman, I will remember you. The Witch of Eternal Sin said angrily, when my true form revives, I will definitely come and visit you. You coquettish vixen, I'm not afraid of you. At the same time, inside the lava chamber, there were rubble everywhere and the place was in a mess. The sword-making pool, which was originally burning red, has now cooled down. Call out. Not long after, the hunchbacked emperor descended from the sky and returned to this place. He looked disheveled, obviously having experienced a great battle. His cloudy old eyes looked around, his fists clenched tightly, his eyes bloodshot, and he spat out the name of the culprit word by word from between his teeth. Falling leaves are silent. Facing Anita who was blocking his way, he could fight back, but by the time he did, Luo Yi Wusheng's trace had long disappeared, and he had no place to chase her. When he thought about the super god level weapon that he had spent so much effort to forge being taken away, his heart felt like it was being torn apart. Your Majesty, now that things have come to this, why not go with the flow, keep Luo Yi Wusheng, and resolve the past grudges? Walter suggested in a low voice. Let bygones be bygones? Bernie glared at him coldly. How can I swallow this breath? And do you think he is a fool? Could it be that he will join the dark camp? Walter felt something was wrong. Will the demon god not covet the super god level weapon and force him to hand it over? In his opinion, the dark camp will not give up. Luo Yi Wusheng wants to join the dark camp, okay. First hand over the divine pets and super divine weapons, under the pretext of keeping them for him. So, he has nowhere to hide. Bernie's eyes flashed with a gleam of light. Compared to the group of demons in the dark camp, at least we have a special advantage. You mean? Immediately convey my order to all adventurers in the eastern region. A sneer appeared on his lips. Adventurers fall silently, betray the light, have evil hearts, and everyone has the right to kill them. Bang! Suddenly, a figure fell into the lava chamber, creating a large hole. Because of the beam of light, a large hole had already appeared above the secret room. Ahem! Alvis, who was beaten by the Dragon Domain Guardian and coughed up blood, stood up with difficulty and looked at Bernie. Your Majesty, I can't stop you. Above, after leaving the Silver Dragon's back, Li Shui floated into the secret room and appeared in front of several god-level warriors, calm and composed, without any embarrassment at all. Guardian of the Dragon Realm, what do you mean? Bernie's forehead veins bulged as he asked, suppressing his anger. Li Shui said calmly, everything I do is for the light camp. Are you stopping me from forging a super weapon for the sake of the light camp? Bernie was so angry that he was shaking all over. What's stopping you? Hearing the emperor's words, Li Shui was confused. I never stopped you. Then why did you break into the lava chamber? Bernie felt puzzled. Instead of stopping it, why aid and abet it? I have something important to report to your majesty, but Alvis won't let me. I seriously suspect he is colluding with the enemy. Li Shui's pretty face was serious. Please your majesty, please look into it. Stop slandering me. Alvis glared at him. Is he colluding with the enemy? What a great way of putting the blame on someone else. Important matter? Bernie was filled with anger and asked coldly, then tell me, what is the matter that is so urgent that you even resort to swords and knives? Your Majesty. Facing the gazes of several god-level masters, Li Shui replied, I have expelled Luo Yi Wusheng from the sect. Oh? Bernie was confused as to what she was doing. What do you mean by that? According to the clues I have, Luo Yi Wusheng is very likely to have broken into the smelting chamber by digging a tunnel, so I've come to report this urgently. Li Shui told him everything. Suddenly, the whole place became cold, with only the whistling of the cold wind as the sound. This move is quite clever. Boom! It was as if a forbidden spell exploded in his mind. Bernie's brain froze, his body became unstable, and he took several steps back. His facial muscles twitched wildly. He turned his head in a daze and looked at the bottomless tunnel, then looked at the Dragon Domain Guardian who was talking nonsense in a serious manner, and he couldn't utter a word. According to this statement, at most he would charge the Dragon Domain Guardian with the crime of trespassing, and she might even have had good intentions, and was loyal. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out, Bernie's eyes went dark, and he almost fainted. He collapsed to the ground in a humiliating manner. His Majesty! Two powerful god-level warriors hurried forward to support him. The leaves fall silently. Bernie was filled with hatred and roared to the sky, fuck your grandma. The stars are dotted around, surrounding the bright full moon that looks like a jade plate. In the leafy woods, the calls of insects and birds blend into a harmonious melody. Feeling the breath of the devil coming, Wang Xiaoyan, who successfully stopped the Witch of Eternal Sin from chasing Luo Yi Wusheng, quickly retreated. When Anita arrived, she saw the scarred Witch of Eternal Sin with one limb each broken, but no blood was flowing because this body was originally a puppet. Witch of Eternal Sin, you. Anita was stunned at her miserable condition. He thought everything would be easy. Landlady. The red eyes of the Witch of Eternal Sin were filled with murderous intent. Just wait. After hearing this, Anita immediately understood the reason. It won't be long before we recover. Trying her best to suppress her anger, she said indifferently, Anita, you can just rest and recuperate. We will rule the world and kill all the chickens and dogs of the light camp. Good. Anita agreed. I can almost conclude that the light camp is currently enjoying itself and is in danger. It's pretty much the same as what I thought. A cold wind blew by, and the puppet of the Witch of Eternal Sin turned into purple energy and slowly dissipated. Since Luo Yi Wusheng wants to linger on, we can take this opportunity to train loyal servants who are loyal to the dark camp. I understand. Anita nodded. Luo yes silent, I'll remember this name. I believe, we'll meet again soon. Seeing that the puppet of the Witch of Eternal Sin no longer existed, Anita frowned slightly, her face full of solemnity. She looked at the scenery in the sky in the quiet night, with a lot of thoughts in her mind. He spent several days without making any noise, and then in just 5 hours, he dug a tunnel, led away the enemy, forcibly broke the magic weapon, and finally stopped the demon god. Recalling everything that happened before, Anita's expression darkened. What kind of time management master is this? The other side. Yi Feng ran at his maximum speed, as fast as the wind and lightning. His breathing was rapid and his strength was a little exhausted, but he did not dare to slow down even a little. Logically speaking, we should be out of danger now, but it's better to be safe than sorry, so the farther away we are, the better. Over mountains and across rivers. With amazing speed, Yi Feng, sweating profusely, finally arrived at his destination. Ding! System prompt: you have entered the dangerous map, Land of Depravity. Land of the Fallen, dangerous area. Introduction: this is an area that ordinary people cannot access for the time being. It is far away from the hinterland of the Light Camp. It is actually the center of the ancient war. There are many unexplored dangers left. Generally, only explorers and treasure hunting teams will appear here. The information provided by the system is almost the same as in the previous life. It is precisely because of the particularity of the Land of Depravity that Yi Feng chose to enter it to avoid the risks that might be encountered later. Arriving at the planned location, the hungry Yi Feng stopped and, under the cover of a rock, drank water and ate bread to replenish his energy. After eating and drinking, Yi Feng was about to check the spoils of this trip, but the system ringing in his ears interrupted his actions. Ding! System prompt: congratulations on obtaining the special title, Blasphemer, S level. Blasphemer, S rank. Introduction: blasphemy against God, blasphemy against light and darkness, where will you go without scruples? Title effect: final health increased by 100%. Additional effect: increases damage to light and dark units by 30%. That sounds pretty cool. Yi Feng chose to equip this title without hesitation, replacing his existing title, Newcomer, and immediately felt that the first impression he gave was even more powerful. Does this count as a step away from being a rookie? However, the system ringing did not seem to want to end there, and it continued to ring one after another. The sound was no longer pleasant, but became heavy, indicating that the information being broadcast was extraordinary. Ding! Announcement to all servers: due to the obstruction of the blasphemer Luo Yi Wu Sheng, the super god-level weapons belonging to the Light Camp were taken away. The Emperor is furious. I hope that people with lofty ideals in the world will join forces to fight against the rebels and bring peace to the world. Ding! Announcement for the entire server: any adventurer who kills, Blaster, Silent Falling Leaves, and returns the super god level weapon will receive the following rewards: reputation plus 100,000, the only hidden profession, and a special S-level title, Brave. Ding! Announcement to the entire server: because the blasphemer Luoye Wusheng broke his promise and took the super god level weapon for himself, the 10 great demons were furious and announced to the people of the world that if they killed him, they would receive the demon god's blessing and enjoy supreme glory. Ding! Announcement for the entire server: any adventurer who kills, Blaster, Silent Falling Leaves, and returns the super god level weapon will receive the following rewards: joining the Dark Camp, Random Demon Inheritance, and a special S-level title, Devil. A series of server-wide announcements bombarded the ears of all players. Shit, why are there players in the eastern region who are so capable of causing trouble? Oh my god, it's only a certain period now, how can there be such a generous reward? We can't cross the border to the eastern district to deal with him, this damn son of the beach. Don't eat the sour radish. This server-wide announcement can be seen by all players on Earth. It's too exaggerated. How many people in this world can have a unique hidden profession? Luo Yi Wu Sheng is so awesome. He even stole all the super god-level weapons. This is definitely a magical weapon that can be used for a lifetime. Didn't you see what the system said? Super god-level weapons are already higher than god level. On the other side, the players in the eastern region were also greatly shocked. It's alright, just a few days into the game, and suddenly a super weapon appears. Who can withstand it? Hiss. Even though Yi Feng knew that the consequences of this matter would be very serious, he did not expect the reward to be so exaggerated. It's him, he is also moved. Ding. Announcement to the entire server: due to special circumstances that occurred during the casting process, the super god level weapons were shattered and collapsed, and the energy of many forging materials scattered and overflowed. Under the gathering of god-level strongmen, a peculiar space was eventually formed, named the Realm of Divine Weapons. Adventurers are welcome to explore. Ding. Announcement to the whole server: since the energy of this space is unstable, in order to prevent collapse, it can only be explored once a week. Ding. System prompt: since the blasphemer Silent Falling Leaves was selected as the final boss of the Domain of Divine Weapons, you will receive relevant rewards: reputation plus 500, Ring of the Blasphemer, gold level. Very good. Another weekly dungeon for me. This is going to be interesting. Yi Feng touched his chin and found it very interesting. This dungeon, which is only available once a week, is not always of the same difficulty. Players can go from having difficulty at the beginning to being able to handle it easily later. The difficulty of the dungeon usually increases with the level. According to this line of thinking, maybe in the future, even he won't be able to beat Zhou Bunli himself, and may even be brutally abused. Yi Feng put aside all distracting thoughts and stopped thinking about other things. With great anticipation, he took out the biggest trophy of this trip from the package. A sharp sword surrounded by grey mist, shining with light and looking very sharp. It was precisely because of its existence that Yi Feng broke off relations with the light camp and caused the demon from the dark camp to snatch it away. Gurgle. Swallowing hard, he was excited, and his left hand gently brushed the grey sword blade to check the details. Super God level. Attack, 500 to 550. Features: attack plus 80%, attack speed plus 200%. Addition: righteousness, all skill ranks plus 1, note, the current skill rank cap is SSS, excluding talents. Added: magic, final damage plus 50%. Current status: bound to Silent Falling Leaves. Required reputation, 1000. Required level, 30. Introduction: Pixiu used his body to recast the broken super magic weapon. Although it restored its power, it is still far from its peak and still needs to be polished and tempered before it can show the power of the super magic weapon. Current actual strength, dark gold level. Promotion requirements, 3 pieces of fairy level ore. Staring blankly at the attributes of the weapon, Yi Feng was stunned and frightened by the effect of the super magic weapon. He had never seen such outrageous equipment. And this, you tell me that the actual strength is only at the dark gold level? After taking a few deep breaths, Yi Feng held the weapon in his hand, opened the skill bar, and all the skills that caught his eye were upgraded to a higher level. It's too outrageous. Yi Feng's mood was surging and rising. One is the righteous path, the other is the evil path, and they directly raise the upper limit of weapons to an unimaginable level. It took him a long time to calm down his inner excitement. Both the light camp and the dark camp are determined to fight him because of this weapon. There must be a reason for it. I believe that before long, players who are jealous of the bounty will come to trouble him. Bring it on. Can't wait to try out the power of this weapon. Of course, in addition to this, as a reward from the dungeon, he also received a rare ring as a reward. Although it cannot be compared with the super divine weapon, it can also make his attack go a step further. Ring of the Blasphemer, gold level. Attack, 50 to 55. Health, 3000. Features: attack plus 6%. Required level, 40. Introduction: blasphemy is never a good thing, remember, blasphemy is fun. After seeing the strength of the weapon, the rare and precious ring looks mediocre. After replacing the ring and weapon, Yifeng suddenly remembered that there were several treasures in his package, all of which could enhance the strength of the equipment itself. Amplification Scroll, Level B. Blessing Orb, A Level. Scarlet Book, S Rank. Chirp. The resurrected Pixiu called out beside Yifeng. Wait a moment. Yifeng raised his hand to stop him, not knowing what expression to make. Let me think about my life first. Looking at the 3 treasures in the package and then at the super magic weapon in his hand, Yifeng felt a surge of evil in his heart. Although this is a super god level weapon, the brackets below clearly state that its current strength is only dark gold level. Theoretically speaking, these props should all be useful, right? He had to admit that at this moment he had committed one of the 7 deadly sins, greed. This doesn't require any effort. Yifeng decisively used the amplification scroll and tried it out first. After all, it was a B-level item, so if it failed, he wouldn't be too sad. Ding! System prompt: you have used the item, amplification scroll, grade B, to successfully increase the strength of super divine weapon. Success, success. Yifeng was overjoyed and used the other 2 treasures without hesitation. Needless to say, the Scarlet Book was very useful. The Grace Orb was mainly used to transfer the burning of the fiery sword to the super divine weapon. Ding! System prompt: you have used the item, Scarlet Book, S level, to successfully give super divine weapon 2 characteristics. Ding! System prompt: you have used the item, Graceful Orb, grade A, to successfully enable super divine weapon to obtain the additional effect, burn, of the flaming sword and gain certain enhancements. Call. Yifeng exhaled lightly and smiled with satisfaction. I feel comfortable. 3 shots in a row. That feeling is so intoxicating. After using all the props to strengthen the weapons, Yifeng decided to name the weapons. Since it was just created, its name has not yet been decided, and the system has also specifically reminded him to name the weapon. You are the product of the fusion of the Holy Spirit sword and the demonic evil sword. Light and darkness intersect, and your entire body is gray. Yifeng frowned and thought hard for a moment before naming it seriously. Why not call you the Falling Leaves Silent Sword? Mother Pixiu, what do you think? After making a little joke, Yifeng tried to summon the sword spirit. Whatever name he really wanted to give it, how could he not respect the weapon itself? Swish! The shadow of a gray-white Pixiu appeared in front of Yifeng. Chirp! Seeing his mother's soul, the little Pixiu jumped up and down with joy. No matter what the cost, it is better than watching my mother being sacrificed. It is already very satisfied with the current results. Young man, this weapon belongs to you. You can decide the specific name for it yourself. The mother of Pixiu said in a gentle voice, now I seem to have become the sword spirit, but in fact I am just taking its place temporarily after the sword spirit died. The real sword spirit is not me, it has not yet been conceived and born. So what you mean is? Yifeng thought for a moment. Please help me find a suitable body. The mother of Pixiu requested, it doesn't have to be the body of Pixiu, but a body that can bear the strength of my soul needs to be at least at the immortal level. Good. Yifeng promised solemnly, when I am strong enough, I will prepare a suitable body for you, and then. He looked down at the Pixiu at his feet and said with a smile, you and your child will be reunited. Since he obtained such weapons and divine pets by virtue of his connection with Pixiu, he was naturally full of gratitude towards Pixiu and her daughter. Thank you, young man. The mother of Pixiu said sincerely, in fact, although many of my treasures were taken away by the Emperor, there are still many hidden somewhere else. When you are strong enough, I will take you to get them. It is my insignificant token of my appreciation. Return a favor. Luo Yi Wusheng treated her and her daughter well. She would not hide anything from him and would try her best to help him grow. "You're welcome, Pishio mother." Yi Feng smiled casually, "It's my job." After chatting for a while, the sword spirit fell into a deep sleep. The experiences of these days were too torturous for her, and it would take a long time for her to recover. After that, Yi Feng stared at the weapon shrouded in grey mist in his hand and gently brushed the cold sword. After a while, he said calmly, "The leaves fall silently, rising with the wind. Today, I am called the Blasphemer. In the future, there will be gods I have to kill. If I don't want to be defeated, I must make the gods and demons in the sky powerless. I will name you. God's Cry. Ding. System prompt, naming successful. Ding. System prompt, congratulations on obtaining the super magic weapon, God's Cry. He reached out his hand again and brushed the blade of Shenqi. The attribute panel of the weapon that Yi Feng had strengthened 3 times overnight popped up. God Cry, Super God level. Attack, 600 to 650. Features, attack plus 80%, attack speed plus 200%. Features, physical bloodsucking plus 5%. Addition, righteousness, all skill ranks plus 1, note, the current skill rank cap is SSS, excluding talents. Added, magic, final damage plus 50%. Additional, bleeding. If the attack injures the enemy unit, an additional bleeding effect will be added, causing 0.5% damage to the enemy unit based on its own health per second, which lasts for 10 seconds. Additional, burning, the attack has a burning effect, deducting 500 HP from the opponent per second, lasting for 10 seconds, up to 2 layers. Current status, bound to Silent Falling Leaves. Required reputation, 1000. Required level, 30. Introduction, Pishio used his body to recast the broken super magic weapon. Although it restored its power, it is still far from its peak and still needs to be polished and tempered before it can show the power of the super magic weapon. Current actual strength, spirit level. Promotion requirements, 3 pieces of fairy level ore. The effect of rows and rows is pleasing to the eye. You don't need to check each one carefully. With so many features and additions, it is estimated that it can overwhelm a large area. Moreover, with various enhancements, the actual strength of the weapon has reached the spiritual level. Satisfiedly stopping crying, Yi Feng leaned against the tree trunk and closed his eyes to rest. He was really overworked that night and needed to have a good rest and replenish his energy. The next day, the sky was turning pale as a fish belly turned pale, and the faint sunlight illuminated the earth, driving away the coldness of the night. "Wake up!" Yi Feng, who was sleeping, heard a female voice as sweet as a clear spring. He woke up slowly and opened his eyes. A silver-haired girl came into his sight. She was fresh and unworldly, like a snow lotus in the sky. In the sunshine, the girl is as beautiful as a banished fairy walking out of a painting. Tutor. Yi Feng woke up completely and stood up. "You are here." The Dragon Domain Guardian knew his location. After all, it was unrealistic to rely solely on one person. "You made quite a big noise last night." Li Shui looked at Yi Feng carefully and said in surprise, "I didn't expect that the super divine weapon that the Emperor spent so much effort to forge would eventually fall into your hands." "Good luck." Yi Feng said modestly, "It was mainly thanks to the help of Pishio's mother, otherwise I would never have been recognized by the super divine soldier." "That's what you worked so hard for." Li Shui corrected, "Okay, let's get down to business. What are you going to do next?" "Let's take it one step at a time," Yi Feng said bluntly. Li Shui frowned, feeling that something was wrong. "Are we going to hide here and there like this?" "No need to hide for too long." Yi Feng shook his head. He had nothing to hide from his mentor. It's not like he can't tell whether the other person really treats him well. Li Shui was puzzled. Why? No need to hide for too long. Right now, both the light camp and the dark camp have murderous intentions towards this disciple who is carrying a treasure. She doesn't quite understand what Luoye Wusheng's plan is. The demon god is about to break the seal. I think the teacher knows this better than anyone else. Yifeng's cyan eyes were full of meaning. By then, the light camp may not be able to take care of itself. Hearing this, Li Shui was very surprised. The 10 great demon gods are about to awaken. This is no secret among the human race's high-ranking officials, but when they will break the seal is still unknown, and... Halfway through her speech, she hesitated a little, but finally told the truth. For you, the situation may be even worse. It is true that the light camp will be unable to cope with the attack of the dark camp as it focuses all its efforts on it, but their common goal is still the super magic weapon in Luoye Wusheng's hand. No problem. Yifeng's eyes flickered. I still have some methods that can reduce the pressure I face. What the instructor said is true. If we want to achieve a certain balance, this is definitely not enough. So what you mean is? I can't tell you for now. Yifeng clasped his fists and said, but I believe the answer will be revealed soon. Soon. Very fast indeed. No matter how the process changes, the butterfly effect he has caused now will not delay the time of the devil's revival. In other words, he knew the exact time when the demon god would revive. After the demon god revived, the world was in chaos, and the novice stage of the players was completely over. All right. Li Shui nodded slightly. You know your limits, so the instructor won't ask too many questions. The light camp has been extremely cautious towards me recently, so we should not meet for the time being. I have caused trouble for the instructor. It's okay. I don't want to see the beasts of the light camp become sacrifices. She stretched out her finger and pointed at Yifeng's chest in the void. The ice elements gathered and formed a certain restriction. Ding. System prompt, you have learned the skill, Cold Dragon Roar, S level, but you cannot use it because your level does not meet the requirements yet. Ding. System prompt, you have learned the skill, Snowy Cold Wind, S level, but you cannot use it because your level does not meet the requirements yet. Retracting her fingers, Li Shui said, I have already taught you the skills for your second career advancement. The power you need for advancement is also sealed in your body. Thank you, Master. Yifeng was grateful. I have no way to repay you. After all, you still owe me 800,000 gold coins. As a creditor, how can I remain indifferent? Li Shui blinked and joked. Yifeng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You are right. That's it. Li Shui looked into the distance of the fallen land and said with emotion, this area hides too many unknowns and mysteries. In the distant past, a shocking war took place there. Be careful when you act here. Disciple understands. Yifeng nodded. Ding. System prompt, you have obtained the career promotion task, life is important, difficulty, A. Life is more important, difficulty, A. Introduction, surviving in the fallen land is not an easy task for adventurers. Mission requirements, survive for 7 days. Mission reward, career advancement. After arranging everything in advance, Li Shui turned and left. The silver dragon in front of the two understood what he meant and bent its head, allowing Li Shui to ride on its head in the easiest way, and then lifted her up high. Bang! Spreading its huge dragon wings, the silver dragon soared into the sky, and disappeared into the distance like a flash of light. After the mentor left, Yifeng had breakfast and stepped deeper into the land of corruption. Rustle. Before he took a few steps, he heard the sound of footsteps. It should be this way, right? I just saw a silver dragon flying by, so cool. Lui Shaoxing should be in the fallen land. Everyone, be careful and don't get defeated one by one. Soon, the footsteps were getting closer. Clang! Taking out the god's cry from the package, Yi Feng's eyes flashed with brilliance, and the corners of his mouth curled up. How do you know that I want to test the strength of the weapon? The shadows of the trees are mottled. A group of players swarmed in, all wanting to cause trouble for Luoya Wusheng. I have to say, the enemy's head can no longer be measured by money. The only hidden profession, there are only 2 or 3 people known so far. If you can become one of them, money and beautiful women will be at your fingertips, and you will definitely become the focus of everyone's attention. As for whether to kill or not, the other world is an era of swords and magic. As time goes by, more and more players begin to adapt to this kind of life. They move through the forest, occasionally using their swords to sweep away the vegetation that blocked their way, and went deeper into the land of corruption. Rustle. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps was heard. Who? They all turned their heads to look, only to see a stern young man wearing a dark purple mask appearing in front of them in a grand manner, not concealing his identity at all. It's me. Yi Feng greeted enthusiastically, one of us. A group of people immediately rushed towards him and surrounded him tightly, holding all kinds of weapons, their eyes full of greed and murderous intent. There is a road to heaven but you don't take it, there is no door to hell but you break in. Yi Feng frowned and said coldly, what do you mean? The leaves fall silently, why bother pretending to be stupid? Someone sneered, don't you know how much your head is worth? So you're going to attack me? Looking at the many murderous players, Yi Feng slowly raised the weapon in his hand. Hiss. Staring at the peerless divine weapon shrouded in grey mist, they could see a cold glow flowing. They stared at it intently and couldn't help but gasp. Do you dare to show off a little more? What a cool weapon. This sword was forged by me using the 9 heavens golden crystals and dozens of other treasures. On the day the sword was completed, a column of light shot up into the sky and broke through the dome of the sky. Yi Feng's fingers slid across the sword, revealing his masterly demeanor. With this sword, I will expand my territory. With this sword, all nations will come to pay tribute. Go to hell. Finally, a player couldn't hold back and launched an attack. Laugh. He raised the spear in his hand and thrust it forward. Miss. Yi Feng slightly turned sideways and simply dodged, then the Shinchi stretched out and pierced his chest. Minus 34,456. A damage of up to 30,000 popped up, and there was no critical hit, and no skills were used. For a moment, the other players were stunned. 30,000, more than 30,000 damage? After pulling out the sword, the player's body immediately glowed white, and his soul returned to the city. The average player who is currently in his 20s has a maximum health value of more than 20,000. How can he possibly withstand this sword? Comfortable. Yi Feng was secretly very happy, but he remained calm on the surface. If you dare to provoke me, Luoya Wusheng, you are simply courting death. This injury did not surprise him. Even if it is an ordinary attack, as long as it comes from his hand, the 30% damage bonus given by the title and the 50% final damage bonus attached to the weapon must be taken into account. Of course, the most important reason is the high attack value. Blaster, Silent Falling Leaves, Evil God of the Wind. Level, 40. Health, 161,660. Attack, 2241 to 2352. Defense, 816 to 842. Skills, Shadow Chaser, Meteor Sword, Armor Breaker, Source of Poison, Wind Shadow, Devil's Words, Shadow Field, God-Killing Power, Fake. Reputation, 2420. Number of resurrections, 2. Everyone, come together. The players looked at each other and rushed out together. They cannot see Luoya Wusheng's attribute panel, but logically speaking, except for attack, other values should not exceed that of other players by too much. Seeing this, Yifeng did not dodge or evade, but stood where he was, allowing them to attack him with all their might. -1. -1. -1. At this time, dodging seems like their attack intensity is very high, and there is no way to explain it to the audience on the other side of the screen. How is that possible? It's so fake. Those people almost popped their eyes out. It's really psychologically damaging if the defense isn't broken. If you really want to die, please call a stronger person over. I'm begging you all. Yifeng pleaded. After that, Yifeng sent them back to the city to be resurrected with a few sword strikes, as easy as cutting melons and vegetables. Why did he choose the land of depravity? First, this place is not under the jurisdiction of the Light faction. Second, players have to come here from far away, which is a waste of time and may not yield any rewards, so it is inevitable to consider whether it is worthwhile. Shaking off the blood stains on the sword blade, Yifeng turned off the video recording, saved it and posted it on the forum, naming it, "No Injury in the Jungle." Ding! System prompt, Adventurer, Beifeng, purchased your video and you received 1 silver coin. Ding! System prompt, Adventurer, Mr. Chen 91, purchased your video and you received 1 silver coin. Is Luoyi Wusheng so powerful? What kind of panel is this, to be able to kill a kid with 1 sword? If you're looking for trouble with Luoya Wusheng, please stay calm. He's number 1 on the ranking list. No way, what's wrong with you guys? Am I the only one who cares that the price of the video has increased 100 times? There were mixed opinions in the forum, but Yifeng's panel became the main topic of discussion. After opening the package, Yifeng looked at the soaring silver coins. In an instant, he had dozens of gold coins more and was in a good mood. Because of the bounty, he will definitely be the focus of everyone's attention in the near future. Now that the traffic has finally increased and has been on the hot search list, how can he not seize the time to monetize the traffic? Once the hype is over, it will be too late to make money. In addition, necessary deterrence is always necessary. As the saying goes, 1 punch is enough to prevent 100 punches. If he retreats, it will only make the opponent worse. After standing there for a while, Yifeng soon met the players who came to die, and took them away with a few swords. I tell you, I'm waiting for you here. No matter how many come, I'll kill them all. Yifeng made a bold statement, and then quickly posted the fresh and hot video online, pricing it at 2 silver coins. There is no way. After the popularity increased, the announcement fees increased rapidly. So crazy. It doesn't matter, I'll do it. The fallen leaves are so awesome, I'm turning black. Many players launched a strong attack on the forum, causing the gold coins in Yifeng's package to increase rapidly. And he kept his promise and stayed at the edge of the fallen land. In the first wave, he killed indiscriminately. In the second wave, he killed indiscriminately. In the third wave, he slipped away. If suddenly tens of thousands of people came to kill him, Yifeng would not stand there stupidly and wait to die. The number of followers is increasing so fast. Yifeng put the equipment dropped by a large number of players up for sale online, and at the same time glanced at his number of fans, which was as high as 50 million. They are all active fans, and that's without opening the borders. Relying on these fans, he earned nearly 20,000 gold coins in just a few hours, which is terrifying. He has some idea about how to increase the number of views in the future and is ready to implement it immediately. Where are the people? Where have they gone? Didn't you say you would wait for us right here? Many players were cynical. Ding. System prompt: the adventurer you follow, the blasphemer, Silent Falling Leaves, has started live broadcast. Do you want to go and watch? Live streaming? He still dares to do a live broadcast? Yes. With mixed emotions, they all entered Luoye Wusheng's live broadcast room at the same time, and what caught their eyes was a young man wearing an evil god mask. Family, I've been having a hard time lately. Yifeng pretended to be sad and said sadly, because of online violence, I was diagnosed with depression not long ago. In the live broadcast room, the screen was full of question marks. How long ago was it? You just got a bounty on your head, and you're suffering from depression right away. Isn't that a bit too fast? It's over. You've got the traffic password. Countless players complained. Family members, you may not believe me, but I am actually in huge debt now. Yifeng opened the task panel and showed them a screenshot of the task requirements. 800,000 gold coins. I have already paid back 200,000 of them, and I can't pay back the rest. How come you owe so much? Could it be that the real estate market in the other world has also collapsed? It turns out that Luoye Wusheng is having such a miserable life. He feels the same pain as me. Many players posted comments and many also initiated rewards. Thank you friends for your concern. I said this in the live broadcast room not to gain sympathy. Yifeng was overjoyed when he saw the reward, but he said insincerely, it is to let everyone feel that life is not easy. Everyone has pressure. Don't lose faith. Everything is possible in the future. After reciting the prepared lines, Yifeng hurriedly went off the air. If he continued, he was afraid that he would not be able to hold back his laughter. Holding the sharp sword, Yifeng suppressed his emotions and went deeper into the land of depravity. After all, it took time to digest the video and he couldn't rush it. It would be better to calm down and explore the map first. Passing through the dense forest, he entered a deserted wilderness. From afar, he could see ghosts with white bones wandering in the distance. Strange soul fires burned in their skulls. They held rusty axes in their hands, and their bones intertwined as they moved, making crunching and crunching sounds. Undead Axeman, Elite Monster. Level, 55. Health, 250,000. Attack, 1500 to 1550. Defense, 800 to 820. Skills, Chop You to Death, Strange Laugh, Big Axe. Introduction: the undead are not something you can mess with. Go away, retreat. A typical monster with high attack and low defense, which may be related to the second transformation. The attributes of undead axemen above level 50 are much stronger than other creatures. Holding the super magic weapon, Yifeng went up and used the armor-piercing sword technique, directly breaking 2 of its ribs. -39,455. Nearly 40,000 damage popped up. The main reason is that the effect attached to the weapon is too powerful. The A-level armor-piercing swordsmanship was forcibly upgraded to S-level, and the armor-piercing effect was increased to 50%, which is equivalent to ignoring half of the opponent's defense. At the same time, poison and true damage are all applied, and the power is doubled than before. -10,000. Highly poisonous. -500. Burning. -4,704. True damage. He. The undead axeman laughed strangely. Ding. System prompt: the undead axeman uses the skill, Strange Laughter, which increases attack by 30% and reduces defense by 10%. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Activating Meteor Sword, the attack speed increased by 100%, superimposed with the 200% of God's Cry. Yifeng's sword came out like a torrential rain, 4 or 5 swords in 1 second, and he took away the undead axeman with just a few simple strokes. The opponent fell to the ground in an instant and turned into a pile of broken bones before he could even release any attack skills. Ding! System prompt: congratulations on successfully killing Undead Axeman, Elite Monster, and receiving reward, experience at this level plus 5.21%. The experience gained by killing monsters at level 15 is quite a lot, but not as much as one might expect. In the setting of Gods and Demons, the difficulty of upgrading is very high. As time goes by, it will be a blessing to be able to upgrade to a level every few days. In order to ensure that all kinds of continuous damage can play the maximum effect, Yi Feng basically changed the target after slashing 2 swords. In addition, his speed was far superior to that of ordinary people, so his leveling efficiency was very fast. Swish! Soon, golden light spread and Yi Feng reached level 41. Ding! System prompt: you received a transfer from your friend, Newbie Rakshasa, and received 50 gold coins. Just as he was concentrating on killing monsters, the system ringtone rang in his ears. Thank you for the previous time. Luosha sent a grinning expression. You're welcome. Yi Feng was well aware of Luosha's character of doing what he said. You'd better be careful next time. I got news that several teams from the top 10 in the level rankings are looking for you. Luosha provided useful information. He was not very tempted by Luoye Wusheng's bounty. The only hidden profession plus a special title is really crazy, but his current profession, Blood Shadow Assassin, is also very strong. The top 10 players are looking for trouble with me? Yi Feng replied, thanks for the reminder. He didn't mind. He was naturally aware that there were many experts among the players, but if he compared them with his current self, there was probably still a gap. With the God's Cry in hand, how strong does the opponent have to be for him to admit defeat? Putting aside all distractions, Yi Feng chatted with Luosha about the new copy and continued to level up. In the short term, he was not afraid of anyone taking away the first pass reward for Realm of Divine Weapons. It's not that he underestimated everyone in the world. The main dungeon was located in a second-level city. It was impossible for non-second-level players to enter the dungeon. He was already number 1 on the Eastern region's level list, 8 levels ahead of the second place. It was estimated that it would be difficult for anyone abroad to surpass him. 1. Silent Falling Leaves, level 41. 2. Swordsman, level 33. 3. Nanmen Boasting, level 33. 4. Super Cute, level 32. 5. Hidden ID, level 32. 6. North Peak, level 32. 7. Rakshasa, level 32. 8. Kunlajikan, level 31. 9. Wangdahai, level 31. 10. Demon King, level 30. At the same time, in the outer circle of the Fallen Land, the 2 players in the team approached the place in a hurry. Looking at the footprints extending out in the wilderness and the surrounding dead bones, one of the burly men said in a deep voice, as expected of the silent falling leaves, they have gone really deep. The monsters in the Fallen Land are all level 50 and above, which makes many players hesitate. It was surprising that Luoye Wusheng could calmly kill monsters while exploring. The killing video uploaded by Luoye Wusheng is very intimidating. The skinny and pale player next to him said sinisterly, Beifeng, are you really confident that you can deal with him? To say that I am absolutely confident, that's definitely not the case. After all, he is a top player who can stand out from more than 1 billion people in the eastern region. It is impossible to judge the upper limit of his strength. Beifeng shook his head. The skinny man was in doubt. You dare to take the initiative to invite me to join your team, so you should have a good chance, right? I am sure I am certain. if I must say. After a moment's silence, Beifong made a rational judgment. If he is only as good as he is in the video, let's have a fair duel, 60-40, 60-60 for me and 40-40 for him. What about including me, Wang Dehai? The skinny man asked with a smile. What I find most troubling about Luo Yi Wu Sheng is his extraordinary speed. Beifong said frankly, with your help, he can wait for death in peace. 9-1, there is still one, because I am afraid he has a trump card. The skinny man nodded with satisfaction. Great minds think alike. Beifeng's judgment was basically the same as his. Luo Yi Wu Sheng's level is high, but unfortunately the two of them cooperate with each other and are basically invincible. Level does not mean everything. He should be just ahead, let's chase him, the skinny man urged. Good. Beifong quickened his pace. Thinking of the upcoming duel between masters, he could not help but whisper to himself, Luo Yes Wusheng, you have been responsible for all the first kills in the server so far. Don't lose too badly to me. Swish. While killing the nearby undead axemen, Yifeng went deeper into the fallen land. Suddenly, he heard footsteps. Another player is looking for death? Yifeng immediately used Wind Shadow to enter stealth mode, preparing to give the other party a surprise. Chirp. Just as he was about to approach, the little Pixiu suddenly cried out. Ding! System prompt, your pet, auspicious beast Pixiu, said that it found a treasure nearby. Nearby? Yifeng paused, thinking, could it be that the person chasing me has a treasure? It seems that things are not as simple as he imagined. While killing the opponent, you also need to get the treasure in his hand. It was obvious that he had triggered a rare hidden task. Turning around and looking back, Yifeng immediately saw a burly man and a skinny man hurrying over, one after the other. From a distance, he could feel their excitement. Newbie Beifong, Black Iron Swordsman. Newcomer Wang Dehai, Pastor. Turns out it's these two people. Yifeng suddenly realized. Beifong and Wang Dehai were both very capable people in their previous lives. The cooperation between them was enough to rival the top players, especially in the early stages, when they were very popular. In the final analysis, the rapid rise of both of them mainly relies on the talents acquired at the beginning. Following the undead axeman's bone pile deeper and deeper, they came to the area where Yifeng disappeared. They looked at the wild monsters in the distance that had not yet been cleared, and looked around vigilantly. Be careful in the sea. Beifong held a big sword in his hand, ready for battle. He is not far from us. Swish. A gray cold light flashed, and Yifeng launched an attack with lightning speed. The divine cry cut across Wang Dehai's neck without any error, leaving a trace of blood. Minus 26,450. Critical hit. Bright red damage pops up. Huh. Yifeng, who had just come out of stealth mode, pretended to be surprised. The defense is quite high. In fact, it is not difficult to kill Wang Dehai in seconds. The problem is that killing is not the goal, so he deliberately held back, turned off various passive abilities, and inflicted the damage that the opponent can bear. Outrageous. Seeing that his health was reaching the bottom, Wang Dehai was horrified and activated his innate skill, Possession, without hesitation. His own body became virtual and attached to Beifong, forming some kind of protection. Ding! System prompt, the rookie Wang Dehai uses the skill, Possession, and becomes immune to all damage until the skill duration ends or the possessed person dies. During this period, based on the skill's own panel, the possessed person's all attributes are increased by 62%, and the damage immunity is increased by 10%. This lasts for 10 minutes. For a time, Beifeng's strength skyrocketed. I didn't expect that two masters on the level ranking list also wanted to take my life. Yi Feng got into the role in a second and said in a cold voice. Bei Feng tightly grasped the broad sword, as if facing a powerful enemy, who wouldn't be tempted by the bounty hanging on you. He had to admit that the situation was a little different from what he had imagined. Before the fight even started, Wang Dahai had been forced into a desperate situation. Human greed is like a snake swallowing an elephant. You just want the super divine weapon in my hand. I'll give you a chance. Yi Feng laughed in anger and presented the god's cry to them without reservation. How about a bet? Betting? Bei Feng didn't understand. This weapon is bound to me. Yi Feng said calmly, it's useless even if you kill me. In Gods and Demons, bound equipment or props cannot be dropped. The only two ways to take them are to use up the available resurrections or to unbind them yourself. Bei Feng was speechless. From his perspective, although he could not see Luoye Wusheng's panel, he could see the 3 question marks on the line of his name ID were bright red, which clearly showed that his sin value was extremely high. The higher the sin value, the higher the explosion rate after being killed. But if it is bound equipment, he will need to kill 3 times in a row, and he might just be making things difficult for others. What are you betting on? Bei Feng asked. Each of you take out the most precious item in your package and gamble with me. I will unbind you and gamble with you. Yi Feng revealed his purpose. Hearing this, Bei Feng and Wang Dahai looked at each other and did not rush to answer. The other party is too confident. Forget it if you don't want to gamble. Yi Feng retreated to advance, come on. Etc. Bei Feng raised his hand to stop him, his eyes flickering. We are now in the early stages of the alien world, and there are no valuable items. I only have an A-level item. I'm only level B. Wang Dahai added. Are you sure this is the most valuable treasure you have? Yi Feng asked back, I am an honest man, you will pay the price for lying to me. Bei Feng swore solemnly, I definitely didn't lie to you. Well, let's start the competition. Yi Feng urged. Competition mode is a special setting between adventurers. In this mode, there will be no punishment even if you kill the opponent. Okay. Bei Feng naturally agreed. Thinking about it carefully, he felt that it was not a loss. If the estimate is wrong and you end up losing to the opponent, it is definitely worthwhile to use an A-level item to exchange for a life. Ding! System prompt, the blasphemer Luoye Wusheng wants to challenge you, with the following requirements. If Luoye Wusheng wins, he can get Life Inspiration, A-level item, and Healing Technique, B-level skill. If Bei Feng and Wang Dahai win, they can get the equipment, God's Cry, Super God level. Do you agree? Yes. The two of them agreed in unison. Betting 2 pieces of junk against a Super God level weapon, making a fortune. 3, 2, 1. Ding. System prompt, the competition begins. Go to hell. When the countdown ended, Bei Feng rushed towards Yi Feng without hesitation, slashing at him with a big sword in his hand. Ding. System prompt, you use the skill, Shadow Chaser, to increase your movement speed by 80%. The Shadow Chaser, which was upgraded by God's Cry by 1 grade, provided a higher movement speed bonus, and the superimposed talents were equivalent to an increase of 160%. With a green light flashing in his eyes, Yi Feng faced the swinging weapon, suddenly moved sideways to avoid it, and stabbed out with the sword. Bei Feng was quick-witted and quick-handed. He decisively raised his sword to defend himself and blocked the attack with the broad blade. Clang! The sound of the instrument was heard. However, before Bei Feng could launch a counterattack, Yi Feng stabbed his neck with a sword, using the meteor sword technique. Damn, the attack speed is so fast. Bei Feng was shocked and had no time to defend himself, as the sword pierced his throat. -4608. At the same time, Yifeng was also inflicted with continuous damage. -4000. Highly poisonous. -200. Burning. -1885. True damage. -810, bleeding. Yifeng was not surprised by the amount of damage. Wang Dahai can provide 10% damage reduction, and Beifeng's own talent, Vajra Indestructible, can exempt 50% of damage, a full 60% damage reduction, plus up to 62% bonus to all attributes. This is probably the capital for the two to dare to challenge him. To put it bluntly, when these two join forces, they are not that good in other aspects except that they are strong enough. Unfortunately, they met their nemesis. Beifeng's eyes almost popped out of his head, and he decisively stepped back to take medicine, and Wang Dahai, a pastor, healed him madly. One sword took away 20% of his health. 60% damage reduction. This is 60% damage reduction. Plus 2240. Plus 500. Minus 7695. I can't keep the milk. Wang Dahai almost cried. Calmly backing away from him, Yifeng said with regret, "Why did you let me touch you?" Even if all attributes were increased by 60%, today's adventurers would only have 50,000 to 60,000 HP at most. Can't even withstand simple poison damage. That's it, why bother him? Beifeng was extremely confused as he watched his health value drop like a blood clot and he couldn't stop it. Why should I be touched by you? One time. Brother, I'll give you a chance. Then. Am I gone? Plop. Green, red and white damage values appeared all over his body, and Beifeng fell to his knees, looking confused. To be honest, before coming over to challenge, he imagined a lot of scenes in his mind. What fierce battles, what thrilling dodges, or what hard-fought victories. As a result, none of them exist. I was accidentally stabbed and the screen went black. Ding. System prompt, congratulations on winning the competition and obtaining, Life Enlightenment, A-level item, and, Healing Technique, B-level skill. When the game ended, Beifeng was resurrected again, and there were two more props in Yifeng's package. Life Enlightenment, Level A. Introduction, gently awaken your sleeping soul. Effect, after use, comprehension increases by 30% and lasts for 10 minutes. Healing, B-level. Description, enough milk. Effect, applies healing to the target unit, the healing amount is 400 plus 150% attack. Requirements, Priest. It was obvious that the two of them were not very eager to give him treasures, and specifically picked out some things that were of no use to them as bets. Looking at Beifeng, who had an unpleasant expression, Yifeng asked tentatively, "Is this the most valuable thing in your package? Is it not possible?" Beifeng replied unhappily. "I said, if you lie to me, the price will be terrible." Yifeng emphasized repeatedly. He. Beifeng sneered twice and asserted, "I can guarantee that it is the most precious treasure in the package." "Then I'll give it a try." Yifeng felt relieved and said with a smile, "I believe you won't lie to me." Ha! Wang Dahai and Beifeng looked at each other. What to try? Brave troops. Yifeng summoned his divine pet. Chirp. A grayish-white Pixiu emerged from the ground, emitting golden light all over its body. Then the golden light shot out and swept towards Yifeng. Ding. System prompt, your pet, Pixiu, uses the skill, Super Double, which allows you to obtain props 10 times the value of the item you obtained. Ding. System prompt, you have obtained the S-level item, Random Teleportation Scroll. Ding. System prompt, you have obtained the A-level item, Treasure Map. Lonely. The scene fell into deathly silence for a moment. I trusted you so much. Yifeng was heartbroken and started to cry. How dare you two top 10 masters in the rankings cheat me? Do you know that I suffer from depression? Falling leaves are silent, don't go too far. Beifeng's face turned from black to red, and then from red to white. Super double. What kind of skill is this? How is it different from robbery? You want to kill me and steal the treasure. I didn't say you were going too far. I want to take some compensation from you. You tell me not to go too far. Yifeng found it very interesting. After these words were spoken, the two were speechless. They are the ones pursuing us, and they are not in the right no matter what. Little Pixiu, do they have any other good things on them? Yifeng asked curiously. The two men were so frightened that they turned pale and ran away. Pixiu shook his head. So the treasure you're talking about is the S-level random teleportation scroll? Yifeng took out the gift from Beifeng from the package. Random teleportation scroll, S-level. Introduction. Because it is a random transmission, it is possible to fall into a cesspool. Item effect. After use, you will be randomly teleported to a certain area, such as a manure pit. It is a good life-saving item, but it is also possible that you may just escape from the tiger's mouth and fall into the wolf's den. In addition, A-level treasure maps are also good things. Chirp. The Pixiu raises its front paws and points into the distance. Ding. System prompt, your pet, auspicious beast of Pixiu, said that the treasure it mentioned is deep in the fallen land. It turns out that this is just an appetizer. We should not let down Brother Beifeng's kindness. Yifeng put away the S-level props and commanded, Mr. Pixiu, you, lead the way. After a brief interlude, the man and the beast continued to explore the fallen land. The undead axemen along the way were influenced by the Buddha's light emanating from them, and turned it into experience to help them grow. Ding. System prompt, your pet, ancient beast of Pixiu, has been upgraded to level 5. Ding. System prompt, your pet, ancient beast of Pixiu, has been upgraded to level 10. Compared to Yifeng himself, the pet's level increased even faster. After looking at the pet's panel, Yifeng had to admire it. It was indeed Luo Yi Wusheng's pet, and it was really amazing. Auspicious beast, Pixiu, peaceful pet. Level, 10. Health, 50,000. Attack, 200 to 200. Defense, 400 to 400. Skills, Earth Escape, Super Double, Forbidden Auspicious Beast. Introduction. The ancient beast Pixiu is born with great fortune, seeking good fortune and avoiding misfortune, and bringing in wealth. Super Double, SS level. Introduction. How can doubling be enough? Super doubling is the way to go. Skill effect, based on an item obtained by the player, or the master, within a certain period of time, the player can obtain an additional treasure with a total value 10 times greater from the opponent. Restriction, transactional actions are not effective. Cooling time, 3 days. Forbidden Auspicious Beast, SS level. Introduction. Auspiciousness seizes the fortune of heaven and earth, and its power cannot be guessed by common sense. Active effect, temporarily unavailable. Passive effect, based on its own strength, it provides a certain amount of gold coins to the owner every day. Cooling time, 1 day. Very awesome. Yifeng had never seen the power of the Forbidden Auspicious Beast, but the super doubling had already played a huge role. The most important thing is that the scope of super doubling is not limited. If the other party voluntarily gives you the item, it is considered as obtaining the item. Doesn't it mean that if you voluntarily take it, it can't be considered as obtaining it? The Wind Evil God can learn both swordsman skills and assassin skills. Among the assassin skills, there is a very special method called stealing. Ahem, take it. Take it first, get the treasure, and then double it. Wouldn't the happiness also be doubled? Thinking of this, Yi Feng became itchy and wanted to learn the skill as soon as possible. Unfortunately, that was a move that could only be learned after the second transformation, so he had to wait a little longer. Under the guidance of Pixiu, Yi Feng came to an inconspicuous cave. He activated the wind shadow and walked in stealthily, while the Pixiu led the way by escaping into the earth, showing a very good understanding of each other. Following the winding and dark cave, Yi Feng soon arrived inside. Looking up, he saw a huge spider weaving a dense web around it. Dark red spider, gold level boss. What treasures can a gold level boss guard? The exquisite treasure chest from last time was guarded by at least a dark gold level boss. Yi Feng was shocked and confused. Chirp. The Pixiu signaled him to move on. Seeing this, Yi Feng immediately followed, and as a result, he bypassed the dark red spider and continued to go deeper into the cave. He saw a crawling tiger with a sturdy body that was extremely intimidating. Colorful tiger, dark gold level boss. I see. Yi Feng woke up as if from a dream. It seems that this hole is very deep and it is not easy to reach the bottom. He continued to circumvent the tiger, not daring to breathe, and tiptoed away from the farthest position from the opponent, and then came to the third place. Frost Blood Wolf, spiritual level boss. Do you want to go further inside? Seeing that Pixiu was still signaling, Yi Feng felt that it was very difficult. If he was discovered in the cave, with a bunch of bosses guarding outside, his life would definitely be in danger. Let's fight. After careful consideration, Yi Feng first put the lower-level Pixiu into the pet space and continued on his way forward alone. Yi Feng tried his best to confirm that the Frost Wolf was sleeping soundly. Frightened, he avoided his sight and continued to walk inside. Water Dragon, Earth-level boss. Looking at the sleeping Water Dragon, Yi Feng frowned. The Earth-level boss was completely beyond his ability to handle and it was impossible for him to get through it without disturbing it. What to do? After hesitating for a long time, Yi Feng summoned the Pixiu in the resting area, between the two bosses and gritted his teeth and said, "Are we still far from the treasure?" The Pixiu shook his head. Then let's fight. Putting the Pixiu into the pet space again, Yi Feng took a deep breath, activated the Wind Chaser, and shot out at maximum speed like an arrow from a bow, passing by the Water Dragon in an instant. Swish! The Water Dragon opened his eyes and woke up in shock. Ding! System prompt, your stealth has been discovered. Ouch! Ouch! The bosses guarding the previous levels also noticed the uninvited guest. Call out. Yi Feng didn't care and rushed out like the wind, finally reaching the deepest part of the cave. He could see a green bead at the end of his sight. Without any pause, Yi Feng held the random teleportation scroll in one hand and grabbed the green bead with the other hand and put it into his pocket. The fate is over. Goodbye. Etc. Just as he was about to tear up the scroll and run away, Yi Feng suddenly thought of something. He took out the magic bead that the Dragon Domain Guardian had not yet asked for to be returned, and a crazy idea came to his mind. Run? Why are you running? I am also a boss guarding the gate. Boom! Various bosses came rushing over from the cave passage. They are the gatekeepers, how can they allow anyone to pass by cheating? Bang! At the edge of the passage, Yi Feng activated the demon bead, and grey mist filled the air. He turned into an abyss demon. His skin turned grey, his nails turned black, and his bone wings stretched out, making him look like an evil spirit. Abyss Demon Yi, gold level boss. There is no doubt that Yi Feng has made rapid progress during this period of time. He was originally only able to become a silver-level boss, but now his strength has reached a higher level. Ouch! The water dragon rushed into the tunnel first, followed by the frost blood wolf and the colorful tiger. They all rushed in and looked around. They could only see that the green bead they had been guarding for a long time was missing, and there was also an abyss demon nearby. Ouch! Roar! Ah! Yi Feng imitated them and shouted loudly. As if they sensed something was wrong, when all the subsequent bosses guarding the gate entered this area, they surrounded Yi Feng in a circle, looking him up and down, watching him with eager eyes. "We're all family. We're all family." The victim Yi Feng felt very aggrieved and spread out his hands, indicating that he did not have the treasure you wanted. In fact, the green bead was not on him. At the critical moment, he transferred the treasure to his pet. However, in the face of Yi Feng's cry of grievance, the monsters were full of doubts, staring at each other, as if they did not believe what he said. Even though their intelligence has not reached the level of humans, they instinctively feel that there is something wrong with the abyss demons, but due to the suppression of their bloodline, they dare not offend them easily. Chirp! At the moment when the attack was about to break out, the gray-white Pixiu emerged from the ground with a green bead in its mouth, and then burrowed underground again, heading towards the outside of the cave. Suddenly, all the bosses shifted their attention and rushed towards the Pixiu with murderous intent, as if they could sense its location and wanted to dig 3 feet into the ground to find it. "Where are you running to?" Yi Feng followed closely behind the bosses and shouted angrily, "Thief, hand over the bead I have been guarding for 1,000 years. Wow! The most powerful water dragon decisively launched an attack after approaching, opened its bloody mouth and spit out a column of water with extremely powerful impact, which penetrated into the ground fiercely and directly blasted the rocks. But even so, they still failed to catch the Pixiu, because before entering into battle, he was taken into someone's pet space. Ouch! Roar! Ah! A group of bosses guarding the gate lost the trace of Pixiu and were all roaring in anger, feeling unwilling to give up. Until Yi Feng's throat was smoking from shouting, they all dispersed in disappointment and returned to their own guarding positions. Yi Feng, who was also helpless, had to give up the pursuit and came to the first checkpoint outside the cave. Strangeness. Where did the Pixiu go? Yi Baici is puzzled by the boss guarding the first level, the Abyss Demon. The dark red spider stared at the Abyss Demon not far from it with its 8 eyes, and hostility was revealed in its gaze. "Why don't you leave?" Yi Feng was stunned. "What are you doing in my territory?" Gurgle gurgle. The dark red spider made a hoarse cry. Okay. Yi Feng laughed in anger. It seems that not only someone stole the treasure today, but also a spider wants to take away my territory. Swish. Taking out the god's cry from the package, he rushed out without hesitation. The gold-level boss is not difficult for him to deal with now. Since he is here, he must take away some local specialties. Dark red spider, gold-level boss. Level, 60. Health, 1 million. Attack, 1850 to 1900. Defense, 1200 to 1250. Skills, Bite, Spider Silk, Poisonous. Introduction: the boss who is placed here to guard the gate, maybe after passing through each level, you will see precious treasures. The attributes are very ordinary. At least for Yi Feng at the moment, the pressure to kill is not great. As for the precious treasure, the challenger is also very much looking forward to it. Swish. Minus 23,991. The sharp sword chopped on the dark red spider's leg. Yi Feng added continuous damage to it, and then looked at the second level and found that the gorgeous tiger didn't care. It can be imagined that if you pass each level one by one and abide by the rules, you will not attract siege. At the same time, green damage appeared on Yi Feng's body, and a feeling of weakness quickly came over him. Ding! System prompt: you are corroded by the dark red spiders, poisonous, losing 1000 health points per second for 10 seconds. For a moment, both of them suffered from poisonous wounds, but the source of Yi Feng's poison was 10 times more powerful than being poisoned all over his body. Without retreating, Yi Feng continued to exchange blood with it, trying to take it down as soon as possible. He is not bragging. After transforming into the Abyss Demon, his health points are as high as over 1.6 million. Even if they fight each other, he will definitely win. Puff! At a certain moment, the dark red spider, whose health value dropped below 50%, spit out spider silk and tried to entangle Yi Feng. Shadow Realm. Dark elements appeared all over Yi Feng's body, and then exploded violently, forming a rolling air wave that shattered the spider silk into pieces. The dark red spider was also knocked away and smashed against the wall in a mess. Its health points plummeted, and it was eroded, and its movements were hindered. Minus 39,448. The damage was nearly 40,000. By itself, the Shadow Field's range attack could never inflict such terrible damage, but with the weapon's enhancement, the grade was as high as SS level, and the power was completely different. And one thing that needs to be explained is that with his current strength, he is still far from being able to unleash the true power of SS level skills. After continuous setbacks, the dark red spider became depressed. Yi Feng took advantage of the situation and captured it in one fell swoop. Ding! System prompt: congratulations on successfully killing Dark Red Spider, Gold Level Boss, and obtaining the following rewards: experience plus 160% at this level, reputation plus 200, 10 gold coins. Ding! System prompt: your pet, Ancient Beast Pichio, has been upgraded to level 13. Swish! Swish! 2 golden lights scattered. After killing the undead axeman, Yi Feng's level was already very close to upgrading. Now, with the help of the dark red spider, he reached level 43 in one breath. Picking up the 2 items dropped by the boss, he reached out and brushed them over to check the details. Dark red spider, gold level pet egg. Spider silk armor, gold level. Defense, 120 to 130. Health, 8,000. Additional, difficult: after being attacked by melee, the opponent's attack speed will be reduced by 10%. Features: defense plus 10%. Level requirement, 50. Description: armor made of the spider silk of the dark red spider. The pet egg of the dark red spider must be very popular among summoners. Yi Feng would feel guilty if he didn't get a few thousand gold coins for it. As for the spider silk armor, it needs to reach level 50, so he will have to wait for a while. After counting the spoils, Yi Feng stood in the passage of the second level, patiently waiting for his health to recover. Since it is rare to use the magic beads, we naturally want to maximize the benefits. Since it is so easy to kill a gold level boss, why not take the opportunity to get the first dark gold kill? But before that, Yi Feng opened the package and moved the sparkling green beads from the pet's package to his own package, his eyes fiery and full of anticipation. Let me see first, what kind of baby you are. Meanwhile, somewhere in a canyon. Crack! Thunder rumbled, echoing through the sky. The ink-splashed sky is dark and silent, but the majestic power of heaven remains unchanged all year round. Ordinary people cannot reach this place, or maybe someone has been here but died innocently. Like a black aurora, Anita flew to the edge of the canyon, exhaling hot air in the cold wind, her eyes burning, seeming quite excited. He didn't stay at the edge of the canyon for long and jumped in. Looking at the bottomless abyss, he faced the strong wind and muttered to himself, "Cambrian world, are you ready for the coming of darkness?" After passing through the thick fog and descending vertically for several minutes, he finally reached the bottom. Bang! Landing heavily on the ground and crushing the surrounding bones, Anita looked up suddenly and saw 9 red energy balls suspended in the air not far away. Those energy balls emitted an enchanting and terrifying glow, creating an ominous atmosphere. Upon closer inspection, one could see a dark shadow hidden in each of them, some in human form, and some indescribable strange shapes. Fai, the Witch of Eternal Sin, God-level boss. Angry Thunder Gale, God-level boss. Wind Rider Aaron, God-level boss. Who would have thought that, except for the God Slayer Anita, the other 9 demons were actually sleeping in the same place? Based on the current situation, at most 10 days. Anita made a judgment with a ferocious smile on her face. 10 days later, the devil will come to the world. As if thinking of someone, he narrowed his eyes slightly. The falling leaves are silent. I really look forward to meeting you next time. After all his previous experiences, he found out that he was wrong, absolutely wrong. The young man named Luoye Wusheng is definitely not an ordinary abyss demon. Me too. One of the red energy balls began to vibrate, and the voice of the Witch of Eternal Sin, who was half asleep and half awake, rang out. How could she let it go after being silently plotted against by Luo Yi and returning empty-handed? Ding! System prompt: congratulations on completing the task, loyalty, difficulty, C, and receive the reward, Dark Camp Friendship -1000 points. Just as Yifeng was about to check the green bead, the system ringtone rang in his ears. The mission reward is very generous. Yifeng couldn't help but shake his head and laugh, not taking it to heart. Things like friendliness are very mysterious. When it comes to interests, people may be mortal enemies 1 second and become brothers the next. Focusing his eyes on the green bead, Yifeng checked the specific contents. Wind Sword Pearl, King Level. Effect: movement speed plus 50%, attack speed plus 50%. Introduction: the things left behind by the Qingfeng Sword Master Lu Shengqing may be related to the other party's inheritance. Note: it can be effective if placed inside a package. Even though Yifeng felt that the green bead was no ordinary thing, he had never thought that its grade was as high as King level. What's even more outrageous is that this bead is related to Qingfeng Sword Master Lu Shengqing. Who is Qingfeng Sword Master Lu Shengqing? Have no idea. But since he had the nerve to leave behind a legacy, he should not be a rookie. The only regret is that the Wind Sword Pearl did not provide any information related to inheritance, and Yifeng didn't know how to trigger it. Maybe the strength is not enough to activate it. Yifeng thought. This bead could only be obtained after defeating the Earth-level boss, but he took it away in advance, so maybe he was just a little short of the target. Thinking of this, Yifeng didn't care. Not to mention the inheritance, the bonus given by the Wind Sword Pearl has already made him quite satisfied. Ouch! Not far away, the big tiger seemed to have sensed something and woke up from its rest, giving Yifeng a warning bark. Don't be impatient. Yifeng signaled it to relax and said frankly, please be patient for a while. I still need to strengthen myself before killing you. I will allow you to rest for a few more minutes. As he said this, he stepped back a few steps. Taking out the evil god pearl and the demon god blood from the package, Yifeng urged, drink it quickly, it may not taste good, but it is good for your health. Gurgle. The evil god pearl, which had been thirsty for a long time, immediately devoured the blood of the demon god. Anita, who was at the bottom of the canyon, suddenly felt uneasy and uncomfortable, wondering, here we go again. Before this, he remembered being sealed in the red gem and having the strange illusion that his flesh and blood seemed to be separated. Could it be that Luoye Wusheng is doing something with my blood? Anita was confused and puzzled. He originally thought that Yifeng would sprinkle his demon blood on the super divine weapon to destroy it, but the subsequent plot development was completely inconsistent with his thoughts, making his hard work useless. Unable to think of the reason, Anita shook her head and laughed. I don't think he would dare. Will swallowing the blood of the devil be beneficial to the still weak abyss demon? Have. But the energy contained in the devil's blood is extremely huge. With Yifeng's current strength, if he consumes it, he will surely die. Ding. System prompt: congratulations on successfully using the Evil God Pearl to absorb the rare bloodline of the God Killer Anita. The professional strength of the Wind Evil God has been improved, and the Power of God Killing, Fake, has been upgraded to Power of God Killing. Comfortable. Putting away the Evil God bead, Yifeng excitedly opened the skill panel to check the enhanced power of killing gods. God Killing Power, Passive, SS level. Introduction: the power of killing gods is the unique skill of the God Killer Anita, and it is also the capital for him to dominate the Dark Camp and become a demon god. Skill effect: after your attack injures the enemy, it will be accompanied by the power of God Killing, causing the enemy unit to receive 300% damage based on its own attack power per second. The power of God Killing is true damage, ignoring defense and shields. Duration: 10 seconds. Although the grade remains unchanged, the enhancement is huge. With the blessing of the super divine weapon in the future, Yifeng seriously suspects that his God-killing power will be more powerful than Anita himself. Teacher, thank you. Thinking of this, Yifeng's gratitude came from the bottom of his heart. God Slayer Anita, I am really looking forward to seeing you next time. In addition, he glanced at the career panel. Evil God of Wind, exclusive hidden profession. Introduction: the Abyss Demon who controls the wind element, the eternal evil god feared by thousands of worlds. Health, 12. Attack, 12. Defense, 12. Speed, 15. The basic growth is even more terrifying. If he could devour more rare bloodlines in the future, Yifeng felt that he would have no problem fighting the demon god alone. Everything was ready. Yifeng brought Xinqi to the second level. He was like lightning and arrived in front of the tiger at an astonishing speed. Armor-piercing strike. Minus 12,149. He dares to challenge, so he has the confidence. As for the attributes of the Dark Gold boss, the tiger-fighting hero Yifeng already knew them clearly. Colorful Tiger, Dark Gold level boss. Level, 72. Health, 5 million. Attack, 6,500 to 6,800. Defense, 3,200 to 3,400. Skills: Majestic, Tiger Roars, sweeping the enemy. Introduction: if you can get to the second level, it means you are one step closer to the treasure. The attributes are very strong. Unfortunately, the man standing in front of him is the Abyss Demon Yi, the boss guarding the first level. Ouch! The tiger that was ambushed roared angrily and rushed towards Yifeng with all four hooves. The various injuries on its body made it extremely uncomfortable. Poison damage plus burning plus true damage plus bleeding. Minus 25,963. Boom! The moment the tiger approached, Yifeng's dark elements that had been ready to go exploded violently, and spread out in all directions like a dark tide, pushing the tiger back several meters and corroding it. Minus 1. Minus 28,559. The shadow field failed to break the defense. After all, Yifeng is only level 43 now, while the Dark Gold boss is as high as level 72. The gap is nearly 30 levels. Not to mention the attribute gap, the level suppression alone will greatly reduce the damage. 5 states came at him in succession, and the tiger was as happy as a god. All its hatred was directed at Yifeng, and its attack became even more fierce. However, Yi Feng moved like the wind, erratic. After the armor-piercing attack succeeded, he dodged deliberately. The total movement speed bonus of up to 1137% makes Yi Feng invincible when facing the Dark Gold level boss. There is only one reason why the tiger will lose. Yi Feng broke through its defense. At this stage, with all kinds of incredible passive abilities, if Yi Feng's defense is broken, it would mean certain death. 80%. 60%. The blood line dropped quickly. Even though the tiger's health is as high as 5 million, it cannot withstand the continuous loss of nearly 30,000 health points per second. Ouch! When its health dropped to half, it suddenly roared, and the sound waves spread, making Yi Feng's eardrums rumble. Ding! System prompt: the colorful tiger uses the skill, Tiger Roars around the world, which reduces all your attributes by 10% for 1 minute. There's something. Yi Feng's face was solemn. All attributes belong to another multiplication zone. Reducing it by 10% will reduce his movement speed to 1023%. Even if he has a 9,999 to 10,000 chance of still being able to run faster than the tiger, he cannot deny that there is a 1 to 10,000 chance that he will be caught up. The success rate is too slim to be optimistic. Swish. After launching the tiger roaring to the world, the tiger's body began to radiate rock energy, and then it condensed into a ring-shaped energy similar to sword energy and spun out. Ding! System prompt: the tiger uses the skill, Sweeping the Enemy, to cause 120% damage based on its own attack to all enemy units within a 20 by 20 range. Being in a narrow cave, with nowhere to hide from the area damage, Yi Feng placed his weapon horizontally to block the impact, then aimed at the tiger and made an armor-piercing attack. At present, there are indeed few means available. I hope the 2 active skills I learned in the second transfer are powerful enough. In a 3rd-level town. Laugh. Bei Feng killed the wild monster with 1 strike, and golden light appeared on his body. He quickly opened the level ranking list to check, and his expression became much better. Finally, I'm back in the top 10. When a player dies, in addition to deducting 1 possible resurrection chance, his level will also drop by 1 level. Fortunately, he and Wang Dehai teamed up and had a great advantage. Otherwise, given the level of internal competition in the eastern region, it would be very difficult to enter the top 10 in a short period of time. Where's your 91? Wang Dehai, who was behind him, couldn't help but complain. He still remembered Bei Feng's confident attitude before he challenged Luoye Wusheng. Don't bring up that which is not relevant to the topic. Bei Feng's eyes twitched, and he said angrily, who knew his sustained damage was so outrageous. Of course he had seen the video of Luoye Wusheng defeating the shrimp soldiers. At that time, he thought it was still within his tolerance range. He didn't expect that when the real confrontation came, it would be over in just a few seconds. If you touch it, you will die. Is this the horror of being number 1 on the ranking list? Rustle. Suddenly, Bei Feng heard the sound of footsteps and turned his head to look, only to see a handsome young man walking towards him. He was holding a long spear and walking steadily. He was wearing a white robe and hunted with the wind, looking like a general. Fresh off the boat, Nanmen bragging, gun god. Level 30. Seeing the person coming, Bei Feng's expression changed slightly, as if he was facing a formidable enemy. Nanmen is bragging, why are you here to see me? The young man in front of me is 3rd in the level rankings. To be able to stand out from the billions of players in the eastern region, there is no doubt about its strength. Don't be nervous, I don't want to cause trouble for you. Nanmen Bragg said calmly, I just heard that you went to Luoye Wusheng, so I came here specifically to ask how his strength is. You already have a hidden profession, and you still want to cause trouble for Luoye Wusheng? Bei Feng was surprised. I'm not looking for trouble with him. I just want to take this opportunity to ask him for advice. However, the land of depravity is too far away. It would be a waste of time to go there. Nan Men boasted bluntly, you fought with him and it seems that you lost. How long did you last? Beifong fell silent. How long did it last? Can I say that I was defeated in seconds? Slightly inferior. Wang Dehai took over the conversation and replied, in the end, I failed to catch his fatal sword and lost regretfully. Narrow defeat? Got it. After getting the answer, Nan Men Chuanyo turned and left. Are you going to cause trouble for Luoya Wusheng? Beifong asked. Nan Men Chuanyo didn't even turn his head and said arrogantly, we'll talk about it later when we have a chance. It's a close victory to fight you. I'm afraid you are not qualified to fight against me. Beifong and Wang Dehai looked at each other and were speechless. I just wanted to save face for myself, but I didn't expect that I would give you a reason to show off. Who do you think has a better chance of winning in a duel between Nan Men Chuanyo and Luoya Wusheng? Wang Dehai couldn't help but gloat over Nan Men Chuanyo's misfortune as he watched him leave. Let's open it at 91. Beifong analyzed, if Nan Men boasts strongly enough, there is still a chance. Ding! Server-wide announcement, congratulations to the player, Luoya Wusheng, for becoming the first player to defeat a Dark Gold level boss. This is to announce. Ding! Server-wide announcement, congratulations to the player, Luoya Wusheng, for becoming the first player to defeat a Dark Gold level boss. This is to announce. Hiss. The sudden announcement made Beifong gasp. Maybe Luoya Wusheng will owe tens of thousands of blood if he strikes with his sword. Nan Men Chuanyo must have some idea in his mind whether he can win or not. Wang Dehai felt a little ashamed. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that he was just boasting with good intentions. If Nan Men was bragging in order to get himself killed, then he would be believing it with bad intentions. The blame is not on him. Ding! System prompt, congratulations on successfully killing the Dark Gold boss, Colorful Tiger, and receiving rewards, level +3, reputation +300, gold coins +200. Ding! System prompt, congratulations on killing the Dark Gold boss, Colorful Tiger. As the first player to kill the Dark Gold boss, you will receive extra rewards, free attribute points +50, reputation +1000, rare skill, Flesh Whip. Swish, swish, swish. 3 golden lights scattered, and Yi Feng's level reached 46. When it comes to leveling up, the fastest way is to kill the boss. Yi Feng put the free attribute points into speed as usual, picked up the equipment dropped by the tiger, opened the package, and checked the rewards given by the Dark Gold first kill system. Flesh Whip, passive, S level. Introduction, come on, whip me. Flesh Whip, passive, S level. Introduction, come on, whip me. Skill effect, recover, 1000 plus 0.2%. HP per second within 10 seconds of receiving damage. Additional effect, every time you are attacked, there is a certain probability that, return injury, will be triggered, returning 5% of the damage received to the attacker. Cooling time, 30 seconds. Required occupation, melee occupation. Why are they all passive? Yi Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. To be honest, he felt that he had reached a level in passive skills that no one could reach at this stage. Ding! System prompt, do you want to learn, Flesh Whip, passive, S level? Yes. Yi Feng decisively chose to agree. Ding! System prompt, due to the characteristics of, Evil God of Wind, the skill, Flesh Whip, you learned has been upgraded to, defeat the enemy. Ding! System prompt, due to the additional effect of the weapon, God's Cry, the skill, defeat the enemy, you have learned has reached SS level. Opening the skill bar, Yifeng immediately discovered that the skill strength had increased significantly. Defeat the enemy, passive, SS level. Introduction, be careful, I'm going to restrain you. Skill effect, recover, 2000 plus 0.5%, health points per second within 10 seconds of receiving damage. Additional effect, every time you are attacked, 10% of the damage you received will be returned to the attacker, and there is a certain probability that, revenge, will be triggered, which can return the opponent's skills with 80% of the effect. This passive has no cooldown. Cooling time, 30 seconds. Note, if the skill used by the opponent is higher in rank than the skill that can defeat the enemy, you cannot fight back. Note, due to the current lack of strength, the strength of this skill has not yet reached that level. Yifeng was almost stunned by the additional effects of the change. It will definitely counterattack, with a certain probability of returning the opponent's skills with 80% of the effect. Does this mean that if someone hits him with a skill, he might return the skill to the other person? This is outrageous. Yifeng looked at the super weapon in his hand and his heart was filled with excitement. When I am strong enough in the future, I will raise the quality of the weapon to defeat the enemy to SSS level. I believe it will be even more powerful. After that, Yifeng left the cave and cancelled his demonic state. Generally speaking, the natives cannot easily cause trouble to adventurers, otherwise if a god-level strongman comes to chase them, they will not have enough lives to fight with. But in the demonized state, with the boss panel, he was not sure whether he would be classified as an indigenous person. Besides, the two major camps have not made his identity as the Abyss Demon known to the public, so why should he rush to expose himself to the players? I continued to explore the Fallen Land. Not long after I walked, I saw new undead monsters. Compared to the undead axemen, they were not naked, but wore ragged and old armor. They were huge, more than 3 meters tall, holding bronze swords, and looked very imposing. Skeleton Captain, Elite Monster. Level, 60. Health, 500,000. Attack, 1800 to 1850. Defense, 1050 to 1120. Skills, no fear of pain, big knife slash, wild charge. Introduction, high-quality skeletons that have escaped from the lowest class of the undead, and are favored by the female skeleton soldiers. Adding a star after an elite monster means that its strength is higher than that of ordinary elite monsters. Yifeng, who had experience in his previous life, knew this best. Brothers, Luo Yi Wu Sheng is here. Before Yifeng could go up to challenge, thousands of players came in groups. Why come here to die? Yifeng was speechless, but he did not avoid the fight. In fact, if he posted the video of his battle with Beifeng online, he would be overwhelmed by the fear that many players would want to criticize him, but he thought for a moment and did not publish it. The super multiplication of Pishio is very useful. If players know too much through the video, they will lose the chance to gamble in the future. And Beifeng himself. Logically speaking, he shouldn't let the whole internet know about the sparring in which he lost everything. Swish, swish, swish. Before a group of players get close, arrows and magic are already whistling towards them from afar. Ding! System prompt, you were attacked by armor-piercing arrow, and lost 1 health point. Ding! System prompt, you were attacked by blizzard, and lost 0 health points. A series of damage that could not break the defense popped up, and Yifeng did not try to dodge. He wanted to try and see what the certain probability of defeating the enemy was. What the hell is this about armor-piercing arrows and not breaking defenses? That shouldn't be the case. With a difference of 10 levels, how could the difference in stats be this high? They simply cannot comprehend the current situation. After all, not everyone is willing to spend money to watch the videos released by Luoye Wusheng. Even if they do, they will suspect that the other party has hired actors. Plus 10,288. Plus 10,288. Green light emerged, and Yi Feng's health continued to rise, constantly fluctuating between 99.9% and 100%. Why is the blood recovery amount higher than my total life? Ding. System prompt, you have successfully triggered Revenge, do you want to activate it? Ding. System prompt, you have successfully triggered Revenge, do you want to activate it? Yes, yes, yes. Yi Feng agreed to everything. Friends, they are coming out. Yi Feng waved his sword and pointed it at the crowded area ahead, saying happily, get ready. Basically, Revenge is activated once every 10 attacks. This frequency is not low. Swish. The next second, the dark elements gathered into phantoms of sharp arrows or imitated magic skills, bombarding the crowd. Armor-piercing arrows, blizzard, flaming fireballs. Various skills return to the caster. Minus 35,144. Minus 28,204. Minus 28,943. Even if 80% of the skill effect is returned, with Yi Feng's current attributes, the player is destined to be killed instantly. I shot him with an arrow, and then I was shot dead myself. No wonder he was able to kill a dark gold level boss. It's impossible for anyone to claim this bounty right now. I shouldn't have been so greedy and came here to die. No one dared to stay, and everyone fled, leaving behind only a pile of corpses. You insist on sending me materials, and I can't stop you. Yi Feng shook his head helplessly and did not chase after him. Instead, he opened the forum and posted the video. The gold coins in the package soared again. For this reason, Yi Feng specially opened the package to check the total amount. 54,681 gold coins. This is how traffic stars are treated. Ding. System prompt, your pet, auspicious beast Picio, provides you with 1,000 gold coins. Another wave of surprises is coming. The passive ability attached to the forbidden auspicious beast of Picio began to take effect. Level 18 provides me with 1,000 gold coins, what about level 100? Yi Feng looked at the cute Picio at his feet and smiled from ear to ear. A wave of fat. Because of rescuing the mother of Pai Xiu, he gained so many benefits. Yi Feng couldn't help but think of the Mirror of Light, Bernie, the Emperor of the Eastern region. Without the other party's silent support behind him, he would not be where he is today. People should never forget their roots. Teacher, thank you. Yi Feng expressed his heartfelt gratitude once again. However, when his emotions were high, the system ringtones suddenly rang in his ears one after another. Ding. System prompt, World Boss, Dick the Hater, will arrive at 10 o'clock tomorrow, Eastern adventurers please be prepared. Ding. System prompt, World Boss, Mingguang Venerable Augustus, will arrive at 10 o'clock tomorrow, adventurers in the Meirue area, please be prepared. Ding. System prompt, World Boss, Eddie, Shadow of the Extreme Wind, will arrive at 10 o'clock tomorrow, adventurers in the Czar Zone please be prepared. The 10-day boss strategy has officially begun. Are you finally here? Yi Feng's face was stern. Perhaps to ensure fairness, before the borders are opened, each country needs to face the world boss alone, and there is no need to look for them specifically to conquer them. As long as you want to go, you can go to the independent space that belongs only to players at the moment the boss descends. However, with the God's Cry in hand and the exclusive hidden profession of the Wind Evil God, Yi Feng was confident that he could pass the first level easily. Of course, this is limited to him. Putting aside all distractions, Yi Feng drew his sword and charged towards the skeleton captain, using his meteor sword skill and an armor-piercing attack so fast that the latter couldn't even react. Minus 27,841. High damage jumps out. The title of Blasphemer increases damage by 30%, combined with the 50% final damage boost from God's Cry, making the strength of Yifeng's normal attacks reach the level of some A-level or even S-level skills, which is very exaggerated. Human, this is not the place for you. The skeleton captain was furious, holding a bronze sword and slashing at Yifeng fiercely. Leave your life behind. Miss. Yifeng's body floated, and in the blink of an eye he came behind it and drew his sword again. Minus 27,581. Minus 54,560. Critical hit. Minus 26,785. The advantages brought by speed are gradually beginning to take effect. Not only the movement speed, the advantage brought by the attack speed should not be underestimated. In just a dozen seconds, the skeleton captain's health points were emptied. Don't kill me. The skeleton captain suddenly begged for mercy. I can give you my favorite female skeleton soldier as a reward. Oh? Yifeng was surprised. Are you serious? Absolutely true. Laugh. Yifeng killed the skeleton captain with one sword, and his face was calm. Let alone one female skeleton soldier, even if there are 10, I won't be moved at all. Obviously, Captain Skeleton underestimated Yifeng's determination. Ding. System prompt, congratulations on successfully killing Skeleton Captain, and receiving the reward, experience plus 4.06%. Without any emotional fluctuations due to tomorrow's world boss, Yifeng continued to go deeper into the land of corruption, clearing out the wild monsters he encountered on the way one by one. For now, what bothers him most is his level. Only when his level is high enough can he be more confident in dealing with crises. At the same time, the palace was brightly lit. Your Majesty, according to reliable information, those adventurers may not be able to defeat Luoye Wusheng. The divine judge Guard Alvis replied respectfully, he is a leader among adventurers and one of the strongest. They didn't tell the silent fate of the fallen leaves, but they knew it very well. How could they not take it to heart when they had offended the adventurers of the Light Camp in the entire eastern region? Damn it! Bernie said in a low voice, is there no way to take back the super god weapon? He naturally knew that Luoye Wusheng possessed the potential to be an abyss demon, and that was why he found it particularly difficult. If we allow it to grow, it may become a serious problem. Your Majesty, I have a plan, said Walter, the fire god in a red robe. Speak. Send troops to occupy the fallen land. What a joke. Bernie almost laughed out of anger. The depths of the fallen land are full of undead creatures, and their number is almost endless. If I could kill them all, that area would have belonged to me long ago. Your Majesty, what I mean is that we can use the occupation of the fallen land as a pretext to lure the undead out of purgatory and fill the fallen land, leaving Luoye Wusheng with nowhere to hide and forcing him to return to the eastern district. Walter added, by then, won't we be able to control him? That's a good idea. Bernie's eyes lit up. But if that's the case, the soldiers who enter the fallen land might. Alvis looked hesitant and felt a little uncomfortable. Walter is a top talent trained in the Magic Academy. He has been living a life of luxury since childhood and has been deeply supported by all parties. He has always been dismissive of ordinary people. He has come to where he is today step by step from the battlefield and has deep feelings for the soldiers who defend their country. How could you bear to use the lives of the soldiers to force Luoye Wusheng to return to the territory of the Light Camp? A cold light flashed in Bernie's eyes. I spoke too much. Alvis quickly blamed himself. Alvis, it's not that I don't value the lives of soldiers. Bernie's expression eased and he soothed, it's just that time waits for no one, you know what I mean. I dare not. Your Majesty will make the final decision. Then do as Walter says. Bernie has made up his mind. The sooner the better. I have been feeling uneasy these past 2 days. I am afraid a catastrophe is coming. Yes. Ding. Announcement to the whole server: the land of depravity has existed for 10,000 years and has not been brought under jurisdiction, so it has long been a place where criminals flee. The angry and anxious emperor is willing to summon warriors from all over the world to plot great events. Ding. Server-wide announcement: registration will be open from 10 o'clock tomorrow. 3 days later, the emperor will lead the army in person and attack the fallen land with the soldiers from the eastern region. Ding. Server-wide announcement: the main quest, War of the Fallen, has been opened. A big event? The emperor is leading the army in person. It seems that the players are just here to make a cameo appearance in this event. Why do I feel like this is targeting Luoye Wusheng, who hid in the fallen land? Late at night, the sudden announcement rang in the ears of every adventurer, solemn and causing an uproar. After chopping down the skeleton captain with a few swords, Yi Feng listened to the announcement for the entire server, feeling quite emotional. Maybe he should be very anxious, but in fact the one who was even more impatient than him was the emperor. Battle of the Fallen. These 4 words are quite thought-provoking. Will you lead the army in person in 3 days? Yi Feng sneered, I'm afraid the price will be too high, and you may not be able to afford it. After that, he continued to level up. It was not until the early morning that Yi Feng reached level 48. He then found a safe corner to eat some dry food and fell into a deep sleep. The next day. It's sunny. The world boss should reveal some good stuff. There is only one key, and only the top experts will have the right to distribute it in the end. It's good enough for everyone to gain some experience. Who knows, maybe there will be a chance to find a bargain. As the world is irreversibly entering a different world, everyone has no choice but to accept the fact, and many players are gradually becoming addicted to this game-like world. At least, that's how it is until the possible resurrections are used up. Ding. System prompt: World Boss, Dick the Hater, is about to arrive. Do you want to go to the relevant location to accept the trial? Yes. Many players can't wait to experience the event that takes place every 10 days. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, all the adventurers turned into bright white light, one after another, disappeared in this world, and an independent space appeared. It was a desolate and silent land, boundless and endless, the sky was dark, and there were constant lightning and thunder. Ding. System prompt: you have entered the map, Trial Land, Special Space. When tens of millions of players enter at the same time, the place is filled with noise. Where's the world boss? They were confused and looked around, but saw no sign of any monster. Crack. Thunder roared, and suddenly a strange vortex appeared in the air hundreds of meters above the ground. It was similar to a black hole, deep and terrifying, and slowly expanded. The boss is coming. Everyone is looking forward to it, and players are eagerly waiting to get a glimpse of its true appearance. 10 meters. 100 meters. The strange vortex continued to expand until its diameter reached 500 meters, then it stopped expanding, and then an unimaginable behemoth leaped out of it. Boom! Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the world boss landed on the ground, trampling on his body and creating billowing waves of air, causing dust to whistle away. Like the sky is falling and the earth is splitting apart. Hundreds of players died, their bodies torn apart by the shock. The picture seems to be frozen in a moment. No one would have thought that the boss that takes 10 days to defeat is so huge. Ha ha ha. The world boss was over 400 meters tall, purple and black, and as hard as molten steel. He looked like a human, but even more ferocious and brutal. He held a purple sword in his hand, and his face was full of ferocity. "Ants, I will destroy your civilization." Hateful Dick World Boss. Level, 60. Health, 1 million. Attack, 3000 to 3200. Defense, 1200 to 1400. Skills, Death Trampling, Infinite Hatred, Boiling Sea of Thunder. Introduction: he spends his life hating the world and tirelessly destroying civilization. This is the source of his happiness. Hiss. Many players were shocked and gasped. This is not something that normal players can provoke at all. Bang! He wielded the purple sword and slashed at the ground, directly cutting through a large amount of rubble and taking away hundreds of players in one breath. Minus 30,144. Minus 25,758. Minus 62,150. Critical hit. The massive amount of damage that occurred was unacceptable to all players. Values of 20,000 or 30,000 are no longer affordable at this stage. How so? I should have known I shouldn't have gotten so close. I lost a life in vain. Many players who transformed into souls had regretful looks on their faces, as they had underestimated the strength of the so-called world boss. In other words, in their opinion, no matter how powerful the first world boss is, it should have its limits. Ha ha ha. Like an invincible giant, the hater slaughtered people everywhere, his sword stained with human blood, and grinned. "It seems that this world is very weak, there is not even one person who can fight." Although he is the first world boss to appear, he has already destroyed several civilizations. Those players grow too slowly and can only become lambs to be slaughtered. Minus 1. Minus 17. Miss. Magic and arrows rain down. Tiny amounts of damage constantly come out of his body, and even his attacks are too weak to be exempted. Spread out and make room for top players to perform. Fenjiatonghu shouted loudly, with a heavy heart. The strength of the world boss is far beyond the capabilities of ordinary players. If you work hard to survive in this world, you will gain power comparable to that of gods and demons. The key is to try to survive. Puff! Suddenly, the spear pierced into the hater's big foot, leaving blood. Minus 5,570. The hater felt pain and looked down, only to see that a human holding a silver spear had hurt him. Newcomer Anan Men boasting, gun god. Court death. The hater raised his foot and stomped hard at him. The latter was agile and quickly stepped back, barely avoiding the terrifying trampling. He frowned and said, "I'm afraid it will take the death of tens of millions of players to take it down." Win, you can definitely win. But the losses will be very heavy. Where are you going? The hater immediately started chasing after him. Every step he took could kill several players and leave deep footprints. Take my move. Bei Feng, who was possessed by Wang Dahai, raised his sword and slashed at the heel, breaking the hater's tough skin and flesh. Minus 4,550. Is that all the strength you have? The hater didn't even bother to look at him, and continued to chase after Nan Men Chuanyo, ignoring Bei Feng. I'll kill him and then I'll deal with you. Fuck. Bei Feng's scalp tingled. Your brain is quite useful. If the two sides draw hatred to each other, the losses can be minimized, but the haters seem to have no concept of hatred value and only know how to defeat them one by one. Laugh. Suddenly, a sharp arrow pierced the hater's knee, causing his body to tilt sideways and almost fall to the ground. Minus 3,789. Don't panic, let's take our time. A young man with ordinary appearance drew his bow and arrow, encouragingly saying, "We will kill him sooner or later." As he spoke, he shot the arrow again, aiming directly at the lower body of the hater. Newcomer, Quiet Night Thoughts, Deadly Archer. You bastard, you dare to shoot here? The hater quickly dodged, gave up chasing Nanmen Chuanyo, and turned to kill Jing Yesi. You pissed me off. Help me block it. Jing Yesi ran away quickly. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Everyone used their skills to resist the hater, but the latter ignored them and rushed to Jing Yesi despite being injured, and stepped on her. Die. Boom. Dust flew and the earth shook. Vulnerable. The hater sneered. He lifted his foot to check, but found nothing under his feet, no body. This. Where did the ant go? Suddenly, he noticed something and looked forward, and found that his prey was rescued by a young man wearing a dark purple mask. The young man was wearing a black robe and had a slender and straight figure. He stood out among the fleeing players like a crane among chickens, and his temperament was particularly outstanding. Blaster, silent falling leaves, evil god of the wind. The leaves fall silently. Fengyu Tongzhou's eyes lit up. You are finally here. Are you okay? 100 meters away, Yifeng let go of Jing Yesi's arm. Thank you, brother. Jing Yesi responded with a grateful look. Bei Feng, who was too late to support, was relieved. Brother, why did you come just now? Since Luo Yi Wu Sheng has also come to attack the world boss, we should be able to defeat him with ease. Millions of people descended at the same time, and I was placed on the outermost layer. I can't fly, so how can I get to the scene in the first time? Yifeng was helpless. No small talk. Nanmen Chuanyu held his gun and stood ready. Everyone listen to my command, don't rush in. Just leave it to me. Yifeng took out the weapon from the package. The sharp edge of the gray sword was so captivating that Jing Yesi felt as if her skin was cut and felt a slight pain. She couldn't help but step back. Your opponent is me. He charged at the hater with his sword drawn. Join forces? It's too troublesome. It is more comfortable to enjoy the experience and rewards alone. Stupid. Nanmen Chuanyo couldn't help but yelled, how can one person defeat a level 60 world boss? Call out. Like a breeze blowing, Yifeng's sword blade slashed behind the hater's ankle, and the gray sword light drew a thrilling arc. Swish. The next second, the hater's skin was torn apart, blood gushed out, and he staggered back several steps, almost falling down. -31,569. Ant, you're looking for death. The hater, feeling the pain, stepped hard at Yifeng with an irresistible momentum, but the latter easily avoided it and was merely swept by the blast of air. Ding! System prompt, you have successfully triggered Revenge, do you want to activate it? Yes. Yifeng chose to agree, and kicked the hater on the heel, tripping him and causing him to fall on his back in a very embarrassing manner. In the trial ground, nearby players were terrified. A scene never seen before. It's like an ant tripping an elephant. In everyone's sight, the hater's health points plummeted rapidly, and all kinds of continuous damage made him extremely painful, but he couldn't even touch the silent shadow of fallen leaves. Bei Feng, didn't you say he narrowly won? Nanmen Chuanyo had a stiff expression. He couldn't believe the scene before him. Don't talk nonsense. Bei Feng corrected, I said that I couldn't dodge his fatal sword. Heaven and earth's conscience. His words are absolutely true and not false. Unable to dodge his fatal sword. This. Every sword will kill you, right? In the trial ground where the crowd was chaotic. Seeing Yifeng act like a god possessed, causing those who hated him to fall to the ground, countless players were stunned. The strength of the number one player is even more outrageous than what we saw in the video. Is this technology? The fallen leaves are so awesome. The hater who had suffered repeated losses gnashed his teeth. He got up from the ground, his body surging with thunder and his face ferocious, "Be prepared for my wrath." The opponent was too fast and as slippery as a loach, and his size advantage became his fatal weakness. If this continues, the consequences will be disastrous. "Everyone, move away." Seeing that the hater was about to use a big move, Feng Yu Tongzhou quickly issued a warning and quickly moved away. Seeing this, Bei Feng, Jin Jisi, Nanmen Chuinyu and others retreated at the same time. Boom! When dense electric currents wrapped around his body, the hater's huge body shook and the lightning element exploded, accompanied by air waves that surged in all directions, forming a sea of lightning in a short period of time, affecting an area of 1 kilometer in radius. Ding! System prompt: Dick the hater uses the skill, Boiling Thunder C, causing 200% to 50% damage based on his own attack to all enemy units within a range of 1000 by 1000, with a high probability of a paralysis effect, causing them to be unable to move. Swish, swish, swish. Many players who had not had time to evacuate were taken away instantly, their bodies charred and falling to the ground, thick smoke rising, and only their souls remained in the white light, entering spectator mode. -44,659. Injuries jumped out of Yi Feng's body, his skin felt numb and tingling, and his health dropped by nearly a quarter. Ding! System prompt: You have successfully triggered Revenge. Do you want to activate it? Wow, continuously triggering the victory over the enemy? You are amazing. Yes. Yi Feng broke through the opponent's armor and slashed at the opponent's heel. The moment he chose to agree, black electricity flowed throughout his body. This is. The hater, who had not yet had time to make a follow-up move, was stunned. Prepare for my wrath. Yi Feng used the same method. The black thunder element exploded, covering the lower body of the hater in the sea of thunder, a bloody mess. -32,667. At the same time, the hater was stimulated by the electric current and could not move. His body trembled violently and he uttered 2 words in great frustration: paralysis. Finish. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Feng took decisive action. Under various continuous damage, the hater's last health points were completely deprived. Is this the end? You will never know how horrible the existence that will greet you in the future. The hater's huge body fell to the ground with a bang. In his dying moments, his eyes were filled with resentment. This is just a futile struggle. After saying this, he died completely. Ding! System prompt: Congratulations on successfully killing the world boss, Dick the Hater, and receiving rewards, level +2, reputation +500, free attribute points +50. Ding! Server-wide announcement: Congratulations to the player, Blaster Silent Falling Leaves, for successfully killing the world boss, Dick the Hater. This is to announce. Ding! Announcement to the whole server: the next guide is expected to be released in 10 days, please be prepared. Swish! Swish! 2 golden lights scattered, and Yi Feng's level officially reached 50, meeting the standard for career promotion. At the same time, the many props dropped by Dick the Hater were right next to Yi Feng. He immediately reached out to pick them up and put them in his pocket. Win? This is only the first world boss. In sharp contrast to the previous lively atmosphere, many players were in a very low mood. Adventure in another world is no joke. The first world boss still requires top masters to take action. How can we fight against the second, third, and even the nth one that may end at any time? During this period, if the attack fails once, the entire army will be wiped out, and there is a high possibility that the entire clan will be exterminated. Is the gap really that big? Nanmen Chuanyo tightly grasped the silver spear in his hand, with a hint of bitterness on the corner of his mouth. He underestimated his opponent. I also overestimated myself. The leaves fall silently, thank you very much this time. Feng Yutongju stepped forward and said, without you, the loss would be unpredictable. Why didn't the swordsman come? Yifeng asked, looking around. Swordsman. Ranked second in the level ranking, he is also the strongest among the forces formed by Feng Jiatonghu. Feng Yutongzhou said helplessly, it is said that he has accepted a special mission and must go to the palace, so he can't come to attack the world boss. Oh. Yifeng's heart moved. In the previous life, everyone worked together to defeat the hater, and the swordsman was also present. It seems that the timeline has changed because of his existence. Ding. System prompt, do you want to leave the trial area? You will be automatically transferred to leave after 10 minutes. Goodbye. Yifeng clasped his fists. We are in this together through thick and thin. We are hesitant to speak. He really wanted to invite Luoye Wusheng to join the organization again, but it was not appropriate at the moment. The bounty offered by the two major camps for Luoye Wusheng is so eye-catching that I am afraid that there will be many players who have evil thoughts in mind. Swish. The scene changed, and Yifeng returned to the land of depravity. After opening the forum, he immediately uploaded his video on how to conquer the world boss, and the number of views increased rapidly. After that, Yifeng continued to kill the skeleton captain step by step while checking the props dropped by the hater. After opening the package, the first thing that caught Yifeng's eye was an exquisite purple necklace. Chain of Hate, dark gold level. Health, 10,000. Features, attack plus 10%, defense plus 10%. Additional, hatred, attack increased by 100 points. Required level, 50. Required reputation, 2,000 points. Introduction, the necklace of Dick the Hater was a trophy he obtained from destroying a civilization. Finally I got another rare piece of equipment. Yifeng was quite surprised and put on the necklace immediately. All the values in his body increased significantly. Rings, necklaces, capes. These are the three most difficult pieces of equipment to obtain in Gods and Demons, and now the only thing missing is the cloak. Besides that, the hater actually released a rare fashion item. Raikage gloves, B-rank costume, hands. Introduction, wearing this pair of gloves, you will be more energetic in doing anything. Effect, attack plus 5%. Required reputation, 2,500 points. Required level, 30. There was nothing much to say. Yifeng immediately put on the thin raikage gloves, clenched his fists, and felt that there was no sluggishness at all, and it was quite comfortable. The attack increased slightly again, and Yifeng's efficiency in killing the skeleton captain also became faster. Ding! System prompt, you have obtained the mandatory main quest, End of Despair, SS level. Suddenly, a system ringtone rang in Yifeng's ears. Very abrupt. But it's not surprising. In order to deal with him, the Emperor specially launched a main quest and even led the army personally. As the targeted enemy, how could he stay out of it? Opening the task panel, Yifeng checked the details. End of Despair, SS level. Introduction, from the moment I held the God's Cry, this was an inescapable fate. Mission requirements, survive during the duration of the main mission, Fallen War. Mission penalty, obliterate. Needless to say, the difficulty of the task is enormous. With his current strength, it is totally unrealistic to confront a god-level strongman head-on, and the only room for maneuver left for him is probably to dodge around or ask his mentor for help. Without thinking any more, Yifeng leveled up silently. 2 days later, it is impossible to predict what the outcome will be. He is looking forward to it too. The other side. Deep in the mountains and old forests, Nanmen Chuinyu, wearing a white robe, came to a bamboo house. Crack! The bamboo house opened, and an old man with white hair and youthful face walked out. He was energetic, stroking his gray beard, and smiling kindly. "Nyozi, why are you here to see master again? Can you call me Nanmen?" Nanmen boasted, almost getting angry. "Nyozi is too ugly." If he had known this, he would never have called him Nanmen Chuinyu when he was naming him. The old man nodded and agreed. "Okay, Nyozi. Tell me, why did you come to see me this time?" the old man asked with a smile. "Teacher." Gripping the gun tightly, Nanmen boasted unwillingly, "I want to become stronger." "Oh?" The old man was somewhat surprised by Nanmen's boasting, and then he guessed the reason. "Did you encounter a strong enemy outside and suffer a blow?" "Very strong." Nanmen Chuinyu took a deep breath and admitted that he was not as skilled as him. "Maybe I can't survive even one move from him. Can't get past one move." Hearing this, the old man's expression froze slightly. "Same level? He is 10 levels higher than me." "I think so." The old man felt relieved. What if someone at the same level is defeated in seconds? Perhaps he will be easily defeated by his peers. Nanmen Chuinyu speculated. "Nyozi, don't encourage others to be more ambitious and destroy your own prestige." The old man said solemnly, "Think carefully about what his advantages are. Your teacher will help you analyze them carefully." Advantages. Nanmen Chuinyu thought for a moment and told the truth. "It's fast, at least 3 times faster than mine." He was at least twice as fast as the average player, but still 3 times slower than his opponent. The gap is too terrifying. When masters fight, a 20% speed increase is extremely obvious, let alone 300%. "Ha!" The old man was stunned for a moment. "By the way, he also possesses a peerless sword." Nanmen Chuinyu continued. "I knew there must be something wrong." The old man laughed out loud as if relieved. "Let me tell you this, the weapon in your hand that belongs to the god of guns has not yet shown its true power. When its power is fully unleashed, perhaps the gap between you two will be reversed." "You mean this gun?" Nanmen Chuinyu's eyes lit up and he carefully examined the silver spear in his hand. He understood what the master meant. The old man nodded happily and smiled without saying anything. He didn't want to tell his apprentice the truth too early, but now he had to use this opportunity to boost morale. "Is this gun a super god level weapon?" "Ha!" The old man was confused again. "The sword in his hand is of super god level." Nanmen boasted bluntly. "There's something wrong with your thinking." The old man stood with his hands behind his back and scolded, "Do you think it is good or bad for a person to obtain a super divine weapon too early?" This Nanmen bragging was like waking up from a dream. Master is worthy of being a master, he hit the nail on the head. Practice basic shooting skills 1,000 times, and think while practicing. The old man frowned and waved his hands impatiently. "Okay." Watching Nanmen Chuinyu practicing his spear skills in front of the bamboo house, the old man had a complicated expression. "In the future, you will definitely understand my good intentions." He probably understood who Nanmen Chuinyu regarded as his opponent. The leaves fall silently. The disciple of the Dragon Domain Guardian, the owner of the Abyss Demon bloodline, it is said that his talent is as high as SSS level. By chance, he was recognized as the master by a super divine weapon, and he also has an ancient exotic beast as a pet. Damn it! It's like stacking buffs. Time flies. In a blink of an eye, 2 days passed quickly. In 2 days, Yifeng's level reached 53. The main reason is that the further you progress, the more difficult it becomes to upgrade. In addition, the monster panel deep in the Fallen Land is full of question marks, leaving Yifeng with too few monster spawning areas to choose from, which really affects the upgrade progress. In addition, facing the hostility from the Emperor, it is impossible to be completely stress-free and not make any preparations. The sun is scorching, roasting the earth like charcoal. At some point, the empty fields outside the Fallen Land were filled with troops. Looking around, there were crowds of people, soldiers lined up in neat rows, and the solemn and murderous atmosphere made people dare not speak loudly. In the area closest to the land of depravity, countless players are on high alert, but they are not as well trained as the natives. At the front, sitting in the Emperor's exclusive carriage, Bernie was holding a sword with a gloomy face. The army is approaching. The war is about to break out. Your Majesty, isn't it a bit of an overreaction to summon all the elite troops from the dynasty and the 4 first-level main cities here? Alvis ventured. Bernie's eyes were filled with murderous intent, and he asked back, last time in Wuying City, if I had summoned all 4 city lords of the first-level main cities, why would it be necessary to do this? Alvis was speechless. I'd rather make a fuss than repeat the same mistake. Bernie looked at the Fallen Land and sensed the strong aura of the undead. Don't worry, I won't use my elite troops to fight the undead. He gathered elite troops here mainly because he was afraid of any accidents. For example, the Guardian of the Dragon Realm has intervened again, and the Demon God of the Dark Camp is waiting behind the scenes. These are factors that need to be considered. His Majesty. The mayor of a first-level main city said respectfully, the time has come. Good. Bernie pointed his sword forward, attack. Kill. Suddenly, thousands of soldiers rushed to the Fallen Land like a raging tide, and the sound of killing shook the sky. Ding. System prompt, the main quest, Battle of the Fall, is now open. Brothers, follow the natives and charge in. Luo Yi Wu Sheng is in there. He will definitely be forced out. The natives may be here to confiscate the super divine weapon. I don't know why so many people think Luo Yi Wu Sheng is so awesome. It's just his numerical superiority. If I can get the only hidden profession, I will definitely not perform worse than him when facing the world boss. Many players followed closely and poured into the Fallen Land. The army is vast and unstoppable. The undead axeman and the skeleton captain were almost instantly submerged in the sea of people. After suffering massive damage, they turned into dried bones that no one cared about and were trampled upon madly. Awesome! Just go ahead and take over the Fallen Land in one fell swoop. The players were in high spirits and followed the indigenous soldiers to drink soup, destroying everything in their path. Undead swordsman. Undead knight. Undead mage. Necromancer. The undead creatures deep in the Fallen Land are far beyond the ability of today's players to resist, but if they can cause even 1 point of damage, the experience and points gained will be quite considerable. The army was unstoppable and cleared out all the wild monsters and even the bosses. They had a smooth journey and reached the deepest part of the Fallen Land in just over 20 minutes. No pressure. It feels so good to crush someone. The players were extremely excited. Participating in the main quest is truly a low-risk, high-reward proposition. What is this? Some indigenous soldiers were puzzled. In the deepest part of the Fallen Land, beneath a mountain covered with dead bones, they saw a vortex that was flickering with a strange light. It seemed to be connected to another world and existed as a passage, which was very eye-catching. Purgatory Wheel. Introduction, Under the Nine Netherworld, Yellow Spring Purgatory. Swish. Suddenly, this mysterious black vortex began to expand gradually, and thick black fog rose up. 10 meters. 20 meters. The vortex tunnel seemed to be activated, and a terrifying pressure like a mountain covered the sky and the earth. Gurgle. A large number of players swallowed hard, their eyes widened in disbelief. What a coincidence! Just a while ago, they had seen a similar vortex. Boom! The sound of horse hooves was frantic, as if thousands of troops were galloping towards us. In a moment, a hideous white head emerged from the vortex, with soul fire burning in its head, looking ferocious and terrifying. Standing in a hidden corner, Yifeng looked dim and expressionless. Should we say that the novice period has ended, or that the novice period has just begun? When a white skull emerged from the mysterious wheel of purgatory, all the natives and adventurers were stunned for a moment. This skull is more than 10 meters long, it's too big. Bang! 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 It walked out of the wheel of inferno, and every step caused the ground to shake violently, as if foreshadowing the approach of danger. A few seconds later, it completely descended into the Cambrian realm. Its huge body, as big as a mountain, appeared in the field of vision, and it let out an earth-shaking roar. Hold head high. The dragon's roar was deafening and turned into a wave of sound that spread out. Wherever it passed, sand and rocks flew everywhere, causing countless casualties. Undead Bone Dragon. Introduction: most of the creatures in Purgatory are recycled after the death of giant dragons. They are not afraid of pain, have low intelligence, and only obey the command of the King of Purgatory. The bloody natives died, and only the adventurers consumed their possible resurrections in the white light and turned into souls to watch the battle. At least until the main quest is over, they cannot be reborn at the resurrection point in the city. However, what was even more terrifying was that the Wheel of Hell did not close, but grew larger and larger, and undead soldiers riding on bone horses galloped out from it, tens of thousands of them, countless in number. Run! This Wheel of Purgatory connects to the world of the dead. This is something that humans cannot fight against at all. Both the natives and the adventurers fled in panic, their hearts filled with fear, and they lost their will to fight. The scene was almost one-sided. The easier it was to win, the uglier it will be to die now. From Yifeng's high perspective, he could see the undead creatures spreading out like a fan, overwhelming everyone, and no one dared to stop them. In just a few minutes, corpses were everywhere. It's time to run. Yifeng had a clear mind and did not wait and see for too long. How to escape from the predicament and successfully complete the main task is the top priority. The undead creatures in Purgatory are indeed terrifying, but due to restrictions on the rules, they are not yet qualified to enter the Cambrian realm and can only stay in the land of depravity at most. Swish! Just as Yifeng was about to turn around and leave, a huge eye suddenly appeared in the huge Wheel of Purgatory. The eye had purple pupils, a strong murderous intent, and a terrifying deterrent power. Faintly, Yifeng actually felt that the pair of eyes were staring at him. Call out. Without further ado, he ran away. There's no need to guess, who knows if someone is staring at you. In short, if you look at it again, the consequences will be disastrous. Boom! Suddenly, a huge purple hand stretched out from the Wheel of Purgatory, as if it could extend infinitely, and grabbed towards Yifeng. Yifeng didn't even turn his head, he knew that a certain powerful person had improper thoughts about him. Fortunately, he was quite confident in his speed. He activated the Wind Shadow and entered stealth mode. In a blink of an eye, he was 100 meters away and running towards his destination. Outside the Fallen Land. Seeing the undead skeleton dragon and the sky-covering hand from afar, Bernie's face was stern. This place really cannot be touched. If it could be incorporated into the Empire, he would have done it long ago. However, due to the existence of the Wheel of Hell, no one dares to provoke it, so this place is outside the Imperial Order and out of jurisdiction. The owner of that big hand has unimaginable strength. Walter showed surprise. Bernie calmed down and said calmly, "Don't worry, they can't leave the Fallen Land and they can't threaten us." Bang! As if it had touched an invisible barrier, the purple hand stopped moving and could no longer grab Yifeng. Yifeng felt relieved. Just as he had imagined, he was already on the edge of the land of corruption, a boundary that the creatures of purgatory could not cross. Damn it! A sound like muffled thunder exploded. The purple hand did not retreat, but turned into a fist and slammed hard into the empty and transparent wall. Bang, bang, bang. Every punch made the heaven and earth roar and the space tremble. There is no doubt that he wants to break the rules. Crack. A crisp sound was heard, like glass breaking slightly. Yifeng's expression changed slightly, and the cracks appeared clearly not far from him. The leaves fall silently here. At one point, a player yelled, "He just sneaked past me." Where? Lu Yeshan is actually an assassin. The natives will kill you, Luo Yi Wusheng. Why don't you let other players take the kill? You can be resurrected anyway. A large group of surviving players swarmed out, approached the player who was shouting loudly, and looked around for clues about the silent falling leaves. There. As a god-level warrior, how could he be fooled by the player's mediocre stealth skills? Bernie looked at his left and right, and rushed towards Yifeng, who was hiding in the dark. It is true that the natives cannot act rashly against adventurers, but it is reasonable to block their way. Whoosh! 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 Bernie, Walter, and Alvis flew by like flowing light and appeared in front of Luoye Wusheng. Bounty-bearing adventurer, I have something to ask you, please stay for now. Bernie sneered. This time, the turtle is trapped in the jar. The opponent can't escape even if he has wings. Faced with the obstruction, Luoye Wusheng had to stop and was hit by a volley of arrows, breaking out of stealth. Die. The player who came up from behind was excited. Please, stop struggling and let me get the only hidden profession. Clang. However, when the player launched an attack and swung his sword, he unexpectedly hit the silver shield and was knocked back. The three god-level warriors looked up with a solemn expression, and saw a girl with silver hair and silver armor, who was as graceful as a startled swan, falling from the sky and appearing in front of everyone. The sunlight made her skin crystal clear, and she looked like a fairy descending to the earth, breathtakingly beautiful. Countless players looked at her, and couldn't help but feel amazed and stared at her intently. Dragon Domain Guardian, what do you mean? Bernie suppressed his killing intent and was not surprised by her arrival. You said that Luo Yi Wusheng had been expelled from your sect. In fact, he did not restrict the activities of the Dragon Domain Guardian. First, the other party had a special identity and was the core figure in the communication between the Dragon Domain and humans, and was extremely important. Second, she came at the right time. After killing Luoye Wusheng, he took the opportunity to hold her accountable. Hearing this, Li Shui shook her head slightly but remained silent on purpose. Hurry up and tell me. Bernie asked in a deep voice. No. After a long time, Li Shui uttered a word. Bernie was confused. What's not? He stretched out his hand and swiped it through the air. The game ID of Luoye Wusheng changed instantly. Newbie Rakshasa, Blood Shadow Assassin. Don't use your own people against your own people. Li Shui said seriously, he is not Luo Yi Wusheng. I. Bernie's breathing stagnated, and he almost felt his heart stop. A surge of anger rushed to his brain. He stared at the adventurer wearing a purple mask and squeezed out 3 words from between his teeth, "You bastard. Find it quickly." Bernie screamed, almost losing control of his emotions. He shouldn't have gotten far. After saying that, he glared at Li Shui angrily. The effect of the mask alone cannot be hidden from a god-level powerhouse. It is obvious who is behind this deception. Unfortunately, there is no evidence. When everyone dispersed and searched everywhere, Li Shui looked up at the scorching sun at noon, with doubts flashing in her silver eyes. Where are you going? She can indeed help deceive people temporarily, but only temporarily. The time left for the fallen leaves to fall silently is still quite limited. Back on the carriage and horse, Bernie was worried. You little beast, you can't escape. He mobilized so many troops that he had already sealed off the surrounding area. There were high-level soldiers standing guard everywhere. Even with Li Shui's help, they would not be able to escape from the trap he had set. About 5 minutes later, the soldiers below came to report, Your Majesty, he was exposed in Tianqing grassland. Very good. Bernie was shocked and ordered, Follow me. Why did he go to Tianqing grassland? Walter was puzzled. Could it be that he wanted to escape from the country? Tianqing grassland. This is the central area connecting the eastern district to other countries, and the national border that separates the two regions lies there. With his current strength, how could he possibly cross the border? Alves shook his head. Walter frowned, feeling uneasy. That's strange.